Chapter 1501, The Century Wedding 9. After receiving permission to enter, Hwashiwedong was instantly stunned, his heart pounding wildly, like a youth experiencing the taste of love for the first time. She was beautiful without makeup, still ethereal with light makeup, but before him now, she was breathtakingly gorgeous, so noble she was almost blinding to behold. Look, our groom is completely mesmerized. Chin Binjia laughed, snapping Hwashiwedong out of his daze. Can I take the bride away now? Hwashiwedong asked. Of course not. Chin Binjia pointed at the embroidered shoes on the tray. Groom, put the shoes on our bride. Hwashiwedong immediately knelt on one knee, placing Quan Xingnan's feet on his lap. Her feet were beautiful, white as snow, smooth as jade, her 10 toenails like delicate pink petals. Kiss them, kiss them. Before Chin Binjia could even finish speaking, Hwashiwedong had already kissed the top of Quan Xingnan's foot more than once, tickling her so much that she couldn't help curling her toes, a shy smile spreading across her eyes and brows. He slipped on the red silk stockings and then the embroidered shoes. Urged by Daniel, Hwashiwedong stood up and covered Quan Xingnan with the red veil. Taking the red embroidered ball from Daniel, he tucked one end of the red silk ribbon into Quan Xingnan's hand, holding the other end himself as he led her out of the room and into the main hall of the upper courtyard to bid farewell to their parents and elders. Present were Old Master Yun and his wife, Quan Shuang and her husband, Yuan Ziyuan and his wife, Yuan Jigua and his wife, and Yuan Jitu and his wife. The men remained composed, but the women all had red-rimmed eyes. Live a good life together, Grandma Yun said, her voice choking before she could finish. Quan Shuang and Lin Xiaoxue covered their eyes. Old Master Yun said solemnly, may you be like the zither and harp, in harmony and peace. Hwashiwedong replied seriously, Grandfather, rest assured, we will. The auspicious hour has arrived. Please escort the bride to the sedan chair. Daniel called from outside. Firecrackers exploded, and the sound of drums and music followed. Quan Onan, who had gained the upper hand after a struggle with Wang Hui, walked up to Quan Xingnan and bent down. Little sister, I'll carry you. I'll see you out. If your husband ever bullies you, remember, you have a family, parents, and brothers. We will always have your back. Thank you, brother. Quan Xingnan lay on his back as he carried her to the bridal sedan chair. Just before the curtain was lowered, Chin Binjia rushed over and placed something in her hand. Sweetheart, this is why I was late. If I hadn't gotten it to you, how useless would I be? Little one, I wish you a safe journey, a lifetime of peace and safety. Quan Xingnan felt a cool touch and looked down to see a pure white jade vase. It was made of mutton fat white jade, fine and smooth, pure and luminous. The word vase in jade vase sounds like peace in peace and safety, symbolizing peace and good fortune. Originally, someone had suggested she hold an apple as she left, but Chin Binjia thought it too tacky, so she went home and retrieved the jade vase her mother had left her. Quan Onan took a thick stack of dowry lists from Wang Hui and handed them to Daniel. Hwashiwedong clasped his hands in a salute, then mounted his horse. The musicians led the way, followed by the sedan chair, with the matron of honor and bridesmaids flanking it. Behind them came the soldiers carrying the dowry. The first item was a person holding a vermilion lacquered, carved tray covered with red silk, upon which lay a thick stack of property deeds. The second item was also a person holding a tray covered with red silk, but this time bearing a mutton fat white jade lingji rui. What followed were items carried or shouldered, the procession behind the sedan chair resembling a winding red dragon, stretching endlessly. After the sedan chair departed, 2 little ones broke through the crowd and ran out of the door, chasing after it while crying, Sister. Sister. My sister. My sister. They were immediately scooped up by Quan Anan and Wang Hui. Too tired from researching. That's all for today. This chapter ends. Chapter 1502, The Century Wedding 10. After handing the 2 little brothers over to the family members who had rushed over from the courtyard, Wang Hui and Quan Anan drove the car as part of the bridal procession. When they arrived at the groom's home, someone naturally greeted them. Hearing the sound of crying, Quan Xingnan seemed to sense something. She wanted to turn her head but remembered she was sitting in the bridal sedan chair and recalled the instructions she had received. She must not shift her hips casually while sitting in the sedan chair, or it would lose its balance. Those 2 little ones must be very upset, but I'll be back for the return visit soon, Quan Xingnan thought. The little eagle, being older, always acted like an adult, while the little tiger and little lion remained as mischievous as ever. The sedan chair was very steady. Listening to the sound of drums and music playing ahead, Quan Xingnan's heart was filled with hope for the future. Sweetness and happiness defined her current state. She had the most perfect husband, the most magnificent wedding, and in the future, she would have the most adorable baby and the happiest life. Nothing could be more perfect than this. The 2 courtyard houses were not far apart. It seemed like no time at all before they reached the door, and she was carried inside. Hua Xiuedong had already dismounted and entered the gate. Standing before the screen wall, he took the bow and arrows handed to him by the best man. The bow and arrows were extraordinary. He nimbly shot 3 arrows in succession toward the sedan chair, a wedding custom known as 3 arrows to settle the universe. Immediately after, the sedan curtain was lifted. A little girl of 6 or 7, dressed like a lucky doll, reached out and tugged at Quan Xingnan's sleeve. After she tugged 3 times, Quan Xingnan stepped out of the sedan chair with the help of the matchmaker, who also served as the bridesmaid. Her first step crossed a saddle placed in front of the sedan chair, a vermilion-painted saddle, and after crossing it, she stepped onto the red carpet. At the ceremonial gate, she crossed a copper brazier before proceeding along the red-carpeted pathway. Hua Xiuedong walked alongside her. Each held one end of a red silk ribbon with a red embroidered ball in the middle. They arrived at the wedding hall, where an incense altar had already been set up. They stood in their positions, man on the left, woman on the right, and followed the officiant in bowing first to heaven and earth, then to their parents, and finally to each other. Afterward, they were led to the bridal chamber. The ceremony was much simpler than ancient wedding customs, as modern officiants rarely deliver lengthy, eloquent praises of heaven, earth, and the couple in the wedding hall. On the way to the bridal chamber, Quan Xingnan noticed that she kept stepping on burlap sacks. She couldn't see clearly under her veil, but the bridesmaids could. 5 burlap sacks were laid on the ground. As Quan Xingnan stepped over one and onto the next, the matchmaker picked up the sack behind her and passed it forward to lay it down again. This process continued until the bride entered the bridal chamber. This walking on sacks seems to symbolize carrying on the family line, Fu Peipei suddenly recalled from a novel she had read. 5 sacks represented 5 generations under one roof. The bride and groom entered the bridal chamber and sat on the bed, the man on the left and the woman on the right. Yangyu, the family's auspicious matron, lightly tapped Quan Xingnan's head with a steelyard scale, very gently, and then lifted the red veil. Smiling, she said, "May the bride and groom have everything their hearts desire from now on." The crowd that had followed the bride and groom into the room gasped in unison, both astonished by the bride's breathtaking beauty and the unparalleled splendor of her phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. No wonder people had been talking about the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe for so long. Seeing it in person, they finally understood why everyone was so abuzz. Yangyu calmly instructed the couple to drink the nuptial wine and eat the fruits placed on the bedside table. Quan Xingnan took a bite of a dumpling. It was raw. Yangyu laughed and asked, "Is it raw?" "Raw," Quan Xingnan blurted out without thinking. The crowd burst into laughter. "Oh my," the bride said, "raw. That means she'll definitely give birth. She'll definitely give birth." Quan Xingnan's face turned bright red. After some thought, "I'll finish this chapter before sleeping." Yawn. This chapter ends. Chapter 1503, The Century Wedding 11. Chapter 1503, The Century Wedding 11. When it was time to change her makeup, the groom and other irrelevant people tactfully left the room. The bridal attendant carefully removed Quan Xingnan's phoenix crown and jewelry, took off her embroidered cape, and placed them together with the jade vase in the cabinet. The rubies on these items were pigeon blood red, the sapphires were cornflower blue, and the pearls were the finest quality, dazzling and priceless. If even a tiny bit were damaged, selling themselves wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. Quan Xingnan rubbed her neck. Finally, some relief. The heavy phoenix crown had weighed down on her head like Mount Tai. Fortunately, she had chosen a filigree inlay design, so the actual amount of gold used wasn't as much as it appeared. If it had been solid gold, her neck would have been crushed. "Even watching you made me feel tired," Xingman said, massaging her neck. "Now you need to change into the headdress attire." The headdress attire was also prepared by the groom's family. In some places, the headdress attire was a red jacket, commonly called a headdress jacket, but here it was a dress, a formal red gold-embroidered cheongsam. Once the cheongsam was on, her curves were fully revealed, showcasing her elegance. Her bare arms were like jade and snow, smooth and luminous. On her wrists were 4 nearly identical glass-type boxwood green jade bangles, 2 on each side. Around her neck hung a matching bead necklace, and on her ears were a pair of cabochon earrings. The makeup artist and stylist who had come along redid Quan Xingnan's hairstyle and touched up her makeup. In her hair were 2 long jade hairpins made from the same material, each with a tassel of red tourmaline beads hanging from the head. The bride rested briefly, and the makeup artist and stylist left. Passing through the hall, they saw that the hall and courtyard were filled with dowry items. Many people were gathered around watching the excitement and urging old Madame Qin to open the trunks. "Open the trunks, open the trunks." "If you don't open the trunks, how can the bride change her makeup?" "Don't pretend to know if you don't." The bride changes into the headdress attire, which is prepared by the groom's family, just like the phoenix crown and embroidered cape. However, when the mother-in-law opened the dowry trunks, she had to put in the trunk opening money, and the amount had to be higher than the bride's family's trunk pressing money. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuaing's trunk pressing money wasn't cash or checks, but rather 10 specially commissioned gold ingots and the 9 trunk pressing treasures. The bottom of the gold ingots were engraved with phrases like eternal union, harmony for 100 years, grow old together, and dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. 2 ingots were placed in each corner of the trunk, with 2 in the center, symbolizing perfection. The 9 trunk pressing treasures were a gold comb symbolizing growing old together with matching hair, a gold rui scale symbolizing wishes fulfilled, a gold round mirror symbolizing completeness, a gold dough, measuring tool, symbolizing ample food and clothing, a gold ruler symbolizing steady advancement, a gold embroidered shoe symbolizing growing old together, a gold scissors symbolizing a bright future, a gold abacus symbolizing abundant wealth, and a gem-inlaid gold trunk pressing box. The 9 trunk pressing treasures were placed on top of the clothes inside the trunk, each about the size of a thumb, but every single one was exquisitely crafted. So these are the legendary 9 trunk pressing treasures? First time seeing them. Truly exquisite. The bride's family really dotes on her. Pfft, just look at the dowry still being carried in outside. A dowry stretching 10 miles, oh my, truly a rare sight. Hurry and see the trunk pressing money. How much is it, so the old lady can put in the trunk opening money? Urged by everyone, old Madame Qin exchanged a red envelope for the keys from Quan Aonan and then opened the trunk to take out the money. When Lin Xiaoxue and the others had packed the trunks, they specifically instructed that the trunks only contained outerwear, shoes, socks, and cosmetics. Intimate apparel that wasn't appropriate to show was not in the dowry trunks. Seeing the 10 gold ingots at the bottom, everyone let out a wow and started discussing. Lin Xiaoxue and Ouyang Yu had given advance notice, so old Madame Qin was well prepared. She took out 20 gold ingots, which were clearly old-style gold ingots, each a size larger than the trunk-pressing ingots. The onlookers gave her a thumbs up. End of chapter. Chapter 1504, The Century Wedding 12. As the dowry items were carried in one by one, Daniel stood at the entrance of the hall, loudly reading out the dowry list. Every guest present held high office or enjoyed generous emoluments, and even those among their descendants who were merchants had substantial family fortunes. They were well-traveled and knowledgeable, yet upon hearing Daniel recite the dowry and seeing it with their own eyes, they were still deeply astonished. There were 3 Sihiyuan courtyards alone, the one Quanxing and currently lived in, and the 2 given to her by grandmother He. At current market rates, these 3 Sihiyuan were valued at hundreds of millions. Next came dozens of storefronts and over a dozen properties in prime locations in the capital, along with a peninsula villa in Hong Kong worth over 100 million, standalone houses, bustling shops, and buildings, altogether an incalculable amount of real estate. This did not include the properties Hua Xuedong had recently gifted her, nor the Tongxing Museum and all the antiques and treasures within it. The jewelry and accessories that followed were even more vaguely listed, merely described as 28 chests. How many pieces or sets there were, or how many ruby, emerald, diamond, and jadeite items there were, had not been recorded at all. Jewelry and accessories are small in size but precious. What did 28 chests mean? One chest could not hold several hundred sets, but it could hold several hundred pieces, right? 28 times several hundred pieces, how many was that? The chests were of the common ancient type, lacquered in vermilion with gold tracery, square in shape, and exceptionally large in capacity. The amount of cash in the dowry was also not recorded on the list. Daniel recited only the dowry displayed on the scene, which took a full hour. Among it were shares in 70 or 80 group companies under Quan Xingnan's name, aside from the Quan Xingnan Foundation and the Mingrui Foundation, but it did not include the betrothal gift worth hundreds of billions given by Hua Xuedong. Everyone knew Quan Xingnan's dowry far exceeded this. The dowry grandmother he had given her before her death was countless, and Hong Kong media had extensively disclosed it. The jewelry and items left in Hong Kong and not brought back were not recorded on the list either. The coral bonsai and jadeite watermelon received at the engagement ceremony had long been displayed in the museum and were also not included. The old chief smiled and said to old Master Qin, "Your 4th son married a money goddess, didn't he?" Nan started telling fortunes for others when she was very young, and she also knew how to invest at a very young age. The jadeite she hoarded alone has increased in value by hundreds or even thousands of times. What do you think that means? Old Master Qin did not answer directly, but instead brought up Quan Xingnan's abilities and conduct. This child has a kind heart. Everyone knows that the money she has invested in charity alone is incalculable. The old chief nodded. I know. After more than a decade of development, there are over 2,000 schools named after her. Every time disaster relief is needed, she is always the first to donate. The title of young philanthropist, this child truly deserves it. Quan Xingnan contributed both money and effort, lightening the nation's burden to an extent that only those at the top truly understood. Thus, Quan Xingnan's lavish wedding and generous dowry did not provoke any resentment. No one thought she was flaunting her wealth. Instead, they found it natural. If anyone was flaunting wealth, it was He Xuedong, who did so blatantly. After tallying the dowry according to the list and showing it to everyone, it was carried to the courtyard of He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's new home, locked in the east and west side rooms and the east and west wing rooms, with guards arranged to watch over it. Whether it was the dowry or the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, everything was extremely valuable, so proper security measures were naturally necessary. Both families moved in the same circles, and the invited guests overlapped, so the banquet was held here. Around 11:30, the two sides gathered, chatting and laughing warmly, speaking freely in great intimacy. This chapter ends. Chapter 1505, Pregnancy Revealed 1. Chapter 1505, Pregnancy Revealed 1. Before long, a master of ceremonies in charge of various rituals reminded them, the newlyweds pay respects to the elders. Please take your seats of honor. As soon as the words fell, someone quickly placed 2 armchairs in the wedding hall. Seeing He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan approaching hand in hand, the master of ceremonies immediately announced loudly, "Please invite the groom's parents to take their seats." The eldest and most closely related members of the Qin family by blood were Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin. Both were dressed in tang suits with a dark red base and gold patterns of 100 children celebrating spring. With white hair and white brows, they looked overjoyed. When the 2 elders sat down, they followed the rule of male on the left and female on the right, and the newlyweds below also stood in the same positions. A quick-handed young man promptly brought over 2 prayer mats wrapped in red silk and placed them in front of the newlyweds. He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan knelt on them and kowtowed to Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin. After the bow, they did not rise. Other young men brought a tea tray and handed it to Quan Xingnan. She raised it in front of Old Master Qin. "Father, please have some tea." Quan Xingnan naturally changed how she addressed him. "Good, good, good," Old Master Qin said 3 times in a row. He picked up the teacup, lifted the lid, took a big sip, and placed it back on the tray. Then, from Qin Fingji beside him, he took a jade rui of pure green and set it on the tray. "Finally, I get to drink tea from my youngest daughter-in-law. I hope you two will be harmonious and have everything go as you wish." "Thank you, father." Quan Xingnan expressed her thanks, then handed the tray to her bridesmaid Xingman. She took another tea tray brought by the young men and raised it in front of Old Madam Qin. "Please have some tea, mother." Old Madam Qin beamed with joy. I'll drink it. The tea my youngest daughter-in-law serves, I must savor it well." She lifted the lid to smell the fragrance, drank half the bowl in one go, and then placed it back on the tray. Along with the teacup, she set down a pair of gold filigree dragon and phoenix bracelets inlaid with rubies. The gemstones were of excellent quality, dazzling with golden light, and very beautiful. Next came Qin Fingji and his wife. He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were of the same generation as them, so they bowed with hands clasped as a gesture of respect. The couple each gave a red envelope and said with a smile, "Our parents treat their daughter-in-law as family, so they didn't give red envelopes." "That's fine. Your elder brother and sister-in-law will give them instead. May you forever bathe in the river of love and soon have a precious child." The same went for Qin Shiji and his wife, as well as Qin Wuji and his wife. The Qin family only had Old Master Qin's lineage, so next, He Xuedong's nephews and grandnephews came to pay respects to their aunt and 4th grandmother. De Quan had long been waiting nearby with a tray, and Quan Xingnan gave each of them a red envelope. Finally came the Qin family's relatives. Old Master Qin had no siblings, so first were Old Madam Qin's family. Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua were not present, their seats left empty. He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan kowtowed to the empty chairs. Secretary Bu represented the 2 elders and gave gifts. Old Master Hua gave a pair of mutton-fat white jade gourds, and Old Madam Hua gave a pair of filigree-inlaid gold dragon and phoenix bracelets. As for the other Hua family members, unless they absolutely could not get away, they all came upon receiving the invitation, about 20 to 30 people. There were no elders among them. The highest generation was the same as theirs, receiving gifts and giving red envelopes to the bride, while the younger generation came to pay respects and received red envelopes from the bride. Each red envelope contained 9,999 yuan, symbolizing long-lasting good fortune. Their families were all well off. Nearly half of those who were of a lower generation, but older than He Xuedong, did not care about the amount of money in the red envelopes. It was merely a formality. After the ceremony, the banquet began. The two head tables were reserved for the senior leaders, retired elders, and Quan Xingnan's family. Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin sat at the secondary tables, accompanying distinguished guests of slightly lower status than the senior leaders and elders, as the guests were to be honored above all. End of this chapter. Chapter 1506. Pregnancy Revealed 2. It didn't end there. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were far from idle. When the banquet began, wine and dishes were served, and the bride poured and offered wine to the elders and honored guests. First, she poured wine for the old chief. Quan Xingnan held the wine glass with both hands and said, "Chief, please have some wine." "Good." The old chief took the glass, drank it down heartily, and showed the empty bottom. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he said kindly to Quan Xingnan, "Though the age gap between you two is a bit large, you are perfectly matched in appearance, temperament, and ability. I hope you will live in harmony for a lifetime and be a loving couple. The relationship between the nation and Hong Kong and Taiwan will depend on you." He made no effort to hide his regard and approval of Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. "You're giving us such a heavy burden, we wouldn't dare take it on," Hua Xuedong said with a smile. The old chief laughed and said, "You rascal, why wouldn't you dare? I've seen everything you've done over the years, and no one has done better than you." "That's very good, no need for grand proclamations, just use your actions to show your intentions. I hope you'll keep it up. I think history will eventually record your names." These words were the highest honor. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan repeatedly said they didn't deserve it, their attitudes very humble. "And as for you, little girl, your skills are extraordinary and unfathomable. With you, we've saved countless lives in floods, droughts, and earthquakes. I know it well. I hope you won't neglect your talent just because you're married. I think many people in this world need you very much, to uphold justice for the innocent, to relieve disasters and hardships for the kind, and to ensure that good is rewarded with good and evil with evil." Quan Xingnan quickly said, "Don't worry, I'm a master of divination with an unerring tongue. I'll rely on the skill to make a living, how could I neglect it? Just watch, if I do, you can give me a few whacks with your cane." This made the old chief laugh heartily. Everyone below saw this and felt a chill of awe. The old chief's favored ones, how could they dare to offend them in the future? Absolutely not. After toasting several chiefs and elders, Hua Xuedong, with great tact, poured and offered wine to his in-laws' family. It went smoothly, and then he moved to the next table, still with Quan Xingnan pouring and offering wine. The old chief and elders held high status and great virtue, while most of those of lower rank were Hua Xuedong's peers or juniors. Coupled with the old chief's earlier words, no one dared to tease the bride. They took the wine glasses properly, drank every drop whether they could handle it or not, and showed the empty bottoms to demonstrate their sincerity. Even so, after going around once, Hua Xuedong's heart ached terribly. Though the toasting was done, the banquet wasn't over. Hua Xuedong hurriedly sent Quan Xingnan back to the room to rest. The bridesmaid brought over food that Hua Xuedong had ordered prepared earlier, took a big red envelope, and happily left, leaving the space to the couple. "It's past 1 o'clock now. Eat something first." Hua Xuedong held a bowl and fed Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan didn't feel too tired, because she was still wearing embroidered shoes, not high heels. The younger generation, soldiers, the master of ceremonies, makeup artists, bodyguards, and others all toasted by table, so not everyone required her to pour and offer wine. Still, she enjoyed Hua Xuedong's thoughtfulness. "Fourth brother, you eat too. I haven't seen you eat anything." She wasn't tired, but she was hungry. After they finished eating, they didn't rest long before Ouyang Yu came to call them to see the guests off. End of chapter. Chapter 1507. Pregnancy Revealed 3. The senior leaders and elders, being advanced in age, left early. Those retired had their own leisure, while those still in office had countless affairs to attend to. The others mostly stayed until the very end, unwilling to miss the chance to build ties with the Qin family. After seeing off the last guest, Hua Xuedong greeted her parents, brother, and sister-in-law before escorting Quan Xingnan back to her room to rest. Old Master Qin called after them, "We're all heading back to the compound tonight. Take good care of yourself, little girl, and don't come out again." Hua Xuedong waved a hand behind her to acknowledge she understood. "Make sure those bridesmaids and matrons of honor are safely escorted home by trusted people," Quan Xingnan said, sitting on the edge of the bed to catch her breath. Hua Xuedong hummed in agreement. Once she had rested a moment, he helped her remove her jewelry, loosened her hair, and took out a set of red cotton loungewear, placing it on the bridal bed. "Don't worry. I told Secretary Qin to arrange for someone to see each of them home, and I gave everyone a red envelope." Quan Xingnan had no concerns about his arrangements. Since she was pregnant, heavy makeup was out of the question. She quickly removed her makeup and changed clothes. Hua Xuedong brought over a basin of hot water for her to soak her feet, gently massaging her legs to ease the stiffness from standing so long and promote blood circulation. After drying her feet, he helped her put on socks and house shoes. Quan Xingnan leaned back comfortably. What's wrong? Hua Xuedong quickly helped her sit up, only to see her pointing at the large red quilt embroidered with 100 children. He lifted the quilt to find the bed covered in red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. He couldn't help but laugh. You saw these things at Wang Debao's house. How did you forget? He picked them up one by one and placed them into a treasure box. Quan Xingnan protested. At Wang Debao's house, they were sewn into the four corners of the quilt, weren't they? Here, they're just scattered all over the bed. There were so many that they dug into her back. From the moment she entered the room until before the toasts, she had been sitting on the edge of the bed, never imagining the bed was covered in these items. The bed was a 1,000-work canopy bed, made of red sandalwood. What is a 1,000-work canopy bed? 1,000 workdays meant about 3 years of labor. The canopy bed was a famous large bed in ancient times, especially popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties. A canopy bed crafted over 3 years by a master artisan was naturally exquisite beyond compare. From the outside, the entire bed looked like a wooden house, complete with doors, windows, and a corridor, featuring intricate carving, openwork, and relief techniques. Images of qilins, dragons and phoenixes, mandarin ducks, and peonies were vividly lifelike. Entering the moon-shaped door, the bed had 3 sections, the first for a chamber pot and shoes, historically also for foot-binding cloths, the second for clothing trunks and a dressing table, and the third for the canopy bed itself. The windows were fitted with silver-red gauze, appearing misty from a distance. The bed was draped with a large red gauze canopy embroidered on both sides with 100 blooming flowers, now tied back with carved bronze hooks. Inside and out, everything exuded antique charm. The furnishings in the bridal chamber also adhered to ancient styles. A guqin, a sword, and calligraphy paintings hung on the walls. A dressing table sat beneath the window. A wardrobe with a full-length mirror stood against the wall. Apart from clothes, shoes, and socks, not a trace of modernity could be seen. Only then did Quan Xingnan have time to take it all in. Fourth brother, when did you start preparing all this? Whether it was the bridal chamber, the furniture, or even the phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, none of it could have been accomplished overnight. Hua Xuedong smiled. A long time ago back when we were dating. Most of the red sandalwood he had stockpiled back then went into making the furniture for the bridal chamber. Though some said he was wasting precious materials, he felt it was worth it. His own bridal chamber should naturally be the finest under heaven. From now on, he and Quan Xingnan would frequently travel between the capital and Hong Kong, and neither home could afford the slightest negligence. End of chapter. Chapter 1508, Pregnancy Revealed 4. Although old Master Qin told Quan Xingnan to rest and not come out, she wouldn't actually refrain from seeing them off. That would be impolite. Old Master Qin and old Madam Qin naturally felt very pleased, and they liked Quan Xingnan even more. A person's manners and grace are reflected in the details of daily life. They only left after tidying up the mess left by the guests. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong saw them to the gate and then turned back into the courtyard. At this point, aside from the security personnel, bodyguards, and the family chef, no one else was in the Sihiyuan. The dishes, chopsticks, tables, and chairs used for the banquet had already been taken back to Club Number 6 with the help of the soldier brothers and the chef. For a moment, the entire Sihiyuan felt somewhat empty, as the remaining people wouldn't get in the way of the newlyweds. The gate of the Sihiyuan wasn't in the center, but at the southeast corner, symbolizing purple air coming from the east. In terms of feng shui directions, this spot occupies the Sun position in the 8 trigrams, representing wind. The southeast wind blowing in is a gentle, moist breeze that can block the northwest wind in winter, making it an auspicious direction. Turning past the screen wall and passing through the ceremonial gate, the two walked hand in hand for a while before reaching the central path on the main axis. The Sihiyuan that old madam he gave me, I definitely won't live in it. It's a shame to leave it empty. Fourth brother, one day, have someone inspect, repair, and tidy it up, then rent it out. Put the rent directly into the foundation's account, Quan Xingnan said, remembering that rent for Sihiyuans was far from cheap. Housing prices in the capital were soaring, Sihiyuans were astronomically expensive, and those near Hohai were especially rare and hard to come by. Quan Xingnan couldn't bear to sell it or let it fall into disrepair, so renting it out was the only option. Hua Xuedong agreed without hesitation. After the wedding is over, I'll have someone handle it. Given the status of Sihiyuans in traditional architecture, the one old madam he gave was in a prime location, right at the foot of the imperial city, once a residence of Qing dynasty nobles, richly decorated and grand. Its annual rent could easily reach 8 figures. And those shops and buildings in the capital and Hong Kong, if we don't need them, let's rent them out too, Quan Sheng'an added. Hua Xiwedding lifted her hand and kissed it. Wife, rest assured, I'll arrange everything properly without you having to worry about a thing. Today is our big day, don't let your mind wander to other matters. Then where should my mind be? Quan Sheng'an asked slyly. Seeing her tilted head and playful expression, Hua Xiwedding scooped her up horizontally. On our wedding night, of course. Though they eagerly anticipated their wedding night, the two babies only allowed them a pure, chaste first night. Lying in the new bed that night, Hua Xiwedding was full of resentment. He reached out to touch his wife's still flat belly. Really, their arrival has thrown off our plans and turned our time alone into a fantasy. Finally able to openly share intimate moments with his wife, he could only sigh in frustration. Quan Sheng'an rested her head in the crook of his shoulder, yawned, and said with a smile, when they're born, you can put on your dad attitude and scold them, ask them why they couldn't have come later. They'll be showered with love from everyone the moment they're born. If I scold them, a bunch of people will scold me, it's not worth it. Hua Xiwedding, well aware of the situation, was about to continue when, under the light of the dragon and phoenix candles, he noticed his wife's eyelids drooping. He pulled the blanket over them. You've had a long day. Sleep early. The day after tomorrow is the return visit, and that'll be another tiring day. Before he finished speaking, Quan Sheng'an was already fast asleep. Something came up tonight, haha, so today's update ends here. We'll resume with 12 updates the day after tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 1509, Pregnancy Revealed 5. Exhausted from the day, Quan Sheng'an slept deeply. When she woke up, the room was filled with sunlight streaming in. Bright and clear, it must already be late morning. It's only 8 o'clock. Sleep a bit more, Hua Xiwedding, who had gotten up early to open the door, hurried in upon hearing movement from the outer room. He reached out and lifted the gauze curtain, hooking it onto a copper hook. Although it was late August, the courtyard was lush with flowers and trees, and mosquitoes were plentiful. The floral scent easily attracted small insects, and getting bitten through the gauze was no joke, it would itch for a long time. So late? Why didn't you wake me? Quan Sheng'an sat up and rubbed her eyes, her hair disheveled, a tuft of bangs sticking up, and her peach-colored cotton pajamas wrinkled from tossing and turning during the night. Hua Xiwedding finished hanging the gauze curtain. A bride has the highest privilege, she can sleep until she naturally wakes up. I don't want to be a lazy woman. Quan Sheng'an gave him a playful glare, got out of bed, and slipped into her slippers. The pant legs that had been rolled up to her knees naturally fell back down to her ankles. With her hair messy and clothes rumpled, she looked incredibly lively in Hua Xiwedding's eyes. Beautiful, charming, and adorable. Hua Xiwedding helped her smooth her hair, casually tying it into a bun to make washing her face and brushing her teeth easier. He took her hand and led her out of the bedroom. Wife, seeing you first thing every morning brings me a joy that words can't describe. Quan Sheng'an paused, then smiled sweetly. Husband, same here. Hearing her address him, Hua Xiwedding's brows and eyes were full of smiles. Even the way he squeezed toothpaste revealed his delight. Wife, brush your teeth first. I'll get you some water to wash your face. Just as Quan Sheng'an was about to take the toothbrush, the smell of the toothpaste hit her, and a sudden wave of nausea surged up. She turned her head and began to dry heave. Wife, what's wrong? Hua Xiwedding quickly put the toothbrush back into the cup on the basin stand, supporting her with one hand while gently patting her back with the other. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Quan Sheng'an retched for a while but brought up nothing. She just felt a tightness in her chest, a sensation of wanting to vomit, but being unable to. It must be morning sickness, Quan Sheng'an said, recalling the pregnancy handbook she had read. Hua Xiwedding also remembered the information he had studied. He handed her warm water to rinse her mouth and placed a spittoon in front of her, speaking gently. From now on, eat some crackers or bread every morning and wait a bit before getting up. That should help a little. I'll tell the kitchen to reduce high-fat foods and prepare more light, nutritious, and tasty meals. You should also eat more fruits for vitamins and drink plenty of water. Quan Sheng'an rinsed her mouth and drank some warm water, which slightly eased the nausea. But when she tried to brush her teeth, the smell of the toothpaste made her retch again, and she vomited all the water she had just drunk. Let's change the toothpaste, change the toothpaste. Hua Xiwedding was terrified, quickly moving the toothpaste far away. After emptying her stomach of water, Quan Sheng'an felt a bit better. She patted her chest and laughed. It's my fault. Why blame the toothpaste? But this scent is indeed a bit strong. Let's get one with a milder fragrance. So, on the second day of their marriage, Hua Xiwedding's order to Alexander was to buy toothpaste immediately. Buy many kinds of toothpaste, a whole basketful, and then pick one that Quan Sheng'an could smell or use without vomiting. After finally managing to brush her teeth and wash her face without incident, and having breakfast, the two leaned against each other reading the newspaper. The headline read, "Billionaire Heiress Marries for Pregnancy," with a photo of Quan Xingnan in her phoenix coronet and bridal gown. Back now, posting a chapter before sleeping, grinning. End of chapter. Chapter 1510, Pregnancy Revealed 6. Fourth brother, look. Quan Xingnan handed it to Hu Xuedong. Hu Xuedong frowned as soon as he saw the headline. Which newspaper is this? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a small newspaper they had never worked with, one with a poor reputation in the industry. Their wedding had not invited any media personnel, only their own people followed along to take photos and videos. However, they had given red envelopes and wedding candies to the media personnel waiting outside, showcasing the family's grandeur and social grace. It was not surprising that Beijing media and Hong Kong media had captured scenes of the wedding procession. They had not yet seen the Hong Kong newspapers, so they were unaware of their content. However, most Beijing media had published reports on the grand wedding procession, with photos taken from outside, using headlines such as Grand Wedding, Wedding of the Century, Traditional Wedding, or Tall Horse, 8-person palanquin. Dowries stretching 10 miles. Given their identities, this was no ordinary entertainment report. Only a few media outlets with whom they frequently cooperated and had good reputations had received their wedding photos, such as a picture of Quan Xingnan in her phoenix coronet and embroidered robe without a red veil, standing with Hu Xuedong, or photos of them bowing to heaven and earth or to each other as husband and wife. The news articles published by these media outlets were largely similar to those of other newspapers. Most of them offered blessings for Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's marriage while explaining in the reports that the two had already registered their marriage and that Quan Xingnan had reached Hong Kong's legal marriage age. Since Hu Xuedong had long resided in Hong Kong, wasn't it perfectly normal for Quan Xingnan, who married into Hong Kong, to follow Hong Kong's marriage age requirements? Apart from family members, doctors, and in Hui, no one, not even close friends and relatives, knew about Quan Xingnan's pregnancy. These media outlets, reporting on the wedding, did not mention her pregnancy at all because they had no way of knowing. This newspaper, however, boldly ran a headline declaring married because of pregnancy. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were furious. Every industry has its own rules. Many reputable newspapers, even in their entertainment sections, rarely report on a public figure's pregnancy as they need to maintain a positive tone. Moreover, purely entertainment-focused newspapers also exercise caution, often using phrases like suspected pregnancy rather than making definitive claims. Confirmed reports typically only come after 3 months. The first 3 months of pregnancy are an unstable period. Many superstitious people believe that one should not tell outsiders for fear of disturbing the pregnancy spirit. Yet this newspaper, with absolute certainty, described the daughter of a high-ranking official and a billionaire heiress as having married due to pregnancy. It was not just a misleading headline, the content itself was equally definitive. The report did not mention Yuan Ziyuan or others by name. It only stated that Quan Xingnan was the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital, that she had received a $1 trillion betrothal gift, and that she had married Hong Kong's former richest man, Hu Xuedong, also the son of a high-ranking official, with a dowry stretching 10 miles. The wedding was described as unparalleled in grandeur, all because Quan Xingnan had been pregnant for several months, which was why she had openly held the wedding before turning 20. Even if we find out which newspaper it is, what does it matter? The news is already out. Quan Xingnan glared at the newspaper in front of her. The joy of her new marriage had been completely ruined by this report. They could not demand an apology for false reporting because Quan Xingnan was indeed over 2 months pregnant. If they used their influence to force the newspaper to back down, then once the truth came out after 3 months, the public would realize the report had been accurate, and their reputation would suffer greatly. End of chapter. Chapter 1511, Pregnancy Revealed 7. Hu Xuedong listened to his wife's words and said indifferently, "This report stops here. If they want to use this as a gimmick to boost newspaper circulation, they'll have to see if I agree." He immediately called Secretary Bu to handle the matter. The newspaper office was good at tracking news and writing articles, but they weren't the ones printing the papers that had to go through the printing press. Hu Xuedong directly cut off the source and also asked Secretary Chen to investigate which channel the newspaper had used to learn about Quan Xingnan's pregnancy, daring to write the article with such certainty. Although he wouldn't go so far as to deal with the person who leaked the information, he would never cooperate with such a person again, whether that person was a doctor's assistant, or someone else. Secretary Chen and Secretary Bu split up to handle their tasks. Meanwhile, Hu Xuedong received a call from old Madam Qin. "What's going on?" "Early this morning, quite a few old sisters from the compound came to ask me if our girl got married because she was pregnant, and that's why the wedding was rushed." "Who leaked the news? Don't they know that it's not advisable to announce a pregnancy before 3 months?" Hu Xuedong said in a low voice, "I've already sent people to investigate." "Please calm down, Mom." Old Madam Chin said angrily, how can I not be angry in a situation like this? The baby isn't even 3 months old yet. What if disturbing the fetal spirit causes trouble? And it's not just one baby, it's two. The burden of 2 babies is enormous. What if our girl's mood is affected? These people are too nosy. Even if they caught wind of something, they shouldn't keep digging. Quan Xingnan vaguely caught some of the conversation and took the phone from Hu Xuedong's hand. Mom, don't be angry. I'm a fortune teller, but fortune telling isn't feudal superstition, so let's not be so superstitious, okay? Girl, you're up. Old Madam Chin's tone immediately changed. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. I had a big bowl of sea cucumber congee and a plate of crystal steamed dumplings with 3 fresh filling. What about you and Dad? What delicious things did you have for breakfast? Can I come back with 4th brother to mooch a meal? Of course you can. Come over at noon. I'll have the cook make something delicious. Today's sea fish is very fresh. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted back and forth, discussing food and then what foods were safe to eat during pregnancy and what to avoid. All their earlier worries had been cast aside. Hu Xuedong felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes full of tenderness. After hanging up, Quan Xingnan urged Hu Xuedong to change clothes and head to the compound for a free meal. Mom said there are especially fresh oranges at home. Just hearing about it made my mouth water. Their arrival was warmly welcomed by the entire Qin family. However, Qin Fingji and his brothers weren't home, and Ji Mingxin and Ouyangyu were also at work. Only the retired Qin Jing was at home keeping the elders company, along with 2 grandsons from her 2 sons' families, both at that age where dogs and cats avoid them, who had been taken out by the guards to play. When Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan arrived, Qin Jing was just complaining to old Madam Qin, what era are we in now? My 2 daughters-in-law are still so hung up on preferring boys over girls. You don't even know above these 2 grandsons, their mothers each had 1 miscarriage, and one had 2 miscarriages. They claimed it was due to malnutrition and poor development that they couldn't keep them. If you ask me, ultrasound technology has both advantages and disadvantages. Those who want boys check the gender, and if it's a girl, they abort it. If this continues, the male-to-female ratio is bound to become unbalanced. Old Madam Qin frowned deeply. Hasn't the state strictly prohibited identifying fetal gender? What difference do regulations make? Those with money and power want to know, and the doctors will find roundabout ways to tell them. Qin Jing let out a long sigh, her face full of helplessness. End of chapter. Chapter 1512. Pregnancy Revealed 8. Since the implementation of the National Family Planning Policy, whether for public officials or ordinary citizens, unless both spouses are only children or one belongs to an ethnic minority, having a second child is not permitted. Public officials who fall outside these 2 categories face stricter scrutiny, and having a second child means losing their job. Qin Fengji's 2 sons are both in politics. Neither they nor their spouses are only children or members of an ethnic minority, so according to the regulations, they can only have 1 child. But they wanted sons, which led to the situation Qin Jing mentioned. The higher one's position and the greater one's prominence, the more one must lead by example. Nowadays, many high-ranking families in the compound have only 1 child, some boys, some girls, and they let nature take its course. Of course, those who let nature take its course are only a portion. Because Qin Jing discovered that among children from families like theirs, who now hold respectable positions, almost all have sons. Some are legitimate and above reproach, but there are countless cases of illegitimate children being legitimized, or divorcing and marrying someone who hasn't had children to have a son. It's shocking and heartbreaking. Hasn't true gender equality always been unattainable precisely because those in power set a bad example, denying women opportunities in many professions? As leaders, they should strictly discipline themselves and lead by example, but instead. Qin Jing let out a cold laugh. Seeing Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, she quickly stopped the topic and called out to them. Quan Xingnan sat down next to old Madam Qin, who was waving at her, and said, Sister-in-law, please calm down. Everyone has their own choices. You and Big Brother raised your 2 nephews, saw them through their education, and fulfilled your parental duties and obligations. But you can't control their thoughts and choices as adults. Ultrasound technology has benefited all of humanity. We can't deny this advanced medical technique just because some people privately determine fetal sex. Qin Jing nodded. True. If I say that, some people will surely accuse me of being glib because I'm not in their shoes. Because she has 2 sons, Ji Mingxin and Ouyangyu also gave birth to sons. Quan Xingnan's father and uncle each have a son. Her maternal uncle's family is all sons, and the grandchildren born are all grandsons, not a single daughter. In most people's eyes, only sons can carry on the family line and inherit the estate. Daughters are considered outsiders once married off. Then, let's drop this topic. Let everyone live their own lives. You're not young anymore and you're retired, so take good care of your health and exercise peacefully. Whether they turn out well or poorly, let them bear the consequences themselves. Old Madam Qin finished speaking and turned to Quan Xingnan, beaming. Sweetie, our family doesn't favor boys over girls. Don't put any pressure on yourself. Quan Xingnan smiled. Mom, I understand. Auntie has already come up with a name. We don't even know if the baby is a boy or a girl. How can she have a name already? Is she a fortune teller? Though she said that, old Madam Qin was still very curious and asked what the name was. Little Sweetie. Little Sweetie? Old Madam Qin burst out laughing. That's your auntie's style. She's always liked girls. There are plenty of photos of fourth brother dressed in princess outfits when he was little. A long time ago, your auntie said that if either family had a girl, she'd be called Little Sweetie, a sweet little princess. She said she'd give her all her jewelry as a dowry. But after all these years, she's never gotten her wish, so she's pinned all her hopes on you. Hua Xiuedong quickly interjected, Mom, don't put pressure on Sweetie. Whether it's a boy or a girl, let nature take its course. Right. Let nature take its course. End of chapter. Chapter 1513, Pregnancy Revealed 9. Shortly after the meal, Quan Xingnan felt drowsy and couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Hua Xiuedong escorted her back to the room to rest. The Qin family naturally had a room for the two of them, with brand new bedding and spotless cleanliness. After Quan Xingnan fell asleep, Hua Xiuedong came out but had to face questions from his parents and sister-in-law about the media reports of a shotgun wedding. Only then did Hua Xiuedong drop his elegant composure, his gaze turning icy. Whoever it is, if they can't uphold basic ethics, they don't need to continue in this industry. Old Master Qin leaned on his rosewood cane and said solemnly, I read that report too. The words were sharp and certain, as if they had solid information. If the leak came from Nanan's family, we'll let it go. But if it came from our side, or from the doctor, or from today's guests, then we need to take action. Even the old master understood that this report would damage Quan Xingnan's reputation. Although the two were indeed married because of a pregnancy, no one wanted to be entangled in gossip that could be avoided. Qin Jing frowned and said, aside from the doctor, only you, Mom, Fengji and his brothers, and the three of us sisters-in-law knew about Nanan's pregnancy. None of the younger generation knows. Over in Hong Kong, only uncle, aunt, Nanan's friends, and the doctor know. It shouldn't have come from Hong Kong, they're more discreet than us. This report was published in the capital, and it came out the day after Laosi and Nanan's wedding. Hong Kong hasn't reported it yet. Among yesterday's guests, no one should have noticed anything, right? No one in the world has eyes that sharp. On her parents' side, only a few elders and her two brothers know. Her maternal grandparents' side doesn't even know. My staff have been with me for years and know what to say and what not to say, Hua Xiuedong added. So he had immediately ruled out Quan Xingnan's family, her maternal grandparents' family, and his own staff. When it came to Quan Xingnan's reputation, they would never casually leak secrets. Qin Jing nodded slightly. That's strange. Could it have come from the hospital? If they wanted to leak it, they wouldn't have waited until now. Quan Xingnan had her checkups in the capital much earlier than in Hong Kong. Old Madam Qin also said, the eldest daughter-in-law is right. This needs to be thoroughly investigated, down to the very bottom. I want to know who's targeting Nanan. The person who leaked the information, the newspaper that published the news without permission, and even the printing press should bear responsibility. Don't they proofread before printing? Don't they know what can and cannot be published? If no one leaked the news and the newspaper just made it up based on guesses, then that newspaper has no reason to exist. The old madam spoke with authority, clearly furious. Right? Old Master Qin rarely agreed with his wife's intention to use power to suppress. Since the report is out, we can't deny it publicly. We can only minimize the damage and make sure those responsible face proper punishment. After saying this, old Master Qin looked at his youngest son and said, after the homecoming banquet, you two go back to Hong Kong. That's my plan too, to avoid public curiosity, Hua Xiuedong nodded. His phone rang at that moment. Seeing the caller ID was Secretary Chen, he immediately pressed the answer button. Sir, I found out where that newspaper got its information. Who is it? Speak quickly. Chapter 1514, Pregnancy Revealed 10. Chapter 1514, Pregnancy Revealed 10. Secretary Chen looked at the trembling newspaper owner before him and let out a cold laugh. Regretting it now? Why didn't he think of that earlier? Did he think he could sell more papers by offending Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan? Was his brain eaten by a dog? Anyone with half a brain would know that even if they received confirmed news that Quan Xingnan was pregnant, they wouldn't make it public without the parties' consent. Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan are public figures, yes, but their status is different from that of entertainment celebrities. The owner of this newspaper is called Chen Pei. Unbelievably, he shares my surname. The paper's scale is only mid-range in the industry. He said he heard from his daughter-in-law, who got inside information, and he was 100% sure of its authenticity. This daughter-in-law is called Zhang Yuanyuan, and she often interacts with people in the compound circle. Zhang Yuanyuan has a mistress named Yuan Wei. Before Secretary Chen could finish, Hua Xuedong understood and asked directly, who's behind it? At the wedding, there was no sign of Yuan Changda, let alone Yuan Jihong, Yuan Wei, or anyone associated with them. Even Yuan Jihong's ex-husband's family wasn't invited. Whether at Quan Xingnan's coming-of-age ceremony, engagement party, or yesterday's wedding, Yuan Changda was never present. He is Quan Xingnan's biological grandfather, but her family naturally wouldn't go out of their way to invite him. After all, he abandoned his wife and caused Yuan Ziyuan and his mother and siblings to lose contact for so many years. He probably couldn't swallow his pride or was sulking. Either way, even old chiefs and veterans with no blood relation showed up, while he stayed comfortably in his sanatorium at Yuchuan Mountain. Secretary Chen replied, as for that question, I don't know, and Qin Pei doesn't either. Since the news came from Zhang Yuanyuan, it must be tied to Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei, mother and daughter. Zhang Yuanyuan is nothing but a dog that jumps whenever Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei point. She follows their every lead. Give the phone to the newspaper owner, Hua Xuedong said. Secretary Chen shrugged, said yes, and handed the phone to Qin Pei. Our Mr. Hua wants to speak with you. Sweating profusely, Qin Pei trembled as he took the phone with both hands, bowing and scraping. Hello, Mr. Hua, I'm sorry. Please forgive my momentary lapse of reason. Rest assured, I'll have someone publish an apology in the paper right away, apologizing to Mr. Hua and Miss Quan. I'll run a full-page apology in the evening edition. Before Hua Xuedong could speak, Qin Pei rattled off his apologies and sincerity. Hua Xuedong let out a mild "oh," which made Qin Pei shudder 3 times, but then Hua Xuedong said, What are you using to apologize? What are you using to restore the damage to my and my wife's reputation? Qin Pei said cautiously, I'll say our paper fabricated the story for sales, deliberately making up the news that Miss Quan married because she was pregnant, misleading the public and causing great harm to Mr. Hua and Miss Quan's reputation. Hence this apology. Hua Xuedong snorted. Is a simple fabrication enough? At first, Qin Pei was baffled. Saying his paper made it up was a standard apology, so why wouldn't it work? Then, a flash of insight hit him. There was only one reason. Quan Xingnan really was pregnant. So even in an apology, they couldn't deny the earlier report, or it would cause trouble when the pregnancy was eventually revealed. By now, Qin Pei's mind was racing, and he quickly came up with an idea. Late night, second update. Today has been incredibly annoying, too many things. Chapter end. Chapter 1515, Pregnancy News Exposed 11. Mr. Hua, do you think this apology will do? Qin Pei's attitude grew even more deferential, forcing a smile. We could say, report truthfully that you two were already registered as married in Hong Kong long ago, and that you held an engagement ceremony quite early on. Our report actually had no reliable source. We only resorted to this for attention, causing great inconvenience to your lives, for which we are deeply sorry. If anyone calls again to ask about the truth of this matter, we will uniformly reply that they should wait quietly for your good news. As for whether Quan Xingnan was pregnant, if outsiders wanted to know, they should wait for the parties involved to announce it. Their newspaper didn't know, they had simply fabricated a story based on baseless speculation. Hua Xuedong was not satisfied, but given that the report had already caused a public uproar, it was better than nothing. When Quan Xingnan woke up and learned of the situation, she found it very strange. How did Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei find out? So many distinguished guests didn't notice anything. Do they have clairvoyance or superhuman hearing? I've asked Secretary Chen to arrange for further investigation, Hua Xuedong said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Because Quan Xingnan was soft-hearted and the couple prided themselves on their status, they had been too lazy to bother with Yuan Jihong and her daughter. Since they now dared to provoke the tiger, they would have to pay the price. They thought a small smear on Quan Xingnan's reputation would let them play innocent and rest easy. They were thinking too simply. 1,000 or 10,000 of them could not compare to the importance of Quan Xingnan's reputation. If it really is them, what do you plan to do? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. Hua Xuedong smoothed her hair and said calmly, very simple. Whatever they care about most, will make them lose it. That will hurt far more than any physical punishment. With that, he gazed tenderly at his wife. Just focus on resting and nurturing the baby. Leave everything outside to me. He didn't want his wife to dirty her own hands. Quan Xingnan thought of Yun Zhaoyu. Once Hua Xuedong made a move, others had no chance of recovery. Then you'll have to put in more effort, but remember, don't break the jade vase just to catch a few mice. 1,000 or 10,000 of them are not worth a single hair of yours. I don't want them to ruin your reputation. But if it really is them, I don't want to see such people again. They're like the dregs of the 5 grains, foul and unbearable. Hearing Quan Xingnan's description, Grandmother Qin, who was present, burst into laughter, while Hu Xuedong's eyes were filled with boundless tenderness. What was a meeting of minds? This was probably it, using the same words to describe each other's importance. Grandmother Qin was also very pleased to hear the concern in Quan Xingnan's words for Hu Xuedong. She looked at the time and said, "Sweetheart, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll have the nanny make it for you." "Mom, we won't be eating here tonight," Hu Xuedong said. "The culprit hasn't been caught yet, and the evening paper's distribution will take some time. If we stay longer, more people will come to pry for information." While Quan Xingnan was napping, quite a few neighbors had come under the guise of visiting to actually snoop. Grandmother Qin had uniformly responded that they would let things take their natural course. The reports about a forced marriage due to pregnancy were causing a huge stir outside, and since Quan Xingnan was indeed pregnant, they simply couldn't deny it. Denying it now would mean slapping their own faces when they later announced the pregnancy. End of chapter. Chapter 15-16, Pregnancy Revealed 12. By evening, the rush-printed evening newspapers went on sale. Leveraging the attention drawn by previous reports, sales of the evening papers were quite high, and the first thing that caught the eye was the newspaper's apology statement. It took up a large amount of space, every line filled with remorse, written in a truly heartfelt manner. A journalist's pen, really. Quan Xingnan's mind suddenly went blank, unable to think of an idiom to describe them. After a long pause, she said, "They can write the dead back to life and the living into death. They should speak fairly and justly for the people, yet for profit, they disregard all morality." Hu Xuedong was furious and would not let the newspaper off the hook just because of an apology statement. This newspaper had a notorious reputation in the industry, having done many shady things. It had published false reports that swayed public opinion, leading to victims unable to bear the pressure of public scrutiny and committing suicide. Previously, because Chen Pei's son married Zhang Yuan, gaining the backing of Yuan Jihong and her daughter, those who reported the newspaper's misconduct ended up in trouble themselves. Thus, during the return banquet, Quan Xingnan heard from her two brothers that Chen Pei had been taken in early that morning. Solid charges, solid evidence. He would be sentenced to at least 20 or 30 years, with all his assets confiscated. His son and daughter-in-law were left with only the wedding apartment they had bought when they got married, and they were currently arguing over it. Quan Xingnan's family was very satisfied with this outcome. They had refrained from acting, waiting to see Hu Xuedong's moves, but that didn't mean they weren't disgusted by Chen Pei and his newspaper's actions. Even if Chen Pei apologized, it couldn't erase the fact that he had harmed Quan Xingnan's reputation. Public opinion was a tricky thing. Once bad news spread, it quickly took root in people's minds. Even if the truth later came out and the person was proven innocent, it was still difficult to change the public's impression of them. So, when Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan planned to return to Hong Kong after the return banquet, no one stopped them. Before leaving, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan took the Phoenix coronet and a very small portion of their commonly used jewelry. The rest, along with other valuables, were stored in a bank safe deposit box. Antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were temporarily kept at the Tongxing Museum after being registered. As soon as they returned to Tongxing Palace, they were faced with a stack of newspapers. Aside from coverage of the century wedding, reports about a shotgun wedding were endless. Apparently, inspired by Chen Pei's earlier report, everyone was now speculating whether Quan Xingnan was pregnant. Opinions varied, and many were calculating how much property the trillion-dollar baby would inherit in the future. These paparazzi are just so annoying. Old Madame Hu said, unable to help herself after fussing over her nephew's wife. Quan Xingnan comforted her, "Why bother arguing with them? Getting angry over them isn't worth it." Old Madame Hu's anger subsided a little, and she turned to Hu Xuedong, saying, "I heard from your mother about what happened in the capital. Have you found out the details? Where did that mother-daughter pair, the Yuans, get their information?" Hu Xuedong's expression was grim. "It was my oversight. One of the makeup artist's assistants was a classmate of Yuan Wei. Her brother had been pursuing Yuan Wei, so when Yuan Wei asked about the wedding scene, she told Yuan Wei everything. She casually mentioned that all the cosmetics used at the wedding had undergone strict testing. They had to be gentle and free of any harmful ingredients. Yuan Wei was actually quite clever and tactful. Based on that tiny clue, she deduced that Quan Xingnan was pregnant. She then casually leaked the information to Zhang Yuan, leading to everything that followed. There will be 12 updates tomorrow, not today. That's all for now. I am but a mortal, with mortal affairs to attend to. End of this chapter. Chapter 15-17, Western Wedding 1. No one expected that it all stemmed from the makeup assistant who had signed a confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing Hu Xuedong's words, both old Madame Hua and Quan Xingnan were momentarily stunned. Should this be called details determine success or failure? So that's how it was. Old Madame Hua frowned. since a confidentiality agreement was signed, promising not to disclose anything about the wedding to outsiders, then this person should bear the consequences. Don't cooperate with someone like this in the future. Generally speaking, workers who sign such agreements receive compensation far above industry standards, so they are usually happy to sign. The makeup assistant who lost the Hua family's cooperation would no longer be able to work in this industry, and no one else would hire her. Quan Xingnan felt a bit reluctant. Wouldn't it be too harsh to blacklist her like this? Old Madame Hua was pleased by her kindness, but still earnestly taught her, it's not about blacklisting. Our Hua family hasn't publicly declared a ban on her. We simply won't cooperate with someone like this anymore. Whether she succeeds or fails in the future is entirely up to her. Whether others choose to work with her or not has nothing to do with us. Although it's said that correcting a mistake is a great virtue, some things, once done, are irreversible. That's why we should be strict with ourselves, think carefully before making any decision or taking any action, and especially consider the consequences. Just like me and fourth brother, if we had been able to control ourselves, we wouldn't have gotten into this trouble now. Quan Xingnan joked, her face as radiant as a peach blossom, her cheeks blooming with spring. Old Madame Hua and Hua Xuedong were taken aback and asked in unison, do you regret it? Of course I don't regret it. Quan Xingnan blurted out. Noticing her husband's anxiety, she couldn't help but smile. If I said I didn't regret it at all, that would be too fake. Because being pregnant before marriage ultimately affects fourth brother's image, and in turn affects the group. I wonder how the stock price is doing now. The more public a figure is, the more they must be mindful of their every move. Just as Aunt said, we must be strict with ourselves. But I don't regret being with fourth brother at all. Not one bit. I'm just a little worried that someone might follow my example of being pregnant before marriage, but not be as lucky as I was to meet a good man like fourth brother. Hearing this, old Madame Hua was even more pleased, because it was genuine, not just lip service. Hua Xuedong breathed a sigh of relief. He had been terrified, thinking this little one regretted marrying him and regretted the unexpected surprise. Since you're concerned about external perceptions, then bear with it for a while. Rest at home to stabilize the pregnancy, and even after 3 months, delay the public announcement. Old Madame Hua quickly came up with a plan. A twin belly is naturally bigger than a single pregnancy, and twins usually arrive early, by a month or 2. Outsiders won't think too much about it. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, have you forgotten about the various examination reports? Those are real information. Old Madame Hua waved her hand. The doctors are people we trust. They won't gossip. Let fourth brother ask them again later. Besides, we're not deliberately fabricating the size of the babies. We're just delaying the announcement of the good news. As for what outsiders think, that's their business and has nothing to do with their family. Just like the newspaper owner's apology statement, he only admitted that he had published the news without obtaining accurate information, but he made no further explanation about whether Quan Xingnan was actually pregnant. End of chapter. Chapter 1518, Western Wedding 2. As they say, old ginger is spicier. After Quan Xingnan returned to Hong Kong, her morning sickness became quite severe. Every day began with vomiting, mostly dry heaving, so she stayed at home to rest, rarely leaving the house. She spent her days reading, admiring flowers, practicing calligraphy, painting, or picnicking and fishing with the old lady in the garden of Tongsheng Palace, living a leisurely and carefree life. Hua Xuedong, on the other hand, had to face the outside world, work matters, private interviews, and wedding preparations. The wedding venue was chosen to be the Hua family mansion, convenient for Quan Xingnan to rest. Unlike in the capital, this time they opted for a Western-style wedding, inviting prominent figures from all walks of life. The date was set for September 15th on the solar calendar, which corresponded to August 18th on the lunar calendar. A little over a week before the wedding, the Western-style wedding gown and shoes were delivered to Tongsheng Palace. The custom-made gown, hand-stitched, had been ordered by Hua Xuedong long ago. Originally expected to be completed by the end of the year for a spring wedding the following year, the production team worked overtime to finish it early due to their wedding being moved up. They added extra staff and hours, but did not charge extra fees, as Quan Xingnan was also one of their shareholders. The shares originally belonged to Hua Xuedong, but hadn't he gifted them to Quan Xingnan recently? Now she was their boss. Despite the rushed production, the gown remained unique, dreamlike, and exquisitely beautiful. It was a classic off-shoulder wedding gown, pure white tulle and lace, with a long train. It subtly revealed her shoulders without baring her chest or back, making the bride look elegant, poised, and dignified. When Quan Xingnan tried it on, the fit was perfect. The fluffy skirt just concealed her still flat belly. Beautiful. And Hui and the female staff member assisting Quan Xingnan exclaimed in unison. The woman before them was perhaps the most beautiful bride they had ever seen, her happiness radiating from her brows and eyes in a way no one else could match. Quan Xingnan looked at herself in the mirror, lips slightly pursed, smiling sweetly. Was that her in the mirror? She was so happy that she seemed to exude a sweet fragrance. And Hui brought over a jewelry box. Annie, put on the jewelry and let us admire the effect. All right. Quan Xingnan turned around. And Hui and her two assistants stepped forward immediately, carefully helping her put on the diamond tiara, diamond earrings, and diamond necklace one by one. They moved with great caution, as even the cheapest diamond earrings would require years of hard work in their careers to afford. Of course, that didn't apply to Hui, who was now worth billions. The main stones were flawless, perfectly cut vivid pink diamonds, perfectly matching Quan Xingnan's wedding ring. The largest main stone on the tiara was a pigeon egg-sized diamond weighing about 36 carats, reportedly cut meticulously over 2 years. The main stones of the necklace, earrings, and necklace, and possibly Quan Xingnan's wedding ring, all came from the same rough diamond. One could imagine how massive and valuable that original stone must have been, yet the designer had ruthlessly cut it. But it had to be said, paired with top-grade white accent diamonds, it was absolutely stunning. The accent diamonds varied in size, all D-color, if clarity, 3x cut, with exceptional fire. The entire set sparkled brilliantly, almost blinding to the eyes. Absolutely gorgeous, Mrs. Hua. Mr. Hua truly treasures you, one of Hui's assistants couldn't help saying, her eyes gleaming almost as brightly as the dazzling diamond jewelry. You must be the most beautiful and happiest bride in the world. End of chapter. Chapter 1519, Western Wedding 3. Quan Xingnan looked at herself in the mirror and smiled faintly. Although her face was bare of makeup, her skin was fair with a rosy glow, giving a crystalline and translucent impression. And Hui took photos while directing an assistant to bring the wedding shoes for Quan Xingnan to put on. A pair of crystal shoes, studded with diamonds. The heels were not very high, not the common stiletto style. Quan Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief and happily put on the shoes with the help of the female assistant, hiding them under her skirt, unable to see the effect on her feet. The female assistant was used to most brides wearing stilettos and couldn't help saying, it would look even better with stilettos. They would make the bride appear taller and her posture more graceful. I remember Annie has never worn stiletto heels. Even when she occasionally dresses up for public occasions to match her outfit, her leather shoes don't have high heels. Hua probably considered this and customized these crystal shoes. And Hui thought that although Quan Xingnan was pregnant, the wedding shoes and dress had been started long ago, so the only explanation was that Quan Xingnan didn't like wearing high heels. Quan Xingnan nodded. I've been studying all along, so my usual clothes and shoes are mostly casual. After she became pregnant, Xiuedong told her it was fortunate they had considered her dislike of stilettos beforehand and customized these crystal shoes. Otherwise, they would have had to buy new wedding shoes at the last minute. And Hui said enviously, Hua is really good to you, down to the smallest detail. Is Zhang not good to you? Quan Xingnan retorted. We received a generous gift personally delivered by Zhang at our engagement. Be careful or I'll tattle to him. And Hui glared at her fiercely, then picked up the prepared camera and took a few photos. Back and forth, she circled Quan Xingnan, capturing her beauty from various angles. Annie, even though you're my boss now, my sales skills are strong. You can't bully me for being tongue-tied. Be careful or I'll quit, but of course, that's impossible. Quan Xingnan found it both exasperating and amusing. And Hui put down the camera and asked the female assistant to help Quan Xingnan remove her jewelry, wedding dress, and shoes. Together with the staff in charge of the wedding dress fitting, they hung the dress properly and returned the jewelry and shoes to their places. Then she urged Quan Xingnan to try on the dragon and phoenix gown and embroidered shoes. These were custom-made in Chaos-on, taking a total of 1 year and 2 months from design to embroidery to final garment. The gold and silver thread embroidery was very dense, with no trace of red silk base visible. Another priceless gown. The pearls and gems are all top grade. And Hui said with a smile. It can be passed down to future generations as wedding attire, carrying great significance, just like your phoenix coronet and cape. Do you know how many people outside want to admire your phoenix coronet and cape? I've heard of countless ones myself. As she spoke, she glanced at the phoenix coronet and embroidered shoes placed in a glass cabinet and the cape hanging behind the glass. At this moment, they were all in Quan Xingnan's spacious dressing room. 3 connected rooms and 2 halls, comparable to a luxury mansion, with shoe cabinets, clothing cabinets, bag cabinets, jewelry cabinets, etc., all fully stocked, neatly arranged, and spotlessly clean, allowing for easy selection of matching clothing and accessories at any time. And Hui's gaze constantly swept over the rows of designer bags in the glass cabinets, expensive limited edition platinum diamond bags worth millions, cheaper ones costing tens of thousands, in every color and style, suitable for all seasons. No matter what style of clothes or shoes she chose, she could always pick a bag with a matching color and style. End of chapter. Chapter 1520, Western Wedding 4. Noticing in Huey's reaction and knowing her passion for designer bags, Kwon Sheng-an found it quite amusing and generously said, some of these bags were gifted by the brand, others were given by people. If you like them, you can pick a few to take home, I'm giving them to you. Most haven't even been opened, and the packaging is still intact. She wouldn't give away ones she had used herself, that would be impolite. The bags Hua Xuedong and her family had given her, or ones she had bought herself, were stored in another dressing room. They weren't as numerous or as expensive as these, the priciest ones were probably a few $100,000 and were only bought for matching outfits. Really giving them to me? Not afraid I'll pick the most expensive ones. And Huey's eyes lit up. Kwon Sheng-nan laughed. Pick whatever you like. How expensive could the priciest one be? You pick a few, and then let each of these staff members pick one as thanks for helping me try on wedding dresses today. Her generosity earned her tearful gratitude from the 2 female assistants and the fitting staff. But they all had good sense, each choosing one based on their own preferences and needs, none exceeding 100,000 yuan. And Hui picked 5 bags, the cheapest a few tens of thousands, the expensive ones a few $100,000, but the most expensive was a diamond-studded bag worth several million, a global limited edition with only 10 in existence. She had always wanted it but could never buy it, so finding it here was an unexpected delight. Taking such an expensive bag from Kwon Sheng-an for free made her a bit embarrassed, but she planned to give a generous gift in return at the wedding. Reciprocity, that's how it worked. She wasn't short on money, so she certainly wouldn't take advantage of Kwon Sheng-an. Just as she had bought Kwon Sheng-an many things before, including ultra-thin contraceptives, Kwon Sheng-an had later repaid her in other ways. After picking her favorite bags, and Hui helped Kwon Sheng-an take off the Dragon and Phoenix gown and change into loungewear. Not trying on jewelry? Gold naturally paired best with the Dragon and Phoenix gown. Gold jewelry had always been a traditional accessory in the country, exquisitely crafted and stunningly beautiful. No, I'm a bit tired, Kwon Sheng-an said. And Hui quickly replied, if you're tired, rest well. It doesn't matter whether you try them or not, Mr. Hua had them custom made for you, so how could they not match? Even if this set isn't good enough, you have countless beautiful pieces of jewelry to pair with it. Kwon Sheng-an nodded. As soon as she sat down, Sister Jiang brought over several bowls of fruit soup. Madam, Mrs. Zheng and the ladies have been trying on clothes for so long, please sit down and have something to eat. The Hua family had their own rules. When guests were in the house, they were always offered the same food as the host. Kwon Sheng-nan wasn't eating for just herself now. She got hungry quickly, eating at least 5 meals a day, plus afternoon tea and fruit snacks. Thank you, Sister Jiang. And Hui naturally took a bowl first and handed it to Kwon Sheng-nan, then took one for herself, and called out to the female assistants and staff, don't waste Mrs. Hua's kindness, let's eat before we head back. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hua, thank you, Sister Jiang. The staff who could work at Tongxing Palace were all sharp. After eating half a bowl of fruit soup, and Hui suddenly remembered Hua Xuedong. By the way, Annie, I've been here most of the day and haven't seen Mr. Hua. Doesn't he need to try on the groom suit? Kwon Sheng-nan smiled. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up? He went back to the capital to deliver holiday gifts. Due to her health condition, everyone wouldn't let her travel back and forth, but Hua Xuedong insisted on going to give gifts to her parents. It was a custom and a proper formality. The first gift-giving after marriage had to be done. More to come tonight. Although I wrote about the female lead being pregnant before marriage, I don't advise anyone to follow suit. Really, because we're all ordinary people, and it's unlikely we'll meet a good man like Hua Xuedong, who stays consistent before and after marriage. In real life, many couples live together and have children before marriage, but never end up getting married. In a tiny minority of cases, it's the woman's fault. Most of the time, the man doesn't want to marry. Really, I have a cousin who had a child before reaching marriageable age, lived together, held a wedding, but couldn't get the certificate, and now the man has gotten a certificate with someone else. End of chapter. Chapter 1521, Western Wedding 5. Hua Xuedong took off from Hong Kong in the early hours of the morning and caught a flight back that same evening. It was already late at night when he arrived home. Even though Hua Xuedong moved quietly and only turned on the light in the entryway, Kwon Sheng-nan still noticed and opened her sleepy eyes. Fourth brother, you're back? Why didn't you come back tomorrow? Pushing yourself like this, your body won't be able to handle it. I missed you and couldn't bear to leave you alone in an empty room. Besides, I dozed off a little on the plane. Hua Xuedong naturally kissed her, glanced at his watch under the entryway light, it was just past 2 in the morning, and said, I'm going to take a shower. You go back to sleep. Oh. Kwon Sheng-nan was extremely tired and closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep. By the time Hua Xiuedong finished showering and drying his hair, it was already past 3 when he returned to the bedroom. Quan Xingnan's cheeks were rosy, and she was sleeping soundly. Hua Xiuedong held her in his arms and slept until dawn. When he opened his eyes, he saw Quan Xingnan's face, radiant with a smile. "Fourth brother, you're awake?" Quan Xingnan had woken up earlier than Hua Xiuedong, but she felt too lazy to get up. "You came back so late. Get some more rest." Hua Xiuedong smiled and said, "No, there's a meeting at the company at 10 o'clock that I need to handle personally." Quan Xingnan sighed. "Fourth brother, don't work too hard." Thinking about it, she felt her own words were a bit off and couldn't help blushing. If he didn't work hard, what would happen to all the employees under the Hua group? But with 2 weddings in a row, all she did at home was eat and sleep. While he was busy and bustling, even an Iron Man couldn't take it. "Fourth brother, you need to take care of yourself." Quan Xingnan took his hand, her eyes full of concern. Hua Xiuedong held her hand back. "Wife, that's not right. You should call me husband. Fourth brother is a thing of the past." Quan Xingnan immediately corrected herself. "Husband, husband, husband." 3 calls in a row made Hua Xiuedong's heart bloom, and his only response was to give her a deep kiss. "I haven't brushed my teeth," Quan Xingnan said drowsily. "It's fine, neither have I. Neither of us needs to complain about the other's bad breath." Quan Xingnan reached out and hit him. They didn't fool around for long and soon got up to wash up and head downstairs for breakfast. To accommodate Quan Xingnan's appetite, and because the elders were getting on in years, breakfast was very nutritious and healthy. After Hua Xiuedong left for work, old Master Hua went off to play chess with someone, and old Madam Hua said to Quan Xingnan, "In a couple of days, the other branches of the Hua family will start arriving one after another. They'll definitely come to visit your uncle and me." Quan Xingnan asked in surprise, "They're not staying at our house? We have plenty of guest rooms. I can have someone clean them up." Old Madam Hua smiled at that. "No, they won't stay. Each of them has their own private life, you know. Staying here morning and night would be too restrictive. Young people don't have much in common with an old woman like me or your uncle, that old man. But fourth brother has arranged for them to stay at our family's hotel, which is no worse than staying here." Most importantly, Quan Xingnan was pregnant now, and they didn't want guests disturbing her as she rested. The Hua family was large, and with many people came many complications. Back when she and old Master Hua had no children of their own, the elders of the Hua clan had frequently come to persuade them to adopt a child from the family, so that the Hua family's assets wouldn't fall into outsiders' hands. About 30 years ago, they adopted Hua Xiuedong, and there was plenty of opposition from within the Hua clan. End of this chapter. Chapter 1522, Western Wedding 6. Back then, the situation in the country wasn't great. Although old Master Qin held a high position and wielded great power, he had little freedom during that special period. On top of that, old Madam Hua came from the Hua family and suffered a lot of backlash because of it. As a result, the Hua family's collateral branches didn't take Hua Xiuedong seriously at all. It was only in recent years, as the country developed rapidly and Hua Xiuedong displayed exceptional talent and a strong hand, that they backed off. When the country was poor and backward, there were certainly many overseas Chinese who cared deeply about their homeland, but there were also those who worshipped foreign things and looked down on their own country, turning their noses up at it. When the nation is strong, everything is strong. That was one of the reasons Hua Xiuedong went out of his way to help the mainland after taking over the Hua group. And although old Master Hua and old Madam Hua never returned to the mainland after settling in Hong Kong, they had already invested heavily in the mainland when the country's open-door policy began. The amount of money they had donated over the years was too vast to even count. Old Madam Hua told Quan Xingnan all this so she would be aware. Some people have lived abroad for so long that they're reluctant to come back. Hong Kong is still fine, it's an international metropolis, so they're happy to come. That's why there are so many Hua family members attending this wedding. Not all of them are good people, so don't take their gossip to heart. In the capital, there were 20 or 30 Hua descendants at my and fourth brother's wedding, and they had good attitudes. Quan Xingnan said. Aside from a few families, keep the rest at arm's length. Don't treat them as close. People, after all, are all experts at seeking benefits and avoiding harm. What kind of scene was your wedding with Old Fourth in the capital? Most of the country's political figures attended. Your in-laws are highly respected, and your own parents are extraordinary. Would they dare to say a single word out of line? Old Madam Hua's words were blunt, but her meaning was clear. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly and nodded. I understand, Aunt. Don't worry, I've never been one to take a loss. You, a person of great value, shouldn't put yourself in harm's way. If they say something rude or act disrespectfully, don't confront them directly. Tell Otto, and let him deal with them. They've been eyeing your uncles and my estate before, and now they're probably very unhappy that Otto has given all his assets to you, old Madam Hua said seriously. Quan Xingnan took it to heart. Don't worry, I won't joke with my own safety. Good, you are the most important. Everything else is trivial. The next morning, Quan Xingnan woke up very late. By the time she got up, Hua Xiuedong had already left. She didn't even know when he had gone. After changing into her loungewear and heading downstairs, she saw 5 strangers sitting in the living room, 3 men and 2 women. The men were all quite old, the eldest around 50, whom she had met in the capital. His name was Hua Zhaoji, and the other 2 were around 40. Of the 2 women, one was about 40, and the other looked 26 or 27. The older one still had traces of charm, dressed in glittering jewelry, while the younger one had fair skin, a beautiful face and long legs, dressed exquisitely and tastefully with a strong sense of fashion. When Quan Xingnan called out, "Aunt," the 2 men around 40 frowned slightly. The older woman's expression wasn't great either. She said to old Madame Hua, "Grand-aunt, in our Hua family, there's no rule where the elders rise early while the younger one still lays in bed." She directly aimed her words at Quan Xingnan. "I'm off to exercise now. There's more tonight, and I'll finish everything around 11. Report complete." End of chapter. Chapter 1523, Western Wedding 7. Quan Xingnan raised an eyebrow. Was this directed at her? She found it quite amusing. After all, the entire Hua group was currently in her hands. To dare speak like this took considerable courage, and she had to admire that. Self-awareness was a valuable trait, and clearly, this woman lacked it. Old Master Hua's expression darkened. Before Quan Xingnan could respond, old Madame Hua shot back directly. "What a coincidence. In our Hua family, we've never had a daughter-in-law who dared to be disrespectful and make veiled jabs at her elders." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Zhaoji scolded his wife, Lin Wanting. "Wanting, how are you speaking? Apologize to Annie at once." Hua Xiuedong was the younger uncle, so Quan Xingnan was naturally the younger aunt, wasn't she? Hearing her husband's words, Lin Wanting's expression soured. But noticing old Madame Hua's grim face, she relented. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm just someone who speaks bluntly." Quan Xingnan smiled faintly, her tone light and breezy. "Blunt? That's fine. I forgive your bluntness. It's a wonderful word, really, because so many people use it to cover up their hurtful remarks. If someone takes issue with it, they're labeled narrow-minded. I'd rather not bear that reputation, so I won't hold it against you." If someone targeted her, did they expect her to pretend nothing happened? How entitled were they? Sorry, but Quan Xingnan had never been the saintly type to smile back when slapped in the face. At her words, the 5 Hua family members present, except for old Madame Hua, changed expressions instantly, a mix of shame, anger, and resentment. The younger women, however, watched Quan Xingnan with keen interest. "Grandmother," Hua Zhaoji turned to old Madame Hua. "Please say a good word for Wanting. She's just born with this kind of mouth." Old Madame Hua replied with a puzzled tone, "What do I need to say?" "Hua Zhaoji, hasn't Nanan already forgiven your wife's sharp tongue? Our Nanan may be young, but she's sincere and always carries herself with the grace of an elder. Since she said she won't hold a grudge over a junior's rudeness, she truly won't. People say ambition matters not in age, but in resolve. With a leader like her, your grandfather and I couldn't be happier." "That's right." Old Master Hua nodded beside her, tapping his yellow rosewood cane lightly on the floor. "The foundation of our branch's fortune was laid after my marriage, carried forward by Audong, and with Nanan's help, we became the wealthiest family in Hong Kong. Now that Audong and Nanan are married, what does it matter who holds the assets?" "I'm delighted." Hearing this, Hua Zhaoji and the others looked even more grim. Clearly, they were thinking of the Hua family's hundreds of billions in assets now under Quan Xingnan's control. They had tolerated it when the assets were with Hua Xiuedong. After all, he had a good father, a brother poised for power, and had been adopted into old Master Hua's lineage as a Hua. But for Quan Xingnan, an outsider, to hold them? No one could stomach that. An outsider, why should she possess the Hua family's hundreds of billions? And that was just the Hua group. There were countless other untold fortunes. Not 1 billion, not 2, not 10 or 100 such immense wealth. As members of the Hua family, who would willingly watch an outsider become Hong Kong's new richest person by owning it all? Around 11 o'clock, around 11 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 1524, Western Wedding 8. Jealousy drives people mad, especially when something they could have had a share of is possessed by someone else. The storms that old Master Hua and old Madame Hua had weathered were far beyond what these younger generations could compare to. They were the sharpest of the sharp. They could see through the thoughts of everyone present, but what did that have to do with them? Old Madame Hua calmly waved at Quan Xingnan. "Sister Jiang has finished simmering the bird's nest porridge with rock sugar and osmanthus. Go eat first." "Aunt, have you and Uncle eaten?" Quan Xingnan didn't immediately head to the dining room. "We've both eaten, had sea cucumber porridge." "Go on, eat quickly, don't starve yourself." "All right." Quan Xing'an sat in the dining room, which was connected to the living room, and could see the living room scene from where she was. She picked up a silver spoon, stirred the bird's nest porridge in the ceramic bowl, watching a pinch of golden osmanthus scatter and blend into the porridge. She waited until it had cooled a bit before scooping it into her mouth. The taste was as sweet, smooth, and delicious as always. "Madam, these are freshly baked egg tarts. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted some?" Sister Jiang said with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Jiang." Quan Xing'an smiled at her, finished the porridge, and picked up an egg tart. After finishing one, she praised, "Sister Jiang, your skill is as good as ever. The egg tarts you make are among the best I've ever had. Can we have bird's nest egg tarts tomorrow morning? I'd like some 8 treasure porridge." Sister Jiang beamed. "Thank you for the compliment, madam. I'll make whatever you want to eat. Bird's nest egg tarts tomorrow morning, I've noted it. What would you like for lunch, madam?" "Today's amberjack is very fresh, wild-caught, not farmed." "I don't like raw fish," Quan Xing'an frowned. Aside from fruits and some vegetables that can be eaten raw, she disliked all raw meat and fish. Sister Jiang paused, then quickly smiled and said, "Amberjack can also be grilled after deboning, brushed with sauce. It's very delicious." Hearing the word grilled, Quan Xing'an's mouth watered. "Then have it grilled and brought up." "Very well, madam." Sister Jiang stepped back a few paces, and Quan Xing'an continued eating. The bird's nest porridge was in a very small bowl, far from enough to fill her up, so Sister Jiang had prepared other porridge dishes as well. Hua Zhaoji and the others, overhearing her conversation with Sister Jiang, were green with envy. "Granduncle, grandaunt, is little aunt's daily life always this extravagant?" "Bird's nest, amberjack, nothing but nourishing delicacies," Lin Wanting said, still indignant. Their family had been in the United States for years, but they weren't particularly clever or capable, and with the heavy taxes there, their life wasn't as glamorous as it appeared. It was rare for them to afford expensive nourishing items in daily life. She glanced down at the jewelry she wore, only daring to put it on when going out for big occasions. It looked sparkling and luxurious, but in truth, the gems and diamonds had long lost their luster, carrying a hint of decay. In contrast, Quan Xing'an was simply dressed in a light blue loungewear set, wearing slippers, with a diamond ring worth more than her entire outfit. If her family could get just a tiny bit of the Hua family's wealth, even 1,000th or 100th of it, it would be enough for them to live like upper-class people, no longer having to toil and struggle for a living. She looked up at Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, her gaze burning, hoping they would order Hua Xiwedding to take back his gifts to Quan Xing'an because of her extravagance. Then they could flatter Hua Xiwedding properly, and maybe if he was happy, he would give them some living expenses to ease their financial burden. She had heard that Hua Xiwedding had extended a helping hand to many struggling members of the clan. End of chapter. Chapter 1525, Western Wedding 9. Upon hearing this, Old Madam Hua said with curiosity, "The threadfin is just a type of sea fish, a kind of food. When did it become classified as an expensive nourishing product? Although bird's nest is nourishing, its price isn't that high, and everyone can afford it. Luxury? It's far from being luxurious." Although Quan Xing'an possessed a great deal of assets, she only wore some expensive jewelry when going out or attending social engagements. In her home life, she was very frugal and never extravagant. She enjoyed eating top-tier ingredients, but she also went to street stalls with Hua Xiwedding. After finishing her meal and rinsing her mouth, Quan Xing'an walked over and sat beside Old Madam Hua, smiling. "Since my niece-in-law considers bird's nest a nourishing delicacy, let Steward Tang pack a few boxes of bird's nest for her to take away. It's a small token of our goodwill as elders." Good, good, good. This is the magnanimous style befitting our Hua family." Old Madam Hua patted her hand. There was no need to lower oneself to argue with others when faced with their hostility. She was certain that once these birds' nests reached Hua Zhaoji and his wife, Lin Wanting would be in a dilemma, neither able to eat them nor refuse them, while Quan Xing'an would gain a good reputation. "What? You say outsiders wouldn't know about family matters?" Of course they would. Sometimes, the Hua family staff could be quite loose-lipped. Steward Tang, who had been nowhere to be seen, magically appeared in the living room and bowed. "Very well, old madam. I've already instructed someone to prepare the bird's nest and load it into the cars for the young masters and young ladies. Unfortunately, there was only one threadfin, and it has already been confirmed for madam's menu. Otherwise, I could have invited the young masters and young ladies to taste it. But it's fine, it's available for purchase outside. Although it's farmed, the flavor is still very delicious. I've also notified the hotel to prepare sashimi for the young masters and young ladies. The threadfin is a world-class expensive sea fish that grows in warm seas. Late summer to early autumn is the best season to enjoy it. Wild threadfin is extremely scarce, which has led to the rise of aquaculture. Even farmed threadfin is not cheap. The hotel obediently prepared sashimi and delivered it to the Hua family members staying at the hotel. At the same time, the events that transpired at the Hua residence involving Hua Zhaoji and his group were inadvertently leaked by the gossipy staff. Some Hua family members who maintained their dignity and had not fallen out with Hua Xuedong's branch felt embarrassed. Knowing full well that Hong Kong Island was the Hua family's domain, that the Hua family was ruled by Hua Xuedong's branch, and that Quan Xingnan was the apple of Hua Xuedong's eye, weren't they just asking for trouble? Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong were legally married and the legitimate owners of the Hua group. These people couldn't even ingratiate themselves with Quan Xingnan fast enough, yet here they were, going out of their way to offend her. Did they think they could show their faces at the wedding? Well, as it turned out, Hua Zhaoji and his group actually had the nerve to show up. At the wedding, members of every branch and lineage of the Hua family saw them there. The other two were Hua Zhaoji's younger brothers, one named Hua Zhaoming and the other Hua Zhaoyang. The young woman who appeared at the Hua residence was Hua Zhaoji's younger sister, Hua Zhaorong. The three of them had remained silent at the Hua residence and continued to hide in a corner at the wedding. In truth, the Hua family was vast and prosperous, with numerous branches. Hua Zhaoji was utterly unremarkable among them, lacking ability, status, talent, and any particular skill. He was just an ordinary person scraping by. Very few people even knew him. But after their words and actions at the Hua residence were leaked, they became known to everyone in the family. End of chapter. Chapter 1526, Western Wedding 10. Hua Zhaolei and Hua Xuedong's branch had a relatively good relationship, so they arrived earlier. He is a very outstanding figure among the collateral branches of the Hua family. Now that he also manages the assets of Hua Zhaoshan's branch, the merger of the two branches has doubled their wealth, making his financial power astonishing. As soon as he entered, many people greeted him. Hua Zhaoji was among them. Hua Zhaolei was someone he didn't even dare to look up to, and Hua Xuedong was even more out of reach. Hua Zhaoji, the name rolled around on Hua Zhaolei's tongue a few times before he spat it out, earning a surprised look from Hua Zhaoji. He said bluntly, "I've heard so much about you lately. You and your wife are outspoken and bold, admirable. But there's something wrong with your brain. You must have eaten bear heart and leopard gall and gotten delusions." Hua Zhaoji, though mediocre, wasn't stupid. He could clearly hear the mockery in Hua Zhaolei's words, and his face immediately changed. Before he could speak, his sister Hua Zhaorong came to drag him away. "Big brother, sister-in-law needs you for something." At the same time, she nodded to Hua Zhaolei as an apology. Hua Zhaolei always treated people and matters based on who they were. Since Hua Zhaorong wasn't that annoying, he nodded back at her and watched as she dragged Hua Zhaoji to a corner. "Brother, what kind of occasion is this? Can you just calm down? Haven't we been laughed at enough?" Hua Zhaorong was very angry, and what was even more speechless was that her sister-in-law was acting like a lunatic. Seeing the wedding scene, she kept muttering that if she had known Hua Xuedong liked young, tender girls, she would have introduced her own niece to Hua Xuedong, because her niece was a year or two younger than Quan Xingnan, beautiful and charming, and studying at a prestigious school. It wasn't just Hua Zhaorong, even Hua Zhaoming and Hua Zhaoyang wanted to roll their eyes. They came to the wedding because Hua Xuedong's wedding had no threshold, and they came hoping to find opportunities in life. The environment they lived in was different from that of the wealthy Hua family, so they had to rely on themselves to build connections. A single word from a rich person could represent huge opportunities and wealth, something they couldn't achieve with several lifetimes of effort. Wouldn't it be better to just behave? Come quietly, stay quietly at the hotel, eat quietly, attend the wedding, and drink the wine quietly, without spending a single cent of their own money. If they were lucky enough to catch the favor of a noble, even if they couldn't immediately rise to prominence, it would be a good start. Maintain the relationship with the noble, and why worry about their career not improving? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. A single hair from them is thicker than their own waist. So, the three siblings joined forces to restrain their eldest brother and sister-in-law, to prevent them from continuing to embarrass themselves at the scene. Today was the wedding of Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan in Hong Kong. Although it wasn't their first time holding it, it was still grand beyond compare. Throughout Hong Kong, nothing could overshadow the limelight of their wedding. Tongsheng Palace had been bustling since morning, with luxury cars gathering outside and a glamorous crowd inside. Celebrities from all walks of life gathered, and even the top political figures of Hong Kong appeared at the scene to congratulate the couple. Quan Anan and Wang Hui both came. How could the bride's family not show up for their only sister's wedding? Many distinguished guests who had attended the wedding in the capital also appeared at today's ceremony. For example, Chen Boying, who walked in with his wife and immediately smiled at Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, saying, "Congratulations. Hua Lassie, I wish you and Nanan a long and happy marriage, and may you have a son soon." "Thank you." Hua Xuedong happily invited them inside. He never tired of hearing that phrase. End of chapter. Chapter 1527, Western Wedding 11. Chen Boying said loudly, Nanan's parents couldn't travel abroad, and since you've already held a wedding in the capital, they didn't come. As Nanan's other father, do I have the right to walk her down the aisle and hand her over to you today? He had been looking forward to this day for a long time, finally able to act as a father. Who wouldn't want a daughter as beautiful and lovely as Quan Xingnan? Whatever makes you happy. Hua Xuedong immediately went to inform the MC to slightly adjust the process. According to the original plan, he and Quan Xingnan would walk up hand in hand. They were already legally married, and there was no need for the bride's parents to give her away. They were still very happy. However, now that Chen Boying had spoken, and he had always been good to Quan Xingnan, giving such a generous dowry, Hua Xuedong was happy to have another person cherish his wife. If he wanted to send his daughter off in marriage, so be it. He would give him that chance. Chen Boying immediately straightened his suit and kept asking his wife if he looked presentable. Ling Qiushui shook her head with a smile. He Deming arrived just a step behind Chen Boying and Ling Qiushui. As soon as Geng Weihua entered, she went straight to the dressing room to find Quan Xingnan. Congratulations, Nan. They hadn't attended the wedding in the capital, so this time they had to come no matter what, and they had to bring generous gifts. You look especially beautiful today. Terence will be utterly captivated when he sees you. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, thank you. She put on the beautiful and pure wedding gown and adorned herself with dazzling, brilliant jewelry. Her makeup was flawless, and her every move was impeccable. Meanwhile, Hua Xuedong had hired the most famous wedding MC in Hong Kong. After the opening, the MC said emotionally, the love between Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua is probably like this. You wait for me to bloom like a flower, and I accompany you until your hair turns white as snow. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome today's groom to the stage. The last two words were drawn out slowly. Hua Xuedong appeared on the stage at just the right moment. His sharp three-piece suit highlighted the charm of a mature man, calm, elegant, and timeless in demeanor. Is the groom happy today? The MC asked with a smile. Hua Xuedong smiled and said, happy. Even ecstasy cannot fully describe the joy of today. The MC, who was hosting the wedding as a favor without charging a single cent, dared not joke about Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Being able to appear at this wedding was already a blessing, and it would surely boost his reputation. So he quickly moved to the next segment, saying with a smile, then how about we hear the groom's declaration and thoughts? Or perhaps he can express his feelings to the bride. The audience below cheered loudly. Hua Xuedong held the microphone, and his deep voice resonated on the stage, calm and unhurried like a flowing stream. Many people are curious, given the age gap between us, with me already past 30 and her not yet 20, how do we end up together? Actually, it comes down to one phrase, fate is destined by heaven. My beloved and I met over a decade ago. When I say over a decade, it's not that I don't remember the exact year we met, but rather that I don't think it's necessary to share such details with everyone. Love did not sprout when she was young. Faced with a young, innocent, and carefree child, I think even if I were a beast, I wouldn't have such despicable thoughts. Hearing this, many in the audience smiled kindly. Unless someone is a pedophile, a normal man wouldn't develop such feelings for a child. Hua Xuedong was virtuous, elegant, and so perfect that he drove all the women in Hong Kong wild. Naturally, he wouldn't be that kind of person. There's still half a chapter left, haha, a bit later than expected. End of chapter. Chapter 1528, Western Wedding 12. Our families have been close for generations, often meeting and knowing each other well. Perhaps it was fate from a past life, when I saw her, graceful and poised, like a flower, ethereal as if not of this world, possessing the kindest and most crystal-clear heart under heaven, my heart suddenly raced. I knew that love had arrived without any preparation on my part. Because she is young, all the storms from the outside world fell upon her, and I tried my utmost, but couldn't shield her from every blade of wind and sword of frost. For this, I feel deeply sorry, because these are pressures I brought upon her. A trace of pain flickered across Hua Xuedong's face as he continued. The reason we can step into the hall of marriage today and receive everyone's blessings is that we never gave up easily despite the age gap, and it's because she has given so much. The outside world always says I'm the one making sacrifices, but in my eyes, it has always been her. Her existence gives me the courage to fight for the marriage and love I desire. I love her deeply. I am willing to give her everything I have and make a vow with her to never leave or abandon each other, life after life. Everyone present was moved. In truth, they had long known that Hua Xuedong loved Quan Xingnan, a love etched into his bones. But Hua Xuedong was inherently reserved, never speaking of it openly. This public declaration of love was rare and would surely never be seen again. The MC by Shuiqing pretended to wipe the corner of his eye and sniffled. This is truly touching. In Mr. Hua's view, a 3-life pact is too brief for their love. I wonder what Mrs. Hua's reaction will be. Now, let's welcome the bride to the stage. Applause and play the music. The wedding march began on cue. It was a very ordinary, common tune, but perhaps because it was performed by an international orchestra with top-tier instruments, it gave everyone present a sense of extraordinary grandeur, as if they were in a royal palace. Of course, they were indeed in Tongsheng Palace. Once the Hua family mansion, now Tongsheng Palace. The change of name, the naming of the new home, everything highlighted Hua Xuedong's love for Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan, holding Chen Boying's arm, slowly walked onto the stage, her long train held by two flower children, a boy and a girl, as petals and ribbons fell from above. Once she stood still on the stage, Quan Xingnan let Chen Boying place her hand into Hua Xuedong's outstretched one. A Tong, today I hand her over to you on behalf of his parents. May you stay together forever, growing old side by side. Rest assured, and thank you for bringing Nan to my side. And Hui, watching from below with tear-filled eyes, happened to notice Liang Wenjuan's slightly melancholic expression. She raised an eyebrow but didn't have the heart to mock her, so she said, Sylvia, you find it touching too, don't you? They suit each other well. Liang Wenjuan quickly composed her expression, showing the pride of a strong woman. She was dressed exceptionally elegantly today, radiant as a peach blossom, but she didn't outshine the bride and groom. The wedding dress and matching diamond jewelry were dazzling, the dragon and phoenix gown and its accompanying gold ornaments were striking. Yet none could overshadow the bride and groom. Even as they knelt to bow to old Master Hua and old Madam Hua, they remained the center of everyone's attention. Good, good, good. Old Master Hua and old Madam Hua, dressed in dark red five-blessing gowns, spoke in unison, their faces beaming. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's wedding had finally come to a perfect conclusion. And then came the perfect life of eating, drinking, loving, and raising little ones. The chapter ends. Chapter 1529, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness 1. After 2 consecutive weddings, everyone was utterly exhausted, except for the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Hua and Quan Xingnan, who was resting during her pregnancy. After the guests left, it took 2 full days to restore Tongxing Palace to its usual tranquility. The elderly Hua couple and Quan Xingnan quickly recovered their energy, as they hadn't been overly burdened in the first place. During this time, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan gave generous red envelopes to their secretaries, bodyguards, and household staff, doubling their monthly salaries. Employees under the Hua group also received red envelopes and wedding candies of certain amounts, and even the media personnel who had desperately tried to sneak into Tongxing Palace for photos on the wedding day were included. The doctors and assistants who had examined Quan Xingnan earlier had never leaked any information, and Hua Xuedong had Qin, the secretary, personally deliver wedding candies to them. As newlyweds, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had no leisure time. Many distinguished guests who had taken time out of their busy schedules to attend the wedding in Hong Kong came from all over the world. Some of them, including a small number of Hua family members, did not leave immediately after the wedding. Thus, Hua Xuedong still had to play host, accompanying them on tours of Hong Kong, discussing business projects, or attending social events. Quan Xingnan was 12 weeks pregnant, and her pregnancy was stable. Occasionally, she would join Hua Xuedong in entertaining these friends. Typically, women carrying a single child begin to show around 4 months, some even at 5 months. But since she was carrying twins, her lower abdomen was already slightly protruding before the end of her first trimester. So, whenever she attended private gatherings, she chose loose, comfortable casual clothing, easily concealing her belly. Although gossip was rampant outside, everyone present was of high status and wouldn't stare at Quan Xingnan's belly. After all, such matters were best left to nature. Annie, aren't you and Mr. Hua going on a honeymoon? And Hui asked while playing with her son. They were at the largest golf course in Hong Kong. The men and some of their female companions were playing golf on the course, while Hui had brought her son and was chatting with Quan Xingnan over juice. Also present was Zhang Yifei. Yes, Annie, haven't you planned a honeymoon trip? No, my husband is too busy. Besides, we held 2 consecutive weddings, and before that, an engagement ceremony, one after another. We haven't even had time to catch our breath. Plus, many friends are still in Hong Kong, so we decided not to go on a honeymoon. We'll make up for it later when we have time. Quan Xingnan poked Zhong Yan's chubby cheeks, her big eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Josephine, your son is so adorable, and his reactions are so fun. Can he roll over now? When will he start walking? Zhong Yan was several months old, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, wearing a baseball cap. He was fair and chubby, his arms and legs segmented like freshly washed lotus roots. Thinking that she would welcome her own baby in about 6 months, Quan Xingnan's maternal instincts overflowed, and she gazed at Zhong Yan with tender eyes. And Hui held her son and said cheerfully, he can roll over now, but he often rolls over and can't roll back. His bones are still too soft, so he can't sit up yet. Speaking of her son, her face was full of tenderness, with no trace of the sharpness she showed when selling diamonds. Zhang Yifei said enviously, Josephine, you're living a good life. Are you still working? Wasn't Josephine working even before I got married? When I was trying on wedding dresses and gowns, Josephine delivered the custom jewelry my husband had ordered for me, Quan Shengnan said, admiring Josephine's decisiveness and confidence. End of chapter. Chapter 1530. Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity too. Of course, a woman must ensure her financial and personal independence. Financial security is the foundation of a woman's confidence in life, and Hui said seriously. A man's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Who knows if things might change one day? Not only do I work, but I also strive hard. If the day comes when he no longer wants me, I can bid him a graceful goodbye. And even if that day never comes, I can use the money I earn to buy bags, clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics with a clear conscience, without being accused of not earning a cent and only wasting money. Zhang Yifei said, you make a very good point. When Xiufan divorced Wang Jihao, that's exactly what he said about her, using it as a reason not to split their assets equally, claiming she only knew how to shop, had no job, no income, and relied entirely on him to support the family. How ridiculous. As if Xiufan hadn't contributed anything. Without her, would he be where he is today? Without her taking care of the elderly and children at home, could he have fought in the business world without any worries? If she hadn't been caring for the family, Xiufan would now be a career woman. But when it came time to divide the property, he denied all her contributions during the marriage. When women gather, there's no end to the gossip. Quan Shengnan quickly interjected, Sister Xiufan has moved on now, so let's not dwell on the past. Let's just see how far Mr. Wang can go. I've noticed Sister Xiufan often travels or goes shopping, and she looks much younger than before. Leaving a scumbag behind, no longer having to manage household chores or maintain relationships with social elites, living a carefree and comfortable life is the best skincare for a woman. And Hui added, let's not talk about unpleasant things. Are you two joining the autumn auction this year? The preview is in a few days. Interested in checking it out together? Of course. Quan Shengnan and Zhang Yifei said in unison. The auction house had already sent the promotional brochures to Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan. Together, they had their eyes on 7 auction items, 3 pieces of porcelain, 3 paintings and calligraphy works, and 1 piece of jadeite. The appreciation of jadeite in the future was unquestionable, and the paintings, calligraphy, and porcelain were no less impressive. Quan Shengnan wanted to bring her country's cultural relics back home and display them in museums for the public to appreciate, while Hu Xuedong simply adored them. He loved collecting and, even more, giving beautiful jadeite as gifts to his wife. And Hui overheard this and said, great. Let's go together then. The golf match came to an end. No one knew who won or lost, but everyone returned to rest, slightly sweaty. Seeing them chatting happily, Zhang Xiafeng asked, honey, what are you talking about that's so fun? Hearing his address to Hui, many people covered their mouths and chuckled, reminded of Hu Xuedong and Quan Shengnan. In truth, Zhang Xiafeng was quite helpless. And Hui was now entirely focused on taking care of their child. Her heart belonged only to their son, leaving no room for the child's father. In her eyes, he didn't even rank as high as their son's pinky finger, let alone compare to an outsider like Quan Shengnan. He couldn't even hope for her to go out with him. Today, he finally had a chance for the 3 of them to go out together, so he naturally cherished it. And Hui looked up at him and directly placed their son into his arms. We were discussing the autumn auction preview and planning to check it out. Great. I'll go with you then, Zhang Xiafeng said without hesitation upon hearing his wife's words. He generously added, when the auction happens, whatever you like, I'll bid on it for you. End of chapter. Chapter 1531. Dragon and Phoenix bringing prosperity 3. Upon hearing this, everyone present laughed and said, that won't do. What if we like it too? This auction company was an international one, with each spring and autumn auction featuring a plethora of genuine items, jewelry, art, and more, everything one could imagine. Dazzling to the eye. Given their distinguished status, they had all naturally received brochures and indeed had items they coveted. Some collected for pleasure, others for investment, but all demonstrated their sharp eye and boldness in making moves. And Hui glanced sideways at her husband, waiting to see how he would respond. Everyone present was a heavyweight, with astonishing financial resources. Naturally, it goes to the highest bidder. Zhang Xiafeng shrugged. As long as it's something my wife likes, I won't yield to any of you. When the time comes, the highest bidder wins. Fair and square. After all of you have exceptional taste, and the chances of eyeing the same item are far too high, so let the highest bidder take it. He repeated highest bidder 3 times, earning unanimous approval from the group. Right, the highest bidder wins. When the time comes, if someone else takes the item you like, don't complain. Who told you your finances couldn't match theirs? They chatted and laughed for a while, then sat down to rest, some drinking water, others juice. Hua Xiuedong had remained silent throughout, but he attentively poured juice for Quan Xingnan, refusing all cold items. Honey, I'm hungry. Quan Xingnan quietly tugged at the hem of Hua Xiuedong's sportswear. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she now ate 5 meals a day and felt hungry easily. Let's go eat right away. Have a little snack first. Hua Xiuedong pulled out some regular snacks from Quan Xingnan's small sports backpack, opened them, and placed them in her hand. Then he addressed everyone. I'm treating everyone to lunch. How about Jinlin Tower? I heard they've received plenty of fresh ingredients. Or Fuelinmen, you all choose the venue. Jiang Tao was the first to laugh. Let's go with Fuelinmen. Let someone else earn your money. Everyone knows you have shares in Jinlin Tower. No, wait, now it belongs to Mrs. Hua, not you. Since Fuelinmen was chosen, everyone got up to freshen up and tidy their appearance. Wearing sportswear to a formal dining setting would be inappropriate. Quan Xingnan suddenly called out to a foreigner named Mars, who owned an e-commerce company primarily focused on online platforms. Hua Xiuedong had previously transferred his shares to Quan Xingnan and recently bought more in his own name. Their relationship wasn't close, but shared interests made them business friends. Mars loved golf, which was why today's gathering was held here. Mars, Quan Xingnan began in fluent English with impeccable pronunciation. I suggest you switch to a different room when you go to the lounge to freshen up and change. Mars looked puzzled. Why, dear Annie? Zhang Xiafeng, holding his son in one arm and his wife's hand in the other, laughed. Mars, I suggest you take Annie's advice seriously. Although she had been busy with wedding preparations lately and hadn't continued to make a name in feng shui and divination, her past reputation proved her skills remained skills that wouldn't fade with time. All right, I'll remember that. He said he'd remember, but Mars didn't take it to heart. The result was that he ended up injured. End of chapter. Chapter 1532, Dragon and Phoenix bring prosperity for. Although it was not serious, just a small wound, everyone still considerately canceled the dinner. The top priority was to send Mars to the hospital. The person in charge of the golf course rushed out anxiously to apologize and took responsibility for all medical expenses. Annie, let's have a meal together when we're free. And Hui waved at Quan Xingnan. See you at the preview. Okay. Hua Xiuedong arranged for someone to take Quan Xingnan home for dinner, while she stayed behind to wait for Mars's wound to be bandaged before sending him back to the hotel. Quan Xingnan was very hungry, so she didn't insist on staying with him. Then don't forget to eat, you and Mars. I know. Be careful on the way. After Hua Xiuedong said this, she called and asked Sister Jiang to prepare dinner. By the time Quan Xingnan got home, the food was just being served. She washed her hands and sat down at the table. In front of Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, she ate a large bowl of rice, along with many dishes, especially the braised wild yellow croaker. She ate more than half of it by herself, and also quite a bit of the sweet and sour pork ribs. Good, good, good. Being able to eat is a blessing. Being able to eat is a blessing. Seeing her eat so heartily, Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua also had their appetites whetted and ate quite a bit of food as well. After eating and drinking her fill, Quan Xingnan patted her belly, feeling very satisfied. She had been starving all the way. Then, she started worrying about her figure. What if she ate too much and became very fat? She had seen too many cases of pregnant women gaining weight before childbirth and continuing to gain weight afterward. She should hire a reliable nutritionist to specially plan her meals, so she could stay healthy without gaining too much weight from excess calories. Old Madam Hua had no idea what she was thinking and said with concern, "Look how hungry you were. Didn't you bring any snacks suitable for a pregnant woman in your bag? Next time, unless it's necessary, don't go out. You can't eat or drink well, and you get tired easily. At home, if you want to eat or drink anything, just tell Manager Tang or Sister Jiang directly." "It's fine, Auntie. I'm not that delicate. Next time I'm hungry, I'll just eat directly." We made plans to go see the auction preview. Originally, we were going to have a meal today, but a friend got a minor injury, so we canceled the gathering. Upon hearing this, Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua quickly asked what had happened. After listening to the whole story, they both said, although the golf course bears some responsibility, he brought this bloody mishap upon himself by not listening to you. Quan Xingnan giggled. He'll learn from his mistakes. Are you attending this year's autumn auction? Old Madam Hua asked, recalling the brochures that had been delivered to the house. Yes, fourth brother, and I have our eyes on several auction items and want to bid on them. Old Madam Hua immediately said, then go ahead. If you don't have enough money, Auntie will give it to you. The autumn auction is usually scheduled for late September or early October, with the preview taking place 2 days earlier and lasting 3 days. By this time, most of the Hua family's guests had already left, including the injured Mars. Only a few with substantial financial resources stayed behind for the auction, so Hua Xuedong finally had time to accompany Quan Xingnan. Sweetheart, today we need to go to the hospital for a checkup. It had been 3 months now, and she would only feel at ease after the examination. Before the wedding in Hong Kong, Hua Xuedong had accompanied Quan Xingnan to the hospital for a fetal heartbeat check, and everything was normal. The doctor advised them to have a prenatal checkup every month from then on to monitor the fetus's growth. Although it hadn't been a full month since the last checkup, it was now exactly 3 months. 3 months is a milestone in pregnancy, and it's necessary to understand the fetus's condition. End of chapter. Chapter 1533, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Prosperity 5. Chapter 1533, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Prosperity 5. Quan Xingnan now does nothing but eat, sleep, or engage in prenatal education. She has little memory of her pregnancy dates. She remembers them at first, but forgets within a few days. Hua Xuedong is different. He remembers everything very clearly and has even specially prepared a diary. In the diary, he records Quan Xingnan's conception date, pregnancy dates, various test results, her pregnancy reactions, changes in lifestyle habits, dietary preferences, and so on. He even neatly files every hospital checkup report, locking them all in a drawer so they can be retrieved anytime for future reference. Is it today? Quan Xingnan had forgotten and grinned foolishly at Hua Xuedong. Could it really be that pregnancy makes a woman 3 years dumber? Her memory is getting worse and worse, though her pregnancy reactions aren't too severe. Unlike some people who vomit everything they eat or feel nauseous at the smell of grease, she has a hearty appetite every day, eating whenever she's hungry. She especially loves fish and is also keen on meat. She can't do without it. Hua Xuedong said gently, I'll remember it for you. Quan Xingnan chuckled foolishly a few times. Is everything arranged? It's all arranged. Don't worry, just follow me, Hua Xuedong said, putting a hat and mask on her, then adding a thin jacket over her loose dress, a very loose jacket that just covered her slightly protruding belly. They still took the secret passage, with the doctor and assistant arranged in advance. The doctor hadn't changed. It was still Dr. Zhou and the same female assistant. They were delighted to see them. Dr. Zhou said with a beaming smile, Congratulations on your new marriage, Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua. The wedding candies are delicious, and the red envelope is very generous. Thank you, Hua Xuedong replied. Oh my, Mrs. Hua, you're showing so quickly. You must be eating well, and the babies are growing fast, Dr. Zhou said cheerfully while conducting the necessary checks on Quan Xingnan, speaking warmly to ease her nerves. The babies are very healthy and stable, which shows they love their parents very much, firmly staying in the womb to absorb nutrients, eager to be born soon. Hearing this, both Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan felt relieved. The first 3 months are the critical period. Safely getting through it brings immense joy to every parent. Dr. Zhou suddenly spoke up, Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, you're having 2 babies. Would you like to know if they're little princes or little princesses? Given your financial means, you should start preparing clothes, toys, and various daily necessities for the 2 little ones early on. Hong Kong does not ban gender determination, but it prohibits intentional abortion, considering the fetus a life, with abortion equated to taking a life. Of course, abortion is allowed for pregnant women under 16, or in cases of pregnancy resulting from sexual assault or incest. It is also permitted if 2 or more doctors diagnose that the fetus would cause physical or psychological harm to the mother, or if the fetus is severely malformed and they sign a consent form. In such cases, women who terminate these pregnancies are not subject to legal penalties. Apart from these situations, no other healthy fetuses are allowed to be aborted. Honey, do you want to know? Hua Xuedong asked. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. It doesn't matter. Like Dr. Zhou said, if we know the genders, we can prepare their things in advance. Besides, uncle and auntie will be thrilled to know. Madame Hua had long been eager to know whether she would have grandsons or granddaughters, constantly muttering about little sweethearts. End of chapter. Chapter 1534, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness 6. Since Quan Xingnan had no objections, Hua Xuedong said to Dr. Zhou, we want to know the genders of the 2 babies. Dr. Zhou, please help with the examination. Sure. Dr. Zhou agreed readily. She had identified the genders of many celebrities' fetuses and was quite experienced in this. Because Hong Kong does not allow casual abortions and lacks the family planning policies of the mainland, people want to know the fetal gender simply to prepare baby supplies conveniently, avoiding preparing boy clothes and toys only to welcome a girl, or girl clothes and dolls only to welcome a boy, which would leave everyone flustered and scrambling to repurchase baby items. Currently, there are many medical techniques for identifying fetal gender, such as ultrasound scanning, DNA maternal blood testing, and chorionic villus sampling, all of which are mature methods. However, Dr. Zhou chose the simplest and fastest option, ultrasound scanning. After clearly seeing the ultrasound image, Dr. Zhou immediately said, "Wow. Congratulations, Mr. Hua. Congratulations, Mrs. Hua. What are you congratulating us for?" Quan Xingnan laughed. The two babies would be either boys or girls, nothing different. Dragon and Phoenix bringing auspiciousness. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Hua for welcoming a little prince and a little princess. Dr. Zhou beamed brightly. Mr. Hua is truly fortunate. Not only does Mrs. Hua have twins, but they are Dragon and Phoenix twins. Very lucky. A boy and a girl, forming the character, how something countless people wish for but can't have. The probability of having twins is not as high as imagined, and the chance of Dragon and Phoenix twins is even smaller. Although modern medical technology is advanced, and many men and women with fertility difficulties choose in vitro fertilization, unless they pull strings, they are not allowed to select the baby's gender. So twins are possible, but Dragon and Phoenix twins are still rare because, to ensure success rates, IVF typically transfers 2 to 3 embryos. How could twins from IVF compare to those conceived naturally by Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan? The meaning is entirely different. This shows that Quan Xingnan is truly blessed with profound good fortune. Hearing Dr. Zhou's repeated congratulations, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong were stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you saying Dragon and Phoenix twins?" Yes, yes. Dr. Zhou was even happier than they were. I've checked carefully several times. The image is very clear. With a 95% accuracy rate of ultrasound scanning, I guarantee that Tongxing Palace will welcome their little prince and little princess next year. Hua Xuedong looked at his wife and Quan Xingnan looked at her husband. Their eyes met, both filled with immense surprise. Although Ouyang had earlier said that fraternal twins had a high probability of being different genders, they hadn't taken it to heart. How could they be so coincidentally and luckily blessed with Dragon and Phoenix twins? Now, Ouyang's prediction had been confirmed. Dr. Zhou smiled and said, "If Mr. and Mrs. Hua find it hard to believe, I can draw some blood from Mrs. Hua and use DNA maternal blood testing to identify the fetal genders. However, since it's Dragon and Phoenix twins, the results might be ambiguous." "No need, thank you, Dr. Zhou." Hua Xuedong declined politely. "The current result is already excellent. If the inaccurate 5% falls on us, that's fine too. We don't have a strong attachment to the baby's genders." With their financial resources, preparing supplies for both boys and girls was no pressure at all. Seeing that the couple didn't want further testing, Dr. Zhou didn't insist. But when old Mrs. Hua learned the result, she merely went wild with joy. "I'm off to exercise now. See you at 11 p.m. without fail." End of chapter. Chapter 1535. Dragon and Phoenix bring auspiciousness 7. Oh my heavens, the heavens have truly been kind to this old woman. Not only could she see her grandson before closing her eyes, but she could also see her beloved little sweetheart. She held Quan Xingnan's hand, her face beaming with joy. Dear girl, quickly calculate for me, am I about to welcome a pair of grandchildren, a boy and a girl?" Although the accuracy of the ultrasound was high, there was still a 5% chance of error. What if it turned out to be a false alarm? After rattling off her thoughts like a machine gun, old Madame Hua kept looking around anxiously. "Where are the keys to my safe?" "Dear girl, pick anything you like as payment for the divination. I just need a definite answer." Old Master Hua was still rejoicing and hadn't caught his wife's words clearly, while Hua Xuedong smiled faintly, making no move to intervene. Quan Xingnan shot him several glances, then turned back to old Madame Hua and said, "Auntie, the payment you want to give me for the divination, give it to the children instead. I think they'll be very happy to receive your gift." "That won't do. When you consult someone for a divination, you must give payment. It's the rule of the trade." Old Madame Hua said this very seriously, then asked childishly, "Tell me quickly, dear girl. Just tell me whether Dr. Zhou's diagnosis is accurate or not, so I can start preparing baby supplies for the little ones. The baby is 3 months along now and will be born in half a year. It's time to start getting things ready." All right, I'll calculate for you." Quan Xingnan directly opened her third eye. Though one does not divine for oneself, she was divining for old Madame Hua. From old Madame Hua's future images, she saw the arrival of a pair of twin babies, a boy and a girl. The son was round and chubby, while the daughter was noticeably smaller, with a huge disparity in size. This broke old Madame Hua's heart, and she spent her days by the baby carriage, murmuring nursery rhymes to her granddaughter about growing up fast and beating up her big brother. Withdrawing her third eye, Quan Xingnan looked at old Madame Hua, whose eyes were burning with anticipation, and at old Master Hua beside her, who pretended not to care but was actually eavesdropping. She smiled and said, "Dr. Zhou's diagnosis is very accurate. There is indeed a chubby little boy and a little sweetheart in my belly. Congratulations, Auntie, your wish has come true." Congratulations to you too. Congratulations to you too. Old Madame Hua was overjoyed, her eyes shining with a vitality that belied her age. I need to start saving up a dowry for little sweetheart. From now on, everything I have will be hers. If there's a little sweetheart, then she'll get a share too. I can't play favorites. Girls are naturally weaker than boys physically and face unfair treatment in the workplace, so they should be well prepared with resources to rely on. That's what my mother told me when I was little, and I'll tell little sweetheart the same. Atong, don't just stand there. Call your mother and your mother-in-law and tell them the good news. The Qin family had never had a girl. They could have, but it was artificially terminated in favor of a boy to carry on the family line. Old Madame Qin had once complained to her, saying their family didn't have a throne to pass down, so weren't sons and daughters the same? So upon hearing this joyful news, old Madame Qin would surely be thrilled, no less than Quan Xingnan herself for carrying twins. The Yuan family seemed to have no girls either, nor did the Lin family. The future little sweetheart would surely be doted on by everyone. How strange. In that compound, those who wanted boys either had both boys and girls, with a 50-50 chance, or kept having girls, or had extramarital children of both genders. But the Lin family, who always wanted girls, only ever had boys. No wonder many people said they were talking from a position of privilege. End of chapter. Chapter 1536. Dragon and Phoenix Bring Prosperity 8. Upon hearing her youngest son's report, old Madame Qin was indeed overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Fourth, you must take good care of Nanan. You absolutely must. If you let Nanan feel wronged or unhappy, be careful, I'll have someone take my walking cane and go to Hong Kong to give you a beating. All the jewelry and accessories I have will go to little sweetie from now on." She would no longer give them to her daughters-in-law or granddaughters-in-law. Her temperament was exactly like old Madame Hua's. No wonder the sisters-in-law had remained so close over the years, often keeping in touch by phone and sharing everything happening in their lives. Hua Xuedong sighed helplessly and said softly, "Mom, rest assured, I won't give you that opportunity." Just as he was about to say goodbye to his mother and hang up, he heard the other end of the line say, "How is Nanan lately? Is she eating well? Sleeping peacefully? Are her reactions severe? If she craves anything, let me know, and I'll have it prepared and sent over. Everything is fine. She's eating well 5 meals a day, with constant fruit and supplements. She's sleeping peacefully too. Aside from some vomiting when she gets up in the morning, her usual reactions aren't severe." I asked Dr. Zhou, and he said it's normal. Pregnancy reactions vary from woman to woman. Some have strong ones, others don't. Hua Xuedong patiently answered his mother. Hong Kong has every kind of food, more abundant than the capital, and food safety is very reliable. You don't need to worry about us neglecting Nanan's diet. Nanan really likes fish, and you know how plentiful seafood is here. That's good, that's good. If she craves hometown dishes or specialties, don't keep it from me. When old Madame Qin was pregnant with Hua Xuedong, she had craved hometown specialties intensely, and she naturally assumed that Quan Xingnan might miss hometown food when her pregnancy reactions were severe. Hua Xuedong nodded. Don't worry. I need to call my mother-in-law, so I'll hang up now. Go ahead, go ahead. Old Madame Qin hung up first and rushed straight to the study. Old man, I have good news. What good news? Old Master Qin said calmly, holding a book with reading glasses on his nose. I've been thinking, and there hasn't been any good news lately. His youngest son was already married, so there were no other happy events in the family. Old Madame Qin chuckled. We're going to have a granddaughter. A granddaughter. A soft, sweet little sweetie. Hearing this, old Master Qin's book dropped onto the desk, unable to hide the joy on his face. Could it be that Nanan had the baby's gender checked, and the result is a girl? Yes. Old Madame Qin nodded emphatically. Wonderful. Old Master Qin slapped his right fist into his left palm. I'm better off than old Lin. He still doesn't have a granddaughter to hold, but I'll be holding 2 granddaughters next year. I'll definitely show them off in front of him and make him jealous. 2? Old Madame Qin stared blankly at her husband, not catching on at first, but after a few seconds, she understood what he meant and couldn't help laughing. I forgot to tell you, it's not 2 granddaughters, it's 1 granddaughter. 1? Aren't they twins? Had twins turned into a single birth? So what if they're twins? Twins can also be a dragon and phoenix pair. Old Madame Qin shot him a glare. Dragon and phoenix twins? Old Master Qin's voice involuntarily rose, his white eyebrows seeming to dance on his face. Are you kidding me? Dragon and phoenix twins are 1 in 100. Having twins is already good enough. Dragon and phoenix twins are something you wouldn't even dare to hope for. End of chapter. Chapter 1537. Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness 9. Old Madame Qin was smug. Why would I lie to you? Could I possibly lie about something like this? If I were lying, wouldn't it be exposed once the child is born? So, it's true. Good heavens, old Fourth really has skill. Although he got married a bit later in life, he's not slow in other aspects. In the end, it's all thanks to Nanan. I need to pick out some of the jewelry I plan to leave for little sweetie and give it to Nanan later. I said before that whoever gives me a granddaughter or great-granddaughter would get the jewelry old fourth gifted me as a reward. Chen Jing, Ji Mingxin, and Ouyang Yu, the three daughters-in-law, hadn't managed it, nor had the granddaughters-in-law from their families. The granddaughters-in-law from the second and third sons' families had firstborn sons, all only children with no second child allowed. As for the eldest son's family, she got pregnant with a daughter, but had it aborted, then gave birth to a son. Truly, Amitabha, what a sin, what a sin. It's still Nanan who is blessed. Nanan is the most blessed, one pregnancy with two treasures, dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness. Good, good, good. She had always said Nanan was the most blessed, and Old Fourth was the most blessed too. Old Madame Qin muttered to herself while rummaging through her jewelry box in front of her husband. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxue also shared the good news with her family. Except for her young son who didn't understand, everyone else was happy for Quan Xingnan. Now there was no need to worry about whether the Hua family would be disappointed over having a girl. As the saying goes, although everyone preaches equality, people who favor sons over daughters are everywhere. The larger and more established a family, the more they need a male heir. This mindset is deeply ingrained, and few leaders of big corporations consider passing their legacy to a daughter. That's the reality, a frustrating one. Alright, Nanan is pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl. You all don't need to worry anymore. Old Master Yun stretched and lifted the lid of his teacup to take a sip. If you ask me, there was never any need to worry. You women always overthink things, but you never consider that people are different. If the Hua elders were narrow-minded, they wouldn't have adopted Adong when they were already past 50. They adopted Adong not because he's a male, but because he's the youngest child of the Qin family. Old Madame Yun said, yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is right. Now that there was no need to fret, the old man could say whatever he wanted. Wasn't it only natural for a daughter-in-law to worry about her granddaughter? She got off the couch, took Lin Xiaoxue's hand, and said, Xiaoxue, come on. Let's go see what nourishing products we have at home and have someone send them to Nanan. Even though the Hua family lacks nothing, what we send is our heartfelt gesture. We can't let the Hua family look down on us. Yes, mother. While the family in the capital was caught up in excitement, Quan Xingnan and Hui, Zhang Yifei, and others were gathered at the auction preview, admiring the items up for bidding. Most of the goods were on display: wood and stone carvings, jewelry, jade, ceramics, calligraphy, and paintings, everything one could imagine. It was truly dazzling, with exclamations of awe heard from time to time. I love this limited edition bag. I'll make sure Nian Yan's daddy bids on it for me. What about you, Annie? Which one do you like? To accommodate Quan Xingnan, and Hui deliberately dressed casually. Her postpartum figure had already returned to perfection, but during breastfeeding, her bust was fuller and quite striking, though it was all hidden under her casual clothes. Quan Xingnan smiled softly and said, I prefer classical culture. As she answered in Hui, her beautiful eyes turned toward a ghost standing in front of a painting. The chapter ends. Chapter 1538, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness 10. It was a very young male ghost, around 30 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome yet carrying a hint of refinement, the kind of gentle, scholarly type with an innate air of intellect. His clothing style resembled that of the 1950s or 1960s. Blue trousers, a military green jacket with a pointed collar and front buttons, very worn and patched. He stared at a painting hanging on the wall, his eyes filled with infinite sorrow. At that moment, and Hui, hearing Quan Xingnan's answer, followed her gaze and noticed the work the male ghost was fixated on. Do you like that painting? When I was looking at the brochure, Xue Feng mentioned it briefly. The painting is good, probably a modern piece, but the artist isn't well known. Even someone as into collecting as he is has never heard of the name Luo Bai. It doesn't seem to have much collectible value. The signature is Luo Bai? Let me see. Quan Xingnan hadn't noticed before, focused as she was on the 7 auction items she and Hua Xiuedong were interested in. Now, stepping closer to the painting, she indeed saw the seal stamped with the characters Luo Bai, and above the vermilion seal, the name Luo Bai was written in regular script, neat, elegant strokes showing great skill. The calligraphy was good, but the painting was even better. It was a painting of a young woman worshipping the moon. The moonlight was clear and bright, the woman graceful, the mood beautiful, the composition excellent, and the brushwork masterful. Quan Xingnan murmured the painter's name several times, catching the male ghost's attention as he glanced at her a few times before letting out a disappointed sigh and returning to his melancholic gaze at the painting. Do you know him? And Hui asked. Quan Xingnan shook her head. Although I know many seniors in the calligraphy and painting world, I've never heard the name Luo Bai. I really like this painting. I'll bid on it and ask around about the painter. This male ghost had been lingering in front of this painting, so he must have a deep connection to it. As for Quan Xingnan's request, Hua Xiuedong naturally agreed without hesitation. Luo Bai was indeed not famous. The painting was one of the items the owner had found while clearing out a deceased tenant's room. Unable to locate the owner, it was put up for auction. It's well known worldwide that Chinese people love their country's inkwash paintings. However, most wealthy people prefer works by famous artists, so this painting, placed early in the auction, attracted little interest. After just a few rounds, Hua Xiuedong secured it for 100,000 yuan. Next came a diamond, a beautiful blue diamond. A pear-shaped diamond, quite large, described as internally flawless, a vivid color grade, with perfect cut. Most notably, it weighed about 18 carats. As soon as the auctioneer brought it out, it drew the intense gazes of countless women in the room. "Sweetheart, do you like it?" Hua Xiuedong leaned over to ask. Quan Xingnan shook her head directly and whispered, "We already have plenty of diamonds at home, and we even own a diamond company. Why spend a high price on an auction diamond? Besides, this diamond isn't that big anyway, not as big as the one Arthur gave me. Let's save our money for other things." Hua Xiuedong smiled softly. "Don't worry about not having enough money. When I came, your aunt specifically gave me a card. There's more money in it than I have, it's most of the elders' savings. Whether it's whose money, we can't waste it. We have plenty of places to spend. Besides, we shouldn't spend the elders' money." Quan Xingnan's tone was serious, and Hua Xiuedong stopped joking. "You're right, everything you said is right. See you at 10, the last 2 chapters. This chapter ends. Chapter 1539, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Prosperity 11. This auction house holds a prominent position internationally, so the participants here are either wealthy or of high status. The scene is grand, with a gathering of celebrities. However, 2/3 of them are people Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan know. Although they are acquaintances, no one holds back during bidding. After all, auctions operate on the principle that the highest bidder wins. If one's financial power falls short, there's no point in blaming the other for snatching away a cherished item afterward. The wealthier people are, the more they love collecting. It's common for those with discerning eyes to target the same item. The appetizer consists of simple dishes, but as the auction progresses, the items become increasingly valuable and attract more attention. After several rounds of bidding for the jade bangle that Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan had their eyes on, they gave up. Although it was a pair of old pit glass-type full-green bangles, clear and crystalline, stunningly beautiful, the color wasn't entirely uniform, with some color roots lingering. They couldn't compare to the top-tier treasures Quan Xingnan already owned. When Jiang Tao and Zhang Yifei offered a price of 30 million, far exceeding their budget, they simply decided to let it go. They have been in the jade business all along, so high-grade jade is the last thing they lack. Hua Xiuedong said in a low voice, "Our family has quite a collection of top-quality jade rough. Once that peach blossom spring lavender jadeite piece is finished, we'll commission Master Zhao to craft new jewelry for you." "Is that peach blossom spring piece still not finished?" Quan Xingnan calculated. It seemed like a long time had passed. "No," Hua Xiuedong replied naturally. When fine material meets a skilled jade carver, they naturally rack their brains to design the pattern before carving. Beads, bangles, and cabochons aren't too technically demanding and don't take much time, but carving is different. Otherwise, why would master carvers' works keep rising in price? Quan Xingnan hummed in agreement. "That piece of material is beautiful. The finished product will surely be magnificent." "I heard that," Zhang Yifei said with a smile and a low voice. "Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, don't be so stingy. Good things should be shared. As business people, hiding away good stuff doesn't make much sense." Quan Xingnan replied matter-of-factly, "Mrs. Jiang, you can't say that. Women loving jewelry is only natural, and I'm a woman too. Of course, I want all the good things from my own company to be part of my personal collection, swapping them out each time I go out, even if I can't wear them all in a lifetime, I'd willingly do so. Besides, that material was won my 4th brother, and I gambled on ourselves at the rough stone market. It doesn't belong to the company." Zhang Yifei paused. She remembered that Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong indeed had exceptional luck with jade. Maybe it was luck, or maybe they had a good eye. Either way, the jade they had invested in earlier had already multiplied in value by dozens or even hundreds of times, and it seemed to keep rising. She gave them a thumbs up and said no more. What followed were more jewelry pieces, but none caught their interest until the porcelain auction. The most anticipated porcelain piece at this auction, after several rounds of bidding, was secured by Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan as a couple for 35 million. Yes, 35 million. A full 5 million more than the jade bangle. It was a Song Dynasty Ru kiln porcelain piece, with a sky blue glaze after rain, restrained, gentle, noble, and elegant. A family's wealth pales in comparison to a single piece of Ru kiln. As one of the 5 famous kills, it holds an extremely high status in the world of collecting. End of chapter. Chapter 1540, Dragon and Phoenix Bring Prosperity 12. What followed was without suspense. Except for the jade bracelet that couldn't be won, everything she had previously selected was successfully purchased. Additionally, she bought 2 items she hadn't noticed before, spending a total of 130 million. No sooner had this money been spent than Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, as a couple, instantly made headlines. International auction, new owner of Hua Group, Annie, accompanied by executor, splurges over 100 million. First move by billionaire Annie, spending money like water. Skipping honeymoon to appear at international auction, new billionaires thinking differs from the norm. 3 pieces of porcelain for scrolls of calligraphy and painting, 1 dragon robe and embroidered garments. New billionaire returns fully loaded. Sky-high porcelain at auction, new owner is Hong Kong's new billionaire. Headlines like these conveyed only one message. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were extraordinarily generous, making a grand impression with their casual spending of over 100 million, a rare sight. Previously, reports about Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan often read, Hua Xuedong accompanied by Quan Xingnan, but now the order had reversed. Pointing at one headline, Quan Xingnan laughed and said to Hua Xuedong, new owner of Hua Group, Annie, accompanied by executor. Before, your name always came first. Now it's my turn. Media workers were endearingly pragmatic. Hua Xuedong held a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings and fed her, just skimmed through these gossip pieces casually. It wasn't mealtime yet, but Quan Xingnan was very hungry and craved crystal shrimp dumplings. Her mouth watered continuously, so Sister Jiang immediately processed the shrimp prepared in the kitchen and made several baskets of steamed dumplings to satisfy her wish. The fresh shrimp, all made from live ones processed into filling, were far cleaner and more generous than anything bought outside. Quan Xingnan ate happily. When she saw the bodyguards delivering the items they had purchased, she swallowed the food in her mouth and pointed at Luo Bai's painting of a young girl worshipping the moon. Oh no, it was the painting of Cheng'a worshipping the moon, as the auction had titled it. Don't place this painting in this building. Send it to the collection room in another building for now. Pregnant as she was, she didn't want the ghosts that never left this painting wandering around her home. Although she had long ago set up a formation in the former Hua mansion to prevent unauthorized ghosts from entering, now that she had purchased Luo Bai's work, that unknown ghost of unknown origin drifted in without any hindrance. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan realized that allowing the painting in meant allowing him in. He likely couldn't stray far from the painting and had followed it all along. With the mistress's orders, no one objected. The painting of Chang'e worshipping the moon was sent to the collection room as instructed. The painting stayed in the collection room for several days before Quan Xingnan asked Hua Xuedong to bring it out. By then, no one else was home. The elders had gone to dine with neighbors, and the staff consciously avoided disturbing the couple's private time. Is there something unusual about this painting? No one knew Quan Xingnan better than Hua Xuedong. It's a small matter. Let's wait a bit before discussing it. Quan Xingnan recalled something she had long forgotten. It's already October now. Did you handle my leave of absence? Postponing enrollment by a year. Hua Xuedong smiled. It was taken care of at the start of the semester. By the time you remembered, who knows when that would be. With her status, the process went smoothly. That's good. Quan Xingnan sighed in relief. She had only remembered it upon noticing her gradually swelling belly. First, tell me what's so peculiar about this painting. It's just that a ghost is attached to it. Hearing this, the male ghost's gaze immediately shifted from the painting to Quan Xingnan's face. 12 chapters completed. Finally, I can sleep early and wake up early for good health. End of chapter. Chapter 1541. The Wedding Night 1. Chapter 1541. The Wedding Night 1. You can see me? The male ghost exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Yes, Quan Xingnan nodded, then looked at him curiously. What connection do you have with this painting? You've been following it. The painting's owner is Luo Bai. Are you Luo Bai? The male ghost said excitedly, yes, I am Luo Bai, and Luo Bai is me. I painted this painting. Luo is my surname. My name is Luo Tianheng. Bai is my wife's surname. Her name is Bai Shui, the Bai Shui of white snow and red plum blossoms. The girl in the painting is actually my wife. His tone then became somber. Although Hua Xuedong couldn't see Luo Tianheng, he could glean something from his wife's words and demeanor. Is there some unfulfilled wish that keeps you lingering in the human world with this painting? Upon hearing this, Quan Xingnan also asked Luo Tianheng the same question. I want to find my wife. Can you help me find her? Luo Tianheng seized the opportunity before him. Please, I beg you. I just want to see her one last time before I disappear. He was from Xinqing. He had been separated from his wife for 40 years, and they had been parted by death for over 30 years. The Luo family ancestors were officials and scholars from a family of literary heritage. During turbulent times, the ancestors abandoned politics for business, amassing countless fortunes. They poured most of their wealth into supporting the War of Resistance, ultimately witnessing the victory over Japan and the founding of the nation. To support national construction, the Luo family donated many of their factories to the state, transitioning from private to public ownership, textile mills, machinery plants, power stations, and also contributed a great deal of gold for importing foreign equipment. They had thought their family's sacrifices would bring a lifetime of peace, but soon the division between left and right emerged. The Luo family were capitalists, and Luo Tianheng had studied abroad. All of this became stains on their record. Suspected of being a spy, he was denied any freedom of movement. The Luo family was beaten, their property smashed and burned, and all their assets were confiscated. As the domestic situation grew increasingly dire, the Luo family felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Thus, they quickly arranged for family members to flee abroad, planning to take a night boat to Hong Kong and then transfer to the United States. Luo Tianheng had studied in the US before and had some connections there. But someone tipped off the authorities. On the eve of their departure, many people stormed into their home, seized their luggage, beat and smashed everything brutal and lawless, rivaling bandits. Tears welled in Luo Tianheng's eyes, his expression filled with grief. That night was chaotic and terrifying, worse than the war years. I dare not even think back on it now. My grandparents and my parents all died that night. The informants were my eldest brother and his wife. The 4 elders jumped from the building, landing in a pool of blood, dying on the spot. My unmarried sister, frightened out of her wits, ran out, fell into the water, and drowned. Even after lives were lost, they didn't stop. The deaths of my family ultimately brought a sliver of hope for me, my wife, and my son. But Luo Tianheng was still separated from his wife and child. Ahead, the boat was about to set sail. Behind, fierce pursuers were closing in. In the darkness, amidst the pushing and shoving, he was shoved onto the boat by someone unknown. Only after boarding did he realize his wife and son were nowhere to be found. He was frantic, wanting to get off the boat to search for his family, but the vessel had already set sail, and there was no way it would stop for him. The boat was filled with people trying to flee the mainland, rich and poor, men and women, old and young. Most had questionable backgrounds and, sensing the domestic situation was unstable, fled in panic. Some who made it onto the boat secretly rejoiced, while others faced separation by life or death, wailing in despair. On that boat, 1,000 people showed 1,000 faces. End of chapter. Chapter 1542, Wedding Night 2. The state was tight-lipped about that period of history. Quan Xingnan had never experienced it, but she had heard her grandparents talk about it. Hua Xuedong, however, knew it very well. Listening to Quan Xingnan recount Luo Tianheng's background, Hua Xuedong nodded slightly and moved the fruit plate away from her, not letting her continue eating so as not to ruin her appetite for lunch. Facing Quan Xingnan's glaring eyes, Hua Xuedong smiled. Leave some room in your stomach. We're having a big meal at noon. Quan Xingnan's anger immediately turned to delight. Luo Tianheng's wish is to see his family. 4th brother, can you arrange for someone to help look into it? Isn't Xinjiang just Shanghai? Since the Luo family were capitalists, a big family, they generally wouldn't have been erased from history. After that catastrophe, those who survived were gradually rehabilitated. For a family like the Luo family, as national capitalists, or rather, red capitalists, after rehabilitation, the state would return some compensation, and the house that had been confiscated would also be given back to them. They wouldn't have faded into obscurity. Hua Xuedong nodded. Of course. Luo Tianheng, his wife is called by Xue, and his son. My son is called Luo Jun, Jun as in meaningful. He is exactly 50 years old this year, born on the 15th of August. Luo Tianheng answered Hua Xuedong without hesitation, even though Hua Xuedong couldn't see him or hear him. But wasn't Quan Xingnan there? Quan Xingnan could hear him and relate it to Hua Xuedong. Hua Xuedong frowned slightly. Luo Jun? That name sounds familiar. 4th brother, have you heard the name Luo Jun? Quan Xingnan's eyes widened, and Luo Tianheng also looked at him in surprise. Hua Xuedong pondered for a moment before replying, I have. And Ran's in-laws are named Luo Jun. And Ran is Qing Ran's older brother, and Qing Ran is Secretary Chen's wife. You know them well. They both attended our wedding. Of course I remember Shui Anren and Shui Qing Ran. Aren't they Wu Chuanyan's children? The cloth tiger hiding the jewelry. Saying this, Quan Xingnan slapped her forehead. In 1960, wasn't that when Shui Jiawei took a boat to Hong Kong? He brought his 2 children, Shui Anren and Shui Qingran, to Hong Kong, forgot about his parents and his first wife back home, and never returned to the mainland. Could the boat they took have some connection to the one you were on, Mr. Luo? Luo Tianheng was stunned for a moment and said offhandedly, Shui Zhiwei, I know him. He was on the same boat at the time. His family was from Jinling, right? They seemed quite wealthy, and he had 2 children with him. Didn't Shui Zhiwei show up at the auction preview too? But he had changed so much that I didn't recognize him. I wondered if he was the Shui Zhiwei I knew, but I couldn't quite believe it. What a coincidence. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were both taken aback. I also saw Shui Anren, but I was so out of it back then that I didn't interact much. I remember him well because he shared some of his food with me. After saying this, Luo Tianheng asked urgently, Mr. Hua, Shui Anren's in-laws are called Luo Jun. Could he be my son? If my son is his in-law, then what about my wife? Quan Xingnan relayed this to Hua Xuedong, who calmly replied, Mr. Luo, don't worry. There are many people with the same name in the world. It may not necessarily be the son you're looking for. Let me first have someone make inquiries. Once I get a definite result, I'll tell you all right. All right. As long as he could see his wife and son, Luo Tianheng would agree to anything. After all, he was now a ghost, drifting along with the painting he had made in life. End of chapter. Chapter 1543, Wedding Night 3. Hua Xuedong directly called Shui Anren, but the call didn't go through. The other party's phone was busy. He tried twice more, but it was still the same, so he stopped. Wait a moment. Commissioner Shui might be busy. Hua Xuedong placed his phone on the coffee table and spoke into the air. Unlike Luo Tianheng's anxiety, Quan Xingnan looked at his age and appearance and raised her own question. You said you were separated from your wife for 40 years, and that you've been separated by life and death for over 30 years. How did you die? Where did you die? I died of illness. Luo Tianheng did not hide anything. After I was separated from my wife and child, I stayed in Hong Kong for a while, hoping they would arrive later. But after waiting for a long time with no sign of them, and with Hong Kong in chaos, I happened to run into a former classmate who was visiting relatives there. I went with him to the United States and lived in a house I had rented during my study abroad days. I thought that maybe one day they would come to America to reunite with me. Who would have thought I waited 3 years and never saw them? During those 3 years, I made a living by selling paintings and asked people to search for them, but the situation in the country was too chaotic. There was no way in. For someone like me, who had defected, there wasn't even a chance to return. Foreigners couldn't understand traditional Chinese paintings, so I had to paint patterns they liked just to get by. Later, I fell ill and died suddenly. But I left a will, bequeathing my belongings to my landlord. This painting was one of those items. The landlord had fallen on hard times over the years. He had gradually sold off the house and the things left to him. This painting was probably the last one. Because it was favored by Chinese people, it was sent to an auction house in hopes of fetching a better price to support his life. Gazing at the painting of a young woman worshipping the moon spread out on the coffee table, recalling his wife's beauty before their marriage, Luo Tianheng's eyes were filled with sorrow. I wandered in a foreign land in life, and after death, I couldn't return to my roots. Drifting for decades, I have no other wish only to see my wife and child, to know whether they are alive or dead. Even if it means my soul scatters into nothingness, I would willingly accept it. We'll help you find them, but you have to agree to one condition. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Luo Tianheng gave a bitter smile. I've become a ghost. I can't interact with anything in the living world. What condition could I possibly satisfy for you? If I can do it, I will. After your wish is fulfilled, you must accept my release. Don't linger in the living world anymore. It won't do you any good. I agree. Luo Tianheng felt a sense of relief. He could certainly do that. Though staying in the living world was due to attachment to the living, over time, one would feel boundless loneliness. It would be better to have consciousness fade away, to feel nothing, and never again suffer over worldly matters. As soon as Luo Tianheng finished speaking, Hua Xuedong's phone rang. He pressed the answer button. Mr. Hua, you're such a busy man, always appearing on the entertainment and financial news headlines. I heard you bought a stock last month that's now floating with 100 million in profit. Everyone says you're either busy with work and social engagements or taking care of Mrs. Hua. How do you have time to call me now? Years had passed, and Shui Anren had been promoted, but he was still as cheerful as ever. Hua Xuedong smiled slightly. No matter how busy I am, I can't be busier than Commissioner Shui, right? Shui Anren laughed heartily. Enough small talk. What's the matter, Mr. Hua? Just say it directly. I'm looking for someone named Luo Jun. He was originally from Shenzhen, now 50 years old, born on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. If I remember correctly, your in-law should have that name. End of this chapter. Chapter 1544, Wedding Night 4. Shui Anren listened quietly and then replied, My in-law is called Luo Jun. You remembered correctly. His ancestors were indeed from Shenzhen. But as for whether he is 50 years old and whether his birthday is on the 15th of August, I need to call Jessica to ask. Jessica was his daughter-in-law. His son, Shui Baoxing, followed in his father's footsteps and became a police officer, while his daughter-in-law Jessica was a forensic pathologist with a Chinese name Zhou Ting. Then I'll trouble you, Commissioner Shui. Please get back to me as soon as you have news. If he is not the person I'm looking for, I'll need to arrange a trip to Xinjiang to investigate. Hua Xuedong spoke very decisively. If your in-law matches the details I've described, could you also ask if he knows someone named Luo Bai or Luo Tianheng? Shui Anren had long forgotten about Luo Tianheng. No problem. Thank you, Commissioner Shui. I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up, Hua Xuedong spread her hands toward Quan Xing'an and glanced at the empty space. No other news for now, but it's confirmed that Commissioner Shui's in-law is indeed from Xinjiang. Quan Xing'an nodded. At least there's some hope. If it's him, that's best. It saves us from sending people to investigate. Hua Xuedong's response was to glance at her watch. The hands pointed to 12 o'clock, and the butler led the staff to bring lunch to the dining room. Sir, madam, lunch is ready. The dishes were neatly arranged, with bowls, chopsticks, and spoons all in place. The butler called out to them as usual. Today we made Buddha jumps over the wall. Quan Xing'an's eyes lit up. Great, I can't wait to eat it. Hua Xuedong took her to wash her hands before they sat at the table and lifted the lid of the pot. Although it was a home-style version of Buddha jumps over the wall, the rich aroma was still irresistible and mouth-watering. The two ate slowly, chewing carefully. As they were nearing the end of the meal, Hua Xuedong's phone rang. It's Shui Anren. After telling his wife, Hua Xuedong answered the call. Hello, Commissioner Shui, do you have news? Yes, Shui Anren replied very directly. But, I'm sorry, my in-law is not the person you're looking for. Jessica said he is 56 this year, and his birthday is not on the 15th of August. Hua Xuedong wasn't disappointed. It had been a possibility, not a certainty. There are too many people with the same name. I was mentally prepared for that. Your in-law is from Xinjiang and a few years older than the person I'm looking for. Has he ever heard of the names Luo Tianheng or Luo Bai? Or has he heard of the once prominent Luo family, the big capitalists of Xinjiang? Oh, I was just about to tell you about that. Shui Anren paused. Although my in-law isn't the person you're looking for, after learning about Jessica's questions, he called me. He told me that he has a strong impression of the Luo Tianheng you mentioned. He was the second son of a wealthy family in Xinjiang and had a son named Luo Jun. It's because of the same name that he remembers the Luo family so vividly. However, the Luo family fell into decline in the 1960s, with family members either dead, injured, or fleeing. In the early 1980s, the government rehabilitated the Luo family. Luo Tianheng's elder brother and sister-in-law accepted the government's compensation and now own the Luo family mansion. They live quite comfortably and are considered wealthy locals. As for Luo Tianheng and his family, there has been no trace of them to this day. After listening, Hua Xuedong said, Thank you for your trouble, Commissioner Shui, for helping to gather such detailed information. You're welcome, Mr. Hua. My in-law told me that he has been away from Xinjiang for many years and doesn't have a deep understanding of the situation there. If you want specific details, you'll need to go there and ask around. That's exactly what I plan to do. End of chapter. Chapter 1545, Wedding Night 7. When Quan Xing'an woke up and went downstairs in the morning, Hua Xuedong had already left for work. The Hua group was in the midst of a massive project. Not only could Hua Xuedong not accompany her every moment, but he was also eating and sleeping at the company, unable to find time to come home for several days in a row. All the employees of the Hua group were running around busily. It was said that this project involved billions in funds and was also a prime target in many people's eyes. Regarding this, Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua expressed their apologies. Nan, don't blame Atong. It's not that he doesn't want to be with you, he's just too busy with work. Once this period is over, he'll be able to stay home with you. Since meeting Quan Xing'an, Hua Xuedong had learned to balance work and rest while also slowing down his pace. In the past, it wasn't uncommon for him to work day and night for a month or two straight. Quan Xing'an smiled and said, I wouldn't blame him at all. She wouldn't resent him for being unable to accompany her just because he was busy with work. If he didn't work, would they live on air? Although she now owned the Hua Group's assets worth hundreds of billions, her daily living expenses were still paid by Hua Xuedong. He said that supporting the family and buying milk powder for the children was a man's responsibility, and she could just keep her own money to spend. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand the thinking of certain women. What kind of women? The kind who enjoy a life of luxury provided by their husbands, never having to worry about food, clothing, shelter, or transportation, yet when their husbands are too busy with work to be attentive in daily life, they resent him for not being able to accompany them or be considerate. They claim they don't need much money, just want their husbands to always be by their side, and as a result, many such women end up cheating. Had these women ever considered that if their husbands stayed home with them every day and didn't go to work, they wouldn't earn the high salary needed to support the family or afford their living expenses? Would they then complain that poverty makes everything miserable or blame their husbands for being useless? You have to give up something to get something. You can't have your cake and eat it too. In most people's lives, there are rarely perfect solutions where everything works out. Besides, even men with demanding jobs still have time to come home and be with their families. Often, once a phase of work is completed, things aren't so busy anymore. It's just that they can't be home with their families every single day. A man who works hard, takes care of his family, and doesn't cheat just because he has money is actually already a good man. Love needs companionship, but life needs bread. When you can't have both, most people choose bread, just like Mrs. Wang, Wu Xiufan. After returning from a trip, Wu Xiufan looked as if she had aged backward by over 10 years, radiant and glowing. Dressed in casual wear, with a large glass-grade imperial green jade pendant hanging on her chest, her skin fair and her demeanor elegant, she was like a completely different person from before. And Hui and Quan Xingnan, who had been invited by her to have a meal together, were full of praise. Sister Xiufan, you look so beautiful. I'm almost 50, my face is full of wrinkles. What's so beautiful about that? Wu Xiufan laughed heartily as she handed out the local specialties she had brought back from her trip. I'm working hard to improve my temperament now. I've signed up for calligraphy and dance classes. Temperament is the best makeup. I want to be a graceful beauty favored by time, still elegant even when I'm old. Also, I'm planning to open a beauty salon. It's being renovated now. You two must come and enjoy it when it's ready and help bring in customers. Quan Xingnan took the gift, thanked her, and joked casually, Sister Xiufan, you just said temperament is the best makeup, so why do you still need a beauty salon? And Hui, who was about to agree with Wu Xiufan, immediately swallowed her words and burst out laughing. End of this chapter. Chapter 1546, Wedding Night 8. Wu Xiufan was left speechless by Quan Xingnan's remark, staring wide-eyed at her flawless face. Delicate, smooth, fair with a rosy glow, pores so fine they were nearly invisible. Young beauties just don't understand the pain of aging. Wu Xiufan nodded to herself, convinced her words could be taken as a golden maxim. Temperament is, of course, the best makeup. A woman with grace and one without stand worlds apart. But when temperament meets youth, that's perfection. So we need to take good care of ourselves, our hair, skin, nails, teeth, and every inch of our bodies. Think about it, 2 women at 50, both equally elegant, but one hasn't bothered to preserve her beauty while the other looks like her daughter. Which one draws more attention? That makes sense. And Hui and Quan Xingnan nodded in unison. Though everyone says looks matter less than wisdom and charm, what woman doesn't wish for eternal youth? Placenta extracts, facelifts, plastic surgery, endless methods were available. See? Wu Xiufan said smugly, a glint in her eyes. At the end of the day, women's money is the easiest to earn, especially wealthy women's. Once they have money, they want jewelry, clothes, cosmetics, no exceptions. Beauty is a top priority. I could start a clothing factory, but it's too exhausting. The jewelry industry is too deep, with big-name brands everywhere, so I can't compete. Better to open a beauty salon, hire the world's best beauticians, use the best equipment, and build a reputation. With that, how could I fail to make money? She herself was part of high society, well-connected, and the wealthy ladies and socialites she knew would be her future clients. Offering free treatments during the grand opening would spread the word. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100, and customers would flock in. High-end salon, high-end talent, high-end technology, excellent results. That's the best advertisement. Capture the word high-end, and you'd win the hearts of high society women. They had money to spare and craved premium services, nothing less. And Hui nodded repeatedly. If you have a plan, that's great. Do you have enough funds? Want me to invest a share? Wu Xiufan clapped her hands and laughed. That's exactly why I invited you to dinner. Is this a feast with ulterior motives? Xiangzhuang's sword dance aimed at the king of Qin. Quan Xingnan guessed Wu Xiufan's intention and teased. Go on, how much do you need? Josephine and I will chip in. The beauty industry had limitless potential. Money sitting idle was wasted, so why not invest wisely? Sure, Hu Xiuedong was always earning to support the family, but she couldn't just laze around eating and drinking without lifting a finger. Wu Xiufan chuckled. During my travels, I studied beauty projects in various countries. According to professional assessments, starting big would require an investment of over 300 million. Storefront, equipment, beauticians, service staff, renovations, beauty products, advertising, all the upfront costs have to be factored in. Offering free treatments to wealthy women at the grand opening was also part of the initial investment. All told, the investment was no small sum. After explaining the financial needs, Wu Xiufan continued, I only have 100 million in cash. My jewelry and real estate have great prospects, so I don't want to sell them. You two must have some leeway. How about investing 100 million each? You each get a 30% share, I take 40%, but I'll handle management and all the work without drawing a salary. End of chapter. Chapter 1547, Wedding Night 9. I have no problem, Quan Xingnan said first. Investing 100 million, given time, would yield several times that in returns. I can't compare to Annie. She's the richest person in Hong Kong. And yesterday, Mr. Hu sold a stock and netted a staggering 300 million in profit. It's astonishing. Zheng Xiefeng had given in Hui many properties and gifts, each worth a fortune, but she didn't have much cash on hand. After thinking it over and calculating, she added, still, I can manage 100 million. At most, she'd buy a few fewer handbags next year. Wu Xiaofan beamed. Let me be clear up front. While I think the prospects are good, I can't guarantee 100% success. Moreover, after opening, we might not recoup costs in the first year. Quan Xingnan smiled. Recoup costs in 1 year? How many people can achieve that? For a business like a beauty salon with high upfront investment, recovering costs takes time. Only after that do investors see net profits. Club number 6 had required a significant investment too, and despite its booming business, it didn't recoup costs in the first year. Of course, over the years, Club number 6 had long since returned many times its initial investment in pure profit. Though she wasn't business savvy, under Hu Xuedong's influence, she understood a bit about investment principles. Even without using her clairvoyant ability to know the past and future, she had some sense of various business prospects. And Hui, hearing Quan Xingnan's words, said, your Mr. Hu could achieve that. Quan Xingnan's eyes flashed with a big question mark. Not to go far back, just yesterday, the stock Mr. Hu sold. He bought it under his personal name after you registered your marriage, right? Invested 300 million, made 300 million in profit. How long has it been? But that stock kept rising today. If he'd sold today, he'd have made an extra 30 million. Many say Mr. Hu's lost his edge, and we said. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Knowing when to stop is enough. My husband isn't greedy. Checking the stock market now, she was sure the stock Hu Xuedong sold had plummeted. And Hui's heart stirred. She immediately called her husband and asked directly about the stock Hu Xuedong had sold. Learning it was still crashing, she hung up and gave Quan Xingnan a thumbs up. Quan Xingnan looked quite pleased. Wu Xiaofan asked curiously, Annie, you're a feng shui master. Do you use your abilities to help Mr. Hu with his business? If she did, whoever had her would have the world's wealth at their fingertips. Knowing the past and future was not to be underestimated. Of course not, Quan Xingnan said firmly. I just read fortunes, tell fortunes, and resolve disasters. I don't deliberately guide my family to seize opportunities for wealth. Both mothers had started their businesses naturally after accumulating enough capital, going with the flow without stealing others' luck or opportunities. Their businesses weren't huge either, though profitable. A yearly net profit of 10 million was the ceiling, and they had no plans to expand. Let's stick to our business. The rest is irrelevant, and Hui quickly interjected. All right. Any objections from you two? At Wu Xiaofan's question, Quan Xingnan and Hui both shook their heads. No objections meant an immediate agreement. They promptly found a lawyer to draft a contract and have it notarized. As luck would have it, one of the lawyers they found happened to be Shui Qingran. End of chapter. Chapter 1548, Wedding Night 10. Shui Qingran, now over 40, exuded an increasingly capable air of a strong career woman. Dressed in professional attire, she looked sharp and spirited. Together with other lawyers, she drafted the final contract based on the agreements of Quan Xingnan and Hui and Wu Xiaofan. After a brief exchange in low voices, she said to them, take a look and see if there are any clauses that need revision. The three women perused it for a moment and simultaneously shook their heads. No, there aren't. They were all knowledgeable individuals and could clearly see that the contract was drafted perfectly and was very fair. No issues, no objections, so it was time to sign and notarize it. The three signed their names in turn. After the notarization was done, Shui Qing called out to Quan Xingnan, who was about to leave arm in arm with Hui. Annie, have you found that Luo Jun? She had heard about it from her brother during a meal and later from her husband, and it had stuck in her mind. Hearing Shui Qingran's words, Wu Xiaofan and Hui were both taken aback. Annie, you're looking for someone? Yes. We're looking for Luo Jun and his mother, Bai Shui. There are some things we want to ask them about. Quan Xingnan answered them first, then smiled at Shui Qingran. I forgot to ask fourth brother if he sent anyone to look, but since there's no news on that front yet, I assume they haven't been found. Anything concerning her, Hu Xuedong would take to heart. So, without asking, Hu Xuedong had surely ordered people to investigate Bai Shui and Luo Jun in Shanghai. Shui Qingran nodded. I heard Old Chen mention it, something about ordering the Shanghai branch to look into it. Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement. I wouldn't know about that. After Shui Qingran and the other lawyers left, Wu Xiufan said to Quan Xingnan, "You're looking for Luo Jun? What, have you heard that name?" "I met a friend named Luo Jun during my trip," Wu Xiufan said, thinking back. "He's a few years older than me, a university professor, quite gentlemanly. I twisted my ankle while hiking, and he helped me down the mountain." From his accent, he's from Shanghai, but I don't know where he works now. "How do you know he's from Shanghai?" And Hui asked curiously. Wu Xiufan laughed. "Don't you know? I'm from Shanghai too. My ancestral home is in Shanghai, though my parents' generation moved there to make a living. I grew up in Hong Kong, but my parents spoke the local dialect at home, and I've gone back to Shanghai with them to visit relatives." Whether Luo Jun is from Shanghai or not, you can tell from his accent. "That's not necessarily true," Quan Xingnan said. "Why?" And Hui and Wu Xiufan asked simultaneously. Many people from Shanghai are actually descendants of folks from the city where President Chang was born, who moved to Shanghai and settled there. They're not pure native Shanghainese. So, the dialect of Shanghai is very similar to the dialect of President Chang's hometown. Although within that region, the dialect might differ slightly from village to village, the general accent is about the same. Wu Xiufan and Hui nodded in understanding. Then, Wu Xiufan sighed. "Too bad I don't have his contact info. I only treated him to a meal after we got down the mountain. Otherwise, she could have provided Quan Xingnan with some useful leads. They were chance acquaintances, knowing each other's names was already friendly, and they rarely pried into other matters." Quan Xingnan asked where she had met this Luo Jun, and Wu Xiufan said, "Oh, it was at Mount Wudong." Mount Wudong was quite a distance from Shanghai and was indeed a scenic spot. Keep pushing forward, only 2 chapters left, oh yeah. Chapter end. Chapter 1549, Wedding Night 11. There was still no news from Xincheng. Quan Xingnan, who had started showing at 3 months of pregnancy, had an even more noticeable bump by the 4th month. Although it hadn't reached the size of a small rubber ball, it resembled a single pregnancy at 5 or 6 months. When she went out shopping or strolling, even the loosest clothes couldn't hide her pregnancy glow. First, her walking posture gave her away. Then, nutritionists and professional prenatal yoga instructors were frequently seen coming and going from Tongxing Palace. Some paparazzi even spotted staff from a company specializing in maternity wear entering and leaving Tongxing Palace. Finally, the frequency of fresh ingredient purchases for Tongxing Palace increased, with common items being nourishing and beneficial for pregnancy, and nothing harmful to the fetus. Every detail told them one fact: Quan Xingnan was pregnant. Although they didn't know how far along she was, it didn't dampen their gossipy spirits. The heir to the Hua Group's 100 billion fortune arrives. Female billionaire Annie spotted at a street stall, big-bellied, allegedly confirming marriage due to pregnancy. Hua Group's female billionaire pregnant, estimated at 6 months. Recalling 2 weddings, the female billionaire's belly was flat, no sign of pregnancy, now a sudden big belly, suspected multiple births. List of inheritable assets for the 100 billion baby. The world's richest baby is about to be born. 100 billion baby arrives, Hua Group stock soars. 100 billion baby, a money magnet, earns mother tens of billions in stock gains before even being born. Double blessings, Hua, known as the stock market guru, doesn't forget to earn milk money while welcoming his baby. Headlines like these flooded the entertainment section, overshadowing even the financial news about Hua Xuedong making a total of 700 million in the stock market. 700 million, more than double the 300 million and Hui had mentioned. Quan Xingnan held the newspaper, pointing at the financial report, and asked Hua Xuedong, "Did you really make 700 million? Hua Xuedong had finished a phase of work and was at home helping her pick out maternity clothes. He raised an eyebrow at her question. "Do you believe it?" "I do. Why wouldn't I? You've always had that ability." Quan Xingnan answered without hesitation. Her response delighted Hua Xuedong, filling him with pride at his wife's affirmation. He calmly replied to her earlier question, "I did make a bit of money, about 735 million. Quan Xingnan's mouth formed an O shape. "In how many months?" "Just over 2 months, less than 3. After giving her all his assets except cash, he felt a man should support his family and cover his wife's living expenses. So he diverted a little attention to the stock market, picked 4 stocks, sold 3, and kept 1 as a long-term investment." "Did you buy low and sell high?" Quan Xingnan was both amazed and curious. Hua Xuedong patiently explained, "One of them was bought low and sold high. I acquired a lot during a dip and sold near the peak. The other 2 were also bought low, but as the companies went public, their stock prices surged. The upward momentum has slowed for now, and while there's still room for growth, it won't happen soon, so I sold the shares to those who needed them." For company holders, shares in a listed company are crucial for measuring personal wealth and market value, and they're rarely sold. But Hua Xuedong didn't need them, so he cashed out directly. End of chapter. Chapter 1550, Wedding Night 12. The cash he had cashed out was all invested by Hu Xiwedding into a major company on the mainland, turning its losses into profits. Quan Xingnan was stunned for a moment. All of it was invested? The money hadn't even warmed her hands yet, and it was already gone? That company has great prospects. I'm now using 10 billion, 3 billion of my own, and 7 billion I just earned to acquire 35% of their shares. I might invest a bit more later. With this money, the company will have the liquidity to cover the shortfall caused by insufficient funds, so they won't have to sell off their projects at a loss. Seeing her confused expression, Hu Xiwedding knew she didn't understand business matters at all, but since he rarely had time to spend with his wife, he was willing to explain it to her. Quan Xingnan scratched her head. So, what do you get out of it? How long will it take? From what Hu Xiwedding was saying, it sounded like a long-term play, not a short-term one. Hu Xiwedding said confidently, the benefits won't come immediately. We have to think long-term. 3 years. In 3 years, once that company finishes its current projects and builds up enough capital to list in Hong Kong, if I cash out, I can get at least 10 times the return. 10 times would be 100 billion. 3 years was worth it. Many businesses couldn't earn that kind of profit. No wonder people called him the stock god. Quan Xingnan gasped. For Hu Xiwedding, was making money really that easy? Honey, support me. Quan Xingnan said with a grin, unashamed. Don't worry, wife, I'll always support you. Hu Xiwedding assured her he could afford it, not just supporting his wife, but also earning enough for milk money. His large hand slid down to her lower belly. And these two little ones, everything they need for clothing, food, housing, and transportation has to be prepared. Wife, if you want to buy anything, just swipe the card. Quan Xingnan nestled in his arms, frowning in mild frustration. It seems like I don't even need to swipe the card myself. Ever since her pregnancy was fully exposed, many internationally renowned maternity, children's clothing, and toy companies had sent over large quantities of gifts, covering all kinds of baby products. Freebies. Hu Xiwedding's influence really was immense. The maternity clothes she had just picked out were the same clothing companies had sent her plenty of options to choose from. You and our babies are the best advertising models. Once you and the children wear their products, it will bring the best advertising effect. They're not doing a losing business. Just like when he and Quan Xingnan got married, many luxury brands sent large gifts and sponsored all kinds of clothing and accessories for their wedding. For ordinary people, luxury goods were expensive, something they couldn't afford even by scrimping and saving. But for luxury companies, those were just products from their inventory. Giving away some products in exchange for massive advertising effects was far cheaper than paying for ad campaigns. Quan Xingnan understood this logic well, which was why she accepted the gifts so calmly. She was about to mention how much she liked the yoga mat the yoga center had sent when her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Lu Tai Tai Liang Yui, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. After Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoxi's true identities were exposed, Lu Baolin and Lu Liang Yui worried that outsiders' judgmental looks would put pressure on them, so the whole family settled in Canada and gradually transferred their assets. When Hu Xiwedding and Quan Xingnan got married, they didn't come in person but sent gifts. Mrs. Hu, please, you must help us with this favor. As soon as the call connected, Lu Liang Yui spoke directly, her tone urgent and panicked. My cousin should be arriving at the Hu family mansion soon. Please, for my sake, see her. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone outside announced that a visitor had come to see Hu Xiwedding and Quan Xingnan. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. End of chapter. Start. Chapter 1551. Kindness turned to resentment 1. Quan Xingnan thought it over and decided to meet the visiting guest. The guest was a noblewoman in her 30s. She was called a noblewoman because of her lavish attire, designer clothes and shoes, each piece costing a year's salary for an average worker, and a dazzling diamond ring on her finger. However, she looked disheveled. There was a large stain on the front of her blouse, as if a bowl of food had accidentally spilled on it. Not only that, but her expression was also extremely anxious and panicked. Her name was Di Honglan, the daughter of Lu Lianjuyi's aunt. She came from a fairly well-off family and had married a self-made man worth hundreds of millions, named Zhuo Hong, who ran an electronic components business. The moment she saw Quan Xingnan, she immediately fell to her knees. What are you doing? Quan Xingnan was startled, and Hu Xiwedding furrowed her brows slightly. Master Quan, please help me calculate where my daughter is, I beg you, Di Honglan said, her tears streaming down like a burst dam before she could even finish her sentence. Hearing that she was looking for her daughter, Quan Xingnan immediately sat up straight. Don't panic. Tell me slowly, and I'll calculate for you. As she spoke, she instructed Steward Tang to help Di Honglan to the sofa. Di Honglan wiped her tears and choked out, my daughter's name is Ailin, Jo Ailin. She's 7 years old, very cute, and already proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My husband and I love her dearly and raise her like a little princess. Whatever she wants, we try our best to give her. But she's very well behaved, not mischievous at all, unlike my sister-in-law's son who loves to play pranks. Such a good daughter. She went to school yesterday and never came back. The more Di Honglan spoke, the more heartbroken she became, nearly bursting into tears. But remembering she hadn't finished explaining, she forced herself to hold back. Hearing this, Quan Xingnan asked gently, "Don't rush. Tell me clearly, when did she go missing? Was it during school or after? Who took her to school? Have you asked them?" "My mother-in-law and the nanny took her together," Di Honglan replied. "They said they dropped Aylin off at school and watched her walk in. But the teacher called me and said Aylin never showed up. My husband and I were terrified. We asked friends and family for help and frantically searched for her the school, the playground, the cake shop she likes. We've looked everywhere. Nothing. We also reported it to the police. At first, it hadn't been long enough for them to take it seriously, and later, when it was, they still couldn't find her. She had called Lu Lianjui to ask for help through Lu Baolin's connections. Lu Baolin had a lot of influence. Even though he wasn't in Hong Kong now, his business and friends were still there. One call from him was faster than her whole family running around. As a result, Lu Lianjui suggested she come to Quan Xingnan for help. She had brought a large red envelope with a full 1 million yuan, placed in her Hermes bag. She handed it to Quan Xingnan with both hands and said urgently, "Please, master, help me calculate where Aylin is. She's so young, a little girl. She must be so scared not seeing her parents for a whole day and night." "You carry that much cash with you?" Quan Xingnan said as she opened her third eye. Di Honglan wiped her tears. "My husband has some money, right? We're worried Aylin might have been kidnapped. Kidnappers like cash, don't they? We were afraid we wouldn't have time to prepare if we got a call, so we got the cash ready in advance. Now my mother-in-law and sister-in-law are at home waiting for the kidnapper's call, while my husband and I are out looking for our child." End of this chapter. End. Chapter 1552. Kindness turns to resentment too. As soon as the words fell, Di Honglan's phone rang. She apologized to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, fumbled to press the answer button, and accidentally hit the speakerphone. Honglan, the kidnappers called. They want you to prepare 30 million in cash, delivered all at once." A shrill voice came through the phone, sounding like a woman in her 40s. "Come back quickly and discuss with Zhuahong what to do next. The kidnappers said if you call the police, they'll kill the hostage immediately." Di Honglan stood up abruptly. "Sister, really? How is Aylin? Is she still alive? Did you hear the kidnappers let Aylin speak to confirm she's with them?" Despite her panic, Di Honglan's mind remained remarkably calm. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan exchanged a look of approval. Indeed, now that everyone around knew Zhua Aylin was missing, there were bound to be those trying to take advantage of the situation. After all, Zhuahong and Di Honglan were fairly well off. They belonged to the wealthy class. Every year in Hong Kong, people went missing and were never found, their fates unknown. The woman on the phone paused, likely caught off guard, but quickly answered Di Honglan's question in a flurry. "She's alive. Aylin is alive. Mom and I both heard her calling for her parents, and she said to come pick her up soon." All right, I'm coming back right now." Di Honglan hung up and immediately turned to Quan Xingnan, her eyes pleading. "Master Quan, please. The kidnappers' words can't be trusted, and we've already called the police. I'm terrified they'll kill her. Can you calculate where Aylin is? If we have a specific location, I can ask the police to act and rescue her immediately." Quan Xingnan withdrew her clairvoyant sight, turned around, and asked Steward Tang for paper and pen. She wrote down a detailed location and handed it to Di Honglan. Seeing the contents, Di Honglan froze. "Master Quan, wasn't this her sister-in-law's house? The place she occasionally stayed at for a while." Compared to the promising and capable Zhuahong, his sister Zhua Cui had married a lazy and good-for-nothing man named Huang Shaoxing. Whatever money they had was squandered, leaving them no choice but to live in a cage home. Zhua Cui soon brought her child back to her parents' house, where at least the living space was bigger, the food was healthier, and it cost nothing. Later, Zhuahong bought them an apartment. Though small, only about 50 or 60 square meters, it was enough for their family of 3. He hoped they would have a place to live and just earn enough to get by. But his brother-in-law refused to work, and his sister, accustomed to a life of ease at their parents' home, didn't want to move back. Instead, she wanted to sell the apartment and squander the money. Fortunately, the apartment was registered under Zhuahong's name, so it couldn't be sold. This bred deep resentment. Zhuahong didn't like his sister, and neither did Di Honglan. But Zhuahong's mother couldn't bear to see her daughter struggle, so she insisted on taking in her daughter and grandson, along with the occasional freeloading son-in-law. Frustrated, Zhuahong moved out, settling his mother in a neighboring apartment so she wouldn't live with his immediate family. The apartment was still his, they could live in it, but not sell it. For living expenses, Zhuahong only provided enough for his mother, not his sister or brother-in-law. However, his mother's money was often taken by Zhuo Cui, leaving her to eat at her son's house. End of chapter. Chapter 1553. Kindness turns to resentment 3. Although Zhuo's mother ignored her son's advice and wholeheartedly helped her daughter, she was fine in other aspects. Since she lived nearby, she often accompanied the nanny to pick up her granddaughter and always cared for her warmly, making her a good grandmother. This situation had persisted for several years. So when Di Honglan saw that her daughter's location was the house her husband had bought for her sister-in-law, she could hardly believe her eyes. Quan Xingnan nodded at her. If my divination skills haven't declined, then your daughter is indeed there. Go with your husband quickly, and you can also report this to the police. Kidnapping a child and extorting a huge sum of 3,000, that's no light crime under the law, is it? And there's more than one accomplice. Despicable. Di Honglan's eyes turned red instantly, red like fire. She bowed to Quan Xingnan and rushed out swiftly, as if walking on wheels of fire. After seeing her off, Steward Tang returned to the living room, holding a plate of snacks that Sister Jiang had made for Quan Xingnan. Ma'am, is Misty's daughter truly kidnapped by her own relatives? He had been in the living room the whole time and heard everything clearly. Quan Xingnan picked up a small snack, first stuffed it into Hua Xuedong's mouth, then took one for herself. After swallowing, she replied yes. Zhuo Ailin was handed over to her aunt and uncle by her grandmother, who told her she'd come pick her up soon. Then she lied, saying she saw her enter school, but in reality, she was locked up in a house by her uncle. Steward Tang's expression turned grim. Her grandmother colluded with the kidnappers? And the nanny too. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. The nanny was sent by Zhuo's mother to buy something, so she didn't see Zhuo Ailin enter the school. Afraid of taking responsibility, she went along with Zhuo's mother's story. People like that deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces, Steward Tang said bitterly. After he left, Quan Xingnan turned a questioning gaze to Hua Xuedong. You interact with Steward Tang often. Haven't you noticed anything from his facial features? Hua Xuedong leaned back against the sofa, tugging at her collar, looking relaxed, every move exuding an indescribable charm. Quan Xingnan said seriously, I did notice something, but without Steward Tang's permission, I didn't look too closely. And from a quick glance at his features, I only know that Steward Tang lost both parents at a young age, later lived under someone else's roof, and eventually ended up in an orphanage. He was adopted by his uncle and aunt, right? He endured many hard years before that. Hua Xuedong hummed in agreement. Steward Tang came from a good family. His parents were highly educated intellectuals, and the family had some wealth. Back then, Hong Kong's public security was terrible and society was chaotic. Steward Tang's uncle was involved in the underworld, got addicted to drugs, and needed money. So he teamed up with others to kidnap Steward Tang and demand a hefty ransom. Steward Tang's parents didn't know their younger brother was the kidnapper. They begged all their relatives and friends to scrape together $1 million, handed over the money for the child, and were shocked and heartbroken to find the kidnapper was the brother. But the child mattered more, so Steward Tang's parents still gave the money to the kidnappers. However, the latter feared the news would leak and had Steward Tang's uncle kill his brother and sister-in-law. They died with their eyes wide open in resentment. Steward Tang was only 4 at the time. One kidnapper felt pity and wanted to spare him, saying he could be sold for some money. And so, Steward Tang saved his own life. He was sold to a childless couple, who later had their own child and sent him to an orphanage. Eventually, he was adopted by Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua. End of chapter. Chapter 1554. Kindness turns to resentment 4. Many of the people working for the Hua family, and even the Hua group, were orphans adopted by Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, so they were all loyal to the Hua family without a second thought. Steward Tang was just one of them. Of course, the Hua family also provided them with very generous salaries to support their families and gave them various preferential treatments. A family that does good deeds will surely have surplus blessings, said Quan Xingnan. It's because of Uncle and Auntie's kindness that we have it so easy now. With the help of these people, their work and lives were much less troublesome. That's right. Hua Xuedong nodded. He was very grateful for the companionship of these people. Half of his bodyguards came from such backgrounds. They voluntarily underwent special training as teenagers, and after returning from studying abroad, they went through fierce competition. The top performers stayed by Hua Xuedong's side to protect him, while those eliminated were assigned by Hua Xuedong to various important departments. Among the orphans adopted by the Hua family, some also worked in the police force. One of them was in charge of Zhuo Ailin's case. His name was Shi Tianxi, and he was very young and promising. After receiving Di Honglan's phone call, he immediately set out with other police officers. Compared to outsiders, he trusted Quan Xingnan's abilities more, knowing that she never made baseless claims. He and several police officers, along with Zhuo Hong and Di Honglan, successfully rescued Zhuo Ailan, who was curled up in a corner of the house, and detained Huang Xiaoxing, who was drinking inside while fantasizing about the 30 million yuan that would soon be his. The other police officers arrested both Zhuo's mother and Zhuo Chui, mother and daughter, and brought them back to the police station for interrogation, including the lying nanny. Why? Holding her daughter, whose eyes were vacant, Di Honglan broke down and shouted at Huang Xiaoxing. Zhuo Hong, who was always impeccably dressed and meticulous about his appearance, was now in a terrible state. His tie was missing, and his clothes were wrinkled and stained. Looking at his daughter, who was curled up in his wife's arms and crying loudly, Zhuo Hong's tears also fell. He grabbed Huang Xiaoxing by the collar. Why did you kidnap my daughter? Haven't I been good enough to you all these years? Without me, you'd be living in a cage home. Without me, do you think you'd have food and drink? You ungrateful bastard. You kidnapped my daughter. Are you even human? Are you? I'm not human? Huang Xiaoxing, having been caught, was still in a state of fear. He hadn't expected to be caught so quickly. But faced with Zhuo Hong and his wife's accusations, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. You've been good to me? Damn it, what good have you done me? You wouldn't even spend a penny on me. You knew I didn't have a job, but you wouldn't arrange for me to be a senior manager in your company. Is that what you call being good to me? Ask yourself, have you been good to me? You haven't been good to me, so don't expect things to go well for you. Do you think this was my idea? Haha, let me tell you. The ones who planned this kidnapping were your eldest sister and your own mother. I was just the lookout. What did you say? What did you say? Zhuo Hong and Di Honglan's faces turned pale with anger as they both shouted. What did you say? Zhuo's mother? Zhuo's mother and Zhuo Chui were the masterminds? The 3 consecutive questions made Huang Xiaoxing laugh loudly, reeking of alcohol and full of malice. Yeah, that's right, just what you think. Your own mother and your eldest sister planned this kidnapping. I don't know how you found this place, but I can tell you this. After the ransom was paid, all you would have gotten was a corpse. End of this chapter. Chapter 1555, Kindness Begets Enmity 5. Zhuo Hong punched him in the face, and the police officer beside him pretended not to see. To be honest, kidnappers who abduct children are the most despicable, especially when they demand a ransom while planning to kill the hostage. Of course, what is most detestable is when the kidnapper is not a stranger, but a close relative. Why? What did my daughter do to wrong you, that you would come up with such a vicious plan? Zhuo Hong roared, his eyes bloodshot from not sleeping for a day and a night, as if they were about to bleed. His mother, watching him and his wife frantic over their daughter's disappearance, acted as if nothing was wrong. His sister, while he and his wife were running around searching for their daughter, told them with great seriousness that the kidnappers demanded a ransom of 30 million, and that she had heard their daughter's cries for help. His daughter, so young, so adorable, had to endure a day and night of terror, leaving her with psychological trauma. Why were there such malicious relatives in this world? Why? Zhuo Chui sneered at Shi Tianxi. You ask me why? Fine, I'll tell you. It's because they treated me badly. He and I are siblings, born of the same parents, sharing the same bloodline. He could buy jewelry, clothes, designer bags, and diamonds for that pretentious woman Di Honglan, so why couldn't he buy them for me? I am his own sister. They can live in a multi-million-dollar mansion, so why do I have to grovel before my mother? Shi Tianxi looked at the woman before him, now lost in madness, disheveled, bitter, and mean. Just because Zhuo Hong didn't provide you with a life of luxury, you plan to kidnap Zhuo Ailan? Did you ever think that she is your own niece, an innocent and lovely 7-year-old girl? Shi Tianxi had received great care from Steward Tang as a child, so he harbored a deep-seated disgust for kidnappers who target their own relatives. I don't even have a brother anymore, so how could I have a niece? Zhuo Chui said matter-of-factly. Why should Zhuo Ailan get to learn piano, art, and dance, enjoy the best education, and attend the best school, while my son has to live a hard life with me, unable to learn anything, attending a school full of all kinds of people? If Zhuo Ailan dies, everything in the Zhuo family will belong to my son. Shi Tianxi said coldly, even if something happened to Zhuo Ailan, the Zhuo family's wealth would still belong to Zhuo Hong and Di Honglan. They are still young and can have another child to move past the pain of losing one. Zhuo Chui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Zhuo Hong can't have children. How do you know? Shi Tianxi frowned. Of course I know. Did you think I didn't find Zhuo Hong's medical report? Zhuo Chui laughed heartily. 2 years ago, Zhuo Ailan said she wanted a little brother, so Zhuo Hong and Di Honglan started trying for a second child. After more than a year with no success, they went to the hospital for a checkup. Zhuo Hong is infertile. It's Zhuo Hong who can't have children. Having Zhuo Ailan in the first place was just luck. Shi Tianxi understood. So you plan this kidnapping? That's right. If Zhua Ailan dies, my son becomes the heir of the Zhua family, inheriting assets worth hundreds of millions. Then I can wear Chanel, carry Hermes, use Yves Saint Laurent, and wear Yusheng Wutong jewelry. I can be a wealthy lady, going out every day to shop and play mahjong with other rich women and socialites, no longer struggling to make a living, no longer being called a fat woman because of my poverty-stricken appearance. This chapter ends. Chapter 1556. A favor begets a grudge 6. Fatty? That was indeed an apt description. Zhuo Cui, who constantly complained about her hard life, was very fat. She was tall and stout, covered in flab, with her eyes squeezed into slits by the fat on her face. She strained to open her eyes wide, trying to make them look bigger, but to the police officers, it only looked ridiculous. A woman like her, even if draped in gold and silver, had not a trace of a lady's grace. Di Honglan was worried about her daughter. Even in her disheveled state, she could not hide the aristocratic temperament in her every move, indicating her good upbringing. All right, you have your reasons. So, how did you convince your mother to help you hand Zhua Ailan over to your husband and agree to let you orchestrate this kidnapping? Did she know what you were planning? Shi Tianxi continued to ask. Zhuo Cui shot him a contemptuous glance. My mother has been obsessed with having a grandson. How could I possibly let her know my real thoughts? Even if I were an idiot, I wouldn't tell her. I told her that Di Honglan didn't want a second child, and that she and Zhua Hong were worried that having another child would take away their love for Zhua Ailan. That wasn't just empty talk, it was something Zhua Hong and Di Honglan said to my mother after they found out Zhua Hong was infertile, without telling her the truth. My mother was furious and started to dislike Zhua Ailan. She wanted Zhua Ailan gone even more than I did. If Zhua Ailan disappeared, the Zhua family could have another son, and there would be no Zhua Ailan to compete for the inheritance. A flash of anger crossed Shi Tianxi's eyes. So the two of you, mother and daughter, planned this kidnapping? From start to finish, you never intended to let Zhua Ailan return alive to her parents, did you? That's right. Let her live? Let her live so she could tell her parents that we were the ones who kidnapped her? We're not that stupid. Zhua Ailan, young as she is very clever and has a good memory. When my son hit her and took her things, she would tattle to Zhua Hong. It took a lot of effort to subdue her. There's no way we'd let her go back to the Zhua family alive and ruin our big plan. At this point, Zhuo Cui let out a sigh. Our plan was flawless. The house Zhua Hong bought for us is in the slums, a place full of all kinds of people. No one would notice if there was one more person in our house. How did you track us down? It's only been a day. Shi Tianxi said flatly, we checked. The Zhua family never received a call from the kidnappers. Even if Di Honglan hadn't sought help from Quan Xing'an, they would have solved the case quickly. The same explanation was given to Zhuo Cui's mother. The mother, who had initially been unwilling to admit anything, immediately shouted at Shi Tianxi after learning of Zhuo Cui's intentions. Impossible, impossible. Akui couldn't have deceived me. I've been so good to her. I gave her every bit of the 10,000 yuan monthly living allowance Ahong gave me, and I often took food and clothes from Ahong's house for her. How could she deceive me? The mother was extremely agitated. Are you mistaken? Akui only wanted what was best for the Zhua family. She had Huang Shaoxing kidnap Ailan just so I could have a grandson. How could she be coveting the Zhua family's property? My son is perfectly healthy. He's perfectly healthy. There's no way he can't father a grandson. No way. Shi Tianxi placed Zhua Hong's medical report in front of her. Nothing is impossible. I asked your son. He is indeed infertile. To spare you worry and to save face, he and Di Honglan told you they simply didn't want more children. Zhuo Cui saw this medical report, and that's when she got the greedy idea to seize the Zhua family's assets. The chapter ends. Chapter 1557. A favor begets a grudge 7. Zhua's mother instantly collapsed, tears streaming down her aged face as she shook her head frantically. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Shi Tianxi shook his head. This mother and daughter pair truly left him speechless. Madam, sir, you're making up lies to trick me into confessing my crimes, aren't you? My son isn't infertile, and my daughter never coveted the Zhua family's property, right? Right? Shi Tianxi said flatly, no. We're not deceiving you. What you just heard is your daughter's confession. Zhua's mother grabbed at her hair, and after a few tugs, she looked like a madwoman. Yet no one felt any pity for her. When she and her daughter plotted this kidnapping, she was a ruthless criminal. She had no intention of letting Zhua Ailan return home alive, so the police would not show her leniency due to her age or motives. Speak. Give us a detailed account of how you committed the crime. Although they already had Zhuo Cui's confession, the police still needed Zhua's mother's statement to ensure fairness and accuracy. Akui told me that Di Honglan didn't want a second child. If she didn't have one, my wish to hold a grandson would be dashed. Girls are fine, but once they marry, they become outsiders. A grandson is different. He marries and has children, carrying on the Zhua family line. Ahong has built a fortune worth hundreds of millions. I couldn't let that fortune fall into the hands of outsiders. Akwi said we couldn't let Aylin live. I thought, yes, if she lives, my son and daughter-in-law won't give me a grandson. If she grows up, she'll take a dowry with her when she leaves. And if anything happens to Ahong without a will, she'll fight my grandson for the inheritance. Her confession was largely the same as Zhuo Chui's, and the two statements matched perfectly. With the case solved, convicting the criminals was no longer the police's concern. They only needed to submit the case files. Zhuo Hong and Di Honglan put work aside to stay home with their daughter, who lived in constant fear. They hired a psychologist for her counseling, took leave from school so she could rest at home, and did not attend the final sentencing of her mother and sister. It wasn't that they were unfilial, but they didn't know how to face the criminals who had wanted to kill their own daughter. The case caused quite a stir. Quan Xingnan read about it in the newspaper at home. Human nature. Old Master Hua put down the paper, took off his glasses, and sighed. Old Madame Hua was discussing with Quan Xingnan what clothes, bottles, and toys to prepare for the baby. Hearing her husband's lament, she looked up. Human nature is the most complicated thing. Zhuo Hong shares some responsibility for what Zhuo Chui and his mother did. If he hadn't indulged them, today wouldn't have happened. A favor begets a grudge. We've encountered this before. Charity must have limits. If you grasp that limit, it leads to good results. Of course, at the root of it all, it's still human nature. She and Old Master Hua had adopted many orphans over the years, and plenty of them had repaid kindness with enmity. It had hurt at the time, but later, they stopped grieving. When they adopted those orphans, they never expected anything in return. Those who now chose to repay them warmed their hearts, and they treated them like their own children, never shortchanging them in any way. Quan Xingnan asked curiously, "Aunt, among the people you and uncle adopted, were there really those who repaid kindness with enmity? See you at 11 sharp." End of chapter. Chapter 1558. Kindness begets enmity 8. Yes, there are. Old Madame Hua nodded readily. We adopted many orphans, and quite a few repaid our kindness, but there were also plenty who returned good with evil, all ungrateful wretches. As she aged, many past events faded from memory with the passage of time, but the feeling of betrayal still lingered. She was very fond of Quan Xingnan and often told her about the old stories of the Hua family, of herself and her husband, and of Hua Xuedong. So, after a moment of effortful recollection, she said slowly, "I can't remember much, but I do recall the first person who betrayed your uncle and me. It was a girl. What was her name? Old man, do you remember?" "How would I remember some girl? In this life, I've only had you, my old wife." Old Master Hua wiped his reading glasses with a cloth, put them back on his nose, and said casually. His words made Old Madame Hua beam with joy. "You don't remember, but I do. It was Zhou Yu, right? That girl named Zhou Yu was originally an orphan from a welfare home. She had been abandoned at the welfare home's gate as a child, with no physical defects. Her only flaw, perhaps, was her gender. Old Madame Hua often did charitable work at that welfare home and adopted many orphans, including Zhou Yu. She was a very clever and bright girl. Old Madame Hua liked her a lot. Like the other orphans, she received a good education and never suffered in life. But when she grew up, she fell in love with Old Master Hua. She tried every means to appear before him, using her graceful figure, her beauty, and her health to profess her love. She even boldly went to Old Madame Hua, crying and begging, asking her to allow her to stay by Old Master Hua's side. She claimed she wouldn't compete for affection or property, and that Old Madame Hua could treat her like a pet cat or dog. People like that. Old Madame Hua had a vivid memory of this incident and still showed disgust when mentioning it. What love? I was the one who adopted her and took care of her, everything from food, clothing, shelter, and transportation to asking after her well-being, just like a daughter. Your uncle was out there struggling at the time, his mind full of work, full of how to establish himself in Hong Kong's chaotic public order. They had no daily contact. What was there to love? Wasn't it just your uncle's money and status? She thought I was old and faded, and that her youth and beauty could replace me. I've encountered many women with such intentions, often having to drive away those buzzing bees and fluttering butterflies for your uncle. Quan Xingnan covered her mouth and laughed, easily imagining the scene. She had seen old photos of Old Master Hua. In his youth, he was a dapper and elegant handsome man. In middle age, he gained a mature and refined charm that made him even more attractive. Even in his 60s and 70s, he was still a handsome old man. Such a handsome man, with wealth and status, was naturally a prized catch in many women's eyes. Hearing his wife's words, Old Master Hua pretended to be angry and said, "You old woman, after all these years, why do you remember things so clearly that I've forgotten? Do you want me to remind you that you were still receiving love letters even after we got married?" Oh. Curiosity sparkled in Quan Xingnan's eyes. Back then, there were often those intellectual youths and great scholars who thought our marriage was arranged by our parents. Some urged me to shake off the feudal burden, while others told your aunt to bravely break free from feudal shackles. The solution they proposed was for us to divorce, so I could freely fall in love, and your aunt could freely fall in love and accept their passionate pursuits. End of this chapter. Chapter 1559. Kindness begets enmity 9. Old Madame Hua complained, as if there weren't female students pursuing you. Many came right up to me, demanding I step aside and make way for them, utterly self-righteous. And plenty of love letters I never even got to see because you burned them. Don't deny it, back then, there were quite a few talented scholars full of literary flair, and the poems they wrote were quite distinctive. However, she treated them all as jokes to share with her husband. There were no secrets between them. Listening to the elderly couple expose each other's past, Quan Xing Nan laughed heartily. To love each other into old age and stay together until the end, how truly happy. Even if the lack of children left a slight regret in their lives, it was merely a trivial matter to them. Adong giving you all his assets was also a lesson learned from your uncle's mistakes. Old Madame Hua finally felt it pointless to dwell on the past anymore, turning to face Quan Xingnan. Everything is yours now, so those women looking for shortcuts have lost much of their interest in him. I don't look down on women who love money. If they earn it through legitimate means, that's their own ability. After all, what is life but the pursuit of pleasure, indulgence, and enjoying existence? We work hard to earn money to make our own lives better, since even a single coin can stump a hero. What I despise are those women who trade their bodies for money while trying to destroy others' marriages and love. Quan Xingnan deeply agreed. I share your view, aunt. In such matters, the man bears greater responsibility. If a man has no intention, a woman has no opening to exploit. When a woman succeeds in getting what she wants, it's because the man has tacitly allowed it. Loving money is normal, and being fond of material things is not a mistake. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it ethically. Women who intrude into others' families and relationships to gain wealth deserve society's scorn. Even if a mistress is promoted to wife and praised as beautifully as possible, the base nature of the act remains hard to conceal. Old Madame Hua clapped her hands and laughed. Exactly. Yet while many in the world scorn such women, men are merely called romantic to gloss over their shamelessness. Isn't Adong good? Adong and his uncle are both 1 in a million good men. The women here are the most pragmatic. If Adong still had assets worth hundreds of billions, they'd swarm him like moths to a flame, willing to be a mistress, bear a child, and join the battle for those billions, never worrying about life again. But now it's different. Though Adong still has money and status, it's not what it used to be, and women with grander ambitions have naturally shifted their targets. Many women aim to marry into wealthy families, and once they do, their goal becomes vying for more property. Hua Xuedong never gave any woman a chance before, and now even less so. He gave his hundreds of billions in assets to his wife. What hope is left for others? There are indeed plenty who like Hua Xuedong without caring about money, but they dare not make a move now. Who is Quan Xingnan? The divine calculator, could she be kept in the dark? She hadn't made a move in Hong Kong for a long time, but her first move after marriage was to rescue Zhuelin. After Zhua Hong and Di Honglan's daughter improved, the family of 3 came to thank Quan Xingnan. Overflowing with maternal affection, Quan Xingnan pitted Zhuelin, who lived each day like a startled bird, and gave her a protective talisman to help calm her emotions. This matter did not escape the notice of those well-informed. When a very famous female billionaire in Taiwan learned of it, she immediately came knocking. At 9 o'clock, be there or be square. Chapter end. Chapter 1560, Grace turns to resentment 10. This wealthy woman was named Su Qinglian. She was very rich, having built a fortune worth hundreds of millions of dollars through her own efforts, ranking on the list of wealthy Chinese businesswomen. In fact, Quan Xingnan was not unknown, especially in elite circles. Logically, Su Qinglian should have heard of her long ago and wouldn't have waited until now to seek her out. Unfortunately, Su Qinglian had been seriously ill in recent years and had been recuperating abroad. She only returned to her hometown recently and, while passing through Hong Kong to visit an old friend, happened to hear about Quan Xingnan's achievements. Su Qinglian used to be a musician. Her life story was quite simple. After reaching adulthood, she married her childhood sweetheart, Wang Yuxian. After marriage, she had a son and a daughter, reaching the peak of her life, a model of success that many envied. However, good times didn't last. When she was 40, Wang Yuxian had an affair. Wang Yuxian was a professor at an art academy. He fell in love with a 20-year-old female student named Zhou Shui, claiming she had talent, understood him, and shared his interests. He said their souls were alike. In contrast, he found Su Qinglian increasingly unfamiliar, her music too heavy, vulgar, and she constantly interfered in their children's lives, hysterical. All the beautiful adjectives were heaped onto Zhou Shui by Wang Yuxian, while all the harsh, venomous words were used to describe the wife who had weathered 20 years of storms with him. His love affair with Zhou Shui was sensational and widely blessed. They publicly declared it true love. He would marry no one else, she would wed no other. Every day, they published their true love manifesto in the newspapers, every line filled with insults and contempt for Su Qinglian. What did it mean? It meant that if Su Qinglian refused to let them be together, she was vicious, she was mean, she was hysterical and shameless for clinging to Wang Yuxian. They claimed that those without love were the real third parties, attacking Su Qinglian by any means necessary, even inciting naive young girls to show up at her door and curse her for being cruel and unwilling to let Wang Yuxian and Zhou Shui be together. Su Qinglian was harassed beyond endurance. Heartbroken and disillusioned, she agreed to the divorce. But just then, her son went missing. My son was only 7 when he disappeared, Su Qinglian said in front of Quan Xingnan. Though she was somewhat plump with a round face, she was elegant, dignified, and possessed great poise. She couldn't help wiping away tears. How did he disappear? I remember that day many young people came to my house, splashing ink and paint, calling me an old hag shamelessly clinging to Wang Yuxian, saying Zhou Shui was so pitiful, so delicate, so touching. After I finally drove them away, my daughter told me her little brother was gone. Although there was frequent travel between Hong Kong and Taiwan, Su Qinglian was not well known. Madame Hui didn't recognize her and had never heard her story. Now, listening to her tale, she couldn't help comforting her. Don't worry, Nan and will definitely help you. You want to find your son, right? I can't think of anything else. Su Qinglian nodded. Yes. My daughter and I have been searching for him for 10 years, with no useful clues at all. I worked myself to the bone to make money, just to have the financial means to find him. But the world is vast, where do I look? I've turned all of Taiwan upside down, searched every nook and cranny. I've helped many people find their missing children and reunite their families, but I've never been able to find my own child. End of chapter. Chapter 1561, Kindness Turns to Resentment 11. A few years ago, Su Qinglian's body could no longer bear the strain, and she fell seriously ill, forcing her to go abroad for treatment and recuperation. She had not found her son, and she told herself she absolutely could not collapse. So, while continuing to send people to search for her son, she personally taught her daughter how to manage the music company she had founded, all while undergoing surgery and recuperation. She had recently returned to her hometown, still in search of her child. I haven't found him in Taiwan, so I've started asking people to search in the Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangdong areas. I think, even if the traffickers took my child away, they shouldn't have gone too far. She had also asked people to search farther afield, but the hope was very slim. Quan Xingnan opened her clairvoyant eye and immediately looked surprised. What's wrong? Su Qinglian and old Madame Hua asked in unison. Looking at the elegant, middle-aged noblewoman before her, Quan Xingnan said softly, that child is in Hong Kong. Su Qinglian shot to her feet. Where? What is his name? Where is he? Master Quan, please, you must tell me. His name is Dong Hanwen. He has great artistic talent and was adopted by an old professor from the art academy. The old professor lives alone and has a modest life. Dong Hanwen is currently working part-time while studying. Coincidentally, the place where he works is the gallery my husband opened for me. Our gallery is quite leisurely, and the pay isn't low. He's been working there for 2 years. The gallery wasn't commercial. It only displayed Quan Xingnan's works for people to appreciate, but they weren't for sale. The location was good, the environment pleasant, the pay high, and he could also observe excellent works. Dong Hanwen had only gotten in through connections. Of course, the gallery manager had also done it out of respect for old Professor Dong. Su Qinglian's nose stung, and tears streamed down her face. Yes, my son has great artistic talent and an astonishing sensitivity to color. He started doodling when he was 2, and by the time he was 4, his drawings were already quite good. Although my ex-husband isn't a good person, he is a talent in the art world and is now a very famous painter in Taiwan, with both fame and money. At this point, Su Qinglian couldn't help but say, he was 7 when he went missing. How did he end up here? And why hasn't he found his way home? At 7, a child with a good memory would already know their hometown and parents. Quan Xingnan said softly, that's something you'll need to ask him. Some things were better left for the mother and son to discuss. She didn't need to interfere. All right. Where's the gallery? I'll go right now. I can't wait any longer. Let's go together. I told my husband that the gallery should keep acquiring paintings from outside while exhibiting my works, and we've never stopped. A couple of days ago, the gallery said they bought quite a few calligraphy and paintings from a spendthrift abroad. My husband and I need to go and appraise them to see whether we should keep them for sale or for our own collection. Su Qinglian was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, "Thank you, Master Quan. I'm sorry to trouble you to come with me." Old Madame Hua arranged for a car for them and also sent people to accompany Quan Xingnan. Although her pregnancy was now showing, her belly was only slightly rounded and not particularly large. So, whenever Quan Xingnan felt like it, she would go out for a walk. The pregnancy was stable, and her family was at ease with her going out and shopping. Getting out of the car and walking to the gallery entrance, Su Qinglian found herself unable to step inside. The boss's wife is here." A very handsome young man ran out of the gallery, reaching out to support Quan Xingnan, a warm smile on his face. This is the boss's wife's first visit to the gallery since getting married. End of this chapter. Chapter 1562, Grace turns to grudge 12. Upon seeing him, Quan Xingnan immediately broke into a smile. "Dong Hanwen, long time no see. You're still working for me here." As soon as she heard the name Dong Hanwen, Su Qinglian's gaze fixed on his face, on his entire being. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling slightly, almost unable to hold the bag in her hands. Dong Hanwen chuckled. "The atmosphere here is great. I can observe and learn while also working to earn money for paint and brushes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. My grandpa even said my paintings have improved a lot over the past 2 years. I did really well this year too. I got into my dream art academy, and my grades are even near the top." His face wore an expression that clearly begged for praise. Although Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan didn't visit the gallery very often, since it was Quan Xingnan's exhibition, they still showed up several times a year. Dong Hanwen, who had been working there long-term, had long since become familiar with them. The result of that familiarity was that he couldn't hide his youthful nature. "Wow, that's amazing. I'll have to give you a big red envelope as a reward," Quan Xingnan replied as she stepped into the gallery. She glanced back at Su Qinglian, who was standing still, and said to Dong Hanwen, "Hey, kid, she's a very good friend of mine, and it's her first time visiting the gallery. Could you give her a tour?" Dong Hanwen agreed without hesitation. He turned back and gently took Su Qinglian by the arm, grinning. "Ma'am, what style of calligraphy or painting do you like? Our boss lady is amazing. Her calligraphy and inkwash paintings are especially great, and her fine brushwork is outstanding too." Su Qinglian's eyes were fixed on his face, or rather, on a small black mole near his ear. She wasn't even looking at where she was stepping as he guided her inside. Under these circumstances, how could she possibly focus on the artworks on display? She asked softly, "Child, what's your name? How old are you this year?" "Huh? You're asking me? My name is Dong Hanwen, and I should be 17 this year." Dong Hanwen scratched his head with one hand. "Why should be? Don't you remember your own age?" Dong Hanwen laughed cheerfully. "Because I'm an orphan. Orphans don't exactly keep close track of their age, do they?" Su Qinglian's heart ached deeply. She held back her tears and continued, "You're an orphan? Do you miss your parents? Have you ever looked for them? How do you support yourself now?" "I'm an orphan. I don't even remember my parents, so why would I miss them? Besides, my grandpa has been really good to me, so I have to take care of him in his old age. I don't have time to go looking for my parents. But once I've learned enough to get a proper job, or if my paintings sell for a good price, I'll ask our boss lady to help me figure out where my parents are. I'll go right up to them and tell them. Even though they abandoned me, I still grew up just fine." Dong Hanwen found the questions a bit odd, but he answered Su Qinglian seriously nonetheless. Su Qinglian covered her mouth and burst into tears. She could tell, though the child was cheerful and lively, he harbored a deep resentment toward his parents. He believed he had been abandoned. "Hey ma'am, please don't cry." Dong Hanwen fumbled to pull out his own handkerchief and handed it to her. "Look, I've had no one since I was little. I used to fight stray dogs for food, and even I didn't cry. So why are you crying?" Hearing that he had fought stray dogs for food, Su Qinglian could no longer hold back. She threw her arms around him. "Child, my child, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It took me until now to find you. I'm sorry you had to endure so much suffering. I'm sorry. Diligent as I am, I'm asking for votes, monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, give them all to me. Thanks to everyone for the tips, looks like it's enough for a takeout meal. #nervousface #. End of chapter. Chapter 1563, a huge profit with minimal investment 1. Dong Hanwen was first stunned, then at a loss, and finally turned a pleading gaze to Quan Xingnan. Boss's wife. How could this elegant and wealthy-looking noblewoman in front of him be his mother? Wasn't he abandoned by his parents and left to wander outside? Instead of being happy, Dong Hanwen was alarmed. Quan Xingnan said, "Let's go inside and talk." Dong Hanwen snapped out of it and quickly helped Su Qinglian into the gallery's lounge, settling her into a chair. He then poured a cup of hot milk for both her and Quan Xingnan. "Hot milk can help calm your nerves." How thoughtful. Quan Xingnan marveled, but Su Qinglian felt a pang of heartache. She reached out and pulled him over to sit beside her. Let me look at you. Her greedy eyes swept over Dong Hanwen from head to toe, finally settling on his face. You look so much like him. Your talent is like his, and your appearance too. Although that man had never searched for his son, she had to admit that genetics were truly remarkable. Who? Dong Hanwen asked casually. Was it his father? If she really was his mother. Your father, Wang Yuxian. Su Qinglian sighed. We divorced 10 years ago. Whatever grievances and conflicts happened between us shouldn't have affected the younger generation. So, she had no intention of hiding anything from her son. Dong Hanwen was taken aback. Is that Wang Yuxian, the master of traditional Chinese painting from Taiwan? Su Qinglian nodded. Dong Hanwen studied fine arts, so it wasn't surprising that he knew of Wang Yuxian. Leaving aside his character, Wang Yuxian's artistic skill was exceptionally high, worthy of being called a master. Someone once told me that I look a lot like Master Wang when he was young. Dong Hanwen scratched his head. I've been studying fine arts and have studied Wang Yuxian's works. I've also read his biography and seen his photos. Wait, are you saying he's my father? You're my mother? Then wouldn't I be Wang Xian, the 7-year-old son of Master Wang who went missing 10 years ago? Was this noblewoman in front of him the musician Su Qinglian, described in introductions as sharp-tongued, vulgar, and incompatible with Wang Yuxian? She didn't seem like it at all. If being sharp-tongued and vulgar described a woman of her elegant demeanor, then he believed countless women in the world would willingly be sharp-tongued and vulgar. Although Su Qinglian didn't know what Dong Hanwen was thinking, she confirmed his words. Yes, Mrs. Hua helped me find you. You are my son and also Wang Yuxian's son. However, over the years, only your sister and I have been searching for you. Wang Yuxian has long since flown off with his young wife. I'm sorry, my child. It's all my fault for not protecting you, for not finding you sooner, for making you endure so much hardship and suffering. Dong Hanwen shook his head. After I met my grandfather, I never suffered hardship or endured suffering. I received a good education and have been studying fine arts. You, don't blame yourself. You came to find me, and you've been searching for me all along. That means you haven't wronged me. At this, he smiled. Actually, I'm quite happy. It turns out I wasn't an abandoned child. Whether or not one was abandoned has always been a knot in the hearts of orphans who don't know their origins. Quan Xing'an was no exception, and neither was Dong Hanwen. Su Qinglian, on the other hand, began to cry. How can you not blame me? It was my failure to protect you. Child, you were only 7 when you went missing. Don't you remember anything from before you were 7? How did you end up in Hong Kong? Our hometown is in Taiwan. This chapter ends. Chapter 1564, a huge profit with minimal investment too. Dong Hanwen couldn't stand seeing women cry, so he quickly wiped her tears away. My memories from before are a blink. I don't even know how I got from Taiwan to Hong Kong. He shrugged, as if he didn't care much. I wandered around the poor areas, dug through trash cans, and even fought with stray dogs for food. Grandpa said that when he found me, I was on the ground writing and drawing with a twig. He couldn't bear to see my talent go to waste, so he took me in. He brought me to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said it might have been caused by a heavy blow to the head. I don't even remember if I was ever injured. Su Qinglian grew more distressed as she listened. She reached out and stroked the top of his head. How much suffering have you endured, child? You were so young when you got hurt, it must have been so painful back then. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You could have lived a life without worries about food or clothing. It was my fault for not getting a divorce decisively, which dragged you into this and made you endure all that wandering and hardship. My grandpa was very good to me. I only suffered a little before he adopted me, and it wasn't for long because the time between when my grandpa took me in and when Master Wang's son went missing was only 3 months apart. He himself really liked Wang Yuxian's works and knew a lot about Wang Yuxian's life. Back then, everyone said he looked like Wang Yuxian and even joked about whether he was Wang Yuxian's missing son because he was 90% similar to Wang Yuxian's photo at age 18, though not to the current Wang Yuxian. Last year, when Wang Yuxian came to Hong Kong for an art exchange and attended an art symposium, Dong Hanwen saw him from outside the crowd. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, but he had put on weight, with a big belly, a face that had grown rounder, a noticeable double chin, and thinning hair on top. He had a greasy look about him, no longer as handsome, tall, and elegant as he was in his youth. Su Qinglian felt both relieved and heartbroken. Child, hearing you say 3 months makes me happy that in the 10 years I searched for you, you only went without food and shelter for 3 months, wandering around. I'm grateful to your grandpa, grateful that he kept my son from continuing to wander. But I'm also very sad. If I had been more careful, if I had been more decisive, you wouldn't have had to endure even 3 months of wandering and hardship. Oh, it's all in the past. Please don't say that. Dong Hanwen comforted her with a big, bright smile, as radiant as spring sunshine, full of vitality. Although I don't know what exactly happened that year, I know you didn't lose me on purpose. If I remember correctly, that year was when Master One got divorced. Su Qinglian sniffled. Yes, he had already proposed a divorce before you went missing. At the time, for your sake and your sister's, I thought I'd just endure it. After all, he was over 40, and that young girl might not truly love him. But then a lot of unexpected things happened that had a huge impact on our lives. They teamed up against me. I'm not bad-mouthing them, just telling you the truth. They used various media to preach their true love theory, calling on many young girls who worshipped true love to boycott us, making it impossible for you and your sister to continue living normally. You had to stay home with me to figure out a way to deal with it. Wang Yuxian held significant influence in the art world. Zhou Shui's mother, Zhou Yu, relied on a local wealthy man who would give up even his life for her and her daughter, so dealing with a small request from her was nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 1565, A Huge Profit with No Risk 3. Quan Xingnan suddenly interrupted Su Qinglian's narration. You mentioned Zhou Yu? Zhou Shui's mother is called Zhou Yu. Why did that name sound so familiar? While Su Qinglian was momentarily stunned, Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and finally remembered, wasn't the girl who betrayed old Madame Hua and tried to climb up to old Master Hua named Zhou Yu? Was it the same person, or just a coincidence in names? Su Qinglian snapped back to reality and nodded. That's right. Zhou Shui has a good mother, a mother who is just like her daughter. That Zhou Yu seemed to have moved from Hong Kong. It was so long ago that the investigation at the time wasn't very thorough. Later, when I had money, I specifically hired someone to look into her. She was an orphan, adopted by a wealthy couple in Hong Kong, but she had delusions of grandeur, wanting to kick out the wealthy wife and take her place. In the end, that wealthy man was unmoved and instead kicked her out of the house, cutting off all living expenses. Quan Xingnan knew immediately that this Zhou Yu was the same one. What happened next? When old Madame Hua mentioned adopting an orphan, she hadn't told her that Zhou Yu had been kicked out, but that outcome was predictable. Before middle age, old Madame Hua had a fiery temper and definitely wouldn't tolerate a scheming Zhou Yu. Next, Su Qinglian thought for a moment. When she was adopted by the wealthy couple, Zhou Yu received a good education and could be considered a talented woman. Hong Kong couldn't hold her, so she quickly latched onto an old wealthy businessman in Taiwan. One was greedy for money, the other for lust, like dry wood meeting fire, a perfect match. Zhou Yu followed that old businessman to Taiwan, used his connections to climb the social ladder, ingratiated herself with a wealthy lady, frequented her home, and soon seduced the lady's husband, dumping the old businessman. Quan Xingnan had experienced many things and found this very much in line with Zhou Yu's character, but Dong Hanwan was shocked. His mouth hung wide open, and his eyes were round as saucers. She could do that? Where's her face? Some people are born shameless. Su Qinglian's tone was light, but her resentment toward Zhou Yu and her daughter Zhou Shui was evident. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Men who get involved with women like that aren't good either. I'm very glad now that I divorced 10 years ago and didn't keep entangling with them. That wealthy lady never divorced her husband, and Zhou Yu couldn't legitimize her position either. The three of them tangled like that for over 20 years, until that wealthy man died a few years ago. Dong Hanwan was very curious and couldn't help asking, what happened next? Seeing his interest, Su Qinglian felt like continuing. That wealthy man never expected to die so early. When he was living with Zhou Yu, he thought he was still vigorous and full of energy, so he never made a will. Then his wife must have made a move, Dong Hanwan said. Although he was a guy, he believed that any woman whose heart had been broken would become very crazy. The fact that she had stubbornly refused to divorce for decades showed how deep her obsession was. Some people could let go, but most of those who did so out of sheer helplessness. Su Qinglian smiled and nodded. My son is so smart. That wealthy lady and her 2 children inherited all of the wealthy husband's property and took back everything he had given to Zhou Yu and her daughter during the marriage. Although Zhou Yu was with that wealthy man, Zhou Shui was the daughter of that old wealthy businessman, not this one, so she had no inheritance rights. The chapter ends. Chapter 1566, A Huge Profit with No Loss 4. Upon hearing this, Quan Xingnan and Dong Hanwan both clapped their hands and cheered in satisfaction. Su Qinglian, however, shook her head. Don't be fooled by Zhou Yu's aging appearance now. She still has that stubborn refusal to admit defeat. Relying on her well-maintained image, she latched onto a wealthy man more than a decade older than her not long after her previous rich husband died. So she still lives a life of luxury and ease, never having to lift a finger for herself. People like her have long lost any sense of shame. Zhou Yu lives a comfortable and enjoyable life, and as her only daughter, Zhou Shui naturally enjoys boundless glory. Wang Yuxian is a master of fine arts with substantial assets. After Zhou Shui married him, she publicly claimed that they were a harmonious couple, and her own works were elevated to a very high status, commanding very high prices. Zhou Shue's works are decent, but merely decent. They can't even reach the average level of Quan Xingnan's pieces. Su Qinglian comes from a scholarly family. Having been married to Wang Yuxian for 20 years, she also studied this field of art and possesses appraisal skills no less than those of professionals. She can tell at a glance which works are superior and which are inferior. Dong Hanwen was stunned. How can they do this? Their moral character really has no bottom line. Let's not learn from them. Su Qinglian touched Dong Hanwen's face, her eyes shimmering with maternal affection. Child, I've finally found you. Tell me whatever you want to do. I also want to personally visit your grandfather and thank him for taking care of you all these years. If you want to stay in Hong Kong, I'll move here to be your neighbor. I'll leave the business in Taiwan to your sister. I have plenty of money to support you and your grandfather. Buy a house and a car, do whatever you want. Dong Hanwen bit his lip. Are you really sure I'm your son? Could there be a mistake? Should we do a DNA test? I heard it's very accurate, so we don't have to worry about getting our hopes up for nothing. There's no mistake. Su Qinglian said firmly. I trust in Master Quan's abilities, and I can recognize my own son. You're about the same age, you look like Wang Yuxian and have his talent, and there's a mole behind your ear. Even if it were 100 years, I'd still recognize you. You also have a burn scar on your bottom. Dong Hanwen immediately covered his bottom. You even know about that. Of course I know, you're my son. Su Qinglian gave him a playful glare. When you see your sister tomorrow, take it out on her. It was her fault for carelessly dropping that hot egg custard on your bottom and leaving that scar. A burn from egg custard? Dong Hanwen's face instantly turned red, a bit embarrassed. But based on what Su Qinglian said, he could confirm that he was her son. After all, aside from his grandfather, no one knew about the burn scar on his bottom, because he never wanted anyone to see it and had never bathed with anyone else. Thank you, Master Quan. Su Qinglian turned to look at Quan Xingnan. I'm very glad I made this trip. Dong Hanwen also bowed to Quan Xingnan. Thank you, boss lady, for helping me find my mom. And over these past 2 years, I'm grateful to Mr. Hua and you for letting me work and study here part-time, which eased my grandfather's burden. Life in Hong Kong is stressful. Old Professor Dong could certainly live well on his own, but one must prepare for hardship in times of peace. Quan Xingnan smiled. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. Young man, now that you've been reunited with your mother, you won't be working here anymore. But before you leave, you should finish your tasks, right? What about that batch of paintings you acquired? This chapter ends. Chapter 1567, A Huge Profit with No Loss 5. After hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Dong Hanwen shook his head decisively. What? Not doing it anymore. Quan Xingnan said. It's not that I won't do it, I'll continue doing it. Dong Hanwen said seriously, I really like the boss lady's works, and I really like the atmosphere of the gallery. Besides, I often get to acquire various works here, and I've seen many works by famous people. I don't want to leave. Also, I'll stay in Hong Kong to take care of Grandpa. You'll agree with my decision, right? His last question was directed at Su Qinglian, who nodded without hesitation and said affectionately, whatever decision you make, Mom will support you, always support you, and Mom will also honor your grandfather with you. Finding her child, and seeing him grow up so well, she was already content. Dong Hanwen immediately beamed with joy and said solemnly, thank you for your understanding. You don't need to thank me, child. You are my child, and I am your mother. There's no need for such formality between us. Su Qinglian stroked his face. All right, Master Quan is waiting to see the paintings. I'll help you bring them over. Master Quan isn't alone now, so we can't let her get too tired. Okay. The batch of paintings was large, about 70 or 80 pieces, including Western paintings, inkwash paintings, and fine brushwork paintings. 78 paintings in total, 15 Western paintings, and the rest are Chinese paintings. Dong Hanwen explained seriously to Quan Xingnan, we all think they're very valuable because several paintings are by famous artists, though we can't tell if they're genuine or fake. How much did they cost? Quan Xingnan asked. Dong Hanwen smiled shyly. I heard from Head Zhao that it cost a total of $500,000. That prodigal son was in financial trouble and couldn't make ends meet, so he had to sell things from home. When Head Zhao went to acquire them, he offered a higher price than others, so he sold them to us. Head Zhao heard someone was selling paintings and rushed over specifically. It turned out to be a worthwhile trip. Head Zhao was Zhao Cheng, the manager of the gallery, also a child adopted by the Hua couple. He loved calligraphy and painting but lacked talent, so he volunteered to manage all gallery affairs. Quan Xingnan pointed at a landscape painting and laughed. One painting alone has already recouped the entire cost. So, the paintings are genuine? Dong Hanwen beamed. Some are genuine, some are forgeries, and the same goes for the Western paintings. But there are indeed many works by famous artists. I'll take them back to Tongxing Palace today, determine their value, and then send you all big red envelopes. Thank you, boss lady. Dong Hanwen was used to her and Hua Xuedong's generosity, grinning widely. As Su Qinglian's son, he would certainly never lack money in the future, but the reward from work held a different meaning. Every year, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had them acquire calligraphy and paintings. If the paintings bought were worthless, so be it. But if they had high collectible value, all gallery staff could receive red envelopes. This batch of paintings had high collectible value. Hua Xuedong, returning from work, took one look and said as much. Quan Xingnan and old Master Hua and old Madame Hua were studying them. Hearing this, the old couple shot him a glance. Old Master Hua held up a painting in his hand and said, "Don't show off in front of us. Our skills aren't inferior to yours. But this really is a huge profit with no loss. Do you know how much this painting of mine is worth on the market? A child without a mother at home is like a blade of grass. I am just a little blade of grass, needing to wash clothes, cook, and take care of the kids. If I can't manage 12 updates before bed today, please understand." End of this chapter. Chapter 1568. A huge profit with little investment 6. Hua Xuedong loosened his tie. At least 30 million. At a spring auction held by an auction house, another work by this painter appeared, with a hammer price of 40 million. And this painting? Quan Xingnan pointed at an oil painting. Hua Xuedong leaned in to study it for a moment. This one is a copy, not worth much. But the painting next to it is very valuable. If sent to an international auction house, it could sell for at least $5 million US. One painting can sell for 10 times the purchase price. It was truly a huge profit with little investment. Quan Xingnan shook her head and clicked her tongue in admiration. Among this batch of paintings, there were 60 authentic pieces, with varying prices, some as cheap as tens of thousands of US and others as expensive as tens of millions. The total market value was over 100 million US, based on market rates, though the final price depended on the sales channel. They had previously acquired quite a few calligraphy and paintings, so they had considerable experience. Give Xiaocheng $1 million red envelope, and the same for the other staff members. Hua Xuedong instructed Alexander. Honey, should we sell them? She really wanted to send one of the paintings to the Tongxing Museum for exhibition. It was a national treasure-level painting, extremely rare. Hua Xuedong ruffled her loosely tied hair. No. These authentic pieces all have certain collection value. Our family isn't short on money, so we'll keep them. In 10 years, you'll see their value double. Quan Xingnan pointed at the painting she had her eye on. Can we send it to the Tongxing Museum? If this painting were to be unveiled, it would surely cause a major earthquake in the art world. Of course. Declare it to customs, notify the domestic authorities, and have someone send it over. Hua Xuedong did not stop his wife's kind gesture. Tomorrow, come with me to the company to sign some documents. Having received his approval, Quan Xingnan beamed. Hearing his next words, she asked, sign what? Selling the shares of a foreign company. Hua Xuedong's tone was very calm, as if selling shares was just a trivial matter. We hold 38.7% of that company's shares. It's time to sell. How much will we make from the sale? Quan Xingnan was very curious. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment. It's not simply about how much we'll make. This transaction involves too many factors, and it's under the name of the Hua Group. If the deal goes through successfully, we could gain over 100 billion Hong Kong dollars in profit. Over 100 billion. Quan Xingnan almost choked on her own saliva. Over 100 billion? Are you kidding me? After news of Quan Xingnan's pregnancy spread, the Hua Group's stock price had already surged significantly with the prospect of an heir. When news of this successful transaction broke, it caused shockwaves everywhere, and the Hua Group's stock price shot up even further. Li, the richest man, had such a $100 billion transaction, it was simply. The chapter ends. Chapter 1569. A huge profit with minimal investment 7. This transaction ended at this moment, but when it began, Quan Xingnan had no idea. She also didn't understand how the business world, like a battlefield, could be so turbulent. She only knew that this deal had indeed earned the Hua Group over 100 billion in profit. From top to bottom, every employee was beaming with joy, all receiving substantial bonuses. Financial newspapers reported on it for many consecutive days, and it was always the headline. After the 1997 financial storm, many people saw their wealth shrink and the stock market slump, until now, when a shot in the arm was finally injected. The beneficiary was Quan Xingnan, and the one who orchestrated this deal was Hua Xuedong. Even though he immediately reinvested in real estate projects on the mainland, they remained the most enviable and wealthiest couple. Seeing such reports, Su Qinglian felt that her gift of thanks was a bit inadequate. After reuniting with her son, the mother and son had in-depth exchanges and understanding. Su Qinglian also bought a relatively high-end mansion and moved both Professor Dong and her son in to live together. Professor Dong's house was just an ordinary one, small in size, with a poor environment and a mix of good and bad people. Su Qinglian felt that the elderly man was so old, with a bad heart, and living in a tall building made going up and down inconvenient. If he lived closer to a hospital and in a better environment, it would greatly improve his quality of life. She strongly persuaded the grandfather and grandson, bought a mansion that was ready for occupancy, and was currently tidying it up. They would be able to move in soon. Professor Dong was not an old-fashioned man. He also wanted his grandson to live in a better environment. So he was the first to be happy about the mother and son reuniting and gave them his warm blessings. What he never expected was that, having no children of his own his whole life, he would end up with a filial grandson and a daughter in his old age. To legitimately care for and look after him, Su Qinglian acknowledged him as her godfather. Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua are both prominent figures. They have assets worth hundreds of billions. What kind of things don't they have? What haven't they seen? No matter what you give, it's insignificant to them. So just give from your heart. Professor Dong hit the nail on the head. They do a lot of charity work and won't think your gift is too cheap. Hua Xiaodong had once donated teaching buildings and dormitories to the art academy where Professor Dong taught, and also set up a bursary and a scholarship. Dong Hanwen had received both the bursary and the scholarship. Therefore, Professor Dong had a very good impression of Hua Xiaodong. He had lived a life of poverty, but he didn't resent the rich. As long as others made money through legitimate means, it was what they deserved. He had a good opinion of wealthy people with kind hearts. In poverty, maintain one's integrity. In prosperity, benefit the world, was also his motto. Dong Hanen also said to Su Qinglian, yes, Mr. Hua and the boss's wife lack nothing. What we give is our sincerity. Since they all said so, Su Qinglian felt at ease. To outsiders, she was wealthy with assets worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, but to Hua Xiaodong and Quan Shinan, it was just a drop in the bucket. They were the true tycoons, beyond imagination. Su Qinglian knew that Quan Shinan liked jadeite and collecting, so she gave her a jadeite-lidded bowl and 2 paintings. These 2 paintings were among her father's collections during his lifetime and were quite famous. During her marriage, Wang Yuxian had been eager to take them, and during the divorce, he even tried to have them divided as marital property, but she had refused. End of chapter. Chapter 1570, A Huge Profit 8. Chapter 1570, A Huge Profit 8. Quan Xingnan did not accept it directly. When you came to see me, you already paid the divination fee. To me, that fee was just a fee, but this is my gratitude. Su Qinglian's face was radiant with a happy smile. Finding my child is the greatest comfort to me. Nothing material matters anymore. Are you getting along well with Dong Hanwen? Quan Xingnan was very concerned about their mother-son relationship. Su Qinglian said happily, my godfather raised him well. His past hardships did not turn him into a cynic. Instead, he is cheerful, lively, and very healthy. My daughter was overjoyed to meet him, and the siblings get along wonderfully. Oh, my godfather is Professor Dong. I have acknowledged him as my godfather, and I will take care of him in his old age and see to his final arrangements. Good deeds bring good rewards. Old Madame Hua was also happy for Professor Dong. He is a good man, just unlucky in life, without a wife or children. I met him before when I visited the Academy of Fine Arts. My gratitude and repayment to him cannot compare to what he has done for Hanwen. Without Professor Dong, Su Qinglian dared not imagine what would have become of Dong Hanwen. So after they were reunited as mother and son, she did not ask him to change his surname. Professor Dong had given him a new life. Surname Dong was a way to show gratitude. Thinking of this, Su Qinglian suddenly looked at Quan Xingnan and said, seriously, Master Quan, there is one thing I would like to ask you. Without an answer, there will be a knot in my heart that I cannot untie. You want to ask how Dong Hanwen went missing and ended up in Hong Kong, right? Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Su Qinglian quickly said, you truly are a master of foresight. Yes, I want to know the truth. If possible, I must find the culprit who caused my son and me to be separated for 10 years. I will not let him off easy. The adult's marriage is the adult's affair. My child should not have to bear the consequences. Su Qinglian's face was resolute, and a blazing fire of hatred burned in her eyes. Dong Hanwen had suffered a severe head injury. She had privately asked Professor Dong, who told her that the doctors said Dong Hanwen's trauma was very serious. Otherwise, it would not have caused amnesia. X-rays also revealed a blood clot in his skull, pressing on the nerves related to memory. But in the last 2 years, the blood clot had dissipated, yet Dong Hanwen still had not regained his memory. If Dong Hanwen had not been incredibly lucky, he might have already been lost to her forever. Su Qinglian dared not imagine such a scene, which was why she spoke as she did. Quan Xingnan recalled what she had seen with her third eye and sighed. I know you want to ask if Zhou and Zhou Shui ordered someone to kidnap Dong Hanwen. Old Madame Hua was startled, and Su Qinglian said sheepishly, you guessed it. Yes, but I can tell you it wasn't them, though they are indirectly related. What kind of relation? To put it plainly, it was a prank by a group of girls who believed love conquers all. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and then decided to tell Su Qinglian directly. They knocked your son unconscious in the chaos, intending to threaten you and Wang Yuxian into divorcing. When Dong Hanan passed out, they thought he was dead. Afraid you would find out, they panicked and took him away. After taking him away, Dong Hanwen did not wake up. They casually abandoned him at the dock. A kind-hearted person brought him onto a ship and took him to Hong Kong. But then, as he was hidden in the ship attempting to stow away to Hong Kong, a commotion broke out. In the chaos, Dong Hanwen woke up and ended up entering Hong Kong among the stowaways. End of chapter. Chapter 1571, A Huge Profit with Minimal Investment 9. Later, just as Dong Hanan himself said, his mind went blank, and he couldn't remember anything, not his name, not where he came from. He could still paint, though, and it was because of his doodling that Professor Dong discovered him. Su Qinglian could hardly believe it. A prank? My son and I were separated for 10 years, and it was all a prank. Quan Xingnan nodded solemnly. Many young girls had come to cause trouble back then, and it would be very difficult to find them now. Moreover, since this was done by young girls, if word got out, people would likely urge Su Qinglian to be magnanimous and forgive a group of ignorant children. If she refused to let it go, her reputation would probably suffer even more. Under the combined influence of Wang Yuxian and Zhou Shui and her mother, Su Qinglian was seen as a venomous woman in the eyes of many. After Su Qinglian left, old Madame Hua looked at Quan Xingnan. Yo you? Did I hear that correctly? What a coincidence. We just mentioned her a few days ago, and now we hear her name. Is the Zhou you Su Qinglian mentioned the same one I told you about? Zhou Shui is her daughter, and her surname is Zhou. What's going on? Can a dog ever change its habit of eating filth? Hearing her choice of words, Quan Xingnan covered her mouth with a smile. It's her. I figured as much. I heard back then that she went to Taiwan with some old man, shameless as ever. With her looks and talent, and the fact that your uncle and I took her in, if she had just studied for a few more years, she could have easily married into a wealthy family. But she was too impatient, always looking for shortcuts. Old Madame Hua sneered. She hasn't dared to show up in Hong Kong all these years because she knows she'd be an eyesore to me. The Hua family held an extremely high status in Hong Kong, and with their current prominence, Zhou, you wouldn't dare set foot there even if her life depended on it. What? Did she pull the same trick in Taiwan, having a daughter who also became a mistress? Old Madame Hua was well aware of Su Qinglian's situation and naturally connected it to Zhou Yu. Quan Xingnan swallowed the fruit soup in her mouth. You're pretty close. Let me finish eating and I'll tell you the details. No rush. Her matters aren't important to me. If you're hungry, eat more. Old Madame Hua looked at Quan Xingnan and her belly with deep affection. No wonder she was carrying twins, her belly was much larger than a single pregnancy. Coincidentally, the old lady could even feel the fetal movements. Tell Steward Tang or Xiao Jiang whatever you want to eat. After finishing the fruit soup, Quan Xingnan rinsed her mouth, wiped her lips, and said without hesitation, I want to drink chicken soup. Hearing this, old Madame Hua immediately instructed the kitchen to stew chicken soup with dried fish ma. Although Quan Xingnan ate frequently, she was always moderate and maintained a very balanced diet. The nutritionist said there was nothing to adjust and that she could eat according to her preferences. She was nearly 5 months pregnant, yet she remained slender, with well-proportioned limbs. Only her belly was large and her bust had grown significantly. I've still gained a bit of weight. Looking at herself in the mirror, Quan Xingnan pinched the flesh on her arm. Hua Xueding wrapped her arms around her. You're pregnant. Gaining a little weight is normal. In my eyes, no matter how you look, you're so beautiful I'm afraid to breathe, lest I blow you away. Smooth talker. Quan Xingnan snorted and adjusted her gown. She was invited to attend a charity event, a charity auction for children with cleft lips and palates. The funds raised would be used to treat these children born with congenital disabilities. End of chapter. Chapter 1572, A Huge Profit with Minimal Investment 10. Since it was for charity, there was no need to dress up in a flashy manner. Quan Xingnan chose a simple little black dress with a clean cut and elegant design. The skirt fell from her chest downward, just covering her belly, accentuating the fullness and roundness of her bust. The hem was not long, so as not to hinder walking. Since the weather was a bit cold, she wore a long white mink coat over it, wrapping herself up snugly. She rarely wore fur, this was her first time, and it exuded an air of luxury. For accessories, she only wore the peace and safety plaque gifted by Mrs. Zhou, paired with a set of jade earrings. Apart from that, she had on her wedding ring, which she hadn't taken off since getting married. She was no longer just Quan Xingnan, she was the holder of the Hua Group. The Hua Group was riding high on the recent deal, and every move she made was under the spotlight. Her clothing, grooming, words, and actions were all carefully considered. Otherwise, being photographed or seen by those with ulterior motives would spark another controversy. Because her image as a philanthropist since childhood was deeply ingrained in people's minds, she was a very famous charity figure. After marriage, she often received invitations to participate in various charity events, large and small, to encourage more wealthy individuals to give back. However, Kwon Shing-nan didn't attend every event. She rarely directly participated in activities like knowledge dissemination, environmental protection, social order, cultural and artistic events, or public welfare. Especially now that she was pregnant, it was inconvenient. Even if she couldn't be there in person, her sentiments were present. She participated more in donation-based charity events, knowing that the general public wanted to see her donate money and goods without hesitation. If she donated too little, she would be criticized for being stingy. This charity auction was initiated by Hui, so Kwon Shing-nan was especially keen to show her support. Hui, now a mother again, often took her children to welfare homes for volunteer work. When she encountered orphans with cleft lips and palates abandoned at these homes, she launched this charity event. With her financial resources, she could certainly afford the surgery costs for many children with cleft lips and palates, but what about those in the mainland? The country was vast and populous. It wasn't something one person could solve. Through her vigorous promotion, the event attracted many wealthy businessmen, socialites, and celebrities. Of course, a large part of the turnout was due to Zhang Suifeng's influence. The performers on stage gave it their all. Seeing the once-renowned superstar reduced to performing on stage, Kwon Shing-nan couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiangnong, who was also present at the event. Lu Xiangnong sighed deeply at the sight of Ying Tian. Ending up in such a situation was entirely Ying Tian's own doing. Hui noticed Lu Xiangnong's expression and slapped her forehead, realizing the history between Lu Xiangnong and Ying Tian. She quietly apologized. A wealthy socialite said she wanted her kept boy toy to perform, and I agreed without thinking much. I didn't expect it to be him. I'm sorry, Miss Lu. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have agreed. It's fine, Mrs. Zhang. The past is in the past. I've let it go, and Ying Tian has too. If he had truly let it go, how could he appear at such an event as a kept boy toy? Lu Xiangnong then showed a hint of confusion. He's much older than me, though. Isn't the term boy toy a bit inaccurate? Hui chuckled. For a wealthy socialite pushing 70, he's definitely a boy toy. Lu Xiangnong was left speechless. They both dismissed Ying Tian from their minds, found seats early on, and chatted with acquaintances. Many congratulated Kwon Shing-nan on the Hua Group's massive 1,000 billion profit. Mrs. Hua, what item are you planning to auction off? So sleepy, going to bed. Early to bed and early to rise makes a person healthy. I'll make up for the missing 2 chapters tomorrow. I need to get up at 5 or 6 to cook. End of chapter. Chapter 1573, A Huge Profit 11. Chapter 1573, A Huge Profit 11. Before Kwon Shing-nan could answer this question, many media workers surged forward. Mrs. Hua, how does it feel to have a half-month profit of over 100 billion? Mrs. Hua, how many months along are you? Why is your belly so much bigger than average? Is it like some people guess, that you're having twins? Mrs. Hua, how much do you plan to donate to charity? May I ask? Alexander and Daniel, along with several bodyguards, quickly separated these frenzied media workers, a mix of legitimate journalists and entertainment reporters of varying quality, and they were uneasy about letting them near Kwon Shing-nan. Kwon Shing-nan was not only esteemed but also delicate. Who would take responsibility if something went wrong? Security. Seeing this, Hui issued a series of commands, and soon many security personnel arrived, forming a protective wall around Kwon Shing-nan, firmly guarding her and preventing the media's microphones and cameras from touching her, to avoid any irreparable harm. Kwon Shing-nan raised her hand slightly. Everyone, please quiet down, all right? With all of you talking at once, I can't hear what you're saying. If you have questions, ask them one at a time, okay? I'll try my best to satisfy your curiosity. Though she was very young, her status and wealth in Hong Kong represented everything, and every move she made seemed imposing to those present. Gradually, the noise subsided. After a while, a female entertainment reporter boldly spoke first. Mrs. Hua, are you having a single baby or twins? When can we expect the arrival of the $100 billion baby? Kwon Shing-nan glanced at her and smiled. It's clearly twins. If it were a single baby, wouldn't I have already given birth? Even you wouldn't believe that. As for when they'll arrive, that's up to the babies themselves. I don't know if they'll meet mom and dad on the due date or come to see us early. That answer was perfect. The female reporter actually wanted to ask how many months pregnant she was, but she didn't ask directly, and Kwon Shing-nan sidestepped the issue. Everyone knows that twins are often born before the due date. A financial reporter, not wanting to be left behind, shouted, Mrs. Hua, with the Hua Group's profit of 100 billion. What are your thoughts? Thoughts? Of course, I'm thrilled. Quan Xingnan's face lit up. I think everyone here enjoys being rewarded for their hard work, and I'm no different. My biggest thought is that my husband is amazing, and all the staff at the Hua Group responsible for this deal worked so hard and were so united. In this transaction, every single one of them was indispensable. Hearing her say this and seeing the obvious admiration on her face, everyone present couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, Hua Xiuedong was worthy of everyone's admiration. A wife admiring her husband, that's only natural. Mrs. Hua and Mr. Hua have such a wonderful relationship. When I interviewed Mr. Hua, he couldn't stop talking about his wife. It's really sweet. The speaker was a middle-aged man who, after offering this compliment, shifted the topic sharply. Many wealthy people from the mainland come to Hong Kong to have their babies. Are you also planning to give birth in Hong Kong? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Quan Xingnan married Hua Xiuedong and would live in Hong Kong from then on, that was obvious. Her giving birth in Hong Kong was only natural, but this question was very difficult to answer. Everyone present was not without insight. They could easily imagine that if Quan Xingnan answered yes, his next question would be even trickier. End of chapter. Chapter 1574, A Huge Profit with Minimal Investment 12. Quan Xingnan looked at the man who asked this question. His face was ordinary, but a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. Although it was subtle, Quan Xingnan still noticed it. Even if he didn't express it outright, asking her this question in such a public setting, while also dragging many wealthy people from the mainland into it, showed that this man bore ill intentions toward her. Gripping the microphone in her hand, Quan Xingnan smiled and asked in return, Is there something wrong with me giving birth in Hong Kong? This was exactly the answer he expected. The middle-aged man was brimming with excitement and immediately said, Is it because Hong Kong doesn't have the one-child policy, and because a child born in Hong Kong automatically gets Hong Kong residency, that Mrs. Hua made the same choice as the wealthy mainlanders? These words were quite venomous, targeting national policy. Just as many were worrying for Quan Xingnan, they heard her answer the question with poise and grace. I am Chinese, a proud Chinese. I have the right to choose to give birth to my child on any territory of China. I believe that, given my standing, no one has the right to interfere with my choice. As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. It was so loud it nearly lifted the roof. Although the answer didn't satisfy everyone, since not everyone present hoped for Hong Kong's return, and some still harbored inherent prejudice against the mainland, Quan Xingnan's response was exceptionally perfect. The middle-aged man was unwilling to let go. How does Mrs. Hua view the mainland's one-child policy? Isn't the government suppressing the people's right to reproduction somewhat inhumane? After all, it has caused many wealthy people to flock abroad to have children, with the US and Hong Kong being the most favored destinations, which has also led to many negative consequences. First, I must correct you. Although it's one country, two systems, Hong Kong is not a foreign country. It belongs to China. It is Chinese territory, an inseparable part of China. It has already returned to the motherland's embrace in 1997. The 5-star red flag flies overhead, and Chinese troops are stationed here. This place is no longer a colony, no longer under foreign jurisdiction. Quan Xingnan's expression was very serious as she continued. Second, the one-child policy was formulated and implemented by the national leadership after careful consideration of various factors. Its existence holds great significance. I don't think I am qualified to evaluate this national policy. The middle-aged man could no longer find a way to attack the mainland and had to reluctantly yield the floor to others. Not everyone was as tactless as he was. A female reporter quickly seized the opportunity and asked loudly, May I ask, Mrs. Hua, have you chosen names for the 2 babies yet? Do you plan to have a natural birth or a C-section? Quan Xingnan smiled and said, Although I am a fortune teller, I haven't chosen names for the children in advance. You should keep my identity in mind. I'm waiting for the babies to be born naturally before naming them based on their birth dates and times. But they will definitely be of the Zhao generation. Yes, naturally. I can't decide now on the method of delivery. If everything goes well, I'll opt for a natural birth. If the babies are very mischievous, then I'll have to let my belly take a knife. As soon as she finished speaking, someone quickly asked, Zhao is the generational name for the male descendants of the Hua family. By saying that, are you confirming that the billion-dollar baby is a boy? Quan Xingnan chuckled. These people were truly sharp and quick to react. Making up for yesterday's 2 chapters. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1575, Charity Storm 1. She did not answer directly but instead asked back, Does it matter to me whether it's a boy or a girl? Of course it matters. Everyone screamed in their hearts. Although everyone now says men and women are equal, in reality, The richer people are, the more they want an heir, and that heir's gender should be male, not a daughter who will marry out and become someone of another surname. Because once it's passed to a daughter, the hard-won empire changes its name and surname, and no one remembers its original owner anymore. The one who asked this question was the first female entertainment reporter. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, she had a flash of inspiration and said with a smile, "Of course it matters, because we're curious." Be careful, curiosity killed the cat. Quan Xingnan also responded with a smile, unmoved. And Hui squeezed in and said, all right, the interview ends here. You should be interviewing today's event, not Mrs. Hua's personal matters. Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua have hundreds of billions in assets. They don't care about a boy or a girl, so let's not meddle. Quan Xingnan nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Hua and I don't care about the child's gender anyway. It's not like our family has a throne to pass down. Even if there were a throne, they could train a female emperor. The female entertainment reporter chuckled and said, although Mrs. Hua says she and Mr. Hua have no throne to pass down to their descendants, they do have the Hua group. In the eyes of us ordinary folks, the lofty Hua group is no less than a throne. Right? The persistent crowd nodded in unison. Mrs. Hua, just reveal a little bit, just a little bit. Quan Xingnan's eyes darted around. Be patient, just a little bit. After they're born, you'll know their gender. Right now, they're tired, and their mother is tired too. We all need rest. Besides, today we're holding a charity auction for those children born into non-wealthy families with congenital disabilities. I hope everyone can focus on the charity aspect and call on people to actively participate in the treatment of children with cleft lips and palates. With that said, everyone felt too embarrassed to press further. Offending Quan Xingnan would do them no good. Quan Xingnan got the piece she wanted. While the media workers interviewed other guests, the person who had earlier asked Quan Xingnan what item she was auctioning off couldn't help but repeat herself. Mrs. Hua is worth hundreds of billions and is generous. The auction item she brings out must be priceless. Quan Xingnan looked at her several times and finally recognized who she was. Her name was Hu Qian. She was the primary wife Shui Zhouhui married after arriving in Hong Kong. She had 2 or 3 sons Quan Xing and couldn't quite remember. Anyway, Shui Zhouhui's 2 legitimate wives and concubines had always been fiercely at odds, while Yu Huan, without a legitimate registration, always followed Shui Zhouhui's lead. Hu Qian was around 60 years old. Jewelry, fine clothes, and cosmetics couldn't hide the exhaustion in her bones or the wrinkles on her skin. Because of her endless struggles with the concubine, she had exhausted her wits and schemes, making her look very aged, unlike most wealthy wives who had money and leisure to maintain themselves well. She didn't dare offend Quan Xingnan, but thinking about how her husband's 2 children from his previous wife had a good relationship with the Hua family, she felt stifled inside. Mrs. Shui is so curious, why not focus on the auction process? You'll definitely see the item I'm auctioning, Quan Xingnan said. She was no weakling who would silently endure bullying. She struck back with one sentence. Hu Qian immediately fell silent, forcing an awkward smile. End of chapter. Chapter 1576, Charity Storm 2. Among all the wealthy ladies and socialites present, Quan Xingnan held the highest status. Whether positioned as Hua Xuedong's wife or ranked by personal assets, she was undeniably number 1, so the item she sent to the auction was the grand finale. The event was initiated by An Hui. After performances by various celebrities, she took the stage and solemnly presented the situation of children with cleft lip and palate, including photos, videos, and various survey data, all very detailed. Because of congenital disabilities, they felt inferior. Because of congenital disabilities, they were cast aside like worn-out shoes. Because of congenital disabilities, no one was willing to adopt them. Their bodies and minds were intact, and some were even highly intelligent, yet due to congenital cleft lip and palate, they lacked the courage to appear in public. Even if they did muster the courage, they still faced discrimination and isolation from others. Their lives were thus shrouded in darkness. Now, with advances in technology, medical means could address this issue, giving them a normal life. For us, the cost of this surgery is negligible, but for them, it is an enormous expense. Most of them cannot afford this surgery. Today, I initiated this event to call on everyone to generously donate items you no longer use for auction, using the proceeds to give children with cleft lip and palate a hope of love. Her speech received warm applause. After stepping off the stage, she sat down next to Quan Xingnan and asked, "How was my speech? Was there anything inappropriate?" Quan Xingnan often engaged in charity, so she felt asking Quan Xingnan was the most reliable choice. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "It was great, nothing inappropriate. But I rarely host charity events, so asking me is like asking in vain. However, when we do charity, we follow our conscience. Whether it's the speech or the method, none of it matters. What matters is ultimately helping people, truly helping those in need." That's very true. Zhang Yifei chimed in with a smile, then added, Annie, since you and Josephine love doing charity so much, why not join the Benevolent Hearts Association? I'll suggest to the president that she send you an invitation, and I'm sure it will be approved immediately. The Benevolent Hearts Association? Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. It seemed to be a charitable organization formed by a group of wealthy ladies and socialites, with members all being reputable or wealthy socialites from various sectors of Hong Kong. The threshold appeared to be quite high. But it can't be higher than you, Annie. Zhang Yifei, after hearing Quan Xingnan's impression of the association, couldn't help saying, you're the richest person in Hong Kong, sitting on a mountain of gold, silver, and diamonds, and you've done so much charity work. You're one of the top 10 charity figures this year. I've been busy with other things lately and haven't been to the association. Has the president sent you an invitation yet? Although Quan Xingnan was very famous, she had only recently married Hu Xuedong, so the association was only now extending an invitation. One of the membership requirements was being a Hong Kong resident, and one had to be a wealthy and famous socialite. Are you in the association? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. Zhang Yifei smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm not only in the association, but also hold an important position as vice president. However, I believe if you join, you'll quickly be elected president and take charge of all charity work. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. Absolutely not. I'm too used to being lazy to take on the heavy responsibility of president. Have you received the invitation then? Zhang Yifei asked. There were many things to do today, and I only just caught my breath. The not-so-accurate monthly visitor has arrived, and my stomach hurts. I have to go out tonight, so I can't do 12 updates today. I'll do 12 updates the day after tomorrow instead. I'll squeeze out a few pitiful tears to win some sympathy. End of chapter. Chapter 1577, Charity Storm 3. And we couldn't help but speak up, whether an invitation was sent or not. You can just check back at Cixin Hui, Vice President Zhong. She had already received an invitation from Cixin Hui herself, let alone Quan Xingnan. Cixin Hui was the most pragmatic of organizations. Whoever had a husband or father with higher status and greater wealth held the most sway. With influence naturally came a large number of votes to be elected as president. The previous president was Geng Weihua, wife of former richest man He Deming. However, after He Deming's overall wealth fell behind Hu Xuedong, Geng Weihua gracefully stepped down and yielded her position, not even waiting for a new election, and has since entered retirement. Hearing in Hui's words, Zhang Yifei patted her own forehead. Look at me, I'm not as quick as Josephine. I'm really getting old. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. After getting married, their home had received several thick stacks of invitations, all sorted and organized by Hu Xuedong. Many invitations for her to participate in various events had been politely declined at the time, while most of the rest, unimportant ones, she had glanced over and didn't remember well. There were too many, so many that she couldn't even count them herself. I don't recall. I'll ask my husband when I get home, he'll definitely remember, Quan Xingnan replied to Zhang Yifei's earlier question. If it hadn't been brought to her attention, she figured Hu Xuedong probably considered it optional. Organizations like Cixin Hui joining or not joining didn't really matter to her. She had already done countless charitable work herself and didn't need the honorary title of a Cixin Hui member to validate her status. Cixin Hui was considered a significant charitable organization in high society, and many wealthy wives and socialites took pride in being members. But whether Quan Xingnan joined or not, she was still Quan Xingnan. She didn't need to adorn herself with empty titles. Cixin Hui was no different from ordinary charitable organizations, except for one thing. Its members were all women, and all were famous women with a certain level of recognition and extensive networks. They could easily raise large sums of money and gather sufficient supplies, truly playing a leading role and serving as a good example in the charity sector. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Zhang Yifei couldn't help but laugh. You still need to ask your husband? Of course. If I don't remember something, he does. Quan Xingnan's face was full of sweetness, radiating an aura of happiness. Zhang Yifei and Hui were about to speak when they spotted Geng Yuehua's figure and quickly went to greet her. Quan Xingnan also stood up. Anyone who arrives late gets fined a drink after the event during dinner. Geng Weihua pinched Quan Xingnan's nose. Little one, don't think just because you're pregnant, I'll go easy on you. After a few jokes, she turned to Hui and apologized. Sorry, Josephine, I'm late. It's fine, it's fine. Your presence alone makes me feel honored. Being early or late isn't an issue at all. And Hui had thought Geng Weihua wouldn't come, but she was surprised that, despite being late, she still showed up to support her. She was deeply moved, especially since she had heard from Zhang Xiafeng that, around the time Hu Xuedong completed his billion-dollar deal, He Deming's eldest son had made a major decision error, losing tens of billions. It was said that He Deming had intended to pass the torch, recently handing most of the work to his eldest son, He Jun. But not long after taking over, he made such a huge mistake in investment and was now undergoing a review. The reason Geng Wei-hua was late was that the father and son had been arguing at home. Annoyed, she decided to get away and attend the charity auction instead. End of chapter. Start. Chapter 1578, Charity Storm 4. Geng Wei-hua brought a diamond necklace she had worn before to participate in the auction. And Hui quickly had someone register it and arranged for it to be placed after Quan Xingnan. Annie, you won't be upset with my arrangement, will you? The final item highlights one's status. Quan Xingnan shook her head. Why would I be? The intention behind charity is the same. What difference does it make who goes first or last? Besides, Geng Wei-hua was practically an elder to her. If it weren't for her existence, He Biao and Yan Xuelian's assets would have all gone to their own descendants, rather than allowing her to claim a significant portion. Although she had paid a hefty inheritance tax for it, an amount most people couldn't afford, fortunately, she had the money. Otherwise, she would have had to auction off the inherited property to pay the tax. He Deming and his descendants received a massive inheritance. Losing tens of billions was trivial to them, hardly enough to provoke fury or father-son disputes. Even though Geng Wei-hua didn't say it, Quan Xingnan could see and guess it, especially with Hu Xuedong's well-connected sources of information. While the crowd below whispered among themselves, the auction on stage proceeded. The item currently on display was a set of jadeite jewelry brought by Hu Qian, 2 high-ice-type full-yang green bangles, a necklace set with egg-shaped gems surrounded by gold and diamonds, a pair of earrings, and a ring, all from the same piece of material. The entire set was clear and translucent, shimmering with a green glow, exceptionally beautiful. Everyone loves beauty, and many raise their paddles. 8 million. With no reserve price, following a bid of 5 million, Zhang Yifei quickly raised her paddle. Quan Xingnan raised hers unhurriedly. 10 million. And we followed suit. I'll bid 15 million. 20 million. Zhang Yifei unceremoniously topped that, glancing at Hui with an air of determination. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. 30 million. 35 million. Quan Xingnan spread her hands in defeat. And Hui didn't continue either. Zhang Yifei, however, was in high spirits. After calling out 35 million, an older wealthy woman raised her paddle to 40 million, and the item ultimately went to her, the gavel falling perfectly. A charity auction is about two things: who brings the most valuable item, and who spends the most money. Spending money is essentially donating it, isn't it? Among the subsequent auction items, Quan Xingnan spent 10 million to win a celestial globe vase. That 10 million was negligible in everyone's eyes. So, after not finding anything she fancied, she bought back her own auction item, a glass-grade imperial green jadeite plaque of a Qilin sending a son at a high price of 60 million. In the end, Quan Xingnan effectively donated 70 million, ranking second in this auction. First place went to Hu Qian. Perhaps feeling hopeless about her relationship with Shui Zhihui, she spent money without restraint: 30 million for Geng Yuehua's diamond necklace, 30 million for Hui's large diamond ring, not the wedding ring, of course, and another 40 million for a set of unheated pigeon blood red jewelry. She became the day's biggest winner and philanthropist. As Hong Kong citizens read the newspapers and eagerly discussed the grand event and the final funds raised, Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong quietly donated 2 billion to the mainland. Part of that 2 billion was invested in medical equipment for township hospitals, part in computer departments at major universities, and part donated to various welfare institutions. At the same time, a group of people held up banners and signs, carrying a sickly girl, and knelt at the main entrance of Quan Xingnan's foundation headquarters. No more stomachache. 12 updates the day after tomorrow. Squeezing out a few tears of pain to win sympathy. End of chapter. End. Chapter 1579, Charity Storm 5. The banner read, "Please let the Quan Xingnan Foundation save my daughter." The sign was a wooden board covered with white paper, on which was written in black ink, "My name is Wang Lei, and my daughter Wang Shasha is 16 years old. Unfortunately, she has leukemia and has already exhausted our family's savings. Chemotherapy, matching, surgery, and other follow-up treatments require money, hundreds of thousands. I earnestly ask the Quan Xingnan Foundation to extend a helping hand." Several reporters were following him, some taking photos, others conducting interviews. How could such a commotion fail to arouse the curiosity of passers-by? Retirees with nothing to do, elderly folks, children, all stopped in their tracks. Hearing the middle-aged man holding a child sob to the reporters about his daughter's situation, they were deeply sympathetic. Wang Shasha lay weakly in her father's arms, her bald head covered by a woolen cap. The Quan Xingnan Foundation has always had a dedicated fund for patients with terminal illnesses, helping many families in financial distress who couldn't afford treatment to save their lives. Is that why you came to the Quan Xingnan Foundation for help? A female reporter who had just arrived after catching wind of the situation asked, though she felt a bit puzzled. Her name was Lulin, and she had long covered charity and philanthropy stories. She had never seen patients or their families come to the foundation's doorstep to beg for help. The Quanxingyan Foundation had clearly stated that families unable to afford medical expenses could submit applications for assistance to the foundation, with dedicated staff managing the process. They would respond as quickly as possible, and if the conditions for aid were met, the foundation would immediately release the funds. Lulin had interviewed many ordinary people who had recovered and been discharged from the hospital thanks to the Quanxingyan Foundation's help. When mentioning the foundation, they and their families were filled with gratitude, saying that without the foundation's generous support, they might not have been able to cure their illnesses even if they had gone bankrupt. Moreover, the Quanxingyan Foundation had helped many leukemia and uremia patients find matches, leading to successful surgeries. Of course, even if a match was found, if the donor was unwilling to donate a kidney or bone marrow, the foundation staff couldn't force it. Whether a donor could be found depended entirely on the patient's luck. Thus, there was no need for patients or their families to come to the foundation's headquarters to beg for help. Hearing Lulin's words, Wang Lei seemed a bit displeased. He glanced at the reporters who had come with him before turning to Lulin and saying, "Yes, we have no money to treat our child, so we came to the Quanxingyan Foundation. If our child hadn't been diagnosed with a terminal illness, why would we be here?" Lulin immediately asked, "It's so cold out. Why did you bring your child out? Why bring her to beg at the gate? The foundation has rules, you can apply. Even if you can't write, you can go to the staff and ask them to help fill out the application form. There's no need to bring your child out to freeze." Wang Lei said impatiently, "Do you think I haven't applied? I applied long ago, but the foundation kept refusing to give us money. They came to see my daughter, brought a little nutritional supplement, and didn't give a single cent." Hearing this, Lulin sensed something was off and quickly told the photographer who had come with her to start recording everything. "Is that true? You submitted an application for help and the foundation refused to release funds for your treatment. How could that be?" Lulin didn't believe it. The Quanxingyan Foundation was one of the top charitable foundations in the country, doing countless good deeds every year. How could they have turned Wang Lei's plea away? End of this chapter. Chapter 1580. Charity Storm 6. Lulin was a local born and raised, watching the Quanxingyan Foundation grow from its establishment to development, expanding into a charitable organization praised even by national leaders. The Quanxingyan Foundation had substantial funds, raising a large amount of donations every year. Quanxingyan herself donated a significant sum annually, and every charitable fund had detailed disclosures to the public, including investments and staff salaries. Although the foundation took a portion of temporarily unused donations for commercial investment management, the process and returns were transparent, and all generated profits were used for charitable causes. The general public understood this well. Money sitting idle earned little interest, but money generating more money could help more people. Hearing Wang Lei's words, Lulin simply didn't believe that the Quanxingyan Foundation was unwilling to help them. If they weren't helping, it must be because their family didn't meet the conditions for the foundation's free assistance. Wang Lei didn't care about Lulin's thoughts at all. He fell to both knees with a thud in front of the onlookers, holding his sickly daughter in his arms. He didn't even notice her legs hitting the ground. Sobbing bitterly, he said, "I'm at my wit's end. That's why I had to come here. I beg all the kind-hearted people here to help me, to plead with the foundation on behalf of me and my daughter, to get them to fund my daughter's treatment. She's only 16, just graduated from middle school when she was diagnosed with this illness." A middle-aged woman beside Wang Lei also knelt down, crying, "Save my daughter, save my daughter. I don't want to watch her lose her young life because we can't afford treatment. We've heard that the Quanxingyan Foundation has plenty of money, does good work, and has helped many people, so we came to ask for help. Please help us." A middle-aged male journalist accompanying them held a microphone and said emotionally, "Look, how deeply moving their love for their daughters is. They've spent all their savings to treat their daughters and traveled a great distance to seek help, just to find a way for their daughters to survive." The Quanxingyan Foundation is the largest charitable foundation, with hundreds of millions in liquid charitable funds. They donate so much money to build bridges, pave roads, and construct schools, spending huge sums. Why won't they help poor people who only need a few $100,000 for surgery to save their lives? Or is the Quanxingyan Foundation just living on its reputation, with all its publicity being a lie? "How dare you say that?" Lulin said, displeased. Not just her, but the elderly men and women watching nearby were also unhappy. "The foundation is right next to us. Do you outsiders know better than us how they operate? What nonsense are you spouting? Are these outsiders fools, or are they here to ruin the foundation's image and reputation?" Exactly. The young men and women at the foundation are wonderful. For us old folks with no younger family to care for us, they visit regularly, help with housework, check our health, inspect our home's electrical wiring, and so on. On holidays, if we're alone, they even bring rice, flour, oil, and meat so we can celebrate. My neighbor, Grandma Lee, and her grandson Bao Lai depend on each other, one old, one young. The old can't support the young, and the young, still a minor, was about to drop out of school to care for the old. The foundation stepped in immediately, arranging for Bao Lai to work part-time while studying, helping care for Grandma Lee, and covering Bao Lai's tuition. Bao Lai himself said that after graduation, he'll join the foundation to work, repay the kindness, and help even more people. End of this chapter. Chapter 1581, Charity Storm 7. We locals know best how the foundation operates. We don't need outsiders like you making up lies. Just by looking at you, it's clear you're not good people. If you were truly good parents, as that female reporter said, would you bring your child out in the freezing wind to beg at the gate instead of letting her receive proper treatment in the hospital? Don't you know how cold it is? A sick child should be hospitalized, not used as a tool to win sympathy. You say you applied, but you must not have met the foundation's criteria. Everyone here knows the foundation never does charity blindly, they only help those who truly need it. Exactly. My son works at the foundation. He says the division of labor there is very detailed. It's not some place that uses charity as a front to collect money. They genuinely help those in need. Many of their charitable deeds go unnoticed by the public, but they know about them internally. In recent years, they've spent billions every year. Do you even know what billions mean? If they're willing to spend billions, would they begrudge a few $100,000 for a child's treatment? So clearly, you don't meet the criteria. If you really wanted help, you wouldn't bring a reporter to the gate to beg for sympathy. We're not fools. We won't fall for your tricks. It's obvious they're here to cause trouble. Would someone truly desperate for help try to damage the foundation's reputation? No way out, begging us to persuade the foundation. We don't even know the full story, so how could we force the foundation to help? We don't know who you are, but we know how the foundation conducts itself. When the foundation refuses to help, they come here to stir up trouble. Isn't that, how do you describe it? They make doing good deeds seem like a crime. If the foundation doesn't help you, it's all for show, right? You've got some nerve. Exactly, that's what they mean. If the foundation doesn't help them, it's supposedly all for show. The crowd's rebuttals carried far more weight than Lulin's few words. Lulin quietly instructed the cameraman to record everything they said. Then she turned her gaze to Wang Lei and his wife, still kneeling on the ground. Wang Lei, furious and humiliated, snapped, "What do you know? You're all talking nonsense." Just then, Xue Xiaojun, who had called Hu Xiuedong earlier, walked out with a group of people behind him. Their numbers far exceeded those of the troublemakers, clearly showing they had come prepared. The group consisted of security guards. These security guards were all retired soldiers who couldn't find good jobs. Quan Xingnan had arranged for them to work at the foundation. Though they were security guards, their pay and benefits were far better than most. They didn't have to return to farming or take low-paying security jobs or work as laborers on construction sites, struggling to support their families. They don't know the truth, but what about me? Xue Xiaojun, having managed the foundation for years, exuded authority and a calm, composed leadership presence. We've already explained to you why we won't cover this cost. Do you think we'll just keep tolerating your disruptions? Or do you think we'll cave under public pressure and help you? We do charity because we genuinely want to, real charity, not charity forced upon us by moral blackmail. Chapter 1582, Charity Storm 8. Quick-witted Li Nan immediately pulled out a stack of documents and spoke before Wang Lei could say anything. His voice was clear, ensuring that the onlookers could all hear him and that the cameras could clearly record what he said. According to our investigation, Wang Shasha does not meet the conditions for our assistance. There are 3 reasons. First, the Wang family is not at the end of their rope. Apart from the over 1 million in cash they transferred to Wang Lei's elderly father's account to create the illusion that they had exhausted their savings, they also own 3 residential properties and 2 storefronts, with a total value of about 4 million. Selling just one of those properties would be enough to cover Wang Shasha's medical expenses. Second, Wang Lei and his wife underwent formal matching tests with Wang Shasha. Wang Lei matched successfully, but he refused to donate his own bone marrow and instead demanded that we find a match for Wang Shasha from the donor database. We did not agree, nor could we possibly agree. After stating these 2 reasons, as the crowd's expression shifted to realization, Li Nan continued, "The third and most important reason is that our foundation is indeed a charitable organization, but there are still many people who truly need our help. Many impoverished families who, due to a lack of information, don't even know about us and can't seek assistance. Every cent of our donations has its purpose. We cannot give money to wealthy families who are fully capable of paying for treatment yet still insist on demanding donations from us." His words drew thunderous applause from the onlookers. So their family is that rich? They have money and still come asking for help, shameless and despicable. Exactly. Coming here to cause trouble is clearly an attempt to tarnish the Foundation's good image. How infuriating. They were going on about how much they love their daughter, but now they've been caught in a lie. I said they didn't seem like good people. They definitely weren't telling the truth. With millions in assets, they won't spend $1 million to save their daughter, yet they come here demanding donations. The Foundation's money didn't fall from the sky. Why should they get it? People like that are just shameless, thick-skinned, and despicable. Exactly. Too shameless. Amid the collective condemnation, Wang Lei's wife, Wang Shasha's mother, suddenly stood up. Once on her feet, she shouted at the crowd, "What do you know? What do you know? Misfortune hasn't fallen on you, so you stand here making glib remarks. $1 million? Do any of you have $1 million? Is $1 million a small amount? For you, $1 million isn't small, and for us, it isn't either. $1 million is years of our hard-earned sweat and blood, years of hard work saving to get that $1 million. For the Foundation, $1 million is just a drop in the bucket. Why can't they donate to us? My daughter is sick, she needs treatment. Your Foundation is so wealthy, you can even access the national matching database. Why are you so heartless? Why are you so cruel to us? Why won't you help us?" Hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished and began murmuring among themselves. Though it was murmuring, the voices were loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. So it's I'm poor, so I'm right. I'm weak, so I'm right. They're neither poor nor weak. If having millions in assets makes them poor, then what am I, a beggar? And they're not weak either. If they were weak, would they dare bring a whole group of family members and reporters to cause trouble at the Foundation's entrance? They must have some backing. This Foundation isn't just some ordinary one without connections. End of chapter. Chapter 1583, Charity Storm 9. The troublemakers are quite clever and bold, trying to use public opinion to coerce us and damage the Foundation's reputation and image. Let's brainstorm together. Who is behind them? A sharp-minded person immediately raised this point, earning unanimous agreement from everyone, and they all racked their brains to think. Could it be aimed at Secretary Yuan? The Foundation was established by Secretary Yuan's daughter. Grandma Wang, your mind works fast, thinking of Secretary Yuan behind the Foundation. But really, it makes a lot of sense. Maybe someone is targeting Secretary Yuan, so they're trying to ruin the Foundation's image. Someone quickly added, if we foolishly go along with this, or if the Foundation can't provide solid proof of the specific reasons for refusing to donate, those black-hearted reporters who came to stir up trouble will fabricate stories in the newspapers and mislead others, right? The result of misleading others is obvious. The Foundation's reputation is ruined, which will definitely affect Secretary Yuan's official standing. The elderly man who said this quickly grabbed Lulin's hand. Sister reporter, you must report everything accurately. Don't let these black-hearted people get ahead. My son once said that some media outlets release malicious content that misleads people first, and even if they later publish an apology in the newspaper, they can't reverse the impression people already have. These people are too wicked. They're either targeting the Foundation or Secretary Yuan. Secretary Yuan is a good official. When a good official gets promoted, it definitely gets in the way of corrupt officials. It must be said that the imagination of the masses is boundless. Lulin smiled and agreed. Don't worry, sir. I will report to the outside world truthfully, telling everyone the real process and results, so that everyone can learn from this and be prepared to deal with shameless people who use public opinion and moral coercion. Don't compromise just because of their shameless demands and the dual pressure of public opinion and morality. That's good. The old man nodded happily. At the same time, Shui Xiaojun spoke seriously. We have reason to suspect that your disturbance here is a deliberate act of moral coercion targeting our Foundation. Fabricating false content has had a significant impact on us, so we have already called the police. This matter will be handled by the authorities. Upon hearing this, the few reporters who had come and those holding the banners turned to run. But it was too late. The Quan Xingnan Foundation represented the local government's prestige and carried significant weight. How could troublemakers be tolerated? Not to mention the 3 Yuan brothers behind Quan Xingnan, but also her in-laws. None of them were simple people. And who could say for sure whether these people were targeting Quan Xingnan and Yuan Ziyuan or Qin Fengji? After receiving Shui Xiaojun's call, the local police immediately dispatched personnel. Going through official channels was the best solution. With the state stepping in, right and wrong would naturally be judged publicly, and the Foundation could easily extricate itself. Shui Xiaojun had no other choice. Because Quan Xingnan married Hu Xiuedong and the Foundation had developed exceptionally well, many people were eyeing the Foundation's charitable funds, and many wanted to bring it down to take over the massive donations. If they could destroy the Foundation's image while also taking down Qin Fengji and Yuan Ziyuan, Qin Fengji's enemies would certainly applaud. The Quan Xingnan Foundation was genuinely engaged in charity, unlike some foundations that use their reputation to raise large sums of donations, only for much of the money to end up unaccounted for, never disclosed to the public. while the founders made a fortune. End of chapter. Chapter 1584, Charity Storm 10. What was the reason? What was the final outcome? Quan Xingnan asked. Hua Xuedong said lightly, someone wanted to use public opinion to target father-in-law and big brother. Since the two families are now united and flawless in every aspect, they couldn't find a weak spot, so they set their sights on the foundation. They probably thought they could use public sentiment to damage the foundation's image. After all, there are plenty of hotheads out there, and even more people who resent the wealthy. Once Wang Lei's family's pitiful story hit the news, many who didn't know the full story would have attacked the foundation. If someone then stirred the pot further with claims that the foundation was using family influence to raise funds under the guise of charity, father-in-law and big brother would inevitably be affected. Even if the truth came out later, the damage would already be done, and they couldn't continue their work during the investigation. What they didn't expect was that the foundation had long prepared for all kinds of scenarios, and the local residents were a huge help. Yes, without so many people stepping forward to testify for Quan Xingnan's foundation and angrily refuting the troublemakers with well-reasoned arguments, even if the truth were published. Some would still claim the foundation used connections to produce the report and cover up the real story. People who resent the wealthy are everywhere, and they wouldn't hesitate to spout nonsense, suspecting those in power of hiding the truth. Xue Xiaojun had handled countless similar situations and accumulated extensive experience. In turn, he sued Wang Lei and his wife for using public opinion to slander the foundation's goodwill, so they would face certain penalties. Those unscrupulous journalists also couldn't escape. They were all punished one by one and permanently banned from the industry. Because this wasn't their first shady deed. Their past fake news and use of public opinion to blackmail others were also exposed one after another, leading many to say justice had been served. Quan Xingnan frowned and then asked, "What about the girl with leukemia?" When parents do such things, it inevitably affects their child's entire life. At 16, she was old enough to understand. Knowing her parents had the money and a matching bone marrow donor but refused to treat her, how heartbroken must she be? Given that Wang Shasha is a minor under certain conditions, her parents are obligated to pay for her treatment. So the relevant organization applied on her behalf, forcing her parents to spend the money to cure her. She wants to live more than anyone else. Additionally, while the foundation was explaining the situation to the public, since Wang Lei refused to donate bone marrow to save his daughter, the foundation appealed for kind-hearted people to match with Wang Shasha. A match was found, and the donor is willing to donate. Once she recovers a bit more, the surgery will proceed. The foundation's willingness to help Wang Shasha despite what happened earned widespread praise from the public. Quan Xingnan nodded slightly, then shook her head with a sigh. Why are parents so cruel to their children? So many poor parents sell everything they have to treat their kids, yet these people have money but won't spend it. Wang Lei also has a son, Hua Xuedong said, leaving it at that. Quan Xingnan was taken aback. So the root cause is still favoring sons over daughters? They wanted to leave all their wealth to their son, so they were unwilling to spend hundreds of thousands or millions to save their daughter, simply because she would marry out and become an outsider. The root cause should be human nature. End of chapter. Chapter 1585, Charity Storm 11. This incident served as a wake-up call for Quan Xingnan. She realized that every move she made, every word she spoke, would be magnified infinitely by others, who would then use it to create trouble, affecting her father, uncles, and the Qin Fengji brothers. They were now bound together. If one suffered, all suffered. If one prospered, all prospered. Qin Fengji, however, praised Quan Xingnan highly. Nanan, at such a young age, you have extraordinary reflexes. Old Fourth, you've truly found a treasure. Some of Nanan's remarks in Hong Kong have reached the capital, and the senior leaders are very pleased. Do you understand the significance of that? He was especially referring to her rebuttal against those with ill intentions at the charity auction. Yes, Hong Kong is Chinese territory, an inseparable part of China. She is Chinese, and she has the right to give birth to her child on any piece of Chinese land. When the senior leaders and revolutionary veterans gathered, one of them singled out this matter, showing clear approval. Old Master Qin and Old Master Lin immediately felt a sense of shared pride, grinning from ear to ear. A faint smile also appeared on Old Master Yuan's face, but when others looked at him, he quickly withdrew it, pretending to lower his head and sip tea. The few elders who knew the ins and outs of the Yuan family sighed inwardly. If only they had known this would happen, why did they act as they did in the first place? A wife who shared hardship should not be cast aside. Wasn't that simple principle something he understood? Yes, some senior leaders had revolutionary companions, but that should have made them more, not less, disciplined in their conduct, not an excuse to follow bad examples. Look at the achievements of Yuan Ziyuan and his two brothers now. Though their path had been difficult, they had progressed smoothly, each making their own mark. The four siblings and their spouses were harmonious, their children united, and in the future, they would support one another, their prospects limitless. In contrast, Zhang Hui, Yuan Jihong, and Yuan Wei, 3 generations of one lineage, had passed down the same disgrace, taking pride in destroying other people's families. Zhang Hui had never received a commutation after her sentencing. Instead, when her sentence was about to end, she was sentenced to an additional 3 years of hard labor. The reason was that during her imprisonment, she had feigned illness to escape punishment, trying to get Yuan Jihong to arrange medical parole for her. Her scheme was discovered, adding to her crimes. If not for the Yuan family watching her like hawks, she and her daughter might have succeeded. Such situations were not unheard of. Many times, criminals sentenced to death, those with a reprieve, would strive for meritorious service during imprisonment, reducing their sentence from death to life imprisonment. With continued good behavior, life imprisonment would be reduced to a fixed term, and further reductions could see them released in 20 or 30 years, escaping the death penalty entirely. If the criminal's family had some power or money, greasing the wheels at every level could speed up their release even more. It was an open secret, they exploited loopholes in the law, and others could do little to stop them. Though Yuan Jihong had no great abilities, she still had ways to help Zhang Hui reduce her sentence. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue had been separated from their daughter for years, and had raised their enemy's child as their own for 6 or 7 years. Their hatred for their enemy was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Even Zhang Hui's imprisonment could not quell the fury in their hearts. How could they possibly allow Zhang Hui to have her sentence reduced or leave prison? So when Yuan Jihong made her move, they turned it against her, ensuring Zhang Hui not only stayed locked up but received additional time. Yuan Changde also kept the promise he had made to Quan Xingnan that year, ignoring Zhang Hui and her 3 generations entirely. It was only recently, after receiving a phone call from Hu Xuedong, that he restrained Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei, forbidding them from going out and causing trouble. When he learned that Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei had deliberately gone to Hong Kong to make a spectacle of themselves, Yuan Changde was furious. Yuan Wei, who had used Zhang Yuanyuan's husband's newspaper to publish news about Quan Xingnan being pregnant out of wedlock, had deeply disappointed Yuan Changde. His anger grew, and a hint of disgust began to stir within him. End of chapter. Chapter 1586, Charity Storm 12. Chapter 1586, Charity Storm 12. It was already magnanimous of Quan Xingnan not to hold her accountable for usurping her identity. What did she want? Yuan Changde had told her long ago, live honestly, go to school step by step, and when the time came, even if she couldn't marry a promising high-ranking cadre's son within their circle, she could still find a good family that would pamper her. A stable life was the best outcome, as long as she didn't provoke Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan wouldn't bother with her at all, nor would she take out her anger on her because of her grandmother or mother. On this point, Yuan Changde particularly admired this granddaughter, who hadn't grown up under his care. She had a magnanimous spirit. None of his 3 sons could match her. As for Yuan Wei, knowing full well that she was like a pebble compared to Quan Xingnan's pearl, she still insisted on fighting a losing battle, being petty and small-minded. Truly, she had inherited the blood and character of Zhang Hui and Yuan Jihong. Although Yuan Changde hadn't developed much affection for his granddaughter, he clearly understood right from wrong. On one side were his biological grandchildren, who visited him during holidays and festivals, ensuring the Yuan family line continued and never abandoned him despite his strained relationship with his children. On the other side was his granddaughter-in-law, who appeared gentle and kind but was actually calculating. Even a fool could see which way the scales tipped. The current rift between father and children was entirely his own doing, and regret was useless. So be it, Yuan Changde thought. He would swallow the bitter fruit he had grown himself and blame no one. When he eventually kicked the bucket and went to the afterlife, his children and grandchildren, no matter how poor their relationship with him, would still have to wear mourning clothes for him. Now that he was retired and living in a sanatorium, with food and drink provided and the state taking care of everything, he didn't need to trouble them anymore. Old Yuan, I heard your youngest daughter is getting married again? The old chief interrupted Yuan Changde's thoughts. Huh? Oh. Yuan Changde snapped back to reality and said indifferently, yeah, she's getting married and going abroad, taking away with her. Me? I'm old, I can't control the young anymore. Let them do whatever they want. Everyone has their own path and you can't force things. At least it's better than her running off to Hong Kong to stir up trouble. Whether it's fortune or misfortune in the future depends on their own blessings. The old chief nodded. It's time for things to settle down. If this keeps up, we old folks will lose all face. Whenever outsiders mentioned Yuan Jihong, they'd say, look, the old leader's daughter is something else. She's a mistress without a shred of shame, wrecking someone else's family while shouting about true love. Even the media praises their romance, going on about their bitter love. Isn't it just because the original wife doesn't have her background, status, or backing? Bullying people like that. Yuan Chengda sighed. After Zhang Yuanyuan's in-laws fell from grace, she and her husband divorced, and she ended up homeless, reportedly reduced to working as a laborer. Now it was Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei's turn. Yuan Chengda knew this was Hua Xuedong settling old scores. Though Hua Xuedong appeared gentle, refined, and elegant on the surface, he had a ruthless streak deep down, with thoughts as unfathomable as the abyss. Having navigated the business world for years and roamed abroad in his youth, he had been to countless places, even crawling through piles of the dead. His ruthlessness carried a hint of sinister cunning, but he simply never showed it in front of Quan Xingnan. Otherwise, would Yun Jiaoyu have ended up like this? Didn't his own father willingly let Hua Xuedong take care of him? It was tough, but he was alive and wouldn't affect his family's life. Whether the Dubai tycoon Yuan Jihong encountered was arranged by Hua Xuedong, Yuan Chengda didn't know, but he was certain Hua Xuedong was involved. He was sending Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei abroad, ensuring they would never appear before Quan Xingnan again. Back to the past, no matter what, 8 chapters were updated today. Please support the new story. Its situation isn't looking too optimistic. End of this chapter. Chapter 1587, I missed you one. Chapter 1587, I missed you one. Honey, did you arrange this? Upon learning that Yuan Jihong was marrying a wealthy man from Dubai, Quan Xingnan asked Hua Xuedong during a meal break while bringing him food. He had said he would handle it. Was this his solution, to have Yuan Jihong get married? Hua Xuedong peeled a few shrimp and placed them in her bowl, wiped his hands, and raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and thought for a moment. It should have something to do with you, but the person wasn't arranged by you. She just had that feeling. She knew, of course, that Hua Xuedong wasn't as gentle and harmless as he appeared on the surface. How could someone so gentle and harmless close billion-dollar deals with a wave of his hand? But he wouldn't stoop so low as to use ulterior motives, arranging for someone with hidden agendas to exploit marriage to deal with Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei. The nature of marriage fraud was too vile, even if the targets were Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei. Though it wasn't necessarily a case of marriage fraud for the Dubai wealthy man to marry Yuan Jihong. Hua Xuedong was too clever. He had plenty of ways. Hearing his wife's words, Hua Xuedong smiled, his eyes brimming with endless tenderness. The person indeed wasn't arranged by me, but it does have a bit to do with me. I had someone casually reveal a few investment opportunities. She invested in them, but driven by greed, lost everything. Yuan Jihong had plenty of people to foot the bill for her jewelry and luxury clothes, and she followed several wealthy men, managing to save some money that wasn't taken back. Regardless, Yuan Jihong was old master Yuan Chengda's daughter. Out of respect for the elder, those wealthy men had reservations and didn't dare to openly reclaim the money, lest they alarm old master Yuan. What Yuan Jihong valued most was status, money, and all kinds of luxuries. And though Yuan Wei appeared delicate and pitiful on the surface, like a white lotus, raised under such a mother, her core nature was the same. She also craved these things. Once the money in their hands was gone, and old master Yuan no longer indulged them, that would be more painful for them than death. Moreover, Hua Xuedong had spoken on the phone with the senior chief several times. Yuan Jihong's habit of destroying other people's families had severely tarnished the reputation of those in power, and the consequences were serious. Hua Xuedong certainly wasn't one to stop at this point. The trouble they had caused Quan Xingnan couldn't be made up for by mere loss of wealth or status. But before he could implement further measures, a Dubai wealthy man appeared to pursue Yuan Jihong. Having just lost 90% of her assets, Yuan Jihong quickly surrendered under the lavish pursuit of the Dubai tycoon. Dubai wealthy men had money, and not just ordinary money. The Hua group had some investments there. Hua Xuedong had visited many times, and was very familiar with the local customs and traditions. He understood even more about the marriage system of Arabs, which was highly patriarchal. They were religious and considered wives their private property. Yes, property, not people. In many aspects, they had no rights. They couldn't work and had to be homemakers. Hua Xuedong also knew that Dubai wealthy man. You know him? Quan Xingnan's eyes widened. We've met a few times, but there's no friendship. After all, I have oil business there and have dealt with many local wealthy men. Hua Xuedong thought for a moment. I suppose some friends of mine over there might have said something, so this guy came to the capital to pursue the daughter of a high-ranking official. But which well-informed, high-status young lady would be willing to marry an Arab? Haven't they heard of Arab customs and traditions? Even if they were willing, their families wouldn't agree. The impact on the family would be too great. The chapter ends. Chapter 1588, I miss you too. Chapter 1588, I miss you too. In today's external terms, they are called the second or third generation of red aristocrats, military families, or official families. Labels like red nobility or high-ranking cadre families are unique to them. Achieving such status and identity came at the cost of countless sacrifices by their predecessors, who secured the current era of peace and prosperity, allowing their descendants to enjoy various privileges in many aspects. Holding a high position means every move is under public scrutiny. The predecessors fought bloody battles for the country, barely driving away the invaders, yet their descendants turn around and marry foreigners. What kind of behavior is that? Is it to tell the people that the moon abroad is rounder than at home? Zhang Hui is not a particularly upright or kind person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken up someone else's family or used deceitful schemes to achieve her own goals. Yuan Jihong, naturally, didn't receive much in the way of proper family education either. She resents Yuan Chengde for ignoring Zhang Hui, so she doesn't care about anything except ensuring that she and her daughter eat well, dress well, and live a life of luxury. Quan Xingnan was about to ask what kind of person that Dubai billionaire was. After all, being rich doesn't mean being a good person, when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed the landline number from her mother's store, she waved at Hua Xuedong and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? As soon as Quan Xingnan spoke, she heard Xingman's voice on the other end. Nanan, it's me. Xingman, what's up? Unless I call you, you never call me. Xingman didn't have a mobile phone, so Quan Xingnan would call the store owned by Quan Shuang to reach her. Hearing her joke, Xingman laughed. You're a busy person, how could I disturb you? So why are you disturbing me now? Spit it out, what's the matter? I really need your help with something, Xingman said seriously. Once Quan Xingnan asked what it was, she lowered her voice. I have a dorm mate named Niu Hui, a new classmate I met at the start of the semester. Her family is from a remote mountain village, extremely poor. She works part-time with me. I don't have family burdens, so my life is much better than hers. She's struggling, 3 meals a day are just plain water and steamed buns, and she can't even afford a bowl of vegetable soup. Only when we work together does she get to eat a decent meal. Oh, when school's out, she and I work at your mother's restaurant. I introduced her there, and she's even more hardworking than I am. Quan Xingnan understood immediately. What do you want me to do? Xingman quickly said, Niu Hui doesn't actually need your help. With student loans, scholarships, and the money she earns from working, it's enough to get her through a few years of college. After graduation, she can slowly pay off the loans. I just want you to help treat her family's illnesses. It took me pressing her to get her to tell me about her home situation. It's so hard, so pitiful. She's never told anyone else, afraid of their pity. She has her pride. I'm the first true friend she's let into her heart. What's her family situation? Do you have their address and names? I'll pass it along and arrange for assistance. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Xingman felt relieved and said softly, her father used to carry logs down the mountain, fell, and broke his leg. Without proper treatment, he ended up disabled. The family was poor, so he married her mother, who was healthy except for a large black birthmark covering her face. Later, they had Niu Hui and her younger brother. End of chapter. Chapter 1589, I Miss You 3. Chapter 1589, I Miss You 3. Originally, Niu Hui's family worked hard, farming a bit of land and raising some poultry, which was enough for their food and daily needs. Living in a mountain village, they had no major expenses, except they could never scrape together the tuition fees for their 2 children. Niu Hui's father had to keep hauling timber. But Niu Hui was very determined, always ranking at the top. Starting from middle school, the school waived her tuition and miscellaneous fees. When she got into university this time, she also received a large sum of prize money from her high school, as well as from the county, the city, and the province. It was no easy feat for someone from their area to get into a prestigious university, and everyone felt proud of her. But in the face of illness, what was a huge sum of money for their family instantly became insignificant. Niu Hui's mother has skin cancer, probably caused by that birthmark, but she doesn't want treatment because, at the same time she fell ill, Niu Hui's younger brother, Niu Gang, also came down with a very serious illness. What illness it is, Niu Hui didn't say. Xingman sighed softly. Now, most of the money Niu Hui earns from working part-time is sent home to buy medicine for her brother, and she scrimps and saves on herself. You know? The decent clothes she has were bought with money the village pooled together before she came to school. She said she once thought about dropping out to work, hearing that wages were high in the south, but her brother disagreed. If she was going to quit school, he wouldn't take his medicine or see a doctor either. Quan Shinan immediately said, all right, I understand. Xingman, give me the address and I'll arrange for them, mother and son, to be hospitalized for treatment. Xingman, don't worry, everything will be fine. Thank you, Nanan. Besides you, I didn't know who else to ask for help. Other families have money, but they have no reason to help Niu Hui and her family, unlike you. After Xingman finished speaking, she added, Nan, when you arrange for people to help them, don't say I asked you to. I don't want to hurt Niu Hui's pride. She's very strong-willed. Children of the poor grow up early, and Xingman understood the pride of the poor better than anyone. I've got it, don't worry. Quan Xingnan agreed. After noting down Niu Hui's home address and her parents' names, Quan Xingnan hung up and called Xue Xiaojun, asking him to arrange for local staff. That area was very poor and backward, and their foundation had people stationed there. Xue Xiaojun didn't hesitate at all. I'll arrange it right away. Sorry to trouble you, President Xue. Calling me that? Aren't you making fun of me? Xue Xiaojun laughed and teased a bit. Because he had a good relationship with Quan Xingnan, he wasn't as formal and respectful toward her as some others. All right, I'm eating, so I won't keep you. Okay, goodbye. When Quan Xingnan hung up, her bowl was full of peeled shrimp. While she was on the phone, Hua Xiuedong hadn't continued enjoying the meal, but had been serving her instead, earning a sweet smile from her. Thank you, honey. Honey, you're so good. Eat up. In the afternoon, I'll take you shopping, Hua Xiuedong said gently. Quan Xingnan was startled, then beamed with joy. You don't have to work this afternoon? I finished all my work this morning. There's nothing particularly urgent this afternoon, so of course I'll spend it with you. The sweet words made Quan Xingnan grin from ear to ear. Great, let's go shopping together. It's December now and Christmas is a big holiday in Hong Kong. There are so many things on sale at the mall, once a year, can't miss it. Even though they were wealthy, everyone feels happy spending less money on things that were previously more expensive. End of chapter. Chapter 1590, I Miss You 4. Chapter 1590, I Miss You 4. All major brand counters were having sales. Clothing, cosmetics, luggage, belts, and more were all available, with significant discounts. Cosmetics originally priced at 10,000 yuan could now be bought for 6,000 to 8,000 yuan, with plenty of free gifts. The result of these promotional offers was that the mall was packed with people. Honey, there are so many people here. How about we go home? If you want anything, just have the store deliver it. Hua Xiuedong was worried about Quan Xingnan getting jostled. Her belly was quite prominent now, wobbling in a way that made anyone who saw it feel anxious. Quan Xingnan looked down at her belly and hesitated. It's not that bad, is it? 5 months along, round and full, her coat couldn't hide it at all. But she could still see her toes. Still, she agreed with Hua Xiuedong's suggestion, taking his arm and turning around. Let's go home. We won't take the risk. For me, nothing is more important than the baby. Actually, we don't lack anything at home. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, everything is top-notch. I just enjoy the fun of shopping. If you like shopping, we can go to stores with fewer people. Hua Xiuedong knew she got bored staying at home alone and couldn't bear to let her only interest be cut short because of the crowds. So he changed his mind and led her away from the heavily trafficked counters into a luxury boutique. The reason luxury goods are luxury is that ordinary people can rarely afford them, so they naturally don't come to browse. Quan Xingnan had already taken off her wedding ring. It was a bit tight, and she had stopped wearing bracelets, worried that swelling in late pregnancy might trap them on her wrists. Then a thought struck her. Honey, let's go pick out a pair of couples' watches. Watches, after all, have adjustable straps and are easy to replace. Sure. Hua Xiuedong agreed with a doting look, not even mentioning the various high-end watches at home. After all, Quan Xingnan had received a Patek Philippe worth millions as a child. We'll go into whichever watch brand you like. Rolex. The designs were more understated and elegant, not flashy. Most importantly, Rolex never goes out of style. And it doesn't depreciate over time. As soon as they stepped into the Rolex counter, the store manager immediately approached, his smile radiant and his attitude reverent. Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, please feel free to let me know what you need. Even though Quan Xingnan was wearing a mask, he recognized her at once. There was no one else who would be standing beside Hua Xiuedong. Hua Xiuedong nodded politely at him. We'd like to look at watches, couples' watches. Yes, couples' watches. Quan Xingnan smiled sweetly and added her requirements. Platinum or white gold, please. Don't bring out yellow gold or rose gold. She preferred the former and liked designs that weren't too flashy. Of course. Please follow me. Have a seat here and rest for a moment. Quan Xingnan was heavily pregnant, and the couple were VIPs of the highest order. The treatment for VIPs was very different from that for regular customers. Outside, paparazzi blocked by the bodyguards frantically clicked their shutters. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong acted as if they didn't notice. The latter fed her water while discussing the dozen or so couples' watches the manager and sales assistant had brought out, ranging in price. Honey, what do you think of this pair? Hua Xiuedong followed Quan Xingnan's finger to a pair of platinum diamond set day-date watches. End of chapter. Chapter 1591, I Miss You 5. The round watch face was set with diamonds, though not too densely, just a circle of small diamonds along the bezel, with a few more on the light blue dial marking the numbers. It looked exceptionally elegant. No matter which watch Quan Xingnan picked, Hu Xuedong naturally said it was good. Do you like it? Quan Xingnan nodded. I think this one is pretty, and it won't trigger my trypophobia. Some watches were densely studded with diamonds or pearls, both on the dial and the strap, arranged so tightly that they easily gave people goosebumps. Watches with only gold and no diamonds or pearls were more understated and suited them better. When one's status reached a certain level, even wearing cloth shoes and a cheap electronic watch would earn praise. Since they would wear these watches in public, paparazzi with sharp eyes and merciless pens would scrutinize them. The outside world closely watched their every word and action. Any slight mismatch in attire would be immediately magnified. Quan Xingnan worried that if she and Hu Xuedong went out wearing simple watches, people might say she was neglecting him after taking control of the Hu family's billions. Buying ordinary accessories for Hu Xuedong would, in outsiders' eyes, seem like she didn't care. They might even say she had become stingy after getting rich, or that she had revealed her true colors after receiving billions in assets. Of course, in the capital, it didn't matter. Frugality was a virtue. Didn't the older generation of revolutionaries all uphold it? Although Hu Xuedong had given his wife many expensive jewelry pieces over time, his own accessories were pitifully few. Aside from tie clips, cufflinks, belt buckles, watches, wedding rings, and bracelets, he had nothing else. Matching jade pieces like the Huaigu, Ping & Co., and Wu Sherpai that he shared with Quan Xingnan were rarely worn. But Hong Kong was different. Only those who lived there long-term would understand that it was a society where wealth and poverty coexisted, and in some ways, quite distorted. That was another matter. Hu Xuedong put down his water glass, picked up the women's watch, and tried it on Quan Xingnan. Her wrist was slender, not thickened by pregnancy. The small watch face fit snugly against her skin, which was as clear as jade, making the watch look even more high-end, luxurious, and refined. It looks great, Hu Xuedong praised. On your wrist, the watch seems several grades higher. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. The watch itself was already good. Look what you've turned it into. The female sales assistant standing nearby flattered, because in Mr. Hu's eyes, even one of Mrs. Hu's fingers is the most beautiful in the world. A beauty paired with a famous watch, they complement each other perfectly. Quan Xingnan smiled. Oh, what a sweet tongue. Even though she knew the sales assistant's job required such flattery, it still made her happy. How much for this pair of watches? Quan Xingnan asked as she tried the watch on Hu Xuedong. Finding it suitable, she continued, the straps are a bit loose for us. Could you adjust them for us later? Her words meant they were buying them. The manager quickly replied, rest assured, we'll provide you with the best service. After saying that, he added, after the discount, it's 1,203,600 yuan. Is that for one watch? Hearing Quan Xingnan's question, the manager smiled. No, it's for the pair. Quan Xingnan decided to buy them, and Hu Xuedong paid by card. Given their status, spending 1.2 million on a couple's watch was considered quite cheap in outsiders' eyes. Most bosses with even a tenth of their assets would wear watches worth millions, and those particularly into watches might have one worth tens of millions. End of chapter. Chapter 1592, I Miss You 6. After adjusting the watch strap, Hu Xuedong put it on for Quan Xingnan, and Quan Xingnan put it on for him as well, taking a moment to admire it. Their hands placed together, the couple's watch seemed to radiate sweet happiness. Seeing this, the onlookers and the paparazzi taking photos were almost green with envy. Their gazes were so affectionate that even outsiders could see it. Their relationship was truly sweet. Every look, every move was filled with understanding, their eyes only for each other, no one else. Unlike some couples whose loving displays were just staged facades. The next day's headline came out quickly, with a huge title reading, Billionaire Couple Splurges Millions on Discounted Couple's Watch. The word splurges felt oddly out of place no matter how you looked at it. Quan Xingnan didn't care. She was busy eating roast meats, roast squab, and roast suckling pig. That morning, she had casually mentioned craving roast meats from a certain shop, and Hu Xuedong, during a break at work, immediately bought some and had it delivered. So, she treated herself to an extra meal. Don't mind them, we live our own lives. Let them say whatever they want. The old Madame Hu set aside the gossip magazine and flipped through a financial newspaper. Many people have a twisted mentality, and society is a distorted one. Most people are money-oriented, treating ethics and morality as nothing. Oh, has Otong personally invested in a domestic internet company? Quan Xingnan leaned over to look. The content seemed to be about him spending several $1 million to acquire a 20% stake in an internet company. The internet has great potential. In 10 years, it'll dominate the world. Fourth brother's choice is a wise move. When it came to business investments, she had never given Hu Xuedong any hints. The old Madam Huan nodded. Technology is advancing fast. Just look at our country, it's changing every day. Let Autumn handle business matters. We'll just eat, drink, and not bother with him. No sooner had she spoken than Hua Xuedong's call came in. Hello, husband. Quan Xingnan swallowed the food in her mouth. How do you have time to call during work? I miss you, Hua Xuedong said with a laugh. When I'm working alone, I especially miss you and the baby. Quan Xingnan's face flushed slightly. I'll have Andy prepare some food and bring it to you, like yesterday. We'll eat together. Great, I couldn't ask for more. Quan Xingnan didn't really believe Hua Xuedong called just to say, I miss you, but her heart felt sweet. Husband, is there really nothing else you called about? If there is, just say it. I just saw the report with Andy. You invested in an internet company. That's amazing. You have great insight. Thanks for the compliment, wife. It instantly gives me motivation to work, Hua Xuedong replied with a laugh, then answered his wife's earlier question. Really, nothing else. I just miss you so much. I miss you too, Quan Xingnan responded gently, unaware of the old Madam Hua's amused smile nearby. Longing is a bittersweet torment. Unable to bear it, they decided to meet instead. Quan Xingnan promptly decided to bring Hua Xuedong his meal. As soon as she entered the office building, Chen's assistant, Gung Xian, was waiting for her at the front desk, smiling. Madam is here. The boss is in a meeting and will be back in the office a bit later. He told me to let you know on the way so you won't worry if he's not back when you arrive. As she spoke, she took the food container Alexander was carrying, but turned back to see Quan Xingnan frowning at her face. She couldn't help asking, What's wrong, madam? Is there something on my face? You need to go home immediately. Your father is in danger, Quan Xingnan said. The remaining 6 chapters will be updated at 6 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 1593, I Missed You 7. Gung Xian was stunned at first, then her face changed dramatically. Madam, my dad. Quan Xingnan took the lunchbox and said softly, Hurry back. On your way, call the hospital to send someone. By the time you get home, the ambulance should almost be there. Maybe it can save your father's life. Gung Xian was on the verge of tears. I haven't asked for leave yet. The law is not beyond human compassion. I'll help you ask Mr. Hua for leave later. Go now. Daniel, drive her back. Every second counts, don't delay. Oh, and let me remind you, it's a gas leak. Hua Xuedong's luxury car was expensive, but the cost came with speed, exceptional stability, and excellent safety features. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Gung Xian didn't dare waste any more time. She immediately ran out with Daniel. At the door, as if realizing her high heels were slowing her down, she kicked them off without a second thought and ran barefoot toward the parking spot. Having worked at the Hua Group for a long time and frequently accompanying Secretary Chen to Tongxing Palace, she naturally recognized Quan Xingnan's car. Madam, is her father really in trouble? Alexander asked as he took back the lunchbox. Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement and walked toward the elevator. If she hadn't had the sudden urge to bring Hua Xuedong lunch today, Gung Xian would have faced the pain of losing her father. Her father was elderly and Gung Xian took care of him. But when she was at work, he was home alone. Old age made him careless, leading to a gas leak. The doors and windows were shut because of the cold, and the house was only about 30 to 40 square meters. The gas concentration quickly rose, ultimately causing the old man to die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Alexander sighed. It's a good thing she ran into you today, madam. Otherwise. Gung Xian came to work at our company right after graduation. She's been diligent and meticulous for 7 or 8 years, one of Secretary Chen's indispensable right hands. If her father had died, she would have been devastated. After her parents divorced, her brother and sister-in-law lived separately, so it was just her and her father relying on each other. I happened to come across it, so I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Even if Gung Xian hadn't been a Hua Group employee, Quan Xingnan would have still spoken up. Saving a life was worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. As she spoke, she reached the office and walked straight in. Rong Peihuan, another assistant to Secretary Chen, poured her hot milk and asked curiously, Madam, where's Xiaoxin? Didn't Secretary Chen send her to pick you up? Or did she miss you? Oh, I sent her back. You can fill out the leave paperwork for her later, Quan Xingnan said. Back? Why would she go back during work hours? Rong Peihuan was puzzled. Seeing that Quan Xingnan looked a bit tired and was about to drink her hot milk, Alexander recounted what had just happened in detail. Since Madam said she'd help her ask for leave, just help process the paperwork. After all, life and death are the real priorities. Besides, her position isn't that critical, leaving won't affect the company's work. It's no big deal. Rong Peihuan paused for a moment, then quickly said, Madam is so kind. I'll handle the leave paperwork for her right away. Madam, meeting you is truly our blessing. You can help us avert disasters before they happen. You're far more impressive than those unreliable feng shui masters. Quan Xingnan found the milk a bit too hot and didn't drink it. Hearing her words, she smiled and asked, "Do you know many feng shui masters?" End of chapter. Chapter 1594. I miss you 8. Chapter 1594. I miss you 8. I know them, I know several, but I've never had them tell my fortune. There's nothing to calculate. Rong Peihuan pulled out a large stack of gossip magazines and placed them in front of her. Nowadays, many feng shui masters are deducing your fate based on your name, madam. Quan Xingnan couldn't help asking, "What did they say?" Rong Peihuan said with an air of seriousness, "So much content, I can't remember it all. But I do recall someone saying, based on your facial features, that you have a face that brings good fortune to your husband. Very auspicious, in fact. It benefits your husband and children. Your husband hit the jackpot marrying you. Others said your name is absolutely perfect." Quan represents power and also sounds like all, while Xingnan means who says women are inferior to men, surpassing excellent men in every way, and you'll give birth to a noble child on your first pregnancy. Alexander, listening nearby, said speechlessly, "These are all very simple things. I can also tell that Madam brings fortune to her husband and children. Madam is a divine calculator. Whoever marries her has found a treasure." What kind of feng shui masters are these? Instead of delving into metaphysics and secret feng shui techniques, they call themselves masters based on just those 2 points. Whether one's fate is good depends on nature. Whether one's luck is good depends on life. Clearly, Quan Xingnan had both good fate and good luck. Since Hu Xuedong met her, everything had gone smoothly, with no major disasters or difficulties. She definitely brought good fortune to Hu Xuedong. Alexander had been with Hu Xuedong from the start. They, as bodyguards, had experienced many thrilling events with him. When Hu Xuedong was young, he had escaped many kidnappings and accidents, all man-made, for money. And with a mother like that, the child's future was nothing to worry about. The part about giving birth to a noble child was even funnier. During an interview, Quan Xingnan had revealed that the child's future name would include the character Zhao. Although she didn't give a direct answer in the end, smart people could figure it out roughly. There was no need for feng shui masters to analyze it based on the name. Of course, Alexander and the others, who were closely following, knew that Quan Xingnan was pregnant with twins. Rong Peihuan, hearing Alexander's words, said unhappily, "You can't say that. Those feng shui masters are very profound. They said many mysterious things, but I couldn't remember or understand them, so I only mentioned their final analysis. Hong Kong may be small, but there are many great feng shui masters. Their deductions are very reasonable, not just the 2 things I mentioned." Quan Xingnan smiled and said, "The world is full of talented people. No profession should be underestimated." Rong Peihuan raised her chin at Alexander. "Hear that? Even Madam says so." Alexander was speechless. "Madam is under my watch here. You'd better go and complete the leave procedures for Gung Xian. If you're late, the HR department might find all sorts of reasons to say Gung Xian was absent without leave instead of on leave." Only then did Rong Peihuan leave, but before going, she instructed, "Take good care of Madam. The boss will finish his meeting in half an hour." Half an hour was neither long nor short, and it passed as Quan Xingnan flipped through the gossip magazines. "Honey, what are you reading?" Hu Xuedong walked in, placed his briefcase on the desk, leaned over to kiss her, and glanced at the gossip magazine in her hand, catching a headline about feng shui. There are indeed many feng shui masters with real skills, but they keep a low profile. These ones showing off outside are just attention seekers. Take them with a grain of salt. 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock. End of chapter. Chapter 1595. I miss you 9. Chapter 1595. I miss you 9. Quan Xingnan tilted her face up to respond to his kiss, while pushing aside the gossip magazine in her hand. "Actually, sometimes when I'm bored, reading this stuff is pretty entertaining." Quan Xingnan laughed. "Look, they say I bring good fortune to my husband and children, and that my firstborn will be a noble son. They're not wrong, are they?" Hu Xuedong smiled faintly and sat down beside her. "Most people know that. Do you also think I bring good fortune to my husband and children?" Quan Xingnan tilted her head and smiled at him. "Of course." Hu Xuedong pinched her nose. "But only to me alone." Rong Peihuan, who was at the door briefing Secretary Chen about Gung Xian taking leave due to a family matter, finished speaking and cupped her own face, sighing, "Wow, wow, wow. I never get tired of this. Boss and his wife are so sweet." Secretary Chen gave her a speechless look. Boss and his wife have always been great, incredibly great. You don't need to remind me here. All right, I understand about Gung Xian. I won't deduct her salary. Go to the cafeteria for lunch and call. Never mind. I'll call Gung Xian myself later to ask about her father's condition. Rong Peihuan glanced again at Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan inside the office before reluctantly leaving. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, she was surrounded by several colleagues she usually got along with. "What are you doing?" Have I become a hot commodity? Rong Peihuan first hugged her shoulders in mock horror at the colleagues surrounding her, then raised a finger to count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, men and women alike, from various departments. Did each department send a representative to talk to me? When did I become so sought after? Stop rambling. Liwen from the finance department gave her a push. You're Secretary Chen's assistant, so you get to be near the wife often. Is she really that approachable? Of course. Haven't I told you before? The wife is super easy to get along with, no airs at all. Liwen quickly said. The front desk girl said Gung Xian had trouble at home, and the wife let her leave with just one word. Then a colleague called home. He's Gung Xian's neighbor. Turns out something really did happen at Gung Xian's place. Her father had gas poisoning and was sent to the hospital. Lucky they caught it early. If she'd waited until after work to go home, she'd have been facing her father's body. Rong Peihuan said smugly, the wife is a divine oracle. Everyone knows that. Don't ever doubt the truth of it. Having a boss like her is our blessing. From now on, if they faced unsolvable problems, they could go to Quan Xingnan and ask her to analyze things for them, far more accurate than those feng shui masters. Many feng shui masters deduced, analyzed, and calculated based on facial features, palmistry, names, birth charts, and the like, but their accuracy wasn't very high. Quan Xingnan was different. She could see through it all at a glance. You really admire the wife. Liwen couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Let me tell you, no, let me tell all of you. Our Mr. Hua is incredibly capable, strategizing from within and making decisions far away, but he's mortal. Mortals can't contend with heaven. Rong Peihuan said very seriously. The wife is different. She's someone who makes even ghosts and gods tremble. Reaching her level, she can connect with yin and yang, spirits, know the past and future. She's an immortal. Hearing her speak so earnestly, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Right, you're right. Feng shui masters aren't mortal either. Our Mr. Hua falls a bit short. It's the difference between mortal and immortal. End of chapter. Chapter 1596. I miss you 10. A group of people chatted and laughed for a while, then went to get their food. Several female colleagues sat down with Rong Peihuan and couldn't help but start gossiping about the relationship between Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Although Mr. and Mrs. are more than 10 years apart in age, they are so well matched. You wait for me to grow up, and I'll grow old with you. Such a beautiful fairy tale actually happened right before my eyes. I'm so lucky to witness a love more dreamlike than a fairy tale. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. have such a good relationship. Mrs. often brings Mr. his meals. I've seen it several times. Just thinking about them going to buy matching couple watches makes me believe love is still worth trusting. I've finally started believing in love again. Love is the most beautiful, the purest, the most flawless. It's just that I'm not the one who has it. Rong Peihuan listened to Li Wen's words, looked at her and said, isn't it just a cheating scumbag? Is it really that serious? We women of the new era are independent and self-sufficient. We can support ourselves. It's not a patriarchal society where we have to rely on men to survive. If a man isn't faithful, just kick him to the curb. We do our own housework, change our own light bulbs, drive if we want to, and can even go to a sperm bank to have a child. Having a man or not doesn't matter. Marry a man, and you still have to bear his children. Increase the workload of laundry and cooking, and if you can't even earn enough to support the family, your standard of living drops sharply. It's not worth it. Look at me, then look at you. You're practically turning into a bitter wife. After work, let's go shopping, get beauty treatments, do our hair, buy clothes and bags, and doll ourselves up properly. Everyone took a closer look and saw a world of difference. Although Li Wen dressed decently for work, compared to Rong Peihuan, she was miles behind. Rong Peihuan had delicate makeup, a standard figure, appropriate clothing, expensive jewelry, and even every strand of her hair was perfectly styled. She exuded the aura of an elite professional woman. In contrast, Li Wen hadn't fully recovered her postpartum figure. Her skin was loose, her under-eye bag sagged, and despite being the same age, she looked 10 years older. Li Wen sighed. Easy to say, but how many people can actually do it? Women are emotional creatures, no doubt about it. Thinking that my child is only 3 years old and will grow up in a single-parent family breaks my heart. Come on, the most unforgivable things in marriage are gambling, drugs, and cheating. Tolerate it once, and you're basically condoning it 100 times. Right? Don't let it slide. Your salary is higher than his, your benefits are better, the house was yours before marriage, and you have a car. Even if he cries and begs you to forgive him, do you really think a man's base nature will change? He'll think you can't leave him, and keep cheating. Besides, a man like that, even we outsiders find him filthy and disgusting. Although people usually say to encourage reconciliation rather than divorce, we think marriage is like drinking water, only you know if it's hot or cold. If you think a complete family is more important, then follow your own wishes. Our opinions are just for reference. Everyone agreed with Rong Pei-hwan. Exactly. Just take our advice as something to listen to. Li Wen smiled bitterly. You don't have to be so cautious. I'm already divorced. I hesitated for the sake of my child, but he was eager to divorce me because of the other woman. He's probably off living happily with her now. The other woman is always a sensitive topic among women, and they couldn't help but take turns criticizing her harshly. When everyone dispersed, Jian Ping from the Human Resources Department suddenly pulled Rong Pei-hwan aside. Only when they reached a secluded corner did she speak quietly. Have you heard about something? End of chapter. Chapter 1597. I miss you 11. Rong Pei-hwan laughed and said, Stop being mysterious. Just say what you have to say. Jian Ping glanced around and lowered her voice. It's about Mr. Jiang Tao, who's very close to our boss. It seems he's seeing someone else. I saw it with my own eyes. He was wrapped up tight, only his eyes showing, shopping with a pretty young woman. She had her arm linked through his and called him darling. Rong Pei-hwan was stunned. You can't just say things like that. Mr. Jiang is a good man. He often socializes with our boss and his wife. Plus, Mrs. Jiang is very close to our boss's wife. Good men were rare enough. If another one fell, how could she still believe in love? I know they're close. That's why I didn't dare say anything carelessly. Jian Ping whispered. I know you're wondering how I could recognize Mr. Jiang. Of course I could. He's always coming to our company to see the boss, and our two families have business dealings. I'd recognize his wedding ring even if it turned to ashes. His and Mrs. Jiang's rings are one of a kind in the world, custom designed at great expense and taking 2 years to make. It was Mr. Jiang's way of making it up to Mrs. Jiang after he became successful. It was reported in the news. Rong Pei-hwan frowned deeply. You're sure you didn't mistake him? Jian Ping said firmly, absolutely not. I stood behind them for a long time. The voice was unmistakably his. Where did you see them? A small diamond shop. Jian Ping thought for a moment. You know how it is, big brand jewelry is always expensive, and I can't afford it, so I went to an ordinary diamond shop to custom make a ring. At least it wouldn't embarrass me in front of you all. I ordered a 1-carat diamond ring there and went to pick it up that day. I saw with my own eyes that Mr. Jiang bought the most expensive diamond ring in the shop for that girl. The main stone was a 2.89-carat round diamond, priced at 288,000 yuan. He also bought her a diamond bracelet and a pair of diamond stud earrings. The main stones weren't very big, so altogether it cost less than 100,000 yuan. Rong Pei-hwan thought it over. Give me the exact address. I'll let the boss's wife know later. She's always treated Mrs. Jiang as a friend. If this is true, she shouldn't keep it from her. If they were true friends, they wouldn't let her be the last to know her husband was cheating. Driven by a shared sense of female solidarity, Jian Ping readily gave Rong Pei-hwan the address. Back in the assistant's office, Rong Pei-hwan found an excuse to knock on Hu Xueting's door. The couple had finished their meal long ago and were enjoying post-dinner fruit. Pei-hwan? Something wrong. Quan Xingnan looked up and noticed her troubled expression. If something's bothering you, talk it out. Don't bottle it up. Rong Pei-hwan closed the door first, then relayed everything Jian Ping had told her. Sir, ma'am, I don't know if this is true or not, but I felt I should tell you. If it's false, then that's best. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang are widely seen as a model couple. If it's true, honestly, I feel sorry for Mrs. Jiang. She's given so much for him and doesn't deserve to be betrayed by her husband. As she spoke, Rong Pei-hwan clenched her fist. She hated nothing more than men cheating, whether in love or marriage. People could break up, they could divorce, and then go find true love. But during a relationship or marriage, they should stay faithful. End of chapter. Chapter 1598. I miss you 12. After Rong Pei-hwan left, Wu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan looked at each other, both with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Neither of them had ever imagined that Jiang Tao would cheat. During the time when Wang Jihao and his wife Wu Xiufan were divorcing, Zhang Yifei was especially nervous, afraid that she might face the same fate as Wu Xiufan. She had secretly investigated for a long time and only felt relieved after finding no signs of Jiang Tao cheating, admitting that she was already very satisfied with her current life because Jiang Tao was a family man. A family man like Jiang Tao cheating? If it were true, it would be no less than an earthquake, inevitably affecting the stock price of the Jiang family business. Honey, do you think this is true or false? Hearing Hu Xueting's question, Quan Xingnan frowned and said, I've looked at Jiang Tao's facial features before, but maybe I didn't examine them closely, so I didn't detect any signs of him cheating. However, this matter concerns the human heart, and it can't be summed up by physiognomy alone. Because the human heart is the hardest to fathom, and it changes very quickly. A single turning point can bring about a huge transformation. Heaven and hell, good and evil are separated by a thin line, a single thought. A different choice leads to a different fate. If he really did cheat, Then we must arrange for someone to sell off the Jiang family business's stock. Cheating carries too much impact. If Jiang Tao himself were inherently promiscuous, news of his infidelity might not harm his career. But he had always presented himself as a good man to the public. The contrast would be too stark, public goodwill would drop, and the stock price would naturally suffer greatly. Quan Xingnan sighed. Why can't some men just live a stable life? Do they have to stir up trouble to prove their worth? The era of 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines is long gone. Why are women increasingly unwilling to marry as times progress? Because a man's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. Although it has nothing to do with wealth or poverty, but rather with character, men who secretly desire multiple wives still make up a large portion. With poor character, they naturally turn bad once they have money. No, not turn bad. They were bad before, but behaved because they had no money. Once rich, their true nature is exposed. Hua Xuedong patted her hand and said softly, everyone has their own aspirations. I can't control others' thoughts, but I won't change. The simplest words are the sweetest love. A faint smile touched Quan Xingnan's brow, tinged with sweetness, but then she looked puzzled. People say birds of a feather flock together. How did Jiang Tao change? You and Martin are both good men. Even though Zhang Xing married Josephine very late in life, their feelings are extremely genuine, and he never fooled around before. The human heart. The simplest 2 words, yet the hardest thing to predict and understand. True, the human heart. It really comes down to the heart, and the heart determines character, Quan Xingnan said. I'll head home soon. I probably won't see Jiang Tao or his wife, so I'll open my third eye to take a look. Hua Xuedong quickly said, don't drain your energy. I can have someone investigate the details. It's fine, just a quick look. Quan Xingnan observed for a moment, then looked dejected. All right, honey. You can arrange for someone to sell off the Jiang family business's stock. Jiang Tao had indeed cheated with a very glamorous young woman. It hadn't been long, just a matter of recent days. And she and Hua Xuedong hadn't seen Jiang Tao at all lately. End of Chapter 12. Chapter End. Chapter 1599, Utterly Vulnerable 1. Chapter 1599, Utterly Vulnerable 1. The Hua Group sold off its stake in the Jiang Corporation with lightning speed, netting a profit of 3.6 billion. In their own battlefield, businessmen always keep their eyes and ears open, striking swiftly and decisively. While maintaining goodwill toward others, they ensure their own interests suffer no harm. Hua Xuedong rarely did things that would cost her side for the sake of others, unless the person in need was a close friend. Quan Xingnan fully endorsed every decision Hua Xuedong made. During the financial crisis, the Jiang Corporation did not escape unscathed. Facing a capital shortage, many people dumped large amounts of stock, putting the company in a precarious position. Hua Xuedong stepped in generously, injecting billions in funds to stabilize the Jiang Corporation. After smoothly weathering the crisis, the company flourished over 3 years, with its stock price rebounding. Jiang Tao's personal wealth not only did not shrink but actually increased. Of course, while the Jiang Corporation was growing, other enterprises were also developing steadily, amassing huge fortunes through precise investments. As a result, Jiang Tao's actual wealth ranking had slipped significantly and was no longer very high. Changes in shareholding could not be hidden from anyone. When the news spread, Zhang Yifei immediately called Quan Xingnan. Annie, do you know that Hua sold off the Jiang Corporation shares? Jiang Tao was too embarrassed to call Hua Xuedong and ask why she sold, so Zhang Yifei took on the task, since she did have some influence with Quan Xingnan. Yes, I know, Quan Xingnan replied honestly. Zhang Yifei was taken aback and quickly asked, why? Has Hua lost confidence in our Jiang Corporation? How could that be? The Jiang Corporation has been developing and has great prospects. Otherwise, so many companies wouldn't be scrambling to acquire its shares. It's just that we need to cash out for investments in other projects, so we sold the shares we held. Quan Xingnan glanced at the freshly completed painting of flowers and birds on her desk and said with a smile, by the way, did Jiang send you to ask? Zhang Yifei was skeptical of Quan Xingnan's words. Upon hearing her question, she hummed in acknowledgement, glanced at her husband reading the newspaper in the living room, and denied it, saying, no, I was just curious on my own. Hearing her defense of Jiang Tao, Quan Xingnan sighed inwardly. Buying and selling, what's so strange about that? Didn't we sell off shares of that overseas group not long ago? That billion-dollar deal. Before selling the Jiang Corporation shares, my husband contacted Jiang and asked if he personally wanted to buy them back to increase his stake. It was only after he declined that we sold to another group. It wasn't sold to an individual, as very few people could single-handedly come up with tens of billions to acquire such a large block of shares. Zhang Yifei was stunned. Tao didn't tell me about this. She didn't realize that her quick response had revealed that the call was made at Jiang Tao's behest. Quan Xingnan understood immediately Zhang Yifei was referring to Hu Xuedong having notified Jiang Tao about the matter. So she said with a half-truthful, half-joking smile, "You care so much about Jiang, but he's keeping things from you? You'd better watch out, maybe he's hiding more than just this. Don't worry too much about business matters." The buyer is the Zhongjin Group. Liang Wawan had a high opinion of Jiang Tao's capabilities and the Jiang Corporation's growth potential, so she didn't hesitate to buy the shares. That was also why Jiang Tao wasn't particularly anxious after the ownership change. Back in the day, the Zhongjin Group was second only to the Tianxia Group and the Hua Group. End of this chapter. Chapter 1600, easily defeated too. In reality, once news of Jiang Tao's affair spread, the scandal would inevitably affect the stock price. However, the Jiang Corporation is a solid, comprehensive conglomerate with real strength, and society is generally tolerant of men's philandering, so it would recover soon enough. The Zhongjin Group is no small enterprise either and would not stand idly by while the Jiang Corporation faces an image crisis. Jiang Tao has genuine ability. A successful man with real talent never fears that a scandal will harm his career, because this situation is very common in Hong Kong. Many wealthy individuals are known for their womanizing. Perhaps, in the minds of such people, their own abilities are the capital for their promiscuity. It is almost taken for granted. However, Quan Xingnan despises men who have wives yet remain unfaithful, and she does not look kindly on mistresses or women who are later legitimized. Hu Xuedong decisively withdrew from the Jiang Corporation. They would continue to cooperate in business, but there was no need to hold shares in the Jiang Corporation anymore. One takes on the color of one's company. Hu Xuedong prides himself on being a family man who loves his wife, so he naturally had to be mindful of his influence. "Honey, you don't need to boast. Your sincerity is genuine. I see it, and others see it too," Quan Xingnan said, snuggling into his arms with a grin, letting him place his hand on her belly. A vibration came from under Hu Xuedong's hand, and he said in surprise, "Little sweetie is saying hello to me." "How do you know it's little sweetie?" "Maybe it's little egg." Quan Xingnan shot him a glance. Every day she heard Grandma Hua chanting about little sweetie, and Hu Xuedong, like Grandpa Hua, kept saying little sweetie this and that. When she felt hungry and wanted to eat, they would say it must be little sweetie who was hungry. Now with a fetal movement, they claimed it was little sweetie moving. "Where are you putting little egg?" Facing Quan Xingnan's accusation, Hu Xuedong gave a refined smile. "Little egg is in your belly. Pfft. When little egg is born, he and I will team up in a double match and knock out your favoritism." Quan Xingnan laughed triumphantly, her eyes blazing, bright as stars. Hu Xuedong couldn't help it. He turned his head and kissed her, moving his hand from her belly to the back of her head. Their lips and teeth met, their saliva mingled. After a long while, Quan Xingnan pushed him away, gasping for breath. "Honey, your phone is ringing." Hu Xuedong glanced down at the phone on the table, picked up his wife's, and handed it to her. "It's yours, not mine." Although their ringtones and phone models were the same, the colors were different. "Mine?" Quan Xingnan took the phone. "Zhang Yifei?" She pressed the answer button, but before she could say, "Hello," she heard Zhang Yifei's rapid, angry breaths. "Annie, what you said yesterday. Did I say something?" Quan Xingnan denied it. Zhang Yifei quickly caught on and immediately said, "You didn't say anything. You just told me that Hu Sheng had spoken with a Tao. Nothing else. To thank you for telling me what a Tao didn't, I'd like to treat you to a meal, okay?" "Okay, Annie?" Her last words were almost pleading. For a woman, the greatest betrayal comes from the one who shares her bed. Quan Xingnan agreed and went to the golden scale tower that Zhang Yifei had booked. Naturally, Zhang Yifei had reserved a very private luxury suite, complete with a dining room and a tea room, decorated exquisitely. As soon as she entered, Quan Xingnan saw Zhang Yifei sitting dazedly on the sofa in the tea room, her eyes swollen and red, her expression haggard. End of this chapter. Chapter 1601, Fragile and Defenseless 3. Seeing Quan Xingnan enter, Zhang Yifei spoke half to herself and half to Quan Xingnan, saying, "When Xiufan's marriage was in crisis, I kept thinking Wang Zhihao, who always prided himself on being a good man, had been keeping a mistress for a long time, hiding it so perfectly. What about the man sleeping beside me? Had he ever hidden from me and slept with other women without my knowledge?" I felt a strong sense of crisis and spent a lot of money hiring people to investigate in secret. Thankfully, the results didn't disappoint me. At the time, I thought, how wonderful, I was content. As long as he didn't cheat, I could tolerate all his other flaws endlessly. How long has it been now? Half a year. Based on my calculations, Jiang Xing and that Miss Hong Kong haven't known each other or been secretly involved for long, at most half a month. Quan Xingnan didn't directly answer her question, but instead spoke about the stunning woman Jiang Tao was having an affair with, a Miss Hong Kong named Qin Xiulin, whom a wealthy playboy had introduced to him while playing golf. We're friends. I don't want my friend to be betrayed by her husband while everyone outside knows about it, except for her, or for her to be the last to find out. Half a month. Zhang Yifei laughed until tears streamed down her face. She laughed for a long time. Quan Xingnan handed her a handkerchief without saying a word, quietly accompanying her. How quickly things change. Half a month, it can make him forget his loyalty to marriage, his responsibility to his family, his commitment to love. Half a month, just a short half a month. Men, their hearts truly change so easily. Zhang Yifei covered her face, her voice seeping through the gaps between her fingers, thick with intense hatred. Quan Xingnan said calmly, a person's heart is determined by their character, not by the length of time or how early or late something happens. Zhang Yifei lifted her face, her eyes bloodshot, and said hoarsely, you're right. A man's heart has nothing to do with money or time. It's just that when a man has the means, his heart becomes more brazen, yet he never considers whether a beauty would throw herself at him if he were destitute. Annie, tell me, what should I do? Faced with this situation, what should I do? How should I choose? Should I follow the example of most wealthy wives and turn a blind eye, still being Mrs. Jiang, making sure the woman outside never gets legitimized? Or should I be like Xiofan and resolutely divorce, taking my share of the property and living freely? Quan Xingnan said gently, ask yourself, what do you want? Dignity? Money? Status? Loyalty in love and marriage? Marriage is yours, not ours as outsiders. We outsiders can't make decisions for you. I can tell you what I know, remind you to prepare early, but I can't choose your future for you. Zhang Yifei's eyes were full of confusion. I don't know either. Even at this moment, I still can't believe that my marriage, my love, my family, before a beautiful woman, are so fragile and defenseless. Now that it's come to this, you need to calm down, accept reality, and then make a choice. Quan Xingnan said seriously. It's hard for me to calm down. Really, I feel like I'm going crazy. Zhang Yifei dug her fingers into her hair roots and rubbed vigorously. Not long ago, everything was fine. Before going to the charity auction, he even gave me a card and told me to bid on whatever I liked. How long has it been? How long has it been? And now he's with another woman. How did you find out? End of chapter. Chapter 1602, A Crushing Blow 4. After hearing Quan Xingnan's question, Zhang Yifei said, the more I thought about what you said yesterday, the more something felt off. You know, because of what happened with Xiofan, I'm very sensitive to these matters. You haven't lived in Hong Kong long, so you might not understand some of the situations here. Let me tell you the truth, so-called socialites are actually just high society hostesses. Do you understand what that means? I understand. A hostess is a beautiful woman who is active and well-known in social circles, and most of these women aim to marry into wealthy families. Socialites and hostesses have never been complimentary terms in Hong Kong. When gossip magazines mention well-bred young ladies from prestigious families, they refer to them as heiresses and rarely call them socialites. If someone is labeled with that term, it means that in their eyes, this young lady from a good family is essentially no different from a hostess. Zhang Yifei nodded. You're very smart, and you have sharp eyes, so of course you see through it. Hong Kong is such a twisted society. Good women aren't absent, but most people are driven by profit, and it's become a trend. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she uses it as capital, as a stepping stone, to walk through the doors of the wealthy. Whether those wealthy men are old and decrepit, fat and bloated, or dull and overfed, as long as they have money, none of that matters. These women are their targets, and once they succeed, they flaunt it as true love. Many wealthy men also see hunting these beauties as a symbol of honor. The ridiculous part is that everyone knows these women are after money, yet in the hearts of these wealthy men, they believe they have the charm to conquer them and refuse to accept the truth. Jiang Tao probably thinks he's still sharp and exceptionally charming, that he can easily make a beautiful woman fall for him, so he throws family, marriage, love, and morality all out the window. But he's not Zhang Xing, and no other woman could be Josephine. Quan Xingnan thought to herself, don't lump En Hui together with those socialites. En Hui being with Zhang Xiafeng, if you said it was for money, that would be an insult to her. After all, there were plenty of wealthy men pursuing her back then. But to say she wasn't after money would also be hypocritical, since she herself said she wouldn't choose a poor man to prove the nobility of her love. And because Zhang Xiafeng's ability to create wealth and his way of handling things were part of his personal charm. Compared to the bloated, ugly-faced big shots Zhang Yifei described, Zhang Xiafeng, aside from being a bit older, was impeccable in appearance and demeanor, and had been a handsome man in his youth. So how did you actually find out? Quan Xingnan hadn't given her the details at the time, only hinting at it in her words. Don't underestimate a woman's intuition. Zhang Yifei gave a bitter laugh. The more I thought about it, the more something felt off, so I ended up checking Jiang Tao's personal belongings and tried hard to recall his recent whereabouts and unusual behavior. Besides, the driver who works for him is actually the father of my son's classmate. I arranged that job for him, so naturally I could get some information out of him. Zhang Yifei rambled on in front of Quan Xingnan, pouring out her heart, until the waiter knocked on the door. When the food was served, Zhang Yifei didn't keep anyone in the room to serve them. She picked up a large glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp, drinking so fast that she choked and tears came to her eyes. Quan Xingnan snatched the bottle from her hand. Stop drinking. Getting drunk won't solve anything. End of chapter. Chapter 1603, A Fragile Defeat 5. This is a 1982 law fight. Opening a bottle isn't cheap. Zhang Yifei wanted to snatch it back, but was afraid of bumping into Quan Xingnan's pregnant belly, so she could only lean over the table, staring at the delicious feast with no appetite at all. After a long while, she spoke resolutely. Annie, I've made up my mind. I'm going to divorce him. A peaceful separation would be best. If that's not possible, then we'll meet in court. As she said these words, Zhang Yifei looked completely relaxed, as if she had let go of something. Have you decided? Quan Xingnan asked. Perhaps this was why she was willing to be friends with her and Wu Xiufan. They had self-respect and strength, refusing to wallow in self-pity or tolerate a man's ingrained flaws during a marital crisis. Zhang Yifei nodded firmly. I've decided. I can't stand having someone who shares my bed messing around with another woman behind my back, then coming home and parading himself as a good husband and father. It disgusts me, like swallowing a fly. No amount of wealth can wash away that disgust. I'm younger than Xiufan, I'm only in my 40s. I still have decades ahead of me. I don't want to live pathetically, watching him flirt with other women all over the gossip headlines. She was dead set on divorce, leaving no room for turning back, but Jiang Tao was unwilling. Reportedly, after Zhang Yifei laid her cards on the table, Jiang Tao immediately assured her that she would be the only Mrs. Jiang, that there would be no one else, and that the heirs of the Jiang family business would only be their children. This was his promise to her. But he never mentioned breaking up with Chen Xiulin, not even a single word about her. Zhang Yifei later called Quan Xingnan to tell her about it, saying he definitely wanted to have both women. Around this time, Jiang Tao's secret relationship with the Miss Hong Kong contestant was exposed. Zhang Yifei wanted a quiet divorce, but the gossip mongers clearly wouldn't let her off. Also, because Chen Xiulin was unwilling to remain a hidden mistress, she deliberately had someone photograph her and Jiang Tao entering and leaving a hotel together, then sent the photos to a gossip magazine. She just didn't realize that, by then, Zhang Yifei had already confronted Jiang Tao. As Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had predicted, this caused an uproar in Hong Kong. Unlike those habitually philandering wealthy men, Jiang Tao had always been touted as a good man. He and Zhang Yifei were seen as a model couple, second only to a few pairs like Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, He Deming and Geng Weihua, and Zhang Skefeng and An Hui. When Wang Jihao and Wu Xiufan divorced, he was even singled out for praise, since his wealth was dozens of times greater than Wang Jihao's. His infidelity was so sudden and shocking that it dominated the headlines for days. Even under these circumstances, Jiang Tao still refused to divorce Zhang Yifei. Instead, he told her to calm down and then flew abroad to negotiate a real estate project. The stock price of the Jiang family business plummeted, wiping out billions in market value, but he didn't seem to care. What is he thinking? Quan Xingnan asked Hu Xuedong. You're both men. Men should understand men a little better. I only understand myself, sweetheart. Don't lump me together with men who are unfaithful to marriage and love. There's no comparison. Hu Xuedong shot her an unhappy look, his expression clearly displeased, but the speed at which he fed her didn't slow down at all. The homemade cookies he'd made were something Quan Xingnan had been particularly fond of lately. Quan Xingnan took a bite of the cookie. Honey, today's batch is better than last time. So tired, I just want to update 6 chapters. This chapter ends. Chapter 1604, Fragile and Defenseless 6. Hu Xuedong didn't bake many cookies, just a small plate with only about a dozen. Even if my skills have improved, you can't eat too many or it'll affect your main meal. But Little Egg and Little Sweetie are really hungry right now, Quan Xingnan said, rubbing her round belly. As if responding to her, a small bump immediately bulged on her stomach. The 2 first-time parents instantly shifted their attention to her belly, debating whether Little Egg or Little Sweetie was hungry, or if both babies were hungry, and which baby that little bump belonged to. Looking at his wife's belly, Hu Xuedong was also worried. His wife ate so much food every day, yet aside from her belly growing steadily and her bust becoming fuller, her arms and legs had only increased by 1 centimeter in circumference compared to before pregnancy, so little that the change was invisible to the naked eye. With such a slender frame carrying such a large belly, Hua Shiwedong didn't dare let her go out alone anymore. After the cookies, you can have some fruit, Hua Shiwedong said. All right. Quan Xingnan pouted, thinking to herself that she'd have some fruit and then a glass of milk. While the couple was sweet and happy, Jiang Tao and Zhang Yifei's divorce case was stirring up a storm. Zhang Yifei hadn't stopped her efforts just because Jiang Tao had temporarily left. She hired a lawyer at great expense, gathered evidence of Jiang Tao and Qin Xiulin together, and planned to file for divorce and split their assets equally, assets they had built from scratch after marriage. Unexpectedly, Liang Wanwan actually spoke out in support of Zhang Yifei, joking that if Zhang Yifei was willing to sell, she would be happy to take over Zhang Yifei's shares in Zhang's enterprise. That's right, Zhang Yifei held 30% of Zhang's enterprise's shares. Back when the couple was in love, they shared everything in life and wealth without distinction. Jiang Tao held 40%, and together they controlled 70%, keeping the power over Zhang's enterprise secure. The Zhengzhen Group had bought 20% of the shares from the Hua Group, and the remaining 10% were scattered shares. Liang Wanwan was in the process of buying up the scattered shares and had already acquired 3%. If she bought another 30% from Zhang Yifei, the Zhengzhen Group would become the absolute controlling shareholder of Zhang's enterprise. Zhang Yifei didn't agree to Liang Wanwan's offer. After all, she still had her own child, who was interning at Zhang's enterprise. She simply made one phone call to Jiang Tao. I'm laying my cards on the table because I want to divorce you calmly, without making a public spectacle and letting the city laugh at us. The moment you cheated, you ended our marriage and love with your own hands. There's no turning back. I don't care about the title of Mrs. Jiang. After the divorce, you can give it to whoever you want. I'm not interested. Once you finish this project, come back and sign the papers for the divorce, and we'll split the assets equally. Don't worry, I won't sell the shares to Liang Wanwan. I'll transfer them to our son, Jiang Zhou. If you still refuse to divorce, then I'll have no choice but to take the legal route, or I'll keep the title of Mrs. Jiang and sell the shares. She knew exactly why Jiang Tao was reluctant to divorce and threatened him just right. Anyway, on the eve of Christmas Eve, Zhang Yifei and Jiang Tao officially finalized their divorce. Aside from her 30% stake in Zhang's enterprise, she received several luxury homes, all her jewelry and designer clothes, and an additional 300 million in cash. Jiang Tao's wealth was largely tied to the market value of Zhang's enterprise, and he didn't have much liquid cash on hand. I'm exhausted. The temperature dropped suddenly. My mom came back yesterday, and today I caught a cold from her. I don't want to update anymore. Let me take a few days off, not 12 updates, please. Otherwise, updating both stories at once will kill me, and if I'm dead, there'll be no ending. This chapter ends. Chapter 1605, A Crushing Defeat 7. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yifei transferred the 30% of shares under her name to her son Jiang Zhou, ensuring that the controlling stake in the Jiang family business remained with the father and son. After completing all the formalities, she flew to the mainland for a leisure trip, only making phone calls to Hui, Wu Xiufen, and Quan Xingnan as a farewell. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Tao had changed far too quickly, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Not long ago, he was a good husband and a good father, but within just a few days, he became another woman's man, going in and out with her. A once harmonious family had fallen apart, and he himself had suffered heavy losses in terms of property, a case of gaining nothing for much loss. What could he gain from his relationship with Qin Xiulin, aside from spending money on her at every turn? What could a washed-up Hong Kong beauty queen bring him? Could it compare to the assets Zhang Yifei had taken away? Perhaps Qin Xiulin could give him the satisfaction of having a woman on each arm. Looking at the gossip magazine photos of Qin Xiulin tightly holding his arm with a sweet smile on her face, Quan Xingnan thought to herself. Old Madame Hua sighed and said that Zhang Yifei had the kind of face that brings fortune to her husband and blessings to her children. What a pity. Auntie, do you know how to read faces too? Quan Xingnan asked curiously. I've read some books on metaphysics with your uncle. Though we're not fortune tellers or feng shui masters, the texts passed down by our ancestors make a lot of sense. The face reflects the heart. For elderly people like your uncle and me, with our life experience, we can more or less discern a person's character from their appearance, demeanor, temperament, and speech. After saying this, old Madame Hua continued her evaluation of Zhang Yifei. That girl is decisive. Divorcing him was the right move, just like that Xiufen woman. They did the right thing. After divorce, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. They still have decades of good life ahead. If she had kept tolerating her husband's infidelity, even if she later came to terms with it, staying in the position of wife would have been painful, and outsiders would have laughed at her. Over time, she would have grown depressed, her beauty would have faded, and she would have constantly faced provocations from mistresses. What good would that have done? We women must have zero tolerance for a husband's cheating. We must have backbone. Don't be like those who can't bear to give up wealth or divorce. What do they get besides an empty title of wife? Even after divorce, it's not like they can't support themselves. Society is much more tolerant of women now. In the past, women couldn't go out to work or support themselves, so they had no choice but to depend on men and swallow their pride. That's no longer the case. Quan Xingnan praised her. Not many people are as clear-headed as you, auntie. Old Madame Hua laughed heartily. When you get old, you spend your days pondering these trivial matters. I've said before that this is a twisted society. The words fame and fortune have distorted countless people's consciences. Look at those young ladies. How many of them haven't been the third party in a relationship? How many have had proper relationships, marriages, and children? They don't even know how to spell shame, flitting between several wealthy men, trampling their own dignity underfoot. No wonder they end up toyed with and discarded by those rich men. Quan Xingnan gave her a thumbs up. She had long been disgusted by this situation, which was why she never interacted with people in the entertainment industry. Neither of her 2 weddings had featured such people. She didn't want to invite those celebrities with chaotic private lives to defile her pure and spotless wedding, nor did she want the public to think that she and Hua Xiuedong approved of their twisted pursuits. End of chapter. Chapter 1606, A Crushing Defeat 8. Putting down the financial newspaper in his hand, old Master Hua took off his reading glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said to the mother and daughter, "You women always dwell on these trivial matters. What does their life have to do with us? We just need to mind our own business. Yes, you two just need to look after Atong alone, let the others be. Atong is self-disciplined and extremely restrained. He doesn't need us to manage him," old Madame Hua retorted. "Besides, is this something that can be controlled by mere management? People's hearts are so unpredictable, changing in an instant. Didn't Young Tao change on a whim? Back then, the couple had visited their home, and she was very familiar with them. At the time, she had told Jiang Tao and Zhang Yifei to live well together, and even gave them a pair of old pit glass-type imperial green jade pendants. Jiang Tao had agreed readily, and had indeed kept his word over the years. Who would have thought things would change at this moment, catching everyone off guard? It was fortunate that Zhang Yifei acted decisively, otherwise no one knew what might have happened next. Old Master Hua was about to start his daily argument with his wife when Quan Xingnan's phone suddenly rang. Even though she used her phone frequently during her pregnancy, it was never kept close to her. Seeing Quan Xingnan get up to fetch her phone from the dining table, old Madame Hua quickly said, "Dear, sit down. I'll get it for you." "Auntie, it's fine. I'm not a fragile crystal doll," Quan Xingnan said with a smile over her shoulder, walking steadily to the table, picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. "Honey, you're at work now. Why are you calling? Don't tell me you miss me again. Although I miss you a lot, I can't let you interrupt earning milk money for the baby, and you won't let me go out to bring you lunch." Hua Xiuedong listened quietly as she finished, then said with a smile, "I'm bringing 2 people home for lunch. Ask manager Tang to make arrangements." "Who are they?" Quan Xingnan was curious. "You'll know when we get home," Hua Xiuedong teased. "Know when they get home?" Quan Xingnan suppressed her urge to open her third eye and peek into the future, hung up the phone, called manager Tang to give him instructions for proper arrangements, then walked back to the tea room, sat down, and told old Master Hua and old Madame Hua. Old Madame Hua thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Tong has friends all over the world. I can't guess who it is." Noticing his wife's gaze turning to him, old Master Hua immediately said, "If someone as clever as you can't figure it out, then I, with my blockhead, certainly can't. If you're willing to pay for a divination, you could ask our dear to calculate it for you. But who could it be? Dear, tell me, who from the capital could come?" "Quite a few people could come, those not in the military or holding official positions definitely could, but I haven't heard anyone say they're coming. If they were, they'd surely notify me. So, I'm guessing it's not someone from our family." They guessed back and forth, but never imagined Hua Xiuedong would bring home 2 strangers. One was an elderly woman with white hair, still elegant despite her advanced age, with dignified and graceful features, wearing a simple bright red down jacket, showing none of the weariness of old age. The other was a scholar around 50, graying at the temples, refined and gentle, with a pair of glasses on his nose. Quan Xingnan found the scholar familiar and felt a sudden jolt. Luo Jun. This appearance, this temperament, he was practically a spitting image of Luo Tianheng. Chapter end. Chapter 1607. Utterly Fragile 9. The elderly woman thought Hua Xiuedong had already informed Quan Xingnan about their identities as mother and son, so she wasn't surprised. She smiled gently at Quan Xingnan and said softly, "Hello, Mrs. Hua. I am Bai Shui, and he is my son Luo Jun with Tianheng. We'd like to see the painting of a young woman worshipping the moon that you and Mr. Hua acquired at the auction. Is that possible? Is it convenient?" As she spoke, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed several times, but directly stated the purpose of their visit. Of course, it's perfectly convenient. Seeing the people she had been searching for, Quan Xingnan was delighted. Please, both of you, sit down and have some tea, rest your feet. My husband and I will go get it. The painting is in the collection room. Hua Xiuedong pressed her hand. You stay here and chat with the guests. I'll go. Carrying a big belly, why run around everywhere? Although the collection room wasn't far, it was still a considerable distance, and due to the strict security system, getting in and out took a fair amount of time. Quan Xingnan glanced at him and had to compromise. After Hua Xiuedong left, Bai Shui and Luo Ji politely greeted Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua. The elderly couple didn't know the mother and son and looked confused and bewildered. Dear, quickly introduce them to us. Luo Jun quickly said, Mrs. Hua might not know our background, so let me introduce myself. Old Master Hua, Old Madam Hua, greetings to you both. My name is Luo Jun, I am 50 years old, from Shenzhen. My mother and I were separated from my father for a full 40 years. Back then, my father boarded a ship to Hong Kong. Due to domestic policies, we couldn't board the ship, and afterward, we had no way to find him. It wasn't until 20 years ago that we had the chance. We came to Hong Kong, went to the United States, and even placed missing person notices in newspapers both domestically and abroad, but amidst the vast sea of people, there was no news at all. Lately, my mother has often felt unwell and senses her time is short. She thought she would carry this regret to her grave, but then she suddenly saw a news report about an auction featuring one of my father's paintings. The report said it was bought by Mr. and Mrs. Hua, so we immediately set out to find you. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Mr. Hua was willing to see us, let us view the painting, and didn't seem surprised by our arrival. Old Madam Hua listened, stunned. Oh my, 40 years is truly a long time. You must have endured a lot of hardship over the years? 30 or 40 years ago, the situation in the mainland was very tense. Your father came to Hong Kong, and you stayed in the mainland. Just because of your father coming to Hong Kong, you two must have suffered a great deal. Old Master Hua nodded beside her, agreeing with his wife. Bai Shui wiped the corners of her slightly reddened eyes. When we couldn't board the ship together, I knew it was bad. I took my child and fled Xinjiang immediately, begging for food along the way, hiding our identities, and settling in a mountain village, where I also had him marry and have children. Those 10+ years, though we endured some hardship and suffering, at least we survived. After my son graduated from university, domestic policies changed, and life got better. My only wish is to find my husband. No matter where he is or how he is now, I just need to know his whereabouts. We also returned to Xinjiang, but there was no word from him. Everyone said he had abandoned us and must have started a new family abroad. I don't believe it. We promised each other to live and die together. How could he start a family with someone else and leave me behind? This chapter ends. Chapter 1608, Utterly Vulnerable 10. Quan Xingnan could see that Bai Shui did not have long to live. Hearing her words, she quickly said, Mr. Luo did not abandon you, Mrs. Luo. Really? Bai Shui looked at her as if waiting for her confirmation. We visited Mr. Hua at the Hua group today, and he said the same thing. But Mr. Hua did not tell us about my husband. He only admitted to having photographed his painting. Mrs. Hua, you know something, don't you? The newspapers say you are a divine calculator. Hua Xiuedong walked in carrying the painting. Luo Tianheng, following behind, noticed Bai Shui and Luo Jun. He froze for a moment, then tears streamed down his face. He rushed to Bai Shui, dropped to one knee, and almost reverently reached out to hold her hand, which was like old tree bark. But he grasped nothing. Xiao Xue, is it really you? Luo Tianheng murmured. No one saw this except Quan Xingnan. At that moment, she handed the painting of a girl gazing at the moon to Bai Shui while explaining its origin. As far as we know, the owner of this painting passed away over 30 years ago. He couldn't wait for news from his family and had no way to return home to find them, so he died of depression. Before his death, he left his belongings to his landlord. The landlord was struggling financially and put some of his works up for auction. This seems to be the last one. Tears fell from Bai Shui's eyes, drop by drop, onto the painting. She murmured, he has passed away? Over 30 years ago? Mom. Luo Jun reached out to support her trembling body. Even sitting on the sofa, she could barely stay steady, a testament to how frail Bai Shui had become. I'm fine. Bai Shui patted her son's arm and fixed her gaze on the slender, graceful girl in the painting on the solitary cold moon. This is his painting. I know every stroke intimately. In the dead of night, when I dream, I often see the scenes of us painting together. I learned to paint back then, he taught me. Luo Bai was a pseudonym we chose together. Luo from Luo Tianheng, Bai from Bai Shui, silk as white as snow. I thought I would never see those two characters again, only to stumble upon them in the newspaper and come here, only to learn of his death. Over 30 years, he was in his prime back then. Bai Shui leaned against her son's chest, sobbing quietly. She did not wail loudly, out of politeness. Crying uncontrollably in someone else's home would be highly discourteous. Luo Jun's eyes were red as he said, Mom, at least we've finally learned of Father's whereabouts. Take care of yourself, don't grieve too much. If Father were alive, he wouldn't want to see you so sad. One couple for a lifetime, yet fate keeps us apart in sorrow. Longing for each other, gazing but never meeting, for whom does spring bloom? The elixir at Blue Bridge is easy to beg, but the potion brewed, hard to reach the Azure Sea. If I could visit you at the Milky Way, we would forget poverty together. Bai Shui recited the lines from Nalin Xingda's poem slowly, word by word. Suddenly, she rose from the sofa and, before Hua Xuedong could react, knelt down. Mr. Hua, may I ask something of you? Hua Xuedong quickly helped her back onto the sofa and said earnestly, Mrs. Luo, please speak freely. My wife and I acquired this painting, and you and your son saw it in the newspaper. That is fate. He had sent so many people to search for Luo Jun and Bai Shui without a trace, yet they had come to him on their own. If that wasn't fate, what was? Bai Shui thanked him 3 times in a row and said softly, I would like to meet the previous owner of this painting before it was auctioned, to see the place where he lived, and to know how his remains were handled and where he was buried. If I cannot find him, even seeing his grave would fulfill 40 years of longing. End of chapter. Chapter 1609, Easily Crushed 11. Chapter 1609, Easily Crushed 11. Back when Hua Xuedong agreed to help Luo Tianheng find his wife and child, he had already asked the auction house to contact the landlord. They had a friendly exchange and confirmed everything Bai Shui wanted to know. Mr. Luo's remains were cremated by the landlord and buried in a nearby cemetery. I'll write down the address for you later, Hua Xuedong said. The landlord mentioned that because he was able to make a living by selling Mr. Luo's works, he has been maintaining Mr. Luo's grave. He was very happy to hear that we found Mr. Luo's family. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Bai Shui was extremely emotional. She coughed a few times urgently, but still politely covered her mouth with a handkerchief. After a moment, she gazed tenderly at the painting before her. Mr. Hua, would you be willing to part with this painting for us? We won't short you a single cent. The auction price plus fees came to about 110 to 120,000, right? After arriving in Hong Kong, we exchanged 200,000. We'll give it all to you, Mr. Hua, and only ask that this painting accompany me to my final rest. Hua Xuedong glanced at Quan Xingnan, who replied, that's fine. If we take Mrs. Luo's money, we'd even be making a profit of several tens of thousands. However, that money would definitely be used for charity, not kept for themselves. Bai Shui was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. Hua. Thank you. Luo Tianheng also bowed deeply to Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Thank you both, thank you. I have seen my wife and my son, and knowing they survived that turmoil safe and sound, I am content. I have seen my wife as she aged, exactly as I imagined, graceful in her years, wisdom accumulated, elegance unchanged, beauty enduring. I have seen my son grown up, and it felt like looking at a middle-aged version of myself. Truly, blood runs true. Before Quan Xingnan could respond, he crouched down in front of his wife, his eyes full of tenderness, deep as the sea. Watching them, one human, one spirit, one old, one young, Quan Xingnan suddenly thought of Jiang Tao and Zhang Yifei, who had been the talk of the town lately. Those separated by life and death never stopped thinking of each other, so why did those still living succumb to time and reality? Jiang Tao had changed too quickly, become too unfamiliar, as if he were no longer the good-natured man she once knew. Hua Xuedong suddenly grasped his wife's hand. Honey, it's nothing. Listening to Mrs. Luo's story just reminded me of Jiang Tao and Sister Yifei. Catching sight of the painting of a girl gazing at the moon, Quan Xingnan suddenly recalled that Jiang Tao had also collected quite a few antiques, calligraphy, and paintings many wealthy people dabbled in collecting. When it comes to divorce, shouldn't collections count as marital property? But Mr. Jiang didn't share any with Sister Yifei. Hua Xuedong said flatly, that's to be expected. It was only after Zhang Yifei transferred 30% of Jiang Corporation shares to her son that Jiang Tao went from refusing a divorce to agreeing to one. That alone showed what he valued most. Think about what the female employee under him had told Quan Xingnan. When he bought diamonds for Qin Xiulin, he went to a small shop and spent only a few 100,000. For people of their class, a few 100,000 might not even buy a wife's handbag. The quality of such diamonds was easy to imagine. Qin Xiulin probably wouldn't get much wealth from Jiang Tao either. Seeing her husband's expression, Quan Xingnan understood. She then said, but he wasn't always stingy. Sister Yifei never held back when buying jade jewelry before. Yet, she suddenly recalled that Zhang Yifei had once mentioned she should stop, because she had already bought too much. End of chapter. Chapter 1610, A Fragile Defense 12. After her relationship with Jiang Tao was made public, as Hu Xiuedong had expected, Chen Xiulian did not receive valuable gifts like properties, jewelry, or designer bags from wealthy benefactors, unlike other Miss Hong Kong pageant winners. Jiang Tao remained busy with work or gatherings with his peers. Hu Xiuedong attended a couple of these gatherings, but later stopped going, unless it was for some relatively simple leisure activities. Why? Quan Xingnan asked. Because you have nothing in common to talk about? Or did selling our shares in Zhang's enterprises make Jiang Tao unhappy, so you feel it's no fun staying involved? Neither. Then what is it? Faced with his wife's curiosity, Hu Xiuedong explained tactfully, they're all colleagues, with some business dealings, not strangers. But aside from business matters, I have nothing in common with them in terms of entertainment. Quan Xingnan understood immediately. By entertainment, he meant womanizing. The ones hanging out with Jiang Tao now were definitely those playboy tycoons rolling in money, but leaving a trail of romantic entanglements, constantly appearing in gossip magazines. Today they'd be dating one actress, tomorrow swapping her for another. Quan Xingnan could occasionally exchange a few words with their lawful wives, but she never took the others seriously. She didn't look down on people who loved money, who in this world doesn't? But a gentleman loves money and earns it ethically. Women, too, can be gentlemen or petty individuals. Those who climb the social ladder for money have long lost any sense of shame. Don't attend those filthy gatherings anymore. All right, my little jealous one. Hu Xiuedong had no intention of attending such gatherings anyway. Sometimes, certain people's words and actions were especially nauseating. They would introduce women to each other, or their mistresses' friends and relatives, dragging others down with them. That's how Jiang Tao was pulled in. A famously philandering Hong Kong tycoon, Cheng Youji, introduced his mistress's good friend to Jiang Tao, Chen Xiulin. Jiang Tao initially refused, claiming he had a virtuous wife at home. But the men present had no moral bottom line in such matters. They mocked him for being henpecked or afraid of his wife, using all kinds of words to provoke him. Eventually, they got what they wanted. The upright gentleman fell, then wildly indulged, as if trying to experience all the romantic adventures he had missed. For such matters, out of sight is out of mind. It's fine to maintain normal business dealings, attend public events like annual meetings and cocktail parties, even if entertainment industry people show up. But private friendships are out, and small gatherings are out too. He didn't want to get tainted by their filth while staying clean himself. Some people just can't stand seeing others do well. To reward Hu Xiuedong for keeping himself clean, Quan Xingnan gave him a fragrant kiss, only to be kissed until she was dizzy. It didn't end until they were informed that Luo Jun and Bai Shui had come to visit. Bai Shui and Luo Jun had returned from the United States, bringing back Luo Tianheng's ashes. My mother doesn't have much time left. We plan to go home, and came specifically to say goodbye to you both. Luo Jun glanced at his elderly mother, who was still holding the painting of a young girl worshipping the moon. His eyes were a bit moist. Since they were here to bid farewell to Hu Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan, they hadn't brought the ashes they always carried, too inauspicious and impolite. Hu Xiuedong shook his hand, wishing Mr. Luo Jr. and Mrs. Luo a smooth journey. Thank you. Luo Jun was deeply grateful to them for helping him and his mother fulfill their wishes. Luo Tianheng was also grateful to them for allowing him to reunite with his wife and son, and finally return to his roots. He wanted both to fulfill his promise to Quan Xingnan and to accompany his wife through the last days of her life. That's 6 chapters for today. I won't be around anymore. Don't look for me. I'm playing dead. Playing dead means no updates. Oh. End of chapter. Chapter 1611. The fruit is ripe 1. Upon hearing Luo Tianheng's dilemma, Quan Xingnan tilted her head in thought. Do you want Mrs. Luo to see you one more time? Luo Tianheng was taken aback, then said excitedly, Can I? Can she see me? Quan Xingnan nodded slightly. Yes, but it won't be for long. I do. Mrs. Hua, I want to see my wife one more time, to say a few words, even if the words don't come out. Just meeting is enough. I know she doesn't have much time left. We've waited for each other for 40 years, that's most of her life, longer than I've been alive. To meet even once is an unexpected joy, and it will leave us with no regrets in this life. Tears welled up in Luo Tianheng's eyes as he stared intently at Bai Shui. Quan Xingnan suddenly turned to look at Bai Shui. Mrs. Luo, there's something I'd like to discuss with you alone. Is that all right? Bai Shui snapped back to reality and nodded. Of course. Honey, you and Mrs. Luo go to the study to talk. We'll wait outside. Hu Xiuedong helped Quan Xingnan stand up and signaled Luo Jun to support Bai Shui as they entered the study on the first floor, settling them into chairs. After the two left and the door was closed, Quan Xingnan waved her hand. Just as Bai Shui was wondering what was happening, a man appeared before her eyes. His figure gradually solidified from faint to clear. The moment she recognized his face, Bai Shui covered her mouth with one hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her other hand clutched the painting of the maiden gazing at the moon. Tianheng. Xiaoxue. The couple called out to each other simultaneously, both choking with sobs. Only their eyes, filled with deep affection, gazed at one another, unwilling to blink, afraid that closing their eyes would mean losing sight of the other. Make it brief. I can only let you meet once. Quan Xingnan slowly stood up. About half an hour. As her spiritual power deepened, her ability to control yin and yang had gradually improved. She recalled that in the past, she could only make a ghost appear for a minute. Luo Tianheng and Bai Shui said in unison, thank you, Mrs. Hua. Quan Xingnan retreated to the inner part of the study, between the bookshelves, and picked a random book, a martial arts novel, reading it with great interest. Outside, she left the couple separated by the boundary of life and death. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave the study, but earlier, in front of Luo Jun, she had said she had something to discuss with Bai Shui. If she went out and left Bai Shui alone in the study, given her age and poor health, Luo Jun would surely worry and grow suspicious. Even with both of them in the study, Luo Jun was growing anxious waiting outside. Seeing him restless, Xuedong smiled and said, Mr. Luo, don't worry. My wife has something very important to discuss with Mrs. Luo. It won't harm her health. I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. Luo Jun felt deeply ashamed. They had helped so much, and yet he was judging them with a petty mind. After about half an hour, the door opened. Luo Jun stood up and saw his mother emerge with a beaming face. He quickly stepped forward to support her. Mom? I'm fine, better than ever. Bai Shui patted her son's hand, then turned to Quan Shinan. Mrs. Hua, rest assured. After I pass away, before my cremation, my son will bring the painting of the maiden gazing at the moon for you to see, and then take it back to be buried with me. Her husband had been drifting with this painting all along. She couldn't bear to see him wander the mortal world forever, only to eventually fade into nothing. Even if separated by life and death, she wanted to cherish the last moments they had together, and after death, journey together to the underworld. End of chapter. Chapter 1612, The Fruit Ripens and Falls Too. Shortly after Luo Jun and Bai Shui returned, about 10 days after New Year's Day, Luo Jun, travel-worn, came carrying the painting of a young girl worshipping the moon to see Quan Xingnan. He said sorrowfully, my mother passed away peacefully. Before she died, she instructed me to bring this painting to you. Quan Xingnan nodded slightly, looking toward Luo Tianheng and Bai Shui, who stood hand in hand in the void. Though one was in the prime of life and the other was white-haired, they appeared perfectly harmonious, with no room for anyone else to intrude. Thank you for your trouble, Mrs. Hua, Bai Shui said with a smile. Luo Tianheng added, we never expected that after Xiaoshue's death, there would be no ox head, horse face, or black and white impermanence. Instead, we, as a couple, could finally hold hands and continue the love we had in life. Bai Shui turned her head to look at her husband, her gaze filled with deep affection. Mrs. Hua, please send us off together, Bai Shui said softly. In life, we only had 10 years of holding hands. In death, we want to walk the road to the underworld together. Walking that path alone is too lonely, only together do we have the courage to go on. All right. As the word fell, the gates of hell opened, and the road to the underworld appeared. Luo Tianheng and Bai Shui, holding hands, stepped in without looking back, until the gates of hell closed and the road vanished. Quan Xingnan said sullenly to Luo Jun, Mr. Luo, please accept my condolences. I have seen this painting and my agreement with Mrs. Luo is fulfilled. You may take it back. Luo Jun hesitated, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. Mrs. Hua, may I know what the agreement was? Quan Xingnan refused, saying seriously, that is a secret between Mrs. Luo and me. I can tell you this. Because of that agreement, Mrs. Luo had no regrets in this life. She held a 40-year obsession. You should understand how difficult it was to let her leave without any regrets. Hearing this, Luo Jun did not press further. He bowed to her and left, carrying the painting. This painting had accompanied his mother in her final days. No, it had also accompanied him. He had traveled with his mother and the painting to every corner of Shanghai, often hearing her talk to it as if it were his father. He thought it might be because his mother was nearing the end of her life, driven by her obsession. As he stepped out of the Hua family home, a luxury car pulled up in front of him, and a well-dressed woman stepped out. She was no longer young but radiated the vitality of youth. Her face was not beautiful, but her skin was fair, and her complexion was rosy and glowing. Mr. Luo? The woman caught sight of him and called out, walking quickly to his side. Aren't you the Mr. Luo who helped me down the mountain? Are you here to see Mr. and Mrs. Hua? Luo Jun looked closely and said politely, hello, Ms. Wu. It was Wu Xiufan, who was delighted. When did you come to Hong Kong, Mr. Luo? I mentioned before that if you ever came, I would be happy to play host. Meeting you today, do I have the honor? Luo Jun apologized. Perhaps another day, when you visit Shanghai, I can play host. I have a bereavement in my family. I'm sorry. Wu Xiaofan paused, immediately dropping her smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo. I didn't know about your family. Words cannot express the grief of losing a loved one. Please accept my condolences. Thank you. I must be going now. All right, take care, Mr. Luo. Wu Xiaofan watched him leave before being announced by the Hua family staff and going in to see Quan Xingnan. End of chapter. Chapter 1613, The Fruit is Ripe 3. Annie, do you know Mr. Luo? Is he the person you were looking for? Before even 3 sentences were exchanged, Wu Xiaofan couldn't contain her curiosity. I just ran into him at the door. He's the kind and gentlemanly Mr. Luo I told you about before. I thought I'd never see him again, but now that I think about it, life's opportunities are truly incredible. Quan Xingnan put down the book in her hand and smiled. Yes, he's the one we're looking for. Hold on. She called Hua Xuedong. Honey, Mrs. Luo has passed away. Young Mr. Luo came and went. I've fulfilled their wish. The funeral will surely be arranged soon. If we can't go in person, please arrange for someone in Xinjiang to pay respects on our behalf beforehand. This was the bare minimum of courtesy. I understand. Rest well at home, and don't worry about anything, Hua Xuedong said gently. If I don't worry about anything or use my brain, won't I just be a useless person? Quan Xingnan pretended to be displeased as she replied. I'll head to the antique shop later to see if there's anything worth collecting. Hua Xuedong instructed, don't go out alone. Have Alexander and Daniel bring a couple more people with you. Be mindful of your surroundings when you come and go. Make sure you have at least 6 bodyguards with you. I'll send Rong Peihuan over to accompany you in a bit. In a couple of days, I'll arrange 2 female assistants for you, one who knows medicine and one who knows how to care for pregnant women, so they can accompany you when you use the restroom. In the late stages of pregnancy, every move had to be made with caution. Quan Xingnan didn't refuse. Rong Peihuan arrived at Tongsheng Palace shortly after. Madam, you've taken such good care of yourself. Your skin is still as smooth as jade. When my cousin was pregnant, her face was covered in pregnancy spots. Even though her child was born years ago, the spots never faded. Rong Peihuan had a cheerful and straightforward personality, and Quan Xingnan appreciated her no-nonsense attitude. She didn't act subservient either, simply treating her superior with normal respect. Wu Xiaofan laughed. Eating well during pregnancy is always beneficial. Just look at what your Huixing usually eats: bird's nest, fish maw, sea cucumber, abalone. Has he ever gone without? No. These are all nourishing foods for pregnant women. They keep your energy up, are good for your skin, and help with the baby's development. Peihuan, I remember your name is Peihuan, and you work with Secretary Chen, right? While you're young, earn good money and save up your own funds for pregnancy nourishment. Don't rely on men. These words struck a chord with Rong Peihuan. She said earnestly, Ms. Wu is absolutely right. I think so too. Men's hearts are as deep as the ocean, and very few are reliable. A good man like our Huixing is 1 in 10,000, practically 1 in 100 million. Besides, some men start off well, sweet words, warm and caring, but later become detestable. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they blame the woman for this or that. Either she's unkempt, or she stays home lazy and idle, or she hasn't improved herself enough to match their knowledge. In the end, good or bad, it's all whatever the man says, just to find a grandiose excuse for cheating. As secretarial assistants in a mega conglomerate, they often interacted with high society and had far more insight than ordinary citizens. They had witnessed countless joys and sorrows, partings and reunions, especially the all-too-common phenomenon of men turning bad once they had money. End of chapter. Chapter 1614, The Fruit Ripens and Falls 4. Wu Xiaofan listened to Rong Peihuan's words and couldn't help saying, your insights really resonate with me. How about jumping ship to my beauty salon? If you come, we'll work hard together, and you'll be a founding member. Rong Peihuan naturally knew that Wu Xiaofan had co-invested in a beauty salon within Hui and Quan Xingnan. Such things couldn't be hidden from the paparazzi. But she couldn't bear to leave the Hua Group. Even 10 of the best-developed beauty salons, or 100, couldn't compare to one Hua Group. The Hua Group was a top-tier international conglomerate, with 6 comprehensive subgroups under it alone, countless other investments of all sizes, and shares in hundreds of other companies. The reports about the Hua Group's hundreds of billions in assets were actually underestimating the Hua enterprise, underestimating the wealth of Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong. Thank you for your appreciation, Ms. Wu. I studied finance, and I feel I'm better suited to stay at Hua's. Rong Peihuan politely declined Wu Xiaofan. Under the wise leadership of our Mr. Hua, I believe my future is bright. Her words made Quan Xingnan smile, clearly pleased. A wife naturally enjoys hearing others praise her husband, especially praise that carries no hint of covetousness. If anyone coveted Hua Xuedong, then sorry, Quan Xingnan's man was not someone they could conquer. Although old Madame Hua said Hua Xuedong gave all his assets to Quan Xingnan to prevent others from continuing to covet him, cutting off the hopes of many gold-digging socialites, there were still plenty of socialites who admired Hua Xuedong himself. After all, Hua Xuedong was mature, refined, and charismatic, with unparalleled intelligence. He could create a wealthy dynasty even without the Hua group. Because Quan Xingnan was formidable, many backed down when faced with difficulties. Lian Wanwan was one, and Wu Qingwan was another. When Quan Xingnan and Wu Xiufan finished visiting the antique shop and went shopping, they saw Wu Qingwan standing shoulder to shoulder with a young man in a suit, picking out diamond rings at the Wesheng Wutong counter. Auntie. Wu Qingwan greeted Wu Xiufan, then looked at Quan Xingnan and her belly, politely offering congratulations. Congratulations, Mrs. Hua, on the twins. When will the billion-dollar babies arrive? I've seen gossip magazines speculating about the due date. Some say they might be born next month. Next month? How is that possible? Quan Xingnan found it amusing, casually stroking her round belly, feeling the baby's dissatisfied protest beneath her palm. If they were born next month, our family would have to worry about their health. Quan Xingnan wasn't surprised at all that Wu Xiufan was Wu Qingwan's aunt. There were only so many people in high society, and most were connected by kinship. Moreover, Wu Xiufan and Wu Qingwan weren't biological aunt and niece, they were likely from the same clan. Wu Xiufan was the cousin of Wu Qingwan's father, so by custom, Wu Qingwan did have to call her aunt. Wu Qingwan blinked. Based on the date Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua registered their marriage, the due date should be around April or May. Twins usually come early. Quan Xingnan said no more. She wouldn't tell outsiders the truth about discovering the pregnancy after the engagement and hastily applying for marriage registration. Wu Xiufan interrupted her niece, who seemed about to ask more questions. Qingwan, aren't you going to introduce this gentleman to us? Oh. Wu Qingwan snapped back to reality and quickly pulled over the young man, who had been standing with a graceful smile. Mrs. Hua, Auntie, this is my boyfriend. His name is Lin Wenqing. Hello, Mrs. Hua. Hello, Auntie. Lin Wenqing was refined and very polite. End of chapter. Chapter 1615, The Fruit Ripens and Falls 5. Wu Xiufan studied Lin Wenqing for a moment and concluded that he came from a wealthy background for two reasons. First, his clothing and accessories. His suit and leather shoes were all world-renowned top brands, with diamond tie clips and diamond cufflinks, and a Rolex watch worth millions. From head to toe, he screamed money. Second, his demeanor. Lin Wenqing's temperament clearly showed he was someone used to a life of luxury and privilege. He just seemed a bit unreliable. Having frequented high society, Wu Xiufan had long developed a sharp eye. While she couldn't claim to judge everyone accurately, after all, she hadn't seen Jiang Tao's infidelity coming, she could still size up most young people. The young man before her exuded a hint of playboy from the core, with a somewhat frivolous look in his eyes. Don't think she hadn't noticed Lin Wenqing's gaze constantly lingering on Quan Xingnan. Even though Quan Xingnan was visibly pregnant and clearly a married woman, she was still stunningly beautiful. Without a trace of makeup, she possessed a natural, unadorned elegance, a pure beauty untouched by artifice. Even the heavily made-up, meticulously styled Hong Kong beauty queen, featured in hundreds of reports, would have to concede defeat in her presence. Lin Wenqing's gaze made people uncomfortable. As Wu Xiufan subtly stepped in front of her, Quan Xingnan also half-turned, pretending to be tired and leaning on Rong Peihuan. Madam, are you tired? Let's go rest over there, Rong Peihuan said, quick-witted and perceptive. All right. Wu Xiufan nodded at Lin Wenqing. You go ahead. We have things to do and need to leave. Wait, Auntie. Lin Wenqing stopped her, speaking respectfully. It's rare to have this fate, running into Auntie and Mrs. Hua here. It's getting late. Wanner, and I would like to host you, please do us the honor. Wu Xiufan replied coolly, you young people are on a date. We outsiders won't intrude. Next time I'll host and invite Qingwan to join you for a meal. Qingwan, go ahead and shop. We'll be off. Come find me when you're free. I ran into your mother a few days ago. She asked to borrow something from me. You can pick it up from my place and give it to her. Wu Qingwan agreed, pulling Lin Wenqing back and stopping him from saying more. That Lin Wenqing seems very unreliable. You should warn Wu Qingwan, Quan Xingnan said while drinking water during a break, addressing Wu Xiufan. His face shows ill intentions, his thoughts are impure, and he's a flirtatious womanizer on par with Wu Pei. Wu Pei was Wu Qingwan's father, notoriously promiscuous, which often drove his wife Chen Shuzhen to travel for distraction. Wu Xiufan nodded, then smiled. You could tell all that? This person's character is already set, so some signs are visible. Some people start off good, but their thoughts change constantly. One second you might judge him as a serious, responsible man, and the next he could be someone else entirely. The heart influences the face. Even when I read faces, it's not foolproof, because I can't predict the human heart. Wu Xiaofan knew she was referring to Jiang Tao. Before, who hadn't thought Jiang Tao was a good man? Everyone said he was second only to Hu Xuedong, He Deming, and Zhang Xiafeng as a decent man, until he changed in ways no one expected. Snorting heavily, Wu Xiaofan said, "Men. Poor Yifei. She got hurt and refuses to return to Hong Kong." After the divorce, Zhang Yifei left Hong Kong and never came back. Rong Peihuan suddenly felt a fear of marriage. Sigh, seeing too much, knowing too much, I don't dare step into marriage anymore. It's too terrifying how fragile marriage and love become in the face of a third party. End of chapter. Chapter 1616, The Fruit is Ripe 6. Quan Xingnan glanced at her and smiled. You will find your love and marriage just a little later. But being late doesn't matter. What's most frightening is settling and then regretting it because you settled. Really? Rong Peihuan couldn't believe that she, a woman who had so little faith in love and marriage, would actually have love and marriage. Whether it's true or not, you'll know in the future. Quan Xingnan dropped the topic, having no intention of continuing, and instead asked, what about the other assistant, the one named Gung Xian? How is her father? Has she returned to work? Mentioning Gung Xian made Rong Peihuan feel indignant on her behalf. Speaking of this, I'm really angry. Madam, tell me, hasn't Gung Xian done well enough? Her brother and sister-in-law couldn't care less about her father. She and her father relied on each other, living together in a house she bought with Mr. Hua's advice during the real estate slump these past 2 years. She's a model of filial piety. Her father's gas poisoning was something no one wanted to see, but when he was hospitalized, her brother and sister-in-law went to the hospital and made a huge scene, accusing her of trying to kill their father to inherit the family property. It's ridiculous. Her father has nothing. What family property is there for her to kill him over? They just want Gung Xian's house. They pinned such a heavy charge on her, infuriating her so much she couldn't eat, and her father's condition worsened. Every family has its own troubles. Quan Xingnan sighed at this and quickly asked, is everything okay now? If there's a need, just let Secretary Chen know. Our company's employees can't be bullied by outsiders. It's fine now. Rong Peihuan smiled happily, feeling warm inside. Mr. Hua instructed Secretary Chen to step in, had Gung Xian's father transferred to another hospital, arranged for someone to visit him once, sent plenty of nutritional supplements, and also approved leave for Gung Xian to take good care of her father. As a Hua's employee, I feel so blessed, like I have a sense of family. I talked to Gung Xian on the phone yesterday. Her father can be discharged today, and after she settles him in, she'll come to thank you, madam. No need for thanks. Just tell her to take good care of the elderly while she has the time. Surviving this brush with death didn't guarantee a long life. With his body's condition as it was, in a few years, Gung Xian would still have to face the pain of losing her father. As they were speaking, Wu Qiwan walked over, a diamond ring on her finger. It looked to be about 8 carats, a white diamond set with a halo of smaller stones, making it appear large and sparkling under the light. Wu Xiaofan found it strange to see her. What about that Mr. Lin? Isn't he accompanying you? Or had he found a new target and abandoned Wu Qiwan? Wu Qingwan's father, Wu Pei, had done something like that. In Wu Xiaofan's view, all flirtatious and fickle men were birds of a feather. He got a call from his mother saying something happened at home. Wu Qiwan frowned slightly. He looked pretty grim and seemed in a hurry. I asked him, and he said he didn't know the details yet, so he rushed to the airport to catch the earliest flight home. His family is from the mainland. Have you heard of them, Mrs. Hua? His father is a cell-made entrepreneur named Lin Shimin. Quan Xingnan rested her chin on her hand. I've heard of him. He's the local richest man. She knew Lin Wenqing and remembered him well. Wasn't he Lin Wenjing's brother? Of course, not a biological brother. He was the eldest son of the Lin family and Yi Mingzhu's biological brother. In her past life, the mystery of Lin Wenjing and Yi Mingzhu's identities was uncovered this year. Calculating the time, it should be around now. First, they discover a blood-type mismatch, then launch an investigation, and soon find Yi Mingzhu. 6 updates today, 6 tomorrow, and back to 12 the day after. End of chapter. Chapter 1617, The Fruit is Ripe 7. The mix-up between Lin Wenjing and Yi Mingzhu caused a huge uproar, as it involved the local richest family and the prestigious Yi family. Just as everyone expected the two families to sit down and calmly discuss the futures of both daughters, the Lin family and the Yi family simultaneously chose Yi Mingzhu, sparking a fierce tug-of-war. One side wanted their daughter to reclaim her birthright, while the other insisted that nurturing bonds outweigh biological ties and refused to let go. Because their investigation was conducted very publicly and they confronted the hospital with great force, it made the newspapers the very same day. The subsequent developments naturally attracted the attention of gossips. Yi Mingju was in high demand, which only highlighted Lin Wenjing's pitiful isolation. The Yi family rejected their biological daughter, who had no emotional connection with them, while the Lin family hated her for usurping the best 18 years of their real daughter's life. United in their stance, neither family allowed her through their doors. When she was thrown out of the Lin family, all she had was a suitcase containing a few pieces of clothing. Everything she had used or owned, except for valuables, was destroyed by the Lin family. They would rather destroy it all than let her take it, including all the gifts she had received over 18 years, her certificates of honor, textbooks, stationery, and books. The Lin family believed that without the backing of the Lin family name, she would not have received so many things or had the opportunity to learn so many skills and earn so many honors. Therefore, those things all belonged to Yi Mingju. Lin Wenjing stood dazed outside the Lin family's gate, her face pale, at a loss, not knowing where to go. What had she done wrong? Why did neither her biological parents nor her adoptive parents want her? Having grown up as the Lin family's daughter, she felt deeply guilty, believing she had wronged Yi Mingju, who had also been switched at birth. After all, the Lin family was far wealthier than the Yi family and had doted on her for 18 years, giving her a life of luxury and privilege. But she did not know where she had gone wrong, and neither set of parents was willing to give her a place to stay. Abandoned by all, was that the phrase to describe her? Without the identity of the Lin family's daughter, her former classmates and friends kept their distance. She had already prepared herself mentally. During the few days the Lin family spent searching for their biological daughter, she had been treated like an invisible person in the Lin household. They had not kicked her out earlier only because they wanted to use her to exchange for their real daughter. But the Yi family refused to let Yi Mingju go, and the Lin family, young and old, could not stand the sight of her anymore. Lin's mother cursed her loudly, saying she was useless, that since she could not return to the Yi family would not release their own daughter Mingzu. She told Lin Wenjing to go back to the Yi family and convince them to return Mingju to the Lin family, or else they would go to court. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Dressed in thin clothes, Lin Wenjing dragged the oldest and smallest suitcase from her room, walking aimlessly along the roadside, losing all sense of direction, not knowing where she was going. Snow began to fall, as if to match the scene. At first, it was fine, grainy salt-like flakes, then it turned into larger snowflakes, and finally, it came down in big, feathery clumps. Soon, the snow whitened her hair and her eyebrows. Her small cherry lips turned purple, and her face was red from the cold. But she had no money on her, and she had not brought her phone. She did not know where she should go or who she should turn to for help. It's snowing. Why aren't you wearing more clothes? Lin Wenjing heard a roar from behind her. Her frozen body stiffened, and a flicker of hope rose in her heart. Was someone calling out to her? Who would call her? The voice was unfamiliar, and the tone was harsh. Maybe it was not meant for her, maybe it was for someone else. She was all alone now. End of this chapter. Chapter 16:18. The fruit is ripe 8. So, Lin Wenjing dragged her suitcase forward with her frozen hands, but just as she took a step, her icy hand was grasped by a warm, large hand. Wenjing, didn't you hear me calling you? Lin Wenjing turned around in a daze, looking at the unfamiliar young man before her. Who are you? I'm your eldest brother, Yi Hai. Seeing his sister's pitiful appearance, Yi Hai's nose stung and his heart ached. He quickly brushed the snow off her and took off his down jacket to wrap around her. Come on, let's go home with your brother. If the Lin family doesn't want you, if the Yi family doesn't want you, it's okay, your eldest and second brothers want you. Lin Wenjing's tears immediately streamed down her face. Big brother. She had once had an older brother named Lin Wencheng, but after he learned she wasn't his biological sister, his attitude turned icy cold. When her adoptive parents kicked her out of the house, he just stood by and watched indifferently. Yi Hai pulled her with one hand and her suitcase with the other, walking toward a car parked by the roadside. A car he had borrowed from a classmate. He couldn't convince his parents to accept Lin Wenjing, nor could he persuade them to negotiate a win-win solution with the Lin family. Remembering what Quan Xingnan had once said, he drove over immediately and, sure enough, saw Wenjing being thrown out of the Lin family. The vast world, with wind and snow raging, only made her look more pitiful. Yi Hai took her to the old house that Professor Yi had left for his granddaughter. He first poured her warm milk to drink, then told her to take a bath and change clothes. Having been caught in the snow, the chill had seeped into her bones, and a hot bath could also help soothe her nerves. Take a good bath. Your second brother will bring your clothes soon. He had called Yi Tao on the way. Lin Wenjing's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, second brother. Thank you. A daughter's tears are the most precious. Don't cry. You don't have a mom or dad, but that's okay. You have your eldest and second brothers. Since ancient times, hasn't an elder brother been like a father? Yihai reached out to wipe her tears. Go on, I've already run the hot water for you. Holding her underwear, she walked into the bathroom and saw the clean new bathrobe, new towels, and new bath mat. Lin Wenjing covered her mouth, unable to suppress her sobs. It was clear that her brother had prepared everything long ago, probably started getting ready when the mix-up was exposed. Because the bathrobe, towels, and bath mat were all pink, and even the slippers were pink. Tears fell drop by drop into the bathwater, and Lin Wenjing's heart suddenly found a place to belong. She wasn't homeless. That was good. She wasn't unwanted. That was good. Lin Wenjing walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a thick bathrobe, greeted by a full table of steaming dishes. Two identical brothers were busy in the room, but she still recognized her eldest brother, Yihai, at a glance. Brother, Lin Wenjing called out softly. Yihai and Yitao turned around at the same time, looking at their beautiful, gentle sister, identical smiles spreading across their faces. Hey, Wenjing, I'm your second brother Yitao. Yitao set down the chopsticks in his hand, picked up several large paper bags from the sofa, and handed them all to Lin Wenjing. Pointing to a room, he said, that's your room. Go change first, then come out and eat. Try your eldest brother's cooking. He made you lamb soup, have a good bowl to warm yourself up. Thank you, second brother. Thank you, big brother. Thermal underwear, cashmere tops and pants, a down jacket, sheepskin boots, a scarf, gloves, everything was there. Although the clothes were a bit too big and the shoes a size too large, as Lin Wenjing put them on, she felt a warmth as bright as the sun, a warmth she had never felt before. End of this chapter. Chapter 1619, The Fruit is Ripe 9. Eating the warmest meal of her life, Lin Wenjing heard Yihai say, this is Grandpa's house. He left a will stating it's for you, so you can settle down here peacefully. Except for me and your second brother, no one else has the keys. This included the parents who refused to acknowledge their biological daughter after learning the truth. Mine? Lin Wenjing was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Yihai nodded. Grandpa left a will before he passed away, and I'm the executor. He instructed that this house be inherited by his biological granddaughter, specifically stating that it must be my father's legitimate daughter, confirmed by a DNA test. Isn't that you? The house is naturally yours, but I live here most of the time, so you can't kick me out. No, I really want to live with my family. I don't want to be alone. Thinking of her adoptive parents' coldness, Lin Wenjing felt a bit down but held no resentment. Then she asked curiously, why did Grandpa write such a will? Mingzhu. I haven't been filial to Grandpa for even a single day, yet I inherit his house. Won't Mingzhu be upset? Don't worry, Yihai said. Yes, parents had known the truth for 2 years, so they didn't tell Yi Mingzhu about the will. Yi Mingzhu lived carefree and was young, so she never thought that Grandpa would leave the house to his granddaughter instead of his grandson, since most families leave their inheritance to the male heir and don't consider daughters. Lin Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief, a glimmer of light shining in her dim eyes, a light named hope. Actually, I didn't mean to take over Mingzhu's wealthy life. I didn't want to be switched either. How happy I once was, how miserable I am now. If I had grown up with my biological parents and had 2 such wonderful brothers, my happiness would surely be no less than in the Lin family. Big brother, second brother, I'm 18 now, legally an adult, so it's reasonable that neither side wants me. Neither party has an obligation to keep supporting me. Big brother, second brother, I can work part-time to earn my living expenses and won't cause you trouble. Please don't abandon me, okay? I don't have parents anymore and I don't have friends. Yihai and Yitao's hearts ached unbearably upon hearing this. Big brother and second brother want you. From now on, you'll live with us, Yihai said, reaching out to stroke her hair. You're young and still in school. With us, you don't need to worry about living expenses or tuition. How could 2 grown men like us not afford to raise a beautiful, lovely little sister? Even though we haven't lived together before, blood ties are innate. You are our sister. Mingzhu and I share 18 years of sibling bond, but you and I share the same bloodline. To us, you're both sisters. It's just that she has everything and doesn't need our care, while you only have us. Hearing Yihai say both were sisters, Lin Wenjing wasn't upset. It showed that her 2 brothers were truly good. If they treated Yi Mingzhu as an enemy, like the Lin family treated her, she would be afraid to get close to them. If a sister they'd known for 18 years could be discarded so easily, how important could she, a newly arrived sister, be? Yi Tao said, brother, let's transfer the house to Wenjing in a couple of days and change her name to Yi Wenjing. Our sister should naturally take the Yi surname. If the Lin family doesn't want her, that's their loss. He had already found out that this sister was very well behaved, smart, and outstanding, someone who would bring great pride when taken out. End of this chapter. Start. Chapter 1620, The fruit is ripe. 10. Yi Hai and Yi Tao acted quickly. The next day, they took Lin Wenjing to go through the inheritance procedures and came forward to transfer her household registration to this house. The Lin family was more than happy to remove Lin Wenjing's page from the household register and made no objections. At the same time, Lin Wenjing's name was changed to Yi Wenjing. Old Professor Yi had left behind many connections, all of which were passed on to his two grandsons. With many channels available, things naturally moved quickly. It was faster than for others, but going through all the procedures still took a considerable amount of time. Wenjing silently decided that she must study hard and work diligently after graduation. She would strive to earn a lot of money to buy a house for each of her two brothers, repaying their kindness in taking her in. And Grandpa, she had to go to him and kowtow, thanking him for giving her a way to survive. Yi Wenjing returned to the Yi family with her two brothers. Yi Mingzhu finally convinced her adoptive parents and returned to her biological parents in grand style, changing her original surname and now calling herself Lin Mingzhu. When Yi Hai and Yi Tao took Yi Wenjing to buy daily necessities, they ran into Lin's mother and Lin Mingzhu. Lin Mingzhu seemed like a completely different person now, her clothing and style entirely unlike the Yi families. Although the Yi family was distinguished, and both Yi parents were highly educated intellectuals, they were not particularly wealthy, just above average in living standards. They were neither rich nor short of money, so the children's clothes and shoes were not of poor quality, but were not international luxury brands either, mostly lingering in second- or third-tier brands. Precious jewelry was out of the question. The Lin family was the complete opposite, the local richest family, with assets in the tens of billions. Having finally taken back their suffering daughter, Lin's parents bought her everything without restraint, as if money were no object. Chanel mink coats, Hermes bags, Weshan Wutong jewelry, she was fragrant from head to toe. Wenjing lowered her head. She could smell it, Jo Malone perfume. Because of school, she never wore perfume, but Lin's mother loved it, so she could recognize many expensive fragrances. Out of politeness, she should greet Lin's mother. But when she was thrown out of the house, Lin's mother had said she was no longer allowed to call her mom, she was not her mother. Big brother. Second brother. Lin Mingzhu happily waved at them, showing off the diamond bracelet on her wrist. That diamond bracelet was Yi Wenjing's 18th birthday gift, never worn even once. But she recognized it, it had been given by her former best friend, Zheng Xiaoyu. Now, the gift was no longer hers, and neither was the friend. Yi Mingzhu had been spoiled and willful as a child, and Yi Tao was not one to be bullied. They often argued and fought, so their sibling relationship was not particularly close, just ordinary. So he said nothing. But Yi Hai was very proper and responded with a smile. Mingzhu and Mrs. Lin are out shopping? Seeing Mingzhu living so well puts my mind at ease as her brother. Lin's mother, who had been cold-faced at the sight of Wenjing, now showed a hint of a smile. Rest assured, Mingzhu is the apple of our family's eye. Now that she's back with us, she will only enjoy wealth and luxury. Then I'm relieved. Take your time shopping. Lin Mingzhu grabbed Yi Hai's arm, pointed at Yi Wenjing, and complained loudly, Big brother, why are you with her? Don't you know she took my place and stole 18 years of wealthy life from me? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been separated from my biological parents for 18 years, and I wouldn't have lost the life I deserved. End of this chapter. End. Chapter 1621, The Fruit is Ripe. 11. Yi Hai listened to Lin Mingzhu's words and said seriously, Mingzhu, that's not right. Wasn't your life in the Yi family hers? She lived in the Lin family, you lived in the Yi family, neither of you suffered hardship or mistreatment, and both received a good education. Neither of you has the right to complain about the other. The mix-up was something neither family wanted. Since it has already happened, it must be properly resolved. Now you have returned to your respective places. You chose the Lin family, and she is my sister. Why can't she be with me? If you think she shouldn't be with me, then fine, you come back, and let her return to the Lin family. She can't return to the Lin family. Lin's mother suddenly interjected, looking at her former daughter with disgust. Our Lin family may be large and prosperous, but we have our own daughter. We don't raise outsiders. She enjoyed 18 years of little princess life in place of my daughter. Don't even think about her coming back. She was very afraid that Lin Mingzhu would choose to return to the Yi family, because Ye's parents had been watching eagerly, hoping she would go back. At the time, the two families had been locked in a dispute. Since Yi Mingzhu was already 18, even a lawsuit was useless. In the end, they let her choose. She chose to persuade her adoptive parents and return to the Lin family, which brought the Lin family great joy for a long time. Lin's mother finished speaking like a machine gun and pulled Lin Mingzhu away, as if a single glance at Yi Wenjing would defile her eyes. After they had gone far, Yi Wenjing lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Yi Tao comforted her, don't think about how they look at you or what they say. We just need to live our own lives well. Fortune changes every 30 years, who knows what the future will bring. Alright, Ertao, we brought Wenjing out to shop, not to gossip about others. Yi Hai scolded him lightly. Ningju returning to receive her parents' love is her blessing. We should be happy for her. Although Wenjing has lost her parents' love, with the two of us looking after her, she can still live peacefully. Yi Wenjing nodded. Right, second brother. Big brother is right. Ningju being cherished, we should be happy for her. As for me, I'm content now. I have two brothers who treat me very well. And she didn't have to face the inheritance war that would inevitably unfold in the Lin family. Yi Wenjing silently added that thought in her heart. Lin's father had mistresses outside, more than one, she had always known. One mistress had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, another had 2 sons. They had long been eyeing the positions of Lin's mother and Lin Wencheng. The Lin family was complicated. Now that she thought about it, leaving the Lin family might not be a bad thing for her. Outsiders thought she was pitiful, but she didn't see it that way. She felt she was happy living simply with her 2 brothers, a happiness free from the exhaustion of scheming, without having to obediently please Lin's father and every elder in the Lin family at her mother and brother's bidding. Quan Xingnan entrusted Wang Hui to deliver the items that old Professor Yi had asked her to give to Yi Wenjing before his death. Yi Wenjing, deeply moved by the grandfather she had never met, held the heavy red sandalwood box, tears streaming down her face. Brothers, I suddenly feel so truly happy. It turns out that, even without my parents' love, I still have grandfather's and my brother's love. Yi Hai's response was to pat her head. Grandfather arranged everything before he passed. So don't secretly work part-time anymore. Focus on your studies. Don't let go of the skills you've learned before. That's the best way to repay grandfather. Yi Wenjing nodded firmly. She would apply for the same major her grandfather had pursued and carry forward traditional culture. The chapter ends. Chapter 1622, The Fruit is Ripe 12. Wang Hui completed his task and called to inform Quan Xingnan. I saw that Yi Hai and his siblings are doing well. You're pregnant, so don't worry about them, Wang Hui said, then asked, how are you feeling? Did you eat the supplements I sent last month? When is your due date? Grandma and Mom have made swaddling clothes, shoes, and other things for the baby, and they'll send them to you in a few days. Quan Xingnan laughed. I ate them. They were delicious, and I'm glowing with health. My due date is late March, but twins usually come early. I don't know exactly when they'll be born. Wang Hui calculated the time. It's already February, so it's soon, isn't it? The babies are being good. They don't seem ready to come out yet. Have you arranged everything at the hospital? Mom and Auntie are packing their things and will come to Hong Kong in a few days to accompany you through the birth. Don't worry about anything, just focus on resting. Everything is arranged. You don't need to worry. Looking down at her belly, Quan Xingnan felt it was about the same size as her mother's belly just before her younger brother was born. Occasionally, she went out shopping accompanied by Hu Xuedong. Gossip magazines all said she was waddling around with a huge belly, and they even clearly photographed her sneaking a bite of street food when she craved it. However, many delicious things in Hong Kong were found at street stalls. Just thinking about food made Quan Xingnan's mouth water. After hanging up the phone, she asked the nanny to make her something tasty. While eating, she didn't forget to flip through gossip magazines for entertainment. Based on the date of her pregnancy before marriage, the public had started calculating her delivery date. Many had said she would give birth in January, but now it was February with no sign of labor. They thought twins would definitely arrive 1 or 2 months early, so they started saying the babies would be born in February. Others speculated that maybe she wasn't pregnant before marriage, maybe her belly was just big so the babies were taking their time. Perhaps angry at the news that their mother was pregnant before marriage, the 2 babies firmly stayed in the womb, absorbing nutrients. Every prenatal checkup showed they were healthy, but they just refused to come out. The media workers and gossip-loving citizens were more anxious than Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. They waited eagerly, but Quan Xingnan continued to eat and drink well. Every day, accompanied by Hu Xuedong, she took walks in Tongsheng Palace. As her due date approached, they dared not go out anymore, even though Dr. Zhou said everything was normal and there was no need to be overly cautious. In her late pregnancy, Quan Xingnan was very uncomfortable. Her legs and feet began to swell, she had frequent urges to urinate, and her legs often cramped at night. She ate well, but couldn't sleep well. With her huge belly, getting in and out of bed was very difficult. No matter which side she slept on, she would wake up to find her belly sagging to that side, and Hu Xuedong had to slowly support her belly and gently guide it back to the center. Many times, Hu Xuedong dared not sleep at night, and with his busy work during the day, his eyes were red from exhaustion. Quan Xingnan glared angrily at her belly. Do you know how hard this is for Mom and Dad? Other twin babies come out early to see the world. What are you 2 doing in there? Before she finished speaking, she let out a muffled groan. What's wrong? Hu Xuedong put down the plate he was holding and quickly came to his wife's side. I don't know which one, but one of them just kicked me. It hurts so much. But then, the pain came in waves, one after another. Quan Xingnan was stunned. "Honey, I think I'm going into labor." Mr. and Mrs. Hua were both at home and immediately started giving orders. Hu Xuedong, still in his casual clothes, directly carried Quan Xingnan into the car. Two female assistants grabbed the prepared hospital bag and followed, heading straight to the pre-arranged hospital and VIP delivery room. The obstetricians, nurses, and midwives were all on standby. Unexpectedly, the little ones were in a hurry. Less than 10 minutes after Quan Xingnan entered the delivery room, they scrambled to come out. The boy came first, followed by the girl 3 minutes later. End of chapter. Chapter 1623, Precise Prediction 1. Everything went smoothly? Are both mother and child safe? Waiting outside the delivery room, old Master Hua and old Madam Hua were stunned. In truth, they wanted to ask how it could be so fast. They had no children of their own, but they had read up on such matters. Now, from the onset of labor to the birth of the child, had it even been an hour? The hospital was very close to Tongxing Palace, and the route to the hospital had been planned long in advance. They had also intended to have her admitted for delivery at the end of February, regardless of whether the baby showed any signs of movement, to avoid last-minute chaos and spare the pregnant woman unnecessary hardship. Who would have thought the contractions would come so suddenly? Quan Xingnan had only said one sentence, and the baby demanded to be born. Moreover, as misfortune would have it, on their way to the hospital, they encountered a major car accident with heavy casualties. The police were deployed, ambulances arrived in force, causing a temporary traffic jam. They had no choice but to take a detour, taking twice as long as usual. Old Master Hua and old Madam Hua, sitting in the car behind, were extremely anxious. Old Master Hua raised his hand to check his watch. It had just been an hour. The female assistant Xiao Ding, who came out to report, smiled and said, "The baby didn't want to trouble its mother, which is a good thing." Mrs. Hua showed no signs beforehand, then suddenly went into labor. On the way here, her cervix had already dilated to 8 centimeters, so it was very fast. Once she arrived at the hospital, she gave birth smoothly. Both mother and child are doing well. It's a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Hua on becoming grandparents. Even the doctors at the hospital found it incredible. Because first-time mothers usually don't give birth so quickly. Dilating the cervix takes time, and they would normally have enough time to run various checks on the mother, to see if the baby could be delivered naturally, if the umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck, what the heartbeat was like, and so on. If the situation was unfavorable, they would opt for a C-section rather than letting the mother endure prolonged labor pains. Quan Xingnan's belly was very large, and many outsiders said that, given her young age and the fact that she was carrying twins, it would be difficult for her. As a feng shui master herself, she might choose an auspicious date for a C-section. Many people in Hong Kong believe in feng shui and pick the best birth date and time for their children to be delivered via C-section. Unexpectedly, Quan Xingnan didn't follow the usual rules at all, nor did she give the hospital a chance to showcase their skills. Although it defied convention, the babies were born safely, a dragon and a phoenix, so they could report back with success. Upon learning that mother and child were safe, old Madam Hua beamed with joy. Congratulations to us all. I'll give you all a big red envelope later. Once the delivery room was tidied up, she and old Master Hua supported each other as they entered. Their eyes immediately fell on the small babies in the crib, wrapped in one red and one green swaddle, both very bright. My little sweetheart. Old Madam Hua bent down to look at the baby in the green swaddle, her wrinkled face blooming like a flower. Although they were fraternal twins, newborn babies all looked similar: red, wrinkled little faces, wet hair plastered to their scalps. Both babies had very black, thick hair, indicating they had been well nourished in the womb. Dr. Zhou smiled and asked, "Mrs. Hua, how did you know the baby in the green swaddle is the little princess?" She was curious. The old lady had identified her without even asking. "Red for boys, green for girls. When we were preparing the items, we said the red swaddle would be for the boy and the green swaddle for the little sweetheart." After saying this, old Madam Hua turned to Quan Xingnan, who was lying on the bed looking as if nothing had happened, and said affectionately, "Dear, you've worked hard. Thank you for expanding the Hua family's lineage." She was truly a great contributor to the Hua family. End of chapter. Chapter 1624, Precise Prediction 2. Quan Xingnan also found it incredible that her delivery had gone so smoothly. She blinked and said, "Aunt, don't say that. I didn't suffer much. The two little ones were very well behaved and came out without any trouble. Besides, I'm a part of the Hua family, so there's no need to thank me. You're being too polite, and I don't even know how to respond." She clearly remembered how Lin Xiaoxue and her aunt-in-law had screamed in agony during childbirth. The pain had been intense, and the labor had dragged on for a long time. When her mother gave birth to her two younger brothers, One time she went to the hospital in the morning and didn't deliver until noon the next day. Another time she went at night and gave birth the following morning. Quan Xingnan had stayed by her mother's side the entire time. Could it be that her cultivation of spiritual energy had given her an extraordinary advantage? Although she had been sweating profusely from the pain on the way to the hospital, and Hua Xuedong's arm had been bitten by her until it bled, the labor itself was short. After giving birth, the pain subsided significantly. She felt full of energy now, and her whole body felt light. His arm. Right, his arm. Quan Xingnan quickly turned to look at Hua Xuedong, who had been accompanying her during labor. She noticed his face was pale, cold sweat still lingering, and the bloodstains on the white shirt sleeve of his arm were very obvious, marks from her biting. Dr. Zhou, please bandage my husband's wound quickly. Aside from the wound on his arm, there were also injuries on his hand, raw and bloody. The labor had been short, but the pain when it came was still excruciating. She had grabbed Hua Xuedong's hand and bitten down hard. Even now, the faint taste of blood lingered on her tongue, a testament to how fiercely she had bitten him. Only then did Dr. Zhou notice Hua Xuedong's injuries and quickly called a nurse to tend to them. Mr. Hua really can endure pain. The bite marks are so deep, and the blood has already dried, yet he didn't make a single sound. If not for the cold sweat on Hua Xuedong's forehead, they might have thought he was completely unaffected during his wife's labor. He was truly a good man, Dr. Zhou couldn't help but think. Many men were willing to accompany their wives during childbirth, but a considerable number would not attend prenatal checkups with their wives or wanted to avoid witnessing the delivery process. Some even found the experience bloody and brutal rather than feeling the joy of welcoming a new life. After accompanying their wives through labor, they couldn't bear to look at them or maintain intimacy in their marital life. Men who cheated for this reason were not uncommon. No wonder everyone considered Hua Xuedong the most romantic and considerate man in all of Hong Kong. He had never missed a single prenatal checkup for Quan Xingnan and always cared for her with warmth and attention, treating her as if she were the most precious treasure. After Dr. Zhou finished bandaging Hua Xuedong's wounds, old Master Hua looked at his little grandson and granddaughter and said, "We need to come up with good names." He had been flipping through dictionaries lately, but he couldn't decide which names would be worthy of his grandchildren. Names? Quan Xingnan was momentarily stunned. We really need to think carefully about names. The babies' birth dates are very auspicious. They were born on the Dragon Head Festival. The second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head. Wait, dragon raises its head. Today is my birthday. Is today Mrs. Hua's birthday? Wow, 3 of them sharing the same birthday. How wonderful that must be. Hua Xuedong smiled gently. Their lunar birthdays are the same, but not their solar birthdays. It's a pity. If the babies had been born on this day last year, they would have shared both the lunar and solar birthdays with their mother. Every person's 19th birthday aligns their lunar and solar calendars with the day they were born. And my birthday gift? Husband. Quan Xingnan looked at him. Hua Xuedong smoothed her hair and said, "Isn't the best birthday gift the safe arrival of the babies?" The chapter ends. Chapter 1625, Precise Prediction 3. Quan Xingnan smiled and looked toward the crib with him. Yes, their precious babies. The best gift heaven had given them, the fruit of their love. As they lay peacefully in the crib, their parents' hearts were filled with an indescribable sense of happiness. Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua only then remembered that today was Quan Xingnan's birthday. Old Madam Hua said, "I almost forgot. I had someone order a big cake for Nan Nan the day before yesterday. I wonder if it's been delivered home. It really will be a birthday cake." Even if it had been delivered home, Steward Tang wouldn't have called specifically to tell them. The birthday celebration couldn't happen, but birthday gifts could still be given. Old Madam Hua immediately called someone to select a property for her, demanding a good location. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuang only arrived hurriedly 2 hours later. They had originally planned to come 2 days earlier, but a wedding was taking place in the capital. The groom's status in their circle was quite high, so Lin Xiaoxue had to delay her departure by 2 days. As soon as she got off the plane, she heard that the babies had been born. She couldn't help feeling frustrated and complained that the wedding had been held at the wrong time. That wedding was probably scheduled long ago, right? Quan Xingnan said with a smile. "Mom, it's fine. My delivery went smoothly. Both babies are very well behaved, and their weights are normal. One is 5 Jin and 2 Liang, the other 5 Jin and 5 Liang. Although little sweetie was born a step later, she weighed 3 Liang more than her brother." Old Madam Hua asked whose wedding it was, so grand and public. Marriages among the pivotal figures in that circle were rarely made public, including their children's weddings. It was perfectly normal for them not to have heard the news in Hong Kong, as no media would be tactless enough to report it extensively. Lin Xiaoxue said flatly, "A second marriage. He married someone from a cultural troupe. She's acted in a few TV dramas." When she heard the name, Quan Xingnan knew who it was. She also knew that the groom was over 10 or 20 years older than her own father. He was divorced, not widowed, and had children. The bride was only in her 30s. The bride had been married once before and divorced shortly after joining the cultural troupe. As for her looks, she was undoubtedly beautiful, exceptionally so. Marrying into the top-tier circle at that age was, for someone in her circle, no less than a sparrow transforming into a phoenix. Such things happened all the time. The common people outside just weren't aware of them. When it came to character, Quan Xingnan wasn't surprised at all. Mom, it has nothing to do with us. Let's not dwell on it. How could it have nothing to do with us? Lin Xiaoxue laughed. Living in the same class and the same circle will inevitably interact frequently. I won't overthink it either. I've seen all kinds of people and situations. Someone like her is extremely clever, tactful, and knowing when to advance or retreat. As long as it doesn't involve political interests, she's easy to get along with. Greeting others with a smile was the most basic courtesy in their circle. Even if they were tearing each other apart over political interests deep down, on the surface, it was all about harmony and prosperity. Quan Shuang, meanwhile, carefully examined the two babies. Newborns with their eyes closed, it's hard to tell who they resemble. But Nan, seeing your children reminds me of when Dad brought you home. You were just as small back then, frozen stiff. I thought then, thank goodness Grandpa brought you back, or else, in that icy, snowy weather, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes reddened instantly. She, too, remembered the weather on the day she gave birth to her daughter. That's all in the past now. Quan Xingnan quickly said. We should look forward. Right. Quan Shuang, who had stirred up her sister-in-law's painful memories, hastily tried to make amends. Xiaoxue, come quickly and take a look at your grandchildren. End of chapter. Chapter 1626, Precise Prediction 4. Media workers had long since caught wind of the news. Upon learning that Quan Xingnan had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, they were all astonished. Although the odds of having a boy or a girl were evenly split, she was fortunate enough to have one of each at once. How could that not make others envious? Dragons and phoenixes bring auspiciousness, innate wealth, Hua Group stock price soaring. Luckiest female tycoon joyfully welcomes twins. The melon is ripe and falls. Dragons and phoenixes bring good fortune. Most beautiful female tycoon masters prenatal care, looking exactly the same before and after childbirth. Headlines like these appeared endlessly, while Quan Xingnan and the babies returned to Tongxing Palace under the tight protection of the Hua family. She had given birth smoothly, with both mother and children safe and sound. Staying in the hospital would have been a waste of resources, and being surrounded by paparazzi there would hardly be as peaceful as home. The staff responsible for caring for the children and helping her through her postpartum confinement had long been arranged. Quan Shuang and Lin Xiaoxue were both by her side, so aside from breastfeeding, she barely had to worry about anything. Despite being slim, her milk supply was abundant and of excellent quality, even putting the prearranged wet nurse to shame. In just a few days, the babies shed their reddish, wrinkled appearance, revealing jade-like, adorable features. The siblings didn't look very alike. The older brother's face shape, eyes, nose, and mouth closely resembled Quan Xingnan's, while his eyebrows were like Hua Xuedong's, delicate yet with a touch of heroism, ensuring no one would mistake him for a little girl. The younger sister, on the other hand, looked a lot like Hua Xuedong, but she was soft and beautiful, not boyish, and also bore a resemblance to old Master Hua. A boy takes after his mother, a girl takes after her father, both are incredibly blessed. While old Master Hua wore his glasses and flipped through a dictionary to name the children, old Madame Hua praised the two babies, who did nothing but eat and sleep, to Quan Shuang and Lin Xiaoxue, as if they were the reincarnations of the star of literature and the celestial maiden descending to earth. As she praised them, she said to Hua Xuedong, "Little Egg is very well behaved. He must have come out first as the older brother to protect his sister later, so I need to give him a reward." Hua Xuedong carried a bowl of soup upstairs and replied over his shoulder, "Aunt, feel free to do as you wish." Old Madame Hua shot him a glare. Getting no real response from him, she turned back to ask Old Master Hua what to give. Old Master Hua looked up, glanced at her blankly, and took a moment to snap out of it before recalling her question. "Little Egg is a boy. Boys don't need your jewelry. Handle the rest as you see fit." The jewelry and accessories are for Nanan and little sweetie, Old Madame Hua had already decided. Girls are naturally physically weaker than boys, and their social standing is the same, so they need more assets to rely on. Lin Xiaoxue smiled and said, "The children are so young, there's no need for you to give them all these things. These days, I often hear Nanan say you've been giving her properties, jewelry, and antiques, so many she can't even count them." In just the 2 days since she and her sister-in-law arrived, the old couple had generously bought 2 buildings and given them to Quan Xingnan. The real estate market is sluggish right now. It's the best time to buy in, old Madame Hua said. Though advanced in age, her judgment remained sharp. In 2 or 3 years, land prices will rise. Rent them out to buy milk powder for the babies. Besides, we're old now, aren't all our things meant for the children? It doesn't matter who gets what. Nanan has worked so hard, she deserves more. Having lived in Hong Kong for so many years, the elderly couple, like the local tycoons, were very straightforward with their rewards. With so many paparazzi watching, headlines came out immediately. Someone tallied up the assets Quan Xingnan had acquired after childbirth, totaling over $1 billion, all from old Master Hua and old Madame Hua. Hua Xuedong had yet to make any gesture. 12 updates today, in the evening and at night. I'll go help plant watermelons first. This chapter ends. Chapter 1627, Precise Prediction 5. I don't need any material gesture from you, just take good care of the babies. Please, husband, you have to be a good father, and let me be the wicked, irresponsible bad mother. Quan Xingnan sat on the bed, turned away, closed her eyes, and covered her ears, pretending not to hear the 2 babies crying at different pitches. Little Sweetie was a girl, and her cries were especially loud. Old Master Hua said she would definitely be a formidable one when she grew up. Even during feeding, she was particularly domineering. If Little Egg was fed first, she would throw a fit, crying loud enough to shake the roof, insisting on being the first to eat. Only after she was full and satisfied would Little Egg get his chance to nurse. As the older brother, Little Egg was very accommodating, always patiently waiting for his sister to finish and drinking formula if there wasn't enough milk left. But taking care of children was so hard. They weren't angels at all, they were little demons. Every 1 or 2 hours, she had to feed them, whether it was day or night. She had experience taking care of her younger brother and could change diapers and skillfully feed them milk or formula. But when it came to caring for 2 babies on her own, she felt like her head was about to explode. The moment she closed her eyes, she was woken up by crying, feeding, changing diapers. Babies were truly carefree. Once fed and changed, they closed their eyes and slept, able to sleep up to 20 hours a day. She, as the mother, was pitiful. Her sleep was constantly interrupted, and she could never rest well. Quan Xingnan couldn't help tugging at her hair. Ever since giving birth, she had been losing hair. Although everyone said she had taken good care of herself and wasn't losing much, it still seemed like more than before. Taking care of the babies on her own was really exhausting. 1 was enough, 2 were a bomb. And this was with the help of staff. If there were no staff, she felt she would go crazy. The culprit, Hua Xuedong, skillfully picked up Little Sweetie and handed her to Quan Xingnan's arms, then deftly unbuttoned her clothes. Little Sweetie accurately found her nipple and began sucking noisily, 2 teardrops still hanging on her cheeks. She stopped crying, and so did Little Egg. Hua Xuedong picked up Little Egg, looking at his face, so similar to his wife's, with a face full of tenderness and a smile. Little Egg, don't rush. When your sister finishes, it'll be your turn. As the older brother, you have to learn to protect your sister and give in to her. Quan Xingnan looked down at her daughter's chubby, fair face. Chubby and fair? She blinked hard. Husband, come look. Has your daughter gotten rounder? She looks like a steamed bun. Those cheeks were so puffed out. She's our daughter. Wife, Hua Xuedong corrected. Your health is good, and your breast milk is excellent. It's perfectly normal for the babies to gain weight and grow. There's no need to make a fuss. Little Sweetie is fine. All babies get a bit chubby, it's called baby fat. They'll slim down when they're weaned. Right now, I just hope I don't get fat from all the supplements, Quan Xingnan muttered. Compared to her pregnancy, the supplements were even more excessive. Since she refused to let a wet nurse feed the babies and insisted on nursing both herself, she had to work hard on her diet to produce enough milk. You won't, Hua Xuedong said, kissing her forehead. Even if you do gain weight, it doesn't matter. You'll still be the most beautiful in my heart. Not just beautiful, but the greatest. Every mother uses her own essence and blood to nurture a baby, paying a great price to welcome their arrival, sacrificing her figure, her beauty, and even her life. End of chapter. Chapter 1628, Precise Prediction 6. Therefore, Hua Xuedong always showed boundless tolerance for Quan Xingnan's occasional postpartum tantrums. If you're willing, let the staff take care of the baby, Hua Xuedong said. Quan Xingnan glared at her fiercely. No way. Even if it's exhausting, I'll take care of my own child myself. Only when I really have no time can I hand the baby over to the staff. Usually, they can just do other things. Hua Xuedong smiled, a very gentle smile. Little Sweetie had finally eaten her fill, and it was Little Egg's turn. Little Egg was very well behaved, nursing without sucking too hard and causing Quan Xingnan pain. Little Egg is still the good one, so obedient, not like Little Sweetie who's so domineering. Little Sweetie should be renamed Little Tyrant. Speaking of names, Hua Xiuedong placed the sleeping little sweetie into the crib, covered her with a blanket, and turned back to look at his wife who was feeding their son. The two children have been born for half a month now and their names still aren't decided? You said you wanted to choose formal names based on their birth dates and times. Uncle has recently picked out many characters, ones with beautiful meanings. Quan Xingnan handed him her satiated son and waited until he took him before saying, at least wait until the full moon? Let me rest my brain a bit. I'm like a madwoman every day now. How could I be in the mood to name them? Naming after the full moon was an old custom. Hua Xiuedong settled his son down and couldn't help but laugh. We're in a new era now. If we don't name them, how do we get their birth certificates? Then bring me the characters Uncle selected so I can take a look. Since the old man had worked so hard to pick out those characters, she certainly wanted to choose from among them, rather than casually naming the children. Whether the names were auspicious or matched their fates wasn't the point. Hua Xiuedong quickly brought over a sheet of paper filled with characters, at least 30 or 40 of them. Quan Xingnan leaned her head next to his as they looked together, her finger tracing over each character, finally stopping on the two characters Su and Yang. Hua Xiaoxiu? Huao Yang. Hua Xiuedong murmured. Su means the sun just rising in the morning, but our children were born around noon, when the sun was already blazing high. Quan Xingnan laughed. So little sweetie will be called Hua Zhao Yang. And what about little egg? Hua Xiaoxiu. The sun rising in the east, Su also means brightness. Quan Xingnan's eyes curved into a smile. I've thought of these two characters for a long time. They match their fates perfectly. I didn't expect Uncle to have chosen them too. Hua Xiaoxiu, Hua Zhao Yang. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Old Master Hua praised repeatedly, clearly very satisfied with these two names. Shouldn't you two also give Little Egg a proper nickname? Don't keep calling him Little Egg all the time. Although the old lady doted most on the soft and cuddly little sweetie, her grandson was still important. He would one day carry on the Hua family legacy. The name Little Egg had grated on her ears for quite a while. Hua Xiuedong smiled wryly. Nanan is very tired from taking care of the children and doesn't want to think too hard. I'll trouble you two elders to come up with one. This was also a sign of respect for the elders. As the two elders pondered seriously, Hua Xiuedong returned upstairs. Quan Xingnan was already fast asleep, the dark circles under her eyes very noticeable. She had gained some experience now. When the children slept, she rested along with them. When they woke, she opened her eyes. Hua Xiuedong tried his best not to let her hold the baby alone, as it could easily strain her wrists and leave her with postpartum issues. He covered her with a blanket when suddenly she opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. What's wrong? Hua Xiuedong asked. Quan Xingnan grabbed his sleeve, her heart racing with a sense of danger. I really don't want to do 12 updates. I'm exhausted, oh. End of chapter. Chapter 1629, Precise Prediction 7. Hua Xiuedong saw her face turn pale and her breathing slightly ragged. He reached out and gently stroked her back. Wife, are you alright? I seem to have an ominous omen. Quan Xingnan said. Hua Xiuedong was taken aback. An ominous omen? About what aspect or about whom? He knew Quan Xingnan's abilities well. Because her heavenly eye and earthly pupil were too detached from the mundane world, she hadn't used them much recently. Also, due to pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum confinement, she hadn't fulfilled her duties as a feng shui fortune teller. Quan Xingnan closed her eyes, then opened them. Divination cannot be done for oneself. She couldn't calculate her own fate, and since Hua Xiuedong was her spouse, she also found it difficult to calculate his future. So she could only start with her family. The heavenly eye opened, and the future appeared. Her face instantly turned even paler, and she tightly gripped Hua Xiuedong's sleeve. A plane crash, no survivors. She gasped, her mind reeling. All the passengers on the plane, men and women, young and old, several hundred people, all killed in a terrorist hijacking. Among them, a delegation of 17 people from a foreign company coming to negotiate cooperation with our group. Hua Xiuedong's face changed drastically. Really? Quan Xingnan nodded emphatically. You know, I never lie about this. On this plane, more than half of the passengers are our countrymen, some from the mainland, some from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, as well as overseas Chinese. Most are prominent figures from various fields. The terrorists planted bombs on the plane because there were their people among the crew. The terrorists were truly horrifying, showing no regard for human life, not even their own. Nations were outraged and all sectors were shaken. The Hua Group's stock price had soared due to the birth of the twins, but it plummeted because of this, losing hundreds of billions overnight. The foreign delegation had come for the Hua Group, and, because Hua Xiuedong was taking care of his wife and children and couldn't travel abroad, they had thoughtfully come to Hong Kong to negotiate with him. If Hua Xiuedong had prioritized work and gone abroad, they wouldn't have lost their lives in this accident. How could Quan Xingnan bear to see her beloved face future blame? Even if he could still handle it perfectly, the dead couldn't be brought back to life, leaving a permanent regret in his heart. Is it that flight? Hua Xuedong made a prompt decision. I'll arrange for someone to handle it immediately. Quan Xingnan told him the flight, a plane scheduled for tomorrow noon. Hua Xuedong held her hand and kissed her forehead. Wife, you'll have to take care of the 2 babies for now. I need to properly handle this matter. And I'll make sure your name is known worldwide. Fame doesn't matter to me anymore. I don't want innocent lives to disappear just like that. No one wants to see accidents, including her. Since heaven had bestowed her with extraordinary abilities, she couldn't let down heaven's favor. She wanted to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, praying that in the next life, she could still be with Hua Xuedong, knowing and loving each other forever. Hua Xuedong said gently, you have to step forward for this. We need a reason to stop these passengers from boarding the plane. If I tell them outright, they'll be skeptical. So, darling, how about I arrange for someone to interview you? The topic will revolve around fate and feng shui. Quan Xingnan didn't refuse. Then you need to find a good journalist and make sure I look beautiful in the photos. End of chapter. Chapter 1630, Precise Prediction 8. Even without dressing up, Quan Xingnan was still very beautiful. Hua Xuedong contacted the largest media outlet in Hong Kong, and a female journalist named Jiang Haiba along with a photographer arrived quickly. They were excited, nervous, and thrilled. This was Quan Xingnan's first interview, and it was happening during her postpartum confinement period. Jiang Haiba felt honored. The moment she saw Quan Xingnan, she couldn't help but pause in awe. She didn't look like a mother who had just given birth to 2 babies at all. She was still so ethereally beautiful, like a young girl. She wore simple pink loungewear, her hair loosely tied and draped sideways over her chest. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She wore no makeup and none of the jewelry that had once been widely talked about, not a single piece. Mrs. Hua, you're in confinement. Why are you willing to accept our interview? Jiang Haiba asked with a smile. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. What if I said I've predicted something that will shock the entire world, and I want to make it known to everyone so that all citizens are aware and can work together to prevent it from happening? Would you believe me? Jiang Haiba was taken aback, recalling the editor-in-chief's instructions before she left. She quickly replied, of course I believe you, because Mrs. Hua is a master who can know the past and future. So may I ask what this event is? Where will it happen? When will it occur? And on what basis did you deduce that this event will take place? Quan Xingnan first named the flight. I predict that this plane will be attacked by terrorists, and not a single passenger on board will escape this tragedy. Because it involves so many innocent lives, I am speaking out about this. I hope your agency can use all its influence to let everyone who sees the report know about this. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I am a mother now, and I pity the orphans under 6 months old on that plane. I am a wife, and I don't want those women to lose their husbands who are taking this flight. I am also a child with my own parents and family, and I don't want terrorists to destroy hundreds of families. They are all innocent. In this nightmare, they are all innocent. Not only did Jiang Haiba's expression change, but the photographer was also deeply shaken. I am not speaking without basis. I can guarantee this with my integrity. This is real, and it is imminent. According to my calculations, the terrorists have already acted. They have installed microbombs on the plane because there are people among the maintenance and crew members working for them. Quan Xingnan let out a soft sigh. If this doesn't happen, I am willing to apologize to the airline, all the crew members, and every passenger who was delayed or unable to board, and compensate them for their losses. While they were interviewing Quan Xingnan, Hua Xuedong, Old Master Hua, and Old Madam Hua were all using their influence to contact foreign governments and airlines, hoping to prevent this tragedy from occurring. The interview was first broadcast on television, and then the evening newspapers' headlines were all about Quan Xingnan's fortune-telling. In a short time, it became known throughout the streets and alleys. To be honest, there were some who believed it, but not many. The majority did not believe, and those in between were half convinced and half doubtful. But for the wealthy and for most people who valued their own lives, it was better to believe it existed than to assume it didn't. Even if the airline didn't step in, passengers who had received calls from Hua's corporation through various channels all stated they would not board that plane. Don't want to update, don't want to update, don't want to update. So tired I have no friends, no time even to shower. Haven't showered in 2 days, almost stank to death. End of chapter. Chapter 1631, Precise Prediction 9. Just as many were waiting to see a joke unfold, a foreign airline called to express their gratitude. After rigorous inspections and strict checks, as the departure time approached, the local police who had been mobilized indeed discovered a bomb on the plane, a bomb small enough to destroy the entire aircraft. The majority of the heavyweight passengers who had strongly urged the airline to ground all flights for the day and demanded police inspections were terrified in hindsight. The inspections, checks, and even the deployment of local military forces to surround the airport, as well as the investigation into the backgrounds and destinations of all passengers who had either arrived at or had yet to reach the airport. All of this happened only under immense pressure. The terrorists planning to bomb the plane were naturally among the passenger list. The Hua group bore tremendous pressure, exhausting every scheme and leveraging every connection, even persuading Qin Fengji to contact the head of state. The stock price fluctuated wildly, rising and falling, and everyone in the company was on edge, worried that Quan Xingnan might stumble after childbirth and make a wrong prediction, turning the Hua group into a laughingstock. Thus, when the news came through, the collective thought of the Hua group's staff was simply, "Thank goodness." Thank goodness referred to Quan Xingnan's precise prediction and the lives of several hundred passengers being saved, especially the foreign delegation about to arrive in Hong Kong to discuss business with them. In an instant, the Hua family's phones, as well as Hua Xuedong's and Quan Xingnan's mobile phones, rang incessantly. Quan Xingnan handed everything over to Hua Xuedong to handle while she stayed home and slept soundly. In her sleep, she heard little sweetie crying. He quickly sat up, skillfully checked whether she was hungry, had wet herself, or needed changing, and also checked little Zhuang. In the end, he resigned himself to feeding them. If they had wet or soiled themselves, he could call the staff to handle it, but feeding them meant he had to do it himself. Little sweetie was becoming increasingly difficult to manage and refused to drink formula. Whenever a bottle nipple was placed in her mouth, she would spit it out. Little Zhuang, on the other hand, was well-behaved, drinking both breast milk and formula, so obedient that Quan Xingnan's maternal instincts overflowed. Zhuang was the nickname for Hua Zhaoxiu, chosen by Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua in hopes that he would grow up strong and healthy. As Chen Boying and Leng Qiushui, who were watching over her, put it, a strong head and a sturdy body. Outside, chaos had erupted. Hua Xuedong dealt with people from all walks of life every day, passengers wanting to express gratitude for saving their lives, media seeking interviews with Quan Xingnan, peers who had once doubted her, and officials representing the passengers on the flight. During the investigation, local military and police forces captured the group of terrorists. For people, all of whom were at the airport preparing to embark on their journey to death when they were arrested. Many wanted to meet Quan Xingnan, but Hua Xuedong politely declined every request. Quan Xingnan was in confinement after childbirth, which was the perfect excuse. Confinement was a very important matter. If not done properly, it could lead to lingering health issues. Moreover, Quan Xingnan had given birth to twins, which meant she had undoubtedly expended even more vital energy. Long ago, old Madame Hua had insisted that she stay in confinement for a full 2 months to ensure her health and restore her body to its optimal pre-pregnancy state. But that didn't stop people from sending gifts. From all over the world, countless valuable gifts poured into Tongsheng Palace without end. Steward Tang had to arrange for people to receive them until their hands grew weary. Triple their salary couldn't adequately compensate for their hard work. 2/3 of the passengers on that flight were elites from various fields, including a political figure from one country. The wealthy, of course, were countless. Flying from abroad to Hong Kong, there were hardly any poor people. End of chapter. Chapter 1632, Precise Prediction 10. This incident immediately caused a worldwide sensation, and Quan Xingnan became famous across the globe. The name Master Quan was now known to everyone, without exception. She was not just someone who could know the past and future. She could truly resolve disasters and difficulties, not merely holding an empty reputation. Her family in the capital was quite calm, having long grown accustomed to Quan Xingnan's unfathomable abilities. They simply had Lin Xiaoxue call to remind her to take good care of herself during her postpartum confinement. The others refrained from disturbing her, as even a phone call could be a disruption. Hua Xuedong, however, grew more worried. The security personnel at Tongsheng Palace increased several-fold. Quan Xingnan's predictions had thwarted the terrorists' plot. Though saving hundreds of lives was a merit that would be recorded in history, it also made her a thorn in the terrorists' side. How could they let her go? Terrorists were beyond reason. The only solution was to eradicate them at the root. Hua Xuedong specifically sought Quan Xingnan's help to calculate the terrorists' stronghold. Taking advantage of the opportunity to disrupt the terrorist scheme and rescue prominent figures from all walks of life, she secretly leaked the information to the local military. Since many citizens of their own country were on the plane, Qin Fengji and Quan Xingnan's 2 uncles mobilized together. Qin Fengji represented the nation, while Quan Xingnan's 2 uncles, one a diplomat and the other a military representative, were both eager to assist the local military in eliminating the terrorists. Though wiping out this wave wouldn't stop the next, it could at least ensure temporary safety for the local area, as the heaviest casualties from terrorist attacks always fell on the locals, not foreigners. Hua Xuedong was so busy she couldn't even eat, stationed in Hong Kong to coordinate efforts across various sectors. In contrast, the baby did nothing but eat and sleep, cared for by staff, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Quan Xingnan occasionally managed to catch her breath. Having grown accustomed to it, she was no longer as flustered as before. Sometimes, when she had free time, she would open gifts as a pastime. Hua Xuedong was extremely cautious. All gifts underwent strict inspection before being delivered to Tongsheng Palace. If terrorists could plant bombs on a plane, they could certainly hide dangerous items in gifts, taking advantage of the chaos. When Enhui brought Zhang Nian to visit, she saw the boxes already opened in front of Quan Xingnan. Wow! A limited edition bag, only 3 in the world. Enhui immediately spotted the luxury bag worth millions, its diamonds dazzling, with one large gem detachable as a pendant. Quan Xingnan held another box in her hand and casually placed it on the coffee table. Aren't you working today? Hua Xuedong was busy running around every day, yet Enhui, as her employee, had the leisure to drop by. Quan Xingnan looked at her with an accusing gaze. Enhui couldn't help but laugh. I'm off today, Mrs. Hua. You're a big celebrity now, a huge one. I came specially to soak up some of your aura. Come on, Nian Nian, you have to rub against Auntie for her blessing to keep you safe. With that, she directly set Zhong Nian down by Quan Xingnan's leg. Zhong Nian was over a year old, able to walk and talk. He leaned against Quan Xingnan's leg and said in a baby voice, Auntie, hi. Nian Nian is so good. Auntie will treat you to some fruit, okay? Quan Xingnan patted his soft, fair cheek and instructed the nanny to bring out snacks suitable for a child, watching as Zhong Nian pried open the box on the table. As the box opened, its contents were revealed. Wow! Enhui and Zhong Nian gaped, their expressions identical. Wait, please wait. Wait for the final 2 chapters. No rushing, oh. This chapter ends. Chapter 1633, Precise Prediction 11. The box was small, and the gift inside was even smaller, a vivid red diamond. Nestled in the black velvet was a ring, or rather a ring setting, with 4 prongs holding a round red diamond. Against the black velvet, the diamond sparkled brilliantly. Red diamonds are extremely rare, especially ones so pure and dazzling in its redness. It was a large stone. Enhui covered her mouth. I know this diamond. I've seen reports about it. It was supposedly cut from a rough stone weighing over 200 carats. It's flawless, vivid color grade, with perfect cut that goes without saying. You know, top-grade red diamonds are incredibly rare, especially one from such a large rough stone, truly one of a kind. It took years of effort to produce the final piece. Others have pigeon eggs, you have a goose egg. This diamond weighs a total of 118.8 carats. Quan Xingnan's diamond jewelry always emphasized aesthetic beauty. Overweight large diamonds were rarely seen. Whether the Hua family had any, Enhui didn't know. The Hua family's foundation was deep, unfathomable, making it hard for outsiders to estimate their true wealth and treasures. But this diamond ranked among the top in the world, likely rare even within the Hua family. No woman doesn't love jewelry. Enhui cupped her face, utterly amazed and envious. Still, she thought, Quan Xingnan's abilities weren't something one could simply envy. She had bravely exposed the terrorists' plot, facing great danger. Zhong Nian grabbed it and played with it for a while, then held it up to Enhui. Mommy, this isn't Mommy's, it's Auntie's. Mommy's diamond ring is a little pigeon egg, Auntie's is a big goose egg. Wearing such a ring would require heavy security surrounding her. Big goose egg, Zhong Nian said crisply. Yes, a big goose egg. Enhui returned the diamond to Quan Xingnan. I heard this diamond was a collection piece of a Dubai billionaire. Now it's given to you as a gift. Was he also supposed to board that plane? Maybe, I don't know. There were too many people. Quan Xingnan didn't look too closely or remember too carefully. Pregnancy brain had her in a fog for 3 years. She was a fool now, knowing nothing except taking care of the baby. This diamond was no surprise to her. There were too many valuable gifts. Indeed, compared to life, material things were just material things. To express their gratitude, those people spared no expense in sending thank you gifts. Everything Quan Xingnan could use, wear, or adorn herself with, as well as all kinds of baby products, were top tier. The impact of the earlier incident was too great. Even when Zhuang and Xiao Xianchen were 1 month old, the aftermath hadn't fully subsided. Thus, the 1-month celebration was extraordinarily grand. The celebration was held at the Hua family hotel, with countless security personnel deployed. Even the local police cooperated fully, simply because the terrorists hadn't been completely eradicated, and the safety of Quan Xingnan and the babies was of utmost importance. She was a national treasure with compassion for the world. With her around, could there still be fear of major tragedies that couldn't be predicted? No wonder the regions governed by Qin Fengji could always foresee impending natural and man-made disasters. For a time, the Hua family hotel was packed to capacity. The birth dates of Hua Zhaoxiu and Hua Zhaoyang were almost common knowledge. Everyone had calculated the day of their one-month celebration. So, many heavyweight figures came in person to offer congratulations. Those who had appeared at the wedding all showed up, and those who hadn't attended the wedding didn't miss this occasion. Their attitudes toward Quan Xingnan and the two babies were exceptionally good. End of chapter. Chapter 1634. Precise Prediction 12. No one from the capital circle came, except for Quan Onan and Wang Hui, because Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin had already told the Hua family elders that the full moon celebration would be held here, and the 100-day banquet would definitely be held in the capital. This was a matter of courtesy. Having attended others' full moon and 100-day banquets, they naturally wanted others to experience the joy of their own grandchildren. Especially since Quan Xingnan had quietly accomplished such a monumental feat, shaking the world and bringing benefits to the country that couldn't be described in a single sentence. The senior leaders and elders had long been clamoring to see the dragon and phoenix babies. Zhuang and little Tian were not shy at all. After eating and drinking their fill, they were dressed up beautifully and carried out. Two middle-aged women held one baby each, carefully, as if cradling the most precious treasures in the world. Of course, Zhuang and little Tian truly were the most precious treasures in the world. Born with billions in wealth, they were born as favored children of heaven. Barring any accidents, they would grow into the most outstanding people in the world, possessing everything that 99% of people would never have. Zhuang quietly gazed at everyone looking at him, even though he couldn't see clearly. Little Tian rolled her big eyes and sent sweet smiles to everyone, instantly melting even the hardest hearts. Wow, so adorable. Really cute. She's so little and already so sweet, like cotton candy. Haven't you heard Mrs. Hua call her little Tian? She lives up to her name. The crowd came from all over the world, a mix of languages that Quan Xingnan couldn't understand. Mandarin, English, Cantonese, Arabic, French, German, Italian. The guest skin colors also varied: yellow, white, black. It was practically a United Nations gathering. The two babies received a mountain of gifts, then yawned and were carried back inside. Old Mr. Hua and old Mrs. Hua, being advanced in age, rarely received guests and stayed in the room to watch over their two precious grandchildren. Quan Xingnan made her first public appearance after childbirth, and given the recent terrorist incident, she drew significant attention. Although old Mrs. Hua had told her to rest for 2 months postpartum, she had to attend the full moon celebration. She wore a Chinese red silk brocade qipao, adorned only with a pair of ruby earrings. The striking contrast of red and white made her look breathtakingly beautiful, outshining everyone present. So young and beautiful, it was hard for those who hadn't seen her before to believe that she had stopped the tragedy. "Annie, they don't believe you." "Show them a trick," Edward said, pulling over a few foreign old men. These men had nothing to do with the plane incident. They had come purely out of admiration. If not for their companies having business dealings with the Hua Group's subsidiaries, they wouldn't have been able to get in. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. "Edward, I think I no longer need to prove my abilities by showing off." Yes, she didn't need to. But Edward insisted, "Of course you do. They have something you like most in their hands. If you convince them, they'll give what they have to your country." The return of national treasures. This was the wish of every citizen. Buying them back with money and having them willingly returned carried completely different meanings. "A gentleman's word is his bond," Quan Xingnan said. She communicated with Edward in English, so the old men understood. The oldest among them said, "Good. A promise is a promise, as you say, a promise worth 1,000 gold. First, tell me about my past and future. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. I haven't had a good night's rest in a long time, oh. End of chapter. Chapter 1635, Return of the National Treasure 1. Chapter 1635, Return of the National Treasure 1. Quan Xingnan gazed at the elderly man with snow-white hair who stood proudly. "Is there a particular aspect you'd like to know about?" "His name is Mark," Edward added. Mark was a close friend of Edward and had also booked a first-class ticket on that plane. Though advanced in years, he valued his life dearly. When Quan Xingnan's prophecy was revealed back then, he was one of those who completely disbelieved it and wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Even so, he still supported other passengers in demanding that local police thoroughly investigate all the plane staff, and so on. He was among the first to refuse boarding. Since he couldn't see the joke come to pass, Mark still didn't quite believe in so-called Eastern mysticism. After all, things like tarot cards were never as accurate as legend claimed. Mysticism? Could it really be that precise? Hearing Quan Xingnan's question, he thought carefully and said, "What if I want to know everything?" Mark, one shouldn't be too greedy. Quan Xingnan smiled, shaking her slender, jade-like finger at him. A person's life is far too long, and someone like you has lived it even more brilliantly. Whether in business or personal life, it could fill a thick book. Even if I talked for 3 days and 3 nights, I couldn't finish recounting your past and future. So, I can only pick the more important things that you're particularly eager to know, to prove that I'm not speaking falsely. Mark found this reasonable and said, "Oh, dear Annie, you're right. Our time is precious, so we do need to keep it brief. How about you start with my marriage?" Without hesitation, Quan Xingnan said, "You've had 3 marriages." 3. A middle-aged man beside Edward interrupted her. "I recall Mark only had 2 marriages. How could it be 3? Is his 3rd one in the future? If it's 3, how much alimony would he have to pay to end his current marriage?" But Mark stared wide-eyed, fixedly at Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan parted her red lips, her voice melodious. "Of course not. Mark indeed had 3 marriages. The first was when he was young, unknown, and destitute. His first wife looked down on him, and it was very brief, so they parted amicably. In that marriage, Mark had no children." "That's right." Mark finally spoke. "I did have a marriage before I became successful, but to avoid affecting my relationship with my second wife, I never mentioned it to anyone after leaving my hometown. I even changed my name, and no one knows where I'm from. The reports about my hometown and past aren't true at all. I never imagined you, Annie, could deduce this marriage from 60 years ago. It's truly incredible." As for his 2nd and 3rd marriages, anyone who knew him was well aware, and they also knew that his divorce from his second wife was due to her infidelity. With so many people present, Mark didn't want to dwell on his failures, so he didn't ask further. "And Quan Xingnan?" She politely refrained from repeating the details of his 2nd and 3rd marriages. Seeing this, Mark was pleased. "Dear, help me calculate my future, will you? Wealth, I already have no shortage of it. I have several heirs, and my assets are mostly distributed. I want to know if any accidents will happen in my future, like the danger that terrorist plotted some time ago. You know, everyone cherishes their own life." The chapter ends. Chapter 1636, Return of the National Treasure 2. Chapter 1636, Return of the National Treasure 2. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. It's only human nature. Quan Xingnan said very seriously, "Alas, Mark, you really have a strong connection with plane crashes. My God, am I going to experience another plane crash in the future?" Mark couldn't believe his ears and suddenly developed a fear of airplanes. Just yesterday, he had flown in, though it was a private jet. Quan Xingnan nodded at him and indeed saw his already pale skin turn even whiter. God. No way. Is he really going to encounter a plane crash? Edward and several of his friends nearby spoke up one after another. Not only did Mark not believe it, but they didn't either. They had all decided that in the future, when flying, they would undergo thorough inspections and checks, or use their own private jets to reduce the risk of external attacks. Quan Xingnan said solemnly, 40 days from now, Mark will board a plane that only celebrities and dignitaries can afford, because his private jet has developed a problem. He plans to cross the Atlantic, but the plane will malfunction, turn into a fireball over the ocean, and crash into the sea. No passengers will survive. That plane was extremely expensive to build, with top-tier equipment and speed. The cheapest ticket cost over $10,000, making it a private jet for the wealthy. The accident happened suddenly, and the airline suffered heavy losses. The guests who had been listening intently to the prophecy came over one after another. Really? Which plane is it? Please, dear Annie, you must tell us which plane it is. We don't want to be those unlucky passengers. Yes, Annie, you absolutely have to tell us. As soon as Quan Xingnan named the flight, she noticed that Mark's facial features had changed. He did not board that death plane and gained an extension of 10 years to his life. The dark clouds above the heads of 2 people nearby dissipated as well, indicating they had also avoided a fatal disaster. In other words, without her warning, they would have boarded that plane. The passengers on that plane were far more valuable than those on a plane targeted by terrorists. Although the latter had hundreds of passengers, the former consisted of top-tier celebrities from all walks of life. Many people kept this matter in mind. Mark, afraid he might forget, specifically reminded those around him to ensure he did not board the plane Quan Xingnan had mentioned. Edward was also getting older and worried he might not remember, so he said to Quan Xingnan, "Dear Annie, I think you need to write this down for us so we can carry it with us and hand it to our most capable assistants, who can remind us at all times. Moreover, we need to spread your great prophecy far and wide." Quan Xingnan waved over a waiter, got some paper and a pen, and wrote down all the details of the plane crash. Those whose lives had been saved by Quan Xingnan believed her, but there were still some who did not. After the news spread, the airline that owned the plane was furious and demanded that the Hua Group give them an explanation. Hua Xuedong rebutted them very firmly. "My wife specifically made her prophecy public to save innocent lives. She has an angelic heart, transcending borders, only seeking to save the people. Believe and it will work, don't believe and let it be. Instead of properly inspecting the plane's functions, you demand an apology from my wife. Where in the world is there such logic? The chapter ends. Chapter 1637, Return of National Treasures 3. Some people believed it, while others did not. The speechless airline, in an effort to prove that their aircraft were absolutely safe, having been expensive to build and capable of flying for decades, with only 10 years of service so far, leaving no reason to worry about safety. After failing to communicate with Hua Xiuedong, sent personnel to carefully inspect every part of the plane and publicly released all inspection data to refute Quan Xingnan's prophecy. Those who believed in Quan Xingnan, such as Mark and others, did not board the plane. They were astonished to find that Mark's private jet had indeed developed problems at that very moment, just as Quan Xingnan had predicted. So they chose to stay behind rather than board. Some who thought Quan Xingnan was just seeking attention mocked her and boarded the plane anyway. The plane, which could originally seat 100 people, ended up with only 40 passengers. The remaining 60 people communicated among themselves, even those who didn't fully believe were unwilling to risk their lives. 2 hours later, they declared that Eastern mysticism was truly magnificent. Facing interviews, the survivors spoke in a tone of shock and relief. I was so scared, so terrified that I might have boarded that plane because I didn't believe in Eastern mysticism. I had never met Master Annie, but my parents had, and they strongly urged me not to go. In the end, our whole family stayed here. At this moment, I can't put my emotions into words. I am so grateful to Master Annie. Because of her, the 3 of us are safe. But our traveling companions who insisted on boarding the plane, now we can't even find their remains. It's heartbreaking, truly regrettable. Eastern mysticism is just too mysterious. Unbelievable. No, I believe it now, because I value my life and didn't board that death plane, someone else immediately said. I must go to that great country and personally pay respects to this great Master Annie. Another person said, I think the airline owes us an explanation. If we had boarded that plane, we would have met God. Sorry, but I prefer being with my family and don't care to see God's face. The airline kept insisting they had inspected everything thoroughly, that every aspect was as good as when it first took off, guaranteeing it could fly for decades more. Now it couldn't even last 3 hours. If we had boarded, the consequences are unthinkable. They must give us an answer. Yes, the airline must give us an answer. Didn't they tirelessly assure us for dozens of days? Didn't they repeatedly tell us to board with confidence? Look at what happened now. I'm so glad I trusted Master Annie's prophecy and didn't board that death plane. Honestly, I treated Master Annie's prophecy as a joke. Now I realize I was the joke. 1,000 thanks to Master Annie for her angelic heart in foreseeing such a tragedy. I think I should go and thank Master Annie in person. She saved my life again. Mark patted his chest, feeling that the items he had planned to return to the ancient Chinese Empire were nothing compared to his life. So after returning home, he immediately rummaged through everything, gathering all the items reportedly looted from the ancient Chinese imperial palace, from large items like bonsai, vases, gold and jade artifacts, down to small items like jewelry and seals, packing them into over a dozen boxes and sending them all back. This plane crash has a real-life prototype, occurring in 2000, crashing on takeoff, with over 100 prominent figures on board. The end. Chapter 1638, Return of National Treasures 4. Qin Fengji immediately arranged for specialized personnel to take charge. The return of national treasures was of great significance, especially since Mark had collected numerous national-level cultural relics. It was said that he had acquired them from the descendants of those who had looted and burned the Qing Palace and the Old Summer Palace, because he believed that as the ancient Chinese nation's economy grew rapidly, these items would greatly appreciate in value and be bought back by wealthy Chinese. Now, to express his gratitude to Quan Xingnan, his reverence for the ancient Chinese nation, and, of course, to demonstrate the value he placed on his own life, he returned everything without compensation. Not only Mark, but also the foreign wealthy individuals who had made promises to Quan Xingnan, one after another returned the Chinese cultural relics in their possession. Although not everyone returned everything like Mark did, the return of even a single item was immensely significant. Ouyang Qing wept before Elder Yun. These are our country's treasures. They all belong to our country, embodying the cultural dedication of our ancestors and representing our country's splendid culture. Yet after enduring such a long period of humiliation and war, even now, many textbooks, when describing certain national treasures, have to note below that they are currently housed in some foreign museum or held in someone's hands. How heartbreaking, how humiliating. He couldn't help but repeat these words over and over, saying them before Elder Yun and also before Elder Qin. Nanan's achievements are unparalleled. At such a young age, she has devoted herself to traditional culture and constantly promotes the return of national treasures. Truly, it makes this old bones of mine feel ashamed, deeply ashamed. He was filled with utmost admiration and also profound shame. Was Ouyang Qing the only one who felt this way? Especially the elderly dedicated to cultural heritage, upon seeing such news in the newspapers, all shed tears. Many young people were also stirred with emotion, expressing their desire to visit the Tongxing Museum. Although it cost money, only by entering the Tongxing Museum could one understand the excellence of traditional culture and see the wisdom of the ancestors, far beyond what modern people could match. The Palace Museum and the Tongxing Museum both experienced peak visitor flows. What was usually the off-season was now packed with people. In the eyes of most people, Quan Qingnan's success was attributed to marrying well, the youngest female richest person, enjoying endless wealth and honor, and giving birth to twin babies. She was truly a winner in life. This even inspired many to send their daughters to learn traditional culture or traditional skills, instead of pushing them into the entertainment industry as before. The former chief came to Elder Qin's home for a short visit and said with emotion, "I no longer know how to describe Nanan in words. I can only say one word, excellent." He gave a thumbs up. Elder Qin was very proud. Back then, many people laughed behind our backs. Now, just as many envy us. Envy whom? Envy Huishuedong. Why would they laugh? From the very beginning, your family was the object of envy. The former chief smiled and said, "Nanan has done really well. Truly, she grew up away from her family and only reunited with her parents when she was older. To have achieved so much is remarkable. Old Qin, let me tell you this. Among these young people, aside from fortune-telling, where Nanan excels, there are plenty of men and women who surpass her in other areas, who are just as intelligent, have higher education, and stronger careers. But not a single one has achieved what she has. Boundless love. Nanan's 20 years of life can be described as boundless love." This chapter ends. Chapter 1639, The Return of National Treasures 5. Great love knows no bounds. Loyalty to the nation above. Love for the people below. Loyal to the country, loving to the people, always putting the nation first in every moment. Although she is a girl, she surpasses countless men. Old Master Qin, upon hearing the senior leader's praise, smiled and said, "Hearing you say that makes me, an old man, feel embarrassed." Nanan has a thin skin, so even more so. But I will definitely relay your words to her in full detail. There are not many people who can receive such praise from the senior leader. Quan Qingnan's positive image had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. This was merely icing on the cake, bringing immense benefits to Yuan Ziyuan and Qin Fengji, intangible benefits and a reputation that no amount of money or power could buy. Old Madame Qin also smiled and said, "Senior leader, you can say such things in our home, but don't say them outside. Our fourth child and Nanan's prominence is already too great. No, it can't continue. We need to keep a low profile and let people gradually forget these things. That's best for them and safer." Judging by old Madame Hua's tone, the security level at Tongxing Palace had even surpassed that of the leader's residence. Nanan is dedicated to the return of national treasures. How is she not a national treasure herself? Our country's national treasures have always been well protected. I've already given orders to the troops stationed in Hong Kong. How much financial burden had Huishuedong and Quan Qingnan alleviated for the country? How many people had they saved? It was countless. And, because they came from high-ranking cadre families, their good deeds were remembered by the people, who believed that there were many good people among officials and business people, indirectly cementing the nation's lofty image. Not every second-generation official, second-generation wealthy, or red second-generation or third-generation, was a dissolute playboy indulging in drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Thinking of those second- and third-generation children who abused their privileged backgrounds to do as they pleased, the senior leader's head ached. He really couldn't dwell on it. How could the gap between people be so vast? Huishuedong and Quan Qingnan, who had not even been raised in the military compound their whole lives, had turned out upright, generous, loyal, filial, and benevolent. In contrast, those favored children of heaven doted on endlessly. Better not to speak of them. The senior leader set aside these worries and asked, "Old Qin, when are you holding the 100-day banquet?" "I've prepared a set of 5 gold pieces for each of the 2 little babies, just waiting to attend their 100-day feast." The senior leader had lived a frugal life all his days, and had never given lavish gifts to anyone. This was the first time. Of course, it will be when the babies are a full 100 days old. Old Master Qin spread his hands. The children are only a little over 2 months old. As first-time parents, they are extremely cautious and wouldn't dare to bring them back to the capital casually. I estimate the babies might not appear in the capital until after 3 months. We, as grandparents, are even more eager to see the babies than you, senior leader, aren't we? Photos and videos alone could no longer satisfy them. But given their identities, Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin couldn't go to Hong Kong, just as the Hu family elders caused too much commotion when returning to the capital. It was only during Hong Kong's return that the old couple, accompanied by their son, had a brief gathering with Hu Xuedong's second brother. Unknowingly, 3 or 4 years had passed, and Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had become fathers and mothers. Though she had become a mother, under Hu Xuedong's meticulous care, Quan Xingnan's mindset remained as youthful as a girl's. Thinking carefully, although she had lived over 30 years in her past life, during the time she had associated with Hu Xuedong, he had seemed to treat her like a girl as well, to the point that when he was around, she rarely used her mind to deal with people. How had she not noticed the feelings hidden beneath his refined and calm mask back then? This chapter ends. Chapter 1640, Return of the National Treasure 6. Chapter 1640, Return of the National Treasure 6. Perhaps she wasn't smart enough. Quan Xingnan shook off a sudden thought and linked her arm through Hu Xuedong's. What's wrong? Hu Xuedong lowered his head with a smile, his brows and eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. I just couldn't help thinking about our past life. I must have been born with a blockhead. Otherwise, she would never have turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to his affection, wasting an entire lifetime. Thankfully, in this life they could know and cherish each other, and promise to be together in lives to come. Hu Xuedong chuckled softly. Don't forget the past, but look forward to the future, that's enough. What was past, beyond recovery. The only thing to do was place all hope for happiness in the future. The future was long, and for him and her to walk hand in hand, moving forward together, was the best course. Quan Xingnan nodded firmly. Right. Our future is still very, very long. I'm only 20. Only 20, and she was already the mother of 2. Quan Xingnan frowned in distress, a little worried that little tyrant and little Zhuangzhuang at home might be crying and throwing tantrums. Hu Xuedong saw through her thoughts at once. Uncle and aunt are at home, and there are so many staff members fussing over them. They won't be wronged. You've worked so hard, you deserve to come out and relax properly. Besides, you can't keep indulging little sweetie, or she'll grow up thinking she can do whatever she wants. Many people said that a daughter was her father's lover from a past life, and they all assumed Hu Xuedong would be a doting father to his daughter. But contrary to expectations, in his heart, the 2 children always came second to his wife. He rarely spoiled little sweetie, otherwise, Quan Xingnan wouldn't have been able to leave the house with peace of mind. During her newborn days, little sweetie refused to drink formula, but now she would drink a little, though always with sobs and sniffles, which broke old Madame Hu's heart and led her to secretly scold Hu Xuedong for being heartless. Moreover, when the media referred to little sweetie as Hu Xuedong's little lover, he always sternly corrected them. A daughter was a daughter and would never become a lover. He couldn't understand why the public called daughters little lovers. What was a lover? A lover was a wife, a soulmate. In both past and present lives, he had only one lover, Quan Xingnan. Seeing reports like that made Quan Xingnan's heart sweet. So, with the terrorists completely uprooted, the cleanup work well done, and the security alert temporarily lifted, Hu Xuedong could finally catch his breath. Quan Xingnan had also finished her postpartum confinement, and they specially arranged a date for just the 2 of them. Since having the babies, between pregnancy, childbirth, and confinement, the couple had long been without time alone together. Quan Xingnan loved street food specialties, and Hu Xuedong accompanied her the whole way. Beef balls, egg waffles, shrimp cakes, fish balls, they bought one of each and shared them. As they were eating clear broth brisket, heads close together, Quan Xingnan still holding a wife cake in her hand, they heard He Deming's voice above them. I spotted you from afar and thought it might be you. I followed you in, and sure enough, it was just as I expected. For such a small shop to host a few top-tier billionaires, frankly, the other diners were thrilled. Not everyone had the luck to eat the same brisket as the richest people. As for the owner, needless to say, although he didn't offer a free meal, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's bowl of brisket was the most generous, piled high. This was free advertising. Hu Xuedong swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled. How do you have the time, Mr. He? My 2-year and 3-month-old, already over 38 pounds, super invincible naughty nephew is coming tomorrow. You know the drill. End of chapter. Chapter 1641, Return of the National Treasure 7. Although He Deming had plans to step down, his son was not up to the task, suffering total losses on 2 consecutive investments. Many members of the board expressed dissatisfaction, so He Deming had to take the reins again and clean up the mess his son had made. In fact, his children were all excellent academically and had joined the company early on, showing considerable managerial talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to retire so soon. But he couldn't understand why, just as he was handing over power, his eldest son had stumbled. He has some management ability, but lacks leadership and precise judgment. He's suited to be a deputy, not a leader. The Tianxia Group has substantial capital, and its business spans many areas. He can't oversee everything. Hua Xiwedong had once privately evaluated He Deming's eldest son to Quan Xingnan, and the same applied to his other children. This was the result of being accustomed to working under their elders' guidance. He Deming was unaware of Hua Xiwedong's assessment. He sat down with a commanding air and said to the waiter, "A bowl of beef brisket." "Yes, Mr. He. Would you like beef brisket noodles or clear soup beef brisket?" the waiter asked respectfully. He Deming glanced at the bowls in front of Hua Xiwedong and Quan Xingnan. "Same as theirs." After giving his order, once the waiter had left, he clicked his tongue a few times. "Eating beef brisket together too, what can't you two do together? Or is the Hua family short on cash and you can't afford 2 bowls of beef brisket? Do we look like we're short on cash?" Quan Xingnan asked. "No. If you were short on cash, I'd probably be a poor man." He Deming spread his hands and pointed at their attire. Although they wore no jewelry to take care of the children, Hua Xiwedong still had on that string of Qinan incense beads, and both wore matching Rolex couple watches on their wrists. Hua Xiwedong scooped up a piece of beef brisket and fed it to Quan Xingnan, saying, "All this seems pointless." "It is pointless." He Deming sighed. "Please, Nan, I'm begging you. It's rare to run into you. Help me figure out when I can retire successfully and complete the transition of the Tianxia Group." Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. "Martin, you're so young and already thinking about retirement? I see plenty of wealthy men in their 70s and 80s who show no sign of retiring. Take Mark, Edward's good friend, who just returned the national treasures to our country. He's distributed his assets, but still serves as the head of his own business." He Deming sighed. "Life is short. I just want to spend more time with my wife. I was too busy before. She always gave in to me, sacrificed for me, revolved around me. I feel I've let her down." Quan Xingnan gave a thumbs up. "Good man, Martin." He Deming waved his hand. "What's a good man or not? I only know that since I married my wife, I have to treat her well for life and make her feel happy forever." Easy to say, but how many actually follow through? Countless vows of eternal love crumble with the passage of time. Quan Xingnan sighed with emotion, then winked. "So I really admire you, Mr. He. Your wife has always been by your side, leaving you with no worries, accompanying you through another 20 years of busy work, and then you can travel the world." He Deming's chin nearly hit the table. He exclaimed, 20 years? Nan, you're not joking with me, are you? Do you know how old I am now? Another 20 years of busy work, and I'll be an old man. End of chapter. Chapter 1642, Return of National Treasures 8. Quan Xingnan spread her hands. "Who told you to want to emulate Zhu Yuanzhang and Emperor Zhengwen?" Zhu Yuanzhang and Emperor Zhengwen. Zhu Yuanzhang skipped his sons and passed the throne to his eldest grandson, Zhu Yuan, who became Emperor Zhengwen. Her words hit He Deming right where it hurt. His son lacked leadership ability, and he had indeed set his sights on the younger generation, especially his eldest grandson. He came true to his name. The boy had already shown remarkable intelligence and calm leadership at a young age. He Deming was now diligently grooming him, keeping him by his side. But he also feared the chaos of a clearing the side of the ruler rebellion later on. "Little girl, you." He Deming was about to ask something when he suddenly realized this was neither the place nor the time to talk. Just then, the waiter brought over a large bowl of beef brisket, so he dropped the subject. After eating a couple of pieces of beef brisket, He Deming asked, "So, what are your plans next?" Quan Xingnan looked at Hua Xiwedong, who replied naturally, "Little girl, and I finally managed to steal a day for ourselves to enjoy some time alone. We plan to go watch a movie." He Deming understood. "All right then. Another day, I'll treat you both to a meal at Jinlin Tower." Quan Xingnan smiled. "I need to take care of the baby, so I might not always have time. You can come to our place instead. Though our chef isn't as good as the one at Jinlin Tower, the cooking is still quite decent. Look how well she was taken care of, her skin fair where it should be fair, rosy where it should be rosy." He Deming thought it over. Even at Jinlin Tower, he feared the walls might have ears. "Then I'll take you up on that when the time comes." With that settled, they enjoyed their meal. He Deming left after finishing the beef brisket, while Hua Xiwedong and Quan Xingnan continued their outing. Eventually, they bought a large bucket of popcorn, juice, drinks, and snacks and entered the cinema. Wearing hats and masks, unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't be easily recognized. Except by paparazzi. They didn't bring any bodyguards. They bought their tickets, slipped in quietly, and found suitable seats. They arrived a bit early, with only a few scattered people around. After about 10 minutes, more people trickled in, but by the time the movie started, the seats were only half full. It was a war film, adapted from real events. Bloody, intense, and the sacrifices of the soldiers were deeply shocking. Quan Xingnan forgot to eat her popcorn, tears falling as the plot unfolded. Hua Xiuedong reached over to wipe her tears, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "I'm here with you." Yes, with her beloved by her side, she found the courage to move forward. Quan Xingnan held his hand, smiling through her tears. "Honey, you're wonderful. I'll always be with you too. But I want to do more for the soldiers. Do you agree?" What she had done before wasn't enough, still not enough. "Whatever you want to do, I'll support you," Hua Xiuedong replied gently. A girl sitting behind them stared at them again and again. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, recognizing the couple's silhouettes and the watches on their wrists. Combined with their voices, wasn't that Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan? She couldn't believe that people as wealthy as them would browse street stalls, eat popcorn, and watch a movie without booking the entire theater. Many rich people either booked the whole place or built small home theaters just to watch movies in peace. But Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan were so down to earth. Yesterday it was short sleeves, today it's a padded jacket. "I feel like my eyelids have been fighting. If I suddenly stop updating, please believe I've fallen asleep and will definitely make it up tomorrow." End of chapter. Chapter 1643, Return of the National Treasure 9. The girl stared at the couple sitting in front of her, watching them whisper to each other. As for what they were saying, the movie was too loud for her to hear, but that didn't stop her from admiring this most devoted young couple in all of Hong Kong. The younger one was Quan Xingnan, while Hua Xiuedong was much older than her. How could Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan not notice the gaze from behind? Quan Xingnan turned around and saw the girls staring intently at them, accompanied by a middle-aged male ghost. If she weren't used to seeing ghosts, she would have been startled. The girl leaned forward, excitedly looking at Quan Xingnan, who had taken off her mask while wiping away tears earlier. In the light from the screen, the girl clearly saw a face free of makeup yet breathtakingly beautiful, fair and luminous, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, with features so perfectly proportioned. "Mrs. Hua," the girl whispered in greeting. It really was them. The girl wanted to scream with excitement, but held herself back. Quan Xingnan gave her a slight smile, glanced at the male ghost beside her, and turned back around. After the movie ended, the two put on their masks and walked out with the crowd. They hadn't gone far when the girl who had been sitting behind them caught up, pulling out an autograph book and pen she carried with her. "Mrs. Hua, could you give me your autograph? I really admire and like you so much. I especially love the way you predict disasters, and the endings are always so satisfying." In Hong Kong, where celebrities were often encountered on the streets, the girl always carried an autograph book and pen. Quan Xingnan nodded lightly. "Thank you for your admiration." She took the pen and signed her name in the book, elegant and refined regular script. The girl was ecstatic. "Thank you, Mrs. Hua. You're so approachable. My name is Xia Tao." Hearing this, Quan Xingnan wrote to Xia Tao above her signature along with a blessing. "If you ever need help in the future, you can find me at the Tongxing Fortune-Telling Research Studio." The Tongxing Fortune-Telling Research Studio had just been established less than 10 days ago. The purpose of this studio was to accommodate the flood of clients who came seeking her help after her too accurate predictions, since receiving them at Tongxing Palace disrupted family life too much. Tongxing Palace was their private residence, and they didn't like too many people coming and going. The studio was located not far from Tongxing Palace, in a standalone house gifted to Quan Xingnan by Mr. and Mrs. Hua. It was simply tidied up to receive clients, since the clients weren't there for the studio's ambience or service attitude anyway. When Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan returned home in the evening, they were greeted not only by little tyrant's cries, but also by client appointment requests. Hua Xiuedong assigned Rong Peihuan to manage the studio and handle all affairs. Everyone who wanted to see Quan Xingnan had to book an appointment and take a number, except in cases of urgent emergencies, as Quan Xingnan was never one to be unreasonable. Only 3 fortune-telling sessions were held per day, yet the queue was already booked up a year in advance. However, following Hua Xiuedong's instructions, Rong Peihuan deliberately left the 10 days before and after the Dragon and Phoenix twins' 100-day celebration free of any client appointments. Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan had already set their itinerary to return to the capital for the baby's 100-day banquet. Even so, countless people continued to book appointments for face reading and fortune-telling. Every client who visited the studio left satisfied. By the time the earliest clients came back to express their gratitude, they learned that Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan had already departed for the capital. End of chapter. Chapter 1644, Return of the National Treasure 10. Their courtyard house had long been cleaned by Master Qin and Madame Qin's orders. Bedding, beds, and all kinds of daily necessities were prepared perfectly. When the family of 4 arrived, they moved in directly. Quan Xingnan was almost startled by the crowd waiting for them in the courtyard. The scene felt like it was about to swallow her family of 4 whole. And indeed, it did. In front and behind, all were family members. Those with quicker steps stood closer to the couple, while those slower lingered at the edges. Hua Xuedong held Zhuang Zhuang, and Quan Xingnan held Xiao Xianchen. Neither let the accompanying bodyguards or staff carry the babies, nor did they put them in strollers. Their arms were already sore. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuang, as the legitimate grandmothers, each took one baby. Elderly Master Qin and Madame Qin could only watch with envy. There was no helping it, they were old and unsteady on their feet. Who would dare let them hold the babies? Everyone surrounded the Dragon and Phoenix twins, instantly neglecting Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. The boy is Hua Xiaoxiu, nicknamed Zhuang Zhuang. The girl is Hua Xiaoyang, nicknamed Tian Tian. Look how much they resemble Nan Nan and Autumn. Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuang carried the two sleeping babies around in front of the elders. Everyone unanimously lowered their voices, afraid of waking the adorable babies. Madame Qin took Quan Xingnan's hand. Nan Nan, you've worked hard. It wasn't hard at all. Everything went smoothly. Carrying her and her husband's child, she had no regrets. Neither the pregnancy nor the delivery caused her much suffering. The only tiring part was taking care of the babies. Madame Qin patted her hand. Good child. She wanted to say more, but Xiao Xianchen woke up. Blinking her misty eyes, she began to wail at the top of her lungs. Master Qin exclaimed loudly, what a strong voice. She'll definitely be a formidable girl in the future. He shared the same opinion as Master Hua. Quan Xingnan nodded. Xiao Xianchen has a huge temper. If anything displeases her, she cries loudly. That's why we call her Little Tyrant. Hua Xuedong didn't take the daughter back from Quan Shuang's arms. Instead, when he noticed she was crying because she was lying in a stranger's embrace, he clapped his hands near her. Tian Tian, this is Grandma. You call her Lao Lao, she's your grandmother. Hearing a familiar voice, Xiao Xianchen cried even harder. Her crying woke up Zai Zhuangzhuang. He pouted and joined in. One high, one low, rising and falling, one going up, the other coming down. The siblings seemed to follow a rhythm. If Quan Xingnan had been caring for both babies alone, she would have lost her mind hearing such piercing sounds. But with most of the elders present, they only found the crying pleasant. One after another, they praised the babies for their loud cries and good health. If they're not hungry and haven't soiled themselves, they must be crying because they smell unfamiliar people, Madame Qin said, casting a reproachful glance at Hua Xuedong. Can't you take better care of your own child? Would it hurt you to hold her for a bit? As if agreeing with her grandmother, Xiao Xianchen only whimpered and sobbed once she was in Hua Xuedong's arms. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong were each scolded by their parents, nearly getting an earful. Knowing the babies were young and needed their parents, how could they be so heartless as not to hold them and let them cry? Unforgivable. Too sleepy, going to bed first. We'll make up 2 chapters tomorrow. The troublesome kid is coming tomorrow, so I'll flee upstairs. Writing 2 stories is exhausting, makes me want to cry. Chapter end. Chapter 1645, Return of the National Treasure 11. There were too many elders, and they were all so old. In front of them, there was no such thing as a billionaire or Master Quan. They only knew that the parents of these 2 babies had treated them terribly and were not worth forgiving. If looks could turn into flying daggers, Quan Xingnan felt that she and Hua Xuedong would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. The babies were much happier, with the whole family fussing over them. The weather was hot, and holding them close was uncomfortable for both the adults and the children. Soon, they were comfortably lying in their cribs, receiving the gaze of everyone and a mountain of gifts. None of those present were short on money, and their gifts were exceptionally generous. Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were pushed to the outskirts, helplessly watching a large group of elderly people sitting in a circle around the crib, surrounded by middle-aged and young people, those in their 40s and 50s, and others in their 20s and 30s, while children stood on tiptoe to peek at the babies. Hua Xuedong's elder brother and sister-in-law, a bunch of nephews and their wives, and even grandnephews were there. Zhuang Zhuang's eyebrows really look like 4th brother's, and his temperament seems similar too. 4th brother was especially quiet when he was little. Little sweetie looks like 4th brother, but she has a bit of a domineering personality. That's fine though. Girls need to be assertive so they won't be bullied. Our little sweetie should be even more majestic and bold. She won't be a princess, she'll be a queen. Zhuang Zhuang really looks like Nan Nan. He's blessed. Words like these, all praising the 2 babies, had Quan Xingnan tired of hearing them. 4th brother, the babies just had milk before we got out of the car, so they're definitely not hungry now. How about we go out and have some fun? The staff are here and so are so many family members. If the babies get hungry, they'll have formula. Quan Xingnan quietly tugged at Hua Xuedong's sleeve. Hua Xuedong naturally wouldn't disagree. All right. The 2 tiptoed away. Lin Xiaoxue saw them and wanted to say something but eventually let it go. Her daughter was so young and already taking care of 2 children, it must be exhausting. Let her go out and relax a bit. After all, with so many of them around, no harm would come to the babies. After settling in Hong Kong, it had been a long time since she last returned to the capital. This was where she grew up, and Quan Xingnan felt an immense familiarity with everything here. The area around Hohai was mostly filled with Sahyuan courtyards, extremely quiet. The two left their bodyguards at the courtyard to protect the family, linked arms, and strolled leisurely. The only downside was the heat, so they went boating on Shikahai, involuntarily recalling the boating trip from the year they first started dating. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 years had passed. Hearing Quan Xingnan's sigh, Hua Xiuedong smiled gently. And yet you are still as beautiful as ever. Honey, you're the most handsome. Quan Xingnan replied sweetly. On the boat, they enjoyed Bird's Nest coconut milk sago dessert, its refreshing sweetness bringing them back to that moment. Worried about Zhuang and little sweetie, they didn't stay on the water for long. Soon, they returned to the shore. Hua Xiuedong stepped off first and turned back to help Quan Xingnan, but she grabbed his wrist and lightly jumped. Careful, Hua Xiuedong said. Quan Xingnan gave a mischievous smile. I won't get hurt. Hua Xiuedong replied, good swimmers often drown. Quan Xingnan stuck out her tongue. All right, I'll definitely be careful with my safety. You're now a national treasure of our country, and your personal safety is of utmost importance. At the first birthday banquet held in the compound's auditorium, the old chief said this to Quan Xingnan with a smile. You must never be careless in the slightest. Don't rush me, I won't stop updating, even though I really want to follow others and take a break. End of this chapter. Chapter 1646, The Return of National Treasures 12. Quan Xingnan pointed her finger at her own nose. I'm a national treasure? Was she really that important? Had she become a giant panda? Since when? Of course, you're a national treasure, a very important one. If every person in our family were like you, not in terms of being as wealthy, but in having your character, what would our country have to fear? Why worry about not soaring in the future? The old chief said as he put the gold bracelets and anklets he had brought onto little Zhuang and little Tian. The bracelets came in pairs, thin circular bands, not heavy in weight, but carrying a different significance. Moreover, the old chief was particularly meticulous. Among the 5 gold pieces, the 5th items were a longevity lock and a gold peanut. The gold lock tied with a red string hung around little Zhuang's neck, while the gold peanut was for little Tian. Quan Xingnan grabbed Zhuang and Tian's little hands and waved them at the old chief. Zhuang, Tian, say thank you to the old chief. Little Tian flashed a perfectly timed sweet smile, so sweet it melted hearts. Zhuang, on the other hand, lay quietly, his eyes darting around. He has the demeanor of a wise man. The old chief touched little Zhuang's hand, his expression extremely kind. He'll be another Hua Laosi in the future. Back in the day, he was much the same temperament. But with parents like you, there's no need to worry about the future of these 2 babies. I believe that under your guidance, they will never become spoiled brats who disgrace their ancestors. When he said this, the old man's tone was somewhat gritted, aimed at certain so-called red aristocratic youths in their circles. Basking in the leftover glory of their ancestors, they led absurd lives. Many people heard the old chief's words, but no one responded. In many people's hearts, wasn't a lifetime of struggle all about giving their descendants a higher starting point than others? They said that outstanding talents come from humble families. That was true in the era of war and chaos, when the country was just starting out and all social classes were aligned. Now, the richer and more powerful you are, the better education you can access, with more opportunities and choices. It's already hard for humble families to produce outstanding talents. Quan Xingnan pretended not to hear the old chief's words, nor did she see the thoughts written on some people's faces. She giggled and fiddled with Zhuang's gold lock. It's easy to conquer a kingdom, but hard to defend it. My 4th brother and I's only hope is that they grow up safe and healthy and, on that foundation, create their own lives. We've already decided to set up a separate scholarship fund in the 2 babies' names, hoping to give poor but hardworking students a chance to continue their education. This idea came from Xingman's classmate, Niu Hui. There were many students like Niu Hui who studied diligently but had to drop out due to family circumstances. Even if they didn't drop out, they drained all their family's savings. Countless students from humble families weren't unintelligent or lazy. In fact, they were often more sensible, more talented, and harder working than children from wealthy families. But reality gave them too few opportunities. We can't decide their origins, but we're willing to give them the chance to further their education. Quan Xingnan said to the old chief, this scholarship fund is divided into 2 types. For students under 18 whose families are truly destitute, we can support their education until they turn 18. For students over 18, they are already adults. Even their parents have no obligation to support them, so why should we? Therefore, the scholarship is an interest-free loan, to be repaid in installments within a certain number of years after graduation. Don't rush me, I won't stop updating, even though I really want to follow the example of those authors who take breaks. This chapter ends. Chapter 1647, Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 1. In this world, nothing can be obtained without effort. Quan Xingnan sincerely did good deeds. Although she did not seek repayment, she would not foster dependence or a sense of entitlement in those she helped, preventing situations where someone might think, I'm poor, so I'm right, or I'm weak, so I'm right. She was willing to build bridges, pave roads, and establish schools for free to help more people, but student grants were different. In her previous life, she had seen many students squander money from free donations, unwilling to work hard, and even believing that others were obligated to help them, blaming the donors for stopping the funds. The old chief strongly agreed with Quan Xingnan and He Xuedong's ideas. He had someone bring out the 4 treasures of the study and immediately wrote the characters Xuyang Student Aid Foundation on the spot. Su was from He Xiaxi's name, and Yang was from He Xiaoyang's name. He also signed it and stamped it with his personal seal. Nanan, do you think my calligraphy is good enough to hang as a plaque? It won't embarrass your foundation, will it? Quan Xingnan smiled and said, with this plaque hanging up, our foundation will undoubtedly be unrivaled. Your calligraphy is so excellent, far better than most calligraphers. If I were to dislike such a plaque, our taste would be truly poor. The old chief was very pleased to hear this. Why? Because Quan Xingnan was sincere, unlike others who exaggerated his calligraphy to the skies. Although the old chief had always practiced calligraphy, he had spent his life in military campaigns and, after the founding of the nation, had been busy with state affairs without a moment's rest. He had not reached the highest level, only slightly better than the average person, with a natural structure. Yet, whenever such calligraphy was shown, others would praise it endlessly, exaggerating to the heavens. To be honest, the old chief himself did not believe it. He wrote this plaque to add some weight to the foundation. His political status was far more important than his calligraphy. I am old, the old chief said. The future belongs to you young people. You and Laosi have kind hearts. I have seen it all these years. I have seen what you have done for the country and the people. Nanan, you are still young with a long future ahead. I hope that when I can no longer see it, you will still hold on to your original intentions and let more people see hope. Quan Xingnan felt a sense of foreboding. She held his arm and said playfully, you are going to live a long life. I want you to preside over the weddings of Zhuangzhuang and Tian when they grow up. The old chief realized it was unlucky to talk about life and death at the children's 100-day banquet. He quickly changed the subject and smiled. All right, I'll just wait for Zhuangzhuang and Tian to grow up healthy and strong. Those 2 little ones are so adorable. Since you're back in the capital, spend more time with your family and bring the babies to see me often, to add some childlike joy to my life. That is their honor. Quan Xingnan smiled. No, it is my honor. Seeing children means seeing hope. Children are like a blank sheet of paper. The brilliance of life is painted by their parents. The old chief carefully picked up Zhuangzhuang, played with him for a while, then picked up Tian. Wang Hui, who loved to wander around, took many photos, which became the 2 babies' eternal memory of the old chief. Because on the 3rd day after the baby's 100-day banquet, the old chief passed away peacefully. The calligraphy the old chief wrote at the 100-day banquet was his last brushstroke in life, and the photos taken at the banquet were his final images before his death. End of chapter. Chapter 1648, Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 2. The great man passed away, and the whole nation mourned. Heaven and earth shared in the grief, mountains and rivers lost their luster. After attending the funeral of the old chief, Quan Xingnan, who did not immediately set off back to Hong Kong, was deeply sorrowful and could not muster any energy. Even He Xuedong's constant companionship by her side could hardly ease her pain. He Xuedong had no choice but to turn to her parents for help. Quan Xingnan was soft-hearted and accustomed to life and death, yet she was less detached than ordinary people. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all determined by heaven. Where there is life, there is death. If everyone lived to 100 or never died, the whole world would be overcrowded. Old Madame Jean patted her youngest daughter-in-law's hand. Your father and I are this old now, and we too will eventually have our day. Don't grieve so much over the old chief's passing. Mom, why are you saying such unlucky things? Quan Xingnan covered her ears, unwilling to listen. With so many elderly people in the family, she hated hearing such talk the most. Old Madame Jean let out a soft sigh. At our age, even death is a celebration, a joyous funeral. What's there to hide? Our fortune lies in being born in chaotic times when we were young, yet living in peace and prosperity after middle age, able to enjoy our twilight years in comfort. How many elderly people in this world can enjoy such blessings as we do? The state covers our food, housing, and medical care, leaving us with nothing to worry about. In our family, we have children and grandchildren all around, filial sons and virtuous daughters-in-law. This life is worth it. Her gaze was gentle, her face full of kindness, as she looked at her youngest son and daughter-in-law, and then at the twin babies in the nearby crib. I won't listen. Mom, please stop. I beg you, don't say any more. The more Quan Xingnan heard, the more distressed she became. She couldn't bear to imagine the scene of the elderly around her leaving one by one. If only there were an elixir of immortality. She could keep the old ones by her side forever. But she knew this was her own delusion. Even with her extraordinary abilities, she herself would not live past 100 years, let alone these elders who had fought on the front lines in the first half of their lives. They would eventually reunite underground. All right, we won't say it anymore, we won't. Old Madame Qin pulled out a jewelry box from under the tea table. The other day, while tidying up, I found a box of jewelry I wore when I was young, some good, some not. I'm giving it all to you. Later, pass it on to little sweetie. Can't let your sister-in-law get the first pick. Come on, take a look and see if you like it. Quan Xingnan was in no mood to pick out jewelry at the moment, but she couldn't refuse her mother-in-law's kindness, so she looked through it with her. Old Madame Qin said it was a mixed lot, but in truth, it was all quite valuable jewelry. Gems, jade, and emeralds, everything was there except for gold. Old Madame Qin thought for a moment. Gold is a hard currency. Back then, it all went to support the war effort and national construction. During the war, guns, ammunition, and penicillin were all bought with gold. There was no other way. Foreigners only liked gold. With gold, you could secretly buy these things. Silver dollars and legal tender weren't as useful as gold. Right after the founding of the country, our nation was in ruins and many machines had to be imported from abroad. What did we use to exchange for foreign currency? Still gold. The state worked hard to stockpile gold. The great man's decisions ensured our country still has a large gold reserve today. The dollar depreciates, gold appreciates, the significance goes without saying. Our happy life today is all thanks to the blood-soaked struggles and painstaking planning of our predecessors. Quan Xingnan was filled with deep reverence. Fourth brother, and I will surely keep our promise to the old chief, stay true to our original intentions, and continue our charity work so that more elderly, sick, disabled, and impoverished people can see hope. I really want to stop updating, sob, but I tell myself there are only about 300 chapters left, though that includes some extras. I'll keep going, but don't hold out hope for 12 updates today. How about we make a deal? 12 updates over 2 days, 6 updates over 2 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 1649. Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 3. The Shuyong Foundation was established in the names of the two children, embodying the old chief's care for the future generation of the motherland. However, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong did not allocate any funds from Quan Xingnan's foundation to it. Instead, they took 1 billion from their personal accounts as startup capital, with plans to continue funneling a portion of their income into the foundation. Across the country, there were far too many impoverished students with ambition, but no money for schooling. Too many to count. With a population of over 1 billion, farmers made up the vast majority. Although the economy was developing rapidly at the time, after handing over public grain, farmers had little income to rely on from their meager crops. With the foundation's establishment, countless donations poured in from all sectors of society in a single day. The scale was rare in the industry, and many said it was Quan Xingnan's merit. Without her, so many prominent figures would not have shown their support. Even if it weren't for charity, if Quan Xingnan simply said she needed money, she could likely receive tens of billions in an instant. How insignificant was money compared to life? Which prominent figure didn't cherish their own life? Everyone wanted to stay on good terms with Quan Xingnan, hoping she would help them avert disasters and resolve difficulties. The couple had a wealth of talent under their command, and soon assembled a team for the foundation. Following Hua Xuedong's advice, the person in charge publicized it across various media platforms and television. Most importantly, newspapers, those that could reach impoverished regions, were used. Since they were doing charitable work and the foundation's plaque was inscribed by the old chief, even advertising fees were waived. Overnight, letters of appeal flooded into the foundation like snowflakes. When the first letter arrived, Quan Xingnan was still in the capital. It was written by a girl named Lu Jinju, but her fate was not as precious as a pearl. She was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Her grades were excellent, but her parents refused to let her continue her education. She wanted to study desperately, obsessively. Dad and Mom said the family has no money for me to go to school, and they want me to work in the southeastern coastal areas, where wages are high. The money I earn will go toward my younger brother's schooling and marriage. I don't want to go. I want to study. I'm only 15, and the high school entrance exam is counting down. I've done well in several practice tests, and my teacher says I have a chance of getting into the city's top high school. Sister Shin'an, I saw the Shuyang Foundation in the newspaper. I beg you to lend me money for my studies. When I make something of myself in the future, I will definitely repay you. Favoring sons over daughters again. Always this. As times progressed, the practice of favoring sons over daughters remained stubbornly persistent. Quan Xingnan felt especially pained for girls growing up in such families. Many girls had their lives ruined by parents who favored sons, who then instilled the same mindset in them, indirectly destroying their marriages and continuing to affect the next generation. Husband, I want to set up a special fund in each of the 3 foundations to support girls from families that favor sons over daughters, specifically those in poverty, Quan Xingnan said to Hu Xuedong, her face full of pity for those girls. If we give them a chance, I think even if they don't become wealthy or powerful, their lives will be different from before. The 3 foundations were the Quan Xingnan Foundation, the Xiaomingruo Foundation, and the newly established Shuyang Foundation. The first 2 were already engaged in charitable work, aiding women facing various difficulties. The latter special fund would be dedicated to supporting girls from families that favored sons, who were forced to drop out due to their parents' bias. Thank you all for your understanding. So it's settled. 2 days of 12 updates, 2 days of 6 updates, until the end, never stopping. End of this chapter. Chapter 1650. Birth, aging, sickness, and death. For Hu Xuedong naturally fully supported his wife's kindness. In fact, he had long noticed this situation. For some people, the preference for sons over daughters was deeply ingrained, and outsiders could hardly shake it. To bring about change, one had to start with these women themselves, at the very least, to prevent them from continuing to be poisoned by such thinking. A woman's mindset in a normal family had a tremendous influence on the next generation. In most cases across the country, men worked outside while housewives stayed home to care for the children, handling everything from food and clothing to daily life. The one who spent the most time with the children was the mother, and the children were most influenced by her. This was what was meant by teaching through words and example. Under such circumstances, the father's interaction with the children was minimal. Of course, this wasn't absolute. After all, there were many lazy and irresponsible men, forcing wives to reduce time with their children to support the family, or to leave the children in the care of grandparents. Many children also lost their parents early on and could never receive their guidance. This preference for sons over daughters, who knows when it will change? And our country's marriages and families are far too insecure. Quan Xingnan sighed. Absentee parenting, widow-style marriage, mother-like spouse selection, nanny-like wives, in the future, these will be called the 4 great misfortunes, making more and more women shrink from marriage and family. That's why this fund helps not only women from families that favor sons over daughters, but also women who are vulnerable in marriage. I am a woman too. I understand women's struggles better than you men do. So when they are in despair, I want to give them hope. Absentee parenting? Widow-style marriage? Mother-like spouse selection? Nanny-like wives? Hu Xuedong repeated, frowning slightly. What are these situations? Have things really developed to this point? With social progress, the spread of education, and economic growth, if future family models turned out like this, then women couldn't be blamed for being unwilling to enter marriage. Hearts were all made of flesh. If marriage was so hopeless, being single was indeed far more liberating. Quan Xingnan spread her hands. It won't be long. You'll definitely see these social problems. At the root, it's still men's fault. Hu Xuedong naturally understood the meaning of these 4 misfortunes. If a man is willing to interact with the baby, there won't be absentee parenting. If a man is willing to share household chores with his wife and create a warm atmosphere together, there won't be widow-style marriage. The roots of mother-like spouse selection and nanny-like wives also lie in men being too lazy to lift a finger or tell one grain from another. Perhaps there's also the indulgence of parents, the man's parents. He would never let his wife take care of the baby alone. The baby was the fruit of their love, and they both had the duty to raise and care for him. More than duty, it was about affection. The baby's life naturally needed both of their presence. Honey, you're the best. Quan Xingnan kissed him hard. Hu Xuedong turned the tables, shifting from passive to active, until she was breathless and lying in his arms. Good thing it's just the 2 of us in our room, or I'd be so embarrassed. Wah! Little sweetie announced her presence and protest with a cry. Catching a whiff of a foul smell, Quan Xingnan leaped far away, pretending to be very diligent as she checked on Zhuang Zhuang. Let me see how Zhuang Zhuang is doing. Hope he doesn't get woken up by little sweetie again. The 2 children were sleeping in separate cribs. Hu Xuedong resigned himself to changing little sweetie's diaper. The 4 great misfortunes of marriage, I've experienced 2 of them, so I decisively divorced. It took a long time of wrangling to get it done because the other party refused. Thinking back, I couldn't even write during the marriage, it was so painful. They always wanted me to put the family first and prioritize their family business. There was no internet locally. Bah. In the end, I did all the work but got no money. So I decisively filed for divorce and left with nothing just to get out. That's why writing gives me a sense of security, because of the royalties. The chapter ends.